You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. Don't worry too much for now. I've reported this matter to the director, but he's out of town at a conference at the moment and will be back in 3 days. I've told the patient that the person in charge will be back in 3 days, and we'll have to wait for him to come back since we can't make a decision like this anyways. Head nurse, I'm sorry. I made everyone suffer with me. Chloe felt responsible. Her decision caused great trouble for the OB/GYN department and the hospital, and she felt really bad. Don't say that. You wanted to save the patient, which I can understand. Don't worry. If nothing is wrong with the patient, then it doesn't matter how big of a scene her family causes. You may not be a doctor, but you performed the surgery perfectly. At worst, you would be blamed for overstepping. It's not illegal like murdering someone, so stop worrying. I'm not worried. I just feel bad. If you really feel bad, then pick yourself up. We need to resist the patient's unreasonable family, the head nurse scolded. I will. I won't run away. Good. Head nurse, I want to see the patient and talk to her. Then, Chloe slowly opened her mouth. Yeah, that sounds good. You should talk to her. As long as she realizes what she's doing is wrong and agrees to stop, it should make things much easier. At worst, we won't charge her for hospitalization or surgical fees. I just hope that we can nip it in the bud, since if the media finds out, it won't be good for the hospital's image. I understand. Chloe's heart felt heavy. Although she had anticipated what might happen, she was still sad that things had to come to this. She was just trying to save the patient, but the patient ended up biting back. It was like that story of the farmer and the snake. The farmer saved the snake, but the snake bit the farmer in return. Chloe didn't understand. The mother knew that Chloe had saved her and her child, and it was okay if she didn't express any gratitude towards her. But why would she team up with her family to coerce her in the hospital? What is really that hard to be a good person these days? Chloe, what did I say? It's hard to be a good person, right? Amelia looked depressed as well. Either way, we saved the patient and her daughter. I don't regret doing that. The value of life cannot be calculated, and I am willing to face the music. Amelia, leave it to me. You were just assisting me that night, and I don't want you to get mixed up in this mess. I'm not afraid, Chloe. I may not be talented and may only be an intern nurse, but if worse comes to worst, I'll just quit. I will stand by your side and help you reach justice. I know, but I don't want to burden you. I'm going to go see the patient, so you should go back to the lab. Someone needs to be there. After parting with Amelia, Chloe went directly to the room the patient was in. Due to the patient's special circumstances, the hospital arranged a nice, private single room for her to stay in. After knocking on the door, Chloe walked in. The patient was playing with her baby, who was laying in the crib. Her eyes were filled with motherly love. However, as soon as she saw Chloe, her smile immediately disappeared, and her expression became rather complicated. Hi, I was the one who performed the C-section on you. My name is Chloe. Can we talk? I don't have anything to say to you. The patient turned her head, unwilling to look into Chloe's eyes. Obviously, she felt guilty. Chloe smiled but remained silent. She gently walked up to the baby's crib. She looked at the baby girl inside. She's really cute. She looks just like you. The patient bit her lip. She seemed to know what Chloe wanted. You didn't want your brothers to come and wreak havoc at the hospital, right? Your husband told you to do it, didn't he? How did you know? Flabbergasted, the patient looked up at Chloe. Then, she realized that she said the wrong thing and corrected herself immediately. What I meant was, how can you make an assumption like this? No one told me what to do. I'm telling the truth. Oh, the truth? What's the truth? You're not feeling well, right? Are you dizzy? Yes, I think it's an after effect from the surgery. After all, you're not a doctor, you're just a nurse. It's despicable of you to experiment on me and my child. Ms. Lana, right? Nowadays, medical equipment is quite advanced. You said that you are dizzy and are experiencing side effects. You know that we need to perform a thorough exam on you, right? It's just like when murderers kill someone, they insist that they were insane. We can't just believe anything you say, and you will need proof to back up your allegations." The patient fell silent upon hearing what Chloe said. "I know that you're not like that. You were there that night. You know what happened. You were bleeding out and needed a blood transfusion. At the time, no one was there to perform the surgery, and your husband knelt on the floor, begging me to do it. As the on-call nurse, I didn't want a patient to die in front of me. I only agreed to the surgery because I was confident in my skills. Moreover, I knew that if I performed the surgery, it might come back and bite me like it did today. However, I can't believe that you, the patient, would act like this as well. I don't expect you to thank me, but you can't wrong me, do you understand?" The patient seemed moved by what Chloe said. Chloe could tell that she was struggling. Chloe continued, "I know that it's not easy being a woman. This is your second child, right? Your husband was really angry when he found out that it was a girl, and your in-laws didn't even come to the hospital to check up on you." The patient looked up in surprise. Chloe's speculation was correct. "I don't know much about your family background, but your brother kept bringing up the topic of compensation. It seems like he wants to take the opportunity to obtain a large amount of money. Your husband doesn't seem like the type to mastermind something like this. I heard that you guys hired a lawyer, so my question is this. Who is instigating all of this behind the scenes?" The patient looked at Chloe in awe. Every sentence Chloe said went straight to her heart. "No one instigated anything. It's not what you think. Ms. Lana, please have a heart. I don't want to say anything overbearing, but I need to tell you that the gods up there are watching. I don't expect anything in return for saving you and your child, but you wronging me today has negatively affected me in the hospital. Therefore, I hope that you can stop before it's too late. If you want compensation, I can pay you out of my own pocket, but please do not discredit the hospital. Our director is an extremely respectable man, and I don't want my so-called heroism to affect him. Is that okay?" Chloe knew that this family wanted nothing more than money. If they really needed it, then she was happy to pay them if they agreed to shut the whole thing down quietly. However, if things became worse, it would affect the hospital's reputation. Then, she would feel even more guilty. The patient seemed to be moved. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I didn't want to do this, but—" However, before she could finish, the door was smashed open. Then, Chloe saw the patient's husband by the door. He began yelling at her. "Why are you here? Are you here to threaten my wife? You're an evil nurse with no heart. I swear I'm going to sue you and this hospital. Don't even think about settling this with a few $1,000s. Our lawyer said that the hospital has to pay us millions in compensation, or else no one's getting off so easy. When you knelt on the floor and begged me to save your wife that night, your attitude was nothing like this." Chloe looked at the patient's husband with a cold stare. The husband seemed to be a little embarrassed, and he cursed, "Stop your nonsense. Anyways, get the fuck out of here and don't threaten my wife again. My wife is experiencing severe side effects right now, and none of you will be able to escape from responsibility." "So, you want this thing to blow up? You are set on blackmailing the hospital out of millions?" Chloe demanded coldly. "That's right. We're going to blow it up so big for the entire city to know." "Fine, but don't regret it." "Of course we won't. Your threats don't work on us. We're not scared of you. You're just a nurse who's living out her intern years. Stop pretending to be high and mighty." I will fight you to the death." "Okay, I'll be waiting." Chloe pursed her lips and walked away. As soon as she left the room, the patient's husband grabbed her off her bed and slapped her right on her face. "Are you a fucking idiot? Did you think you could talk shut in front of that woman? Aren't you afraid that she was recording you? If you screw up my plans and I end up with no money, I will fucking suffocate you." The patient's husband bared his ugly face at his wife. "Honey, can't we just let it go? I don't want to do this anymore. I don't feel good about it. She's a good person who saved our daughter and me. We should be thanking her, not doing this to her." The patient sobbed as she said this. The husband, however, remained unconvinced. Instead, he pointed at his wife and began cursing at her. "I'm telling you, don't ruin it for me. We've already started, so we're seeing this through. The hospital has to compensate us. Once we're rich, The rest of our lives will be covered. But that money doesn't even belong to us in the first place. The patient tried to refute. Her husband immediately reached out and grabbed her by her neck. You stupid woman. You're an idiot who can't even give me a son. I shouldn't have begged them that night. I should have let you die. You're a chicken who can't lay male eggs. I'm disgusted. Let me tell you, you have to listen to me on this. If you don't cooperate, I will leave you and our home, and I will divorce you. There are so many women out there. I'm sure there will be others out there willing to give me a son. Then, you and your 2 money-burning daughters can get the fuck back to your mother's house. Fear flashed in the patient's eyes when she heard the word divorce. When she married him, she decided to never get divorced. Life as a woman was hard. Over the past few years, she had to do chores and take care of her family. Her husband was working at a menial job with a low income, and they lived stringently. Her husband and his parents really wanted sons to bear their family name. They were already unhappy that their first child was a daughter. After much effort, she became pregnant with their second child. They were told during the ultrasounds that it was a boy, but once the baby was born, they found out that their newborn was just another money-burning bitch. Her husband was pissed off. If it weren't for his plan to coerce Chloe in the hospital, he probably wouldn't even show his face at the hospital. If he knew that his wife would bear him another girl, he would not have knelt and begged that little nurse to save her that night. He felt cheated, and after receiving advice from a wise person, he thought it would be a good idea. Therefore, he and the patient's family teamed up to cause trouble at the hospital, just so they would receive a giant compensation. How did it go? The head nurse asked when she saw Chloe walk out of the patient's room. Chloe shook her head. They're determined to get the hospital to pay. Don't worry too much. Director Richard will resolve things when he comes back. The head nurse comforted her. Chloe nodded. After saying goodbye to the head nurse, she headed back to the lab. The OB/GYN department was unusually quiet these days. Apparently Lisa took some time off and hadn't been to work in days. She seemed to be extremely unhappy with her punishment, but Director had already made his decision. He told her that if she didn't want to stay, she was free to resign. She and her uncle were in a cold war. Simon, on the other hand, was indifferent towards her since she rejected his request. Not long after Chloe returned to the lab, did she realize that it was time to go home. Chief Jason walked up and quietly warned her, "Chloe, you should leave from the back door today." "What wrong?" Puzzled, asked Chief Han. "When I went out just now, I saw those unreasonable family members outside the door. If they see you, they might do something impulsive. I think it's safer for you to leave from the back door." Chloe nodded. "Okay, I'll leave from the back door then. Thank you, Chief Jason. Don't mention it, and don't revel in it too much. The director will definitely do something about it. They won't get anything from causing a scene out there." "Okay." Chloe packed up her things and left the hospital from the back door with Amelia. Chief Jason was right. It was much quieter to leave from the back door. Chloe, her mind a mess, decided to walk home. It took her about 15 minutes to get back to Imperial Park. It was still early, so their condo was empty. Jack wasn't back yet. Chloe put down her bag. Exhausted, she fell onto the couch and closed her eyes to rest for a bit. Suddenly, she remembered something. She took out her phone and called Sarah, but her phone was off. Nervous, she logged onto Snapchat. As soon as she did, she saw Sarah's message. "Girl, I'm at work. I'm flying south today. Don't worry about me." Chloe was relieved that Sarah went to work. She thought about what happened at the hospital today and began developing a headache. Her mind ran wild, and she completely forgot about making dinner. It wasn't until she heard the sound of the door unlocking and Jack entering did she snap back to reality. "You're back? I'll go make dinner," Chloe said as she headed towards the kitchen. When she passed by Jack, he grabbed her hand. "You don't look well." "Oh, it was really busy today. I think I'm just too tired," Chloe replied vaguely. "Then don't make dinner. Let's go out to eat." "I don't have much of an appetite, but you can go out for some food yourself." "It's fine. I'm not hungry either. Forget dinner. Let's rest for a while." Before Chloe could respond, Jack dragged her to the couch and had her sit. Then, Jack took out an apple from the fridge for Chloe. He turned on the TV and randomly picked a channel. Afterwards, he took off his suit jacket and took out his laptop. He then began working beside her. Chloe didn't want to eat. She held the apple Jack gave her and, overcome with boredom, began watching TV. They didn't speak to each other, as Jack was focused on his company's reports and stocks. Chloe, on the other hand, stared at the TV screen as the apple sat quietly in her hands. They quietly felt the time pass by. Chloe occasionally looked at Jack's perfect profile. Her heart was filled with warmth. She liked and enjoyed his companionship. However, she constantly felt like their relationship was in crisis mode. She didn't believe that they would be able to spend the rest of their lives together. It seemed that the tragedy that happened 7 years ago made sure that their relationship would be forever burdened with heavy baggage. Jack, sensing Chloe's stare, suddenly turned his face towards her. Looking into her eyes, he asked, "Are you enjoying your show? Take a look at it for yourself." Jack looked up and froze. It was the cartoon, Bonnie Bear. "You can switch channels if you want to," he said. "No, it's fine. I like this show." Jack was speechless upon hearing Chloe's response. He truly found it hard to believe that someone with an IQ as high as 130 would watch a children's cartoon show. After Jack worked for another hour, he turned off his laptop. He looked at Chloe, who appeared exhausted. Giving some thought, he asked her, "Do you want to go on a vacation together?" "A vacation?" Chloe was dazed. "I'm going on a business trip to Taipei. The flight is tomorrow night. Do you want to go together?" "Me? I can't. I have to go to work." "Take a leave. We'll be back in 2 or 3 days." "I don't want to go. I'm really not in the mood and won't be able to enjoy myself." Chloe shook her head. She didn't want to go and ruin his mood. The hospital was in chaos. If she went on a vacation, what would happen if the patient's family were to create a scene at the OB/GYN department or pick on Amelia? She didn't want to leave them with her mess to clean up. "No worries." Seeing that she didn't want to go, Jack didn't push further. He looked down at his watch. It was 8 p.m. "Are you hungry? Do you want to get something to eat?" Chloe shook her head. "Did something happen at the hospital?" Jack couldn't help but ask as he noticed how lifeless Chloe was. "Nothing happened. I think I'm just not used to the new department I'm in." Chloe didn't tell Jack what happened at the hospital because she didn't want to worry him. He was already exhausted from working at GK, day in and day out. "All right then, you should go to bed. I'll be organizing documents in the study." "Okay." Then Chloe went upstairs, took a shower, and climbed into bed. Suddenly, her phone began to ring. It was an unfamiliar number. Chloe hesitated for a while before picking up. "Hello? Is this Chloe?" A man's voice sounded on the other end. The voice was somewhat familiar. "Yes, it is. Who am I speaking with?" "My name is Adam Hall." "Adam?" Chloe was a little confused. She didn't remember knowing someone with this name. "I'm the forensics guy you went out with last time," he emphasized. "Oh, it's you." Chloe remembered. It was that guy the head nurse introduced her to last time. "What are you doing?" Adam asked Chloe out of the blue. "I'm about to sleep." "This early? I was going to ask you out to dinner." Adam was a little disappointed. "No, but thank you for your offer." What's your Snapchat account? Can I add you?" Adam asked. "I don't really use Snapchat." Chloe politely rejected him once again. "Oh, I see. In that case, I'll call you another time." After hanging up, Chloe realized that she never gave him her phone number. He probably got it from the head nurse. The hospital was in shambles. She didn't have time for other people right now. The next morning, Jack woke up early to make toast and warm milk. However, Chloe didn't see him when she woke up. She took a few bites and went to work. As soon as she arrived at her department, Amelia dragged her off to the side. In a hushed tone, she said, "Chloe, the director is back." "Isn't the director at an out-of-town conference?" Chloe was confused. "He was, but he came back when he heard what happened at the hospital. I heard that he's meeting the patient's family today. Then, he'll decide on how to handle this." Chloe felt guilty upon hearing this. If she hadn't decided to operate on that patient, the hospital and Director Richard wouldn't be in this mess. At lunch, when Chloe and Amelia went to the cafeteria, they once again became the hot topic among the other employees. There, she also saw her nemesis, Lisa. "Miss Arrogant, I hope you're happy. The entire hospital has erupted because of you. My uncle had to cancel his conference to come back and clean up your mess," Lisa snapped. For some reason, every time she saw Chloe, she would become agitated. "I'm really sorry about what happened," Chloe replied calmly. "What's the point in apologizing now? You shouldn't have done it in the first place. I don't understand. You're just an intern nurse. Who gave you the courage to do something like this? Does your family own the hospital or something?" "Dr. Lisa, you can't say that. We just wanted to save the patient's life," Amelia argued back. "You should know what you're capable of and what you're not, even if you want to save a life. Don't you even know who you are?" "Well, this all happened because of an unreliable doctor who abandoned her shift at night. Did you really think that we wanted to take the risk to save that person's life?" Amelia was young and reckless and wasn't as calm as Chloe. It didn't take long for her to start arguing with Lisa. The key thing was, Amelia was already in a different department now, so she no longer feared to go against Lisa. "What do you mean by abandoning work? I was feeling sick. I'm pregnant, don't you know? As a pregnant woman, I have to take responsibility for my own health and well-being. I didn't do anything wrong. The patient's family won't come looking for me. Instead, they'll look for whoever performed the surgery. If you're so good at what you do, then you better clean up the mess you've caused. Don't hide behind the hospital like a turtle hiding in its shell and drag down my elderly uncle along with you, okay?" Lisa mocked. "Don't worry. I will take the responsibility for it. I won't drag down the director." "That would be best." Lisa lifted her head and arrogantly walked past Chloe after she spoke. "Whoa, that woman really knows how to find excuses. She claims to be not feeling well as soon as she found out she was pregnant. Ditching work is still ditching work, yet she has a so-called excuse. How could she be such an irresponsible doctor? I'm really done with her. How could she be so prissy? She might as well rest at home forever. Why did she even come back to work?" Amelia was extremely pissed off. "Whatever. I don't care what she says, because I've never cared about her." Chloe clearly knew that it was unnecessary to get upset over a person like Lisa every day. Chloe felt anxious the entire morning. She didn't know how the director was going to handle the situation. The truth was, she wouldn't object, even if the director fired her, since she truly made a mistake. She just didn't want her own misconducts to drag down the hospital. She would truly feel terrible if the hospital had to pay a couple $1 million in compensation because of this. "Chief Jason, has there been any news? Did the director say anything about what he was going to do?" Chloe kept asking the chief of her department. "How would we know about these things? The director directly contacts the patient." That afternoon, the head nurse called Chloe with the hospital's internal line. She simply spoke of what came of this incident, and that the director had met with the patient and her family members. However, they couldn't come to an agreement. The director claimed that the patient's surgery went very well, and she didn't suffer from any infections or side effects. It was wrong for Chloe, a nurse, to perform the surgery, but that was because she wanted to save the patient's life more than anything. In summary, the hospital decided to waive all hospitalization fees the patient incurred during her stay and compensate the patient $30,000 for psychological damages. To everyone's surprise, the patient's husband was suddenly angered. Not only did he yell and scream at the director nonstop, he even flipped the table. He said that the hospital won't be able to get rid of them with a mere $30,000. They wanted at least $3 million and not a penny less. Finally, the director said, "Then let's go by legal procedures. You can file a lawsuit against us, and we'll find a specialist to determine whether the patient is truly infected. We'll fight this until the end, from an ethical and a medical perspective. If the court decides that we should pay, then we'll be happy to pay." In the end, the negotiations ended badly on both sides. Finally, the head nurse comforted her. "The director has already inquired our hospital's legal team. We won't be paying a lot in compensation anyways, even if we were forced to. The patient's family members clearly wanted more money than they could get, and we won't back down. Don't worry. Head nurse, I should resign. Tell the director to fire me, and then let the patient come after me and sue me instead. I don't want to burden the hospital, Chloe calmly said. The first hospital was a century-old hospital with a great reputation, and over the years, it had gained a lot of trust among local civilians. Chloe didn't want to cause a bigger scene and ruin the hospital's reputation because of this. You won't. The director made his own decision regarding this case. I've called you to tell you to relax and to not think too much. Thanks, head nurse. Oh, right. Has my cousin called you yet? He asked me for your number last night in a rush. I already told him that you have a boyfriend, but he doesn't seem to care. He called, Chloe admitted. Then just treat him like a normal friend. It's rare for that kid to like someone. He has always been arrogant and prideful in the past. The head nurse sighed. Okay. Chloe's mood grew more complicated after she hung up. It was expected that the negotiations between the director and the patient's family would end badly. The family's goal was very clear, as they asked for millions right away. The hospital didn't make that many mistakes, so they would never agree to pay that much. Most importantly, the surgery Chloe performed on the pregnant patient was perfect. Even the top gynecologist in the country wouldn't consider it to be a medical incident, and there was no way the patient would suffer from side effects. However, the patient kept saying that she had a headache, suggesting that the entire thing was completely intentional. Sometimes trying to reason with unreasonable people was truly exhausting. Chloe turned around when she heard someone call her. Chief Jason. The director just called. He wants to tell you and Amelia to avoid the patient's family members. Take a few days off and come back to work after the chaos dies down. Okay. Chloe nodded. Then Chloe and Amelia began gathering their things. Cursing sounds were heard from not so far away, as if the patient's family members had gotten into an argument again with hospital security. They even called the police, forcing Chloe and Amelia to leave the hospital through the back door. Chloe didn't go home. Instead, she went to Thomas's school to look for him. It just happened to be noon, and Chloe was in the campus cafeteria with Thomas. They found a less crowded place to sit down. Sis, don't you have to go to work today? Thomas was quite happy to see his older sister. We're not so busy lately, so I've been given a few days off. That's great. Thomas never doubted his sister's words. Chloe felt much better upon seeing her brother's innocent smile. It's Mom's birthday tomorrow, so you can come over earlier. Why don't you come and stay over at home tonight? Chloe shook her head. No, Mom wouldn't like it if I went back. That's not true. Mom really misses you. She just won't admit it. She acts like she doesn't care, but she really does. For example, yesterday I told her that you were coming back for her birthday. She didn't say anything, but she looked quite happy. Chloe smiled and didn't respond. Hey sis, I have an idea. What's that? I want to rent a spot inside our school with my classmate to sell bubble tea. The bubble tea shop on campus is disgusting and pricey, so students would rather go elsewhere to buy it, but it's very inconvenient. The other shops are far away, and going there wastes time. I think that I could sell tasty and inexpensive bubble tea here and earn some money. Then, I'll earn myself next year's tuition. I don't want you to work so hard to pay for my education anymore. Thomas said everything with one breath. Chloe felt tears welling up inside her. Thomas, I'm fine. I'm not short on money right now, so don't worry about me. You're still a student. Don't open a bubble tea shop. Just focus on studying. I have plans to send you abroad in your senior year. Huh, no thanks. Studying abroad is too expensive. You and Mom have worked so hard to support me for all these years. I'm a man, and I want to work and provide for our family after graduation. I refuse to burden you guys. You won't anyway. Don't worry about money. I'll take care of it. Mom's birthday is tomorrow. Have you decided what you're going to buy her? Asked Thomas excitedly. I haven't, have you? I used the allowance you gave me to pick out a pair of leather shoes for Mom. Here, take a look. What do you think? Does it look fashionable enough? Thomas turned on his phone, opened up to some web page, and showed the shoes to his sister. Not bad, and only $300. Mom will definitely like them. Yep, I think so too. If you don't know what to buy, just get her a birthday cake, Thomas suggested. Chloe nodded. Okay, I'll figure something out. Chloe received a special call on her way home as she left her brother's school. The woman on the other end sounded serious, yet graceful. "Chloe, I'm Lily Green. Can I meet with you?" Lily? She was the wife of her cold-hearted birth father and the daughter of the city's family. Andrew, absolutely insane foster mother? Chloe suddenly felt indecisive. "Don't worry. Unlike Evelyn, I meant no harm," Lily explained, in fear that Chloe would be worried. "Okay, where should we meet?" "How about this? I'll arrange for a car to pick you up." Lily was very cautious. She didn't say anything about the location, but instead arranged for the driver to pick Chloe up. Chloe waited no more than 10 minutes when a black Mercedes-Benz slowly parked in front of her. Then, the driver drove her to a high-class social club in the urban development zone. Chloe raised her head and looked over. She had heard about this club, which claimed to be a place where rich ladies gathered. Normal people had absolutely no right to enter. Some even said that the club was a subsidiary that belonged to Mrs. Green, and from what she saw, it truly seemed to be the case. Chloe was more cautious than ever because Lily was Andrew's foster mother. In her mind, she always thought that this mother-son duo wasn't easy to deal with. In comparison, they were more of a headache than Evelyn and Brenny, Zrenia, who were only calculative on the surface. She got into the elevator, got off at the 8th floor, and spotted Lily in the room furthest to the back. Lily was over 50 years old, but had taken great care of herself. Her skin was wrinkleless, and she wore a deep red cheongsam and a dazzling pink diamond on her finger. It was said that Lily and Timothy's marriage was only for business purposes, and Timothy was always involved with scandals with other women, and was the father of countless illegitimate children. However, he never divorced his wife. Even so, Evelyn was able to enter this family as the second wife, shocking everyone around them. "Chloe, you've come. Sit," said Lily gracefully, with a faint smile on her face. Chloe couldn't tell if she meant well or harm from her smile, because this woman was capable of hiding well behind her facade. "Okay." Cautiously, Chloe slowly sat down. "What would you like to drink?" asked Lily. "Just water." "You're quite a humble child." Lily smiled and waved her hand. Shortly afterward, the server brought over a glass of water and placed it in front of Chloe. However, Chloe didn't plan on drinking it. She ordered water out of respect for Lily, but that didn't mean she had to drink it. All these years, she never allowed herself to drink anything that anyone she didn't trust offered her. It was a form of self-protection. Lily saw through Chloe and didn't force her. Instead, she asked, "I hear that you're a nurse at the first hospital." "Yes." "Is the job all right for you?" Lily continued to ask. "Yes, I like this job." "You've never thought about coming back to this family?" Lily raised a glass of wine and asked nonchalantly. "No, I've never thought about it," Chloe replied with determination. "Is that the truth?" "Yes. You're special. What's so bad about coming back? You would at least have money and be much better off than you are now. By then, not only would you be able to be a nurse, you can even be a doctor. We'll find a way." "Yes, having money is great. It could satisfy a lot of desires, but money isn't easily earned. I never believed that I had a share in the Green family's inheritance. Even though my last name is Green, that doesn't mean anything. Plus, Mr. Green didn't even admit to who I was back then." "Are you mad at him?" Lily looked at Chloe with a smile and was suddenly interested in the young woman sitting before her. No wonder her son always talked about her. "I hated him when I was young," replied Chloe honestly. "How about now?" asked Lily with a smile. "I don't feel anything towards any of you anymore. Hate is born from love. Now I feel neither love nor hate towards the Green family and Mr. Green. You are all like strangers to me." "Huh, that's the first time I've heard of you say that about your father." "I won't admit that he's my father. For me, I'd rather call my stepfather, Mr. James, my father." "Oh, right. I hear he had passed away for a while now. How is your mother?" "She's very well. Thank you for asking." Chloe spoke very politely but also kept her distance. "Your mother has done very well in educating you. Aside from the plain assemble, you're prettier than a Brenny," Lily commented. "I'm just a normal citizen. I've no right to be compared with a socialite. You're being too kind, ma'am. Lily continued looking for mundane topics to discuss with Chloe, because she was looking for an opportunity to bring up the real subject. However, as they spoke, she noticed that this girl was quite intelligent. Chloe responded to every question meticulously, without any flaws. This wasn't the kind of maturity and calmness one would see in a 20-something-year-old. Finally, Lily couldn't hold it in any longer, and she asked, "Chloe, do you know why I've asked you to come here today?" "I can guess." "Oh, really? Then let's hear it." Chloe's remarks seemed to have sparked Lily's interest. She laid back onto the purple sofa and looked at Chloe, waiting for her answer. Today, Chloe was no longer wearing her white lab coat. All she wore was a white t-shirt with a black skirt that fell to her knees. The black and white ensemble was very minimalistic, but looked good on her. Unlike Brenny Zrina, she never wore bedazzling outfits. However, she still remained so graceful effortlessly within a crowd, and was an unforgettable sight for sore eyes. Andrew mentioned Chloe several times, leaving quite an impression on Lily, especially when Timothy's mother died. Chloe hesitated for a moment, and then she slowly said, "If I've guessed correctly, you came to ask me which side I'm on, right? You want me to come back to help you and young Master Green. If I don't agree, then you might think that I'm taking Mrs. Evelyn's side, subsequently making me your enemy. Thus, you will see my existence as an obstacle." Lily stared at Chloe for quite a while after she heard her answer. It took a while for her to finally respond. "You really are an interesting girl. Seems like I've guessed your thoughts correctly." Chloe smiled. "That's right. You're completely right. So whose side are you on?" "I believe you already know the Green family's current situation. My son Andrew has already gained control over the majority of the stocks. Over these years, even though Timothy hasn't acknowledged you on the surface, the truth is, he is beginning to take you into consideration. In other words..." At this point, Lily intentionally stopped for a moment. Chloe continued, "In other words, the only reason that he wants to acknowledge me as his daughter is because he's afraid that Mrs. Evelyn's side of the family would be taken advantage of, so he wants to drag me into this mess to help secure more stocks for those two siblings." "Yes, that's right." Lily nodded, as she looked at Chloe with admiration. "You just told me what you think. Do you want to hear what I think?" asked Chloe. "Sure. I never wanted to involve myself in this civil war, so I don't want to pick a side. I haven't had any interactions with either side over these years, so I won't intervene, not with you, nor with Ms. Evelyn. That's what I think." "So, you're saying that you're ready to give up the share of stocks that the Green family allocates you? Do you have any idea how much money you will be giving up? It's more money than you'll earn in this lifetime. Don't you want to live a life where you're the boss?" "It's not bad to be rich," Lily reminded her. "I know, but I've never had any ambitious goals, and I never thought about the benefits of having that much money. A normal life is what brings me happiness. Over these years, my mother and I have been working very hard, but it has been very fulfilling." "Okay, I seem to understand what you mean. Thanks for understanding. But don't blame me for being blunt. If you ever regret this later on, I hope that you will come and join my side. If you take Evelyn's side, then we'll be enemies, and I'll have no choice but to deal with you." "I understand." Chloe nodded. "Very good. I like smart girls like you." Although she was unable to lure Chloe onto her team, at least Chloe said that she wasn't going to help Evelyn either. This comforted Lily quite a lot. But even though this seemed to be the case, Chloe was still a young girl, and she could still change her mind in the future. Therefore, Lily stated her position, which was, if they became enemies, then all measures would be taken. This was meant to scare Chloe, right? Even Chloe picked up on it. "If you change your mind later on, you're welcome to come and find me anytime," Lily didn't forget to add. "Okay." Chloe nodded. She then left after saying goodbye. She was surprised to see Andrew on the first floor, by the club's entrance. He drove an orange Ferrari 488, and a sexy figured model sat in the passenger seat. After the two got off the car, the model coquettishly wrapped herself around Andrew's arm. The two of them walked in with laughter and conversation, but from far away, Chloe could vividly see Andrew's vulgarity. How could he just ignore the waiters there and feel up the pretty model right in front of them? Whoa! Am I seeing clearly? Isn't this my little sister Chloe? Andrew's eyes lit up in excitement when he saw Chloe. You've got the wrong person. Chloe lowered her voice and then headed straight for the door. Jack told her that whenever she saw Andrew, she must walk the other way, because he was very dangerous. Although she hadn't noticed just how dangerous Andrew was, Chloe knew that Jack was never wrong. He wouldn't say that about someone for no reason. Jack hadn't even told her to avoid Simon. This only meant that Jack saw Andrew as an extremely difficult character to deal with. Chloe, did my mom call you over? Andrew knew what was happening as soon as he saw Chloe at his mother's private club. Chloe didn't reply, and she had no intention of staying. Suddenly, Andrew pushed away the model. He rushed up to the door and arrogantly blocked Chloe's way. What do you want? Chloe looked at him cautiously. Andrew looked up and down at Chloe. Then, smiling oddly, he said, As always, you're dressed like a country girl, but still likable. Could you say something else when you see me? What are you, a tape recorder? Said Chloe coldly. Basically, every time Andrew saw Chloe, it was either, little sister, you've gotten prettier, or something along those lines. All of his words sounded vulgar. Plus, Chloe felt like they were all used to pick up girls, so they shouldn't be used on her. Besides, she didn't go for it anyways. She knew how she looked. Did she really need him to tell her? Huh, I like it when you're being difficult, it's so cute. Andrew wasn't angered. Chloe's response made him laugh. Chloe, since you're here, have a cup of coffee before you leave. I don't get to see you often. No thank you, I'm very busy. After she spoke, Chloe impolitely shoved away Andrew's arm that blocked her way and walked out in large steps. Andrew licked his lips as he watched Chloe's petite figure walk away, and his eyes glowed with an odd light. Young Master Green, do you have a crush on that woman? You seem to like her. The model beside him was getting jealous, and coquettishly asked Andrew since she thought Andrew would comfort her. To her surprise, Andrew frowned and said, Your face and breasts are okay when you don't talk, but as soon as you speak, I have no interest in you anymore. Go away. I'll give you 30 seconds for you to disappear from my sight. Young Master Green, I'm sorry. The model didn't think that the famously well-tempered Andrew would have such an aggressive side. Go! Andrew coldly spat out one word, and then turned to head upstairs. It was already nighttime when Chloe returned home. She noticed that Jack wasn't home, so she assumed that he was still at work. Then, she suddenly remembered him saying yesterday that he was catching a plane to Taipei tonight. At this thought, she suddenly heard the sound of keys opening the door behind her. Chloe turned around in fear and immediately grew nervous. Jack is away on business today, so who else had keys? Could it be a thief? Chloe quickly picked up her bag from the couch and hurled it at the person coming in. When she saw who it was already too late. Jack was shocked to be welcomed home by Chloe like this. The good thing was that he had fast reflexes and caught the bag with his hand. Otherwise, it would have hurt his head. Why are you back? I thought you were on a business trip. Chloe was flabbergasted. I canceled it for now, Jack mumbled. He took a look at Chloe's bag. What do you carry every day? It's so heavy. Chloe felt awkward. She dry coughed a couple of times before snatching the bag and hiding it behind her. Not much, just some daily necessities. As for the business trip, all Jack told Chloe was that it was canceled on short notice. Here was in fact what happened. The trip was only supposed to be 3 days, but when the company in Taiwan heard that GK's president would appear in person, he added some more locations for Jack to visit to attract GK's investment. Then, the trip was extended to 6 days. Including the time spent on the plane, it was 8 days in total. Jack thought about it, but not being able to see Chloe for 8 days? He wasn't happy about it at all. It was then that he immediately decided to cancel his trip to Taipei, and instead rearranged to visit the construction of the branch company in a neighboring city the next morning. When the Taipei company heard about it, they were anxious, but no matter how hard they tried to convince him, Jack still refused to go. GK had previously conducted research into that Taipei company, and the project was potentially huge for GK. The board members and high-level executives all felt that it would be a loss if the president didn't go. However, no one had the guts to tell him. They were afraid to piss the president off, which was basically setting themselves on fire. In the end, it was Assistant Mark who boldly asked, "President Dawson, perhaps we should get someone else to go to Taipei." "That sounds good. Tell one of the employees in the marketing department to go." With this, Jack sent the director of the marketing department to Taipei. He, on the other hand, went home after getting off work at 5 p.m., but was almost smashed in the head. "Get changed. I want to take you somewhere," Jack said. "Where?" Chloe was curious. She hoped that it wasn't a business dinner. She told him that she didn't want to make their relationship public. "We're going to go see Ms. Jody. I hear she's going back to New Zealand." As soon as she heard that they were going to see Ms. Jody, she immediately got a jacket and followed Jack out the door. Ms. Jody lived in an old apartment inside the Second Ring Road district. Back then, that place was allocated to her. Her daughter had then brought her to New Zealand to enjoy her retirement. However, she still liked to stay at that place when she came back. Jack opened the trunk. He bought a lot of high-quality supplements for her. Chloe sometimes thought that Jack was great at paying attention to details like this. He took everything into account, even if she didn't. Ms. Jody was happy to see the two of them, and the maid even made them dinner. The food was simple but delicious, and Jack and Chloe stayed to eat with them. As they ate, they talked about a lot of things that happened when they were in high school. Finally, Ms. Jody looked at Jack and Chloe and said earnestly, "Remember that it takes 100 years of cultivation to be able to ride in the same boat, and 1,000 years of cultivation to be able to sleep in the same bed. Relationships don't happen easily. Throughout my lifetime, I always believed that the truth behind love is having someone who will pour you a glass of hot water when you're sick and hang up clothes for you after washing them. Even if the couple bickers, they must remember to hug each other afterward. Once romance and lust fade, being there for each other through thick and thin is the best way to express love. Roses and cheesy confessions may be important, but ultimately, love is a promise. It's swearing to never leave. Once the sun sets on your youth, you'll realize that the great things that happened will all still be there." Jack and Chloe were touched by her words. "Do you know why the divorce rate is so high right now, but not back in my day?" They shook their heads after hearing Ms. Jody's question. "That's because back then when things broke, we always tried to mend them. However, nowadays, when something breaks, you just get a new one. The same goes for relationships." Just as Chloe was in awe of Ms. Jody's wise words, Jack suddenly interjected, "But I heard that back in your day, due to the pressure of gossip and social pressure, many who were unhappy in their marriages were afraid of getting divorced. In the end, many died of depression. Divorce rates may be high now, but at least people don't feel stuck anymore." Chloe was speechless. So was Ms. Jody. Neither of them knew how to respond. Finally, it was Chloe who snapped back to her senses first. She pinched Jack's thigh under the table. Where do you get all this false information from?" "Aren't I telling the truth?" Jack rebutted proudly. Chloe immediately tugged at the corner of his shirt. "Shut it." Chloe spoke quietly, but Ms. Jody still heard every word. Ms. Jody smiled. "No, it's fine. Jack is right. People were very old-fashioned back then, and some marriages were completely arranged by parents. The marriages may not have gone well, but no one even considered divorce as an option. Back then, divorcees were condemned by their peers. Parents wouldn't allow for such things, and gossiping neighbors made things much worse. Today, society has improved, and young people like you have your own modern beliefs. You advocate on living happily because life is bitterly short, and it's better to be happy than otherwise. This is all true. What I want to say is that no matter how times and people change, never forget your original goal. Your original aspirations will lead you to success." Jack was deeply moved by what Ms. Jody said. Your original aspirations will lead you to success. That's right. Chloe was his aspiration. He never forgot about it. 7 years ago, Jack was still the same as when he was a young boy. Even back then, he was brave enough to stand up to his father, announcing that he wanted to marry Chloe. Now, 7 years later, he married her. To him, Chloe was his ultimate treasure. After leaving Ms. Jody's home, for some strange reason, neither of them was in a hurry to go home. Jack drove them to the gates of Second High School, and the pair got off and walked onto the school field. Second High School was still the most prestigious high school in the city, and its students were still at night class. There were teachers and supervisors strolling on the field, and bright lights lit up the entire schoolyard. It was a beautiful evening, and Jack felt more peaceful than ever. "Nothing's changed here. This place is just as beautiful as I remembered it," Chloe exclaimed upon seeing the decorative lights by the edge of the basketball field. "Have you been back since graduation?" Jack asked. Chloe shook her head. "Only when you took me to Ajin's ramen shop." Jack scanned the school, his eyes deep and misty. He sighed and said, "When I was in the United States, I kept dreaming about this place. I still remember every tree and every corner." "You were basically a legend at Second High." Chloe smiled. "That's all in the past. Those days may be behind you, but the legend continues. Those girls never stopped falling crazily in love with you." Chloe chuckled. Back then, she had witnessed girls professing their love for Jack with the cheesiest banners they made and the lamest slogans they came up with. Something like, "Jack, we love you. We won't falter even if trees falter, and we won't move even if China moves." When Chloe saw those banners, she was speechless from inside out. She could bet on her life that Jack would never fall in love with those girls. "What about you? Have you ever fallen crazily in love with me?" Jack suddenly turned his head and asked Chloe in all seriousness, his face close to hers. Chloe froze for a second. Then, memories rushed into her mind. She remembered that because she skipped a grade, she didn't start grade 10 until 2 weeks into the new semester. Chloe's grades on the middle school entrance examination were one of the highest in the city. Therefore, various prestigious high schools offered her admission. Finally, she chose Second High School because it was close to home, and the education quality was good. Back then, when she arrived at the school prepared a banner, and the principal himself went to greet her. The school gave her a full ride, 3-year scholarship. They even paid for her food and accommodation, and she made it onto the headlines of their local newspaper. Back then, Chloe's mother and Uncle James were both incredibly proud of her. Chloe, on her first day of school, heard all sorts of rumors about Jack. She heard that he was an arrogant individual with countless fans. However, he looked at the girls, who were in love with him, like they were idiots. She also heard that Jack was extremely germophobic since he always kept people at arm's length. At school, he had his own desk and maintained a strict distance between the rows. He even had his own table during mealtimes. This, of course, was because GK donated a huge sum to the school, so Jack received special treatment. He existed like a god, and even the principal had to treat him with respect. And that was until Chloe appeared in his life. Chloe didn't pay attention to any of the unspoken rules. She was a ditzy girl who accidentally kicked a soccer ball right into Jack's face. The pretty boy was almost disfigured. During lunchtime, Chloe accidentally slipped on her feet and spilled an entire bowl of vegetable soup right onto Jack. Most importantly, Jack never got mad at her. Some of the super jealous girls secretly gossiped that Chloe was doing it on purpose and was playing push and pull with him to spark his interest. They all thought that she wanted GK's prince, but no one knew how fearless Chloe was back then. She didn't care about Jack. Even if it was someone more powerful, she would still ignore them. She had a lot of attitudes and would even fight against little punks when outnumbered 1-4. She was so fearless that she would beat up the big boys from another class just to protect her class's reputation. She also had the ability to ditch school and not study, but still get the highest grades in their year. She was arrogant enough to disregard anyone, even if that person was the Prince of GK. Ahem, don't include me. I treated you like a passerby. I wasn't your fan back then. Chloe dry coughed. Do you know what I was thinking about when I first met you? Happy memories flooded through Jack as he smiled and asked Chloe. Chloe smiled. You must be thinking, how did this little brat get in? Chloe was only 14 years old when she began attending Second High School, making her the youngest in their year. The age restriction there was 17 simply because schoolwork was too hard, and the school was afraid that younger kids wouldn't be able to keep up. However, Chloe was different. She got a perfect mark on her middle school examination, so Second High made an exception and offered her admission. Back then, during an interview, Chloe also said something preposterous. A reporter tried to provoke her by saying, "So what if you have got a perfect grade? I got 90% on some of the tests for my middle school examination as well. Truth be told, there's not much of a difference between 90% and 100%. Chloe's reply was audacious and shocking. She said, "I got 100% because there are only so many points on the test. However, you got 90% because that's all you can get. You can't compare yourself to me." The reporter was flabbergasted at Chloe's reply. Jack was deeply attracted by her when he saw this interview. He raised his hand and placed it on Chloe's shoulder. Enunciating each word, he said, "When I first saw you on TV, I thought, I'm going to make this girl my wife for sure." Chloe didn't expect that Jack would say that, and her entire face turned bright red. As Chloe was spacing out, Jack gracefully lowered his head and kissed her. Chloe had a high IQ and a high EQ, but she had one flaw. When she was with Jack, she would sometimes lose the ability to think. This was also why Jack successfully got her to become his girlfriend back then. She always thought that everything that happened was destiny. No matter how rational and perfect she was, she easily fell apart in front of Jack. Therefore, when Jack kissed her, she wanted to resist, but she couldn't summon any strength. Or maybe her body was just being honest about not wanting to push him away and wanted him and his unique scent to be forever hers. When the students were on break, the school often broadcasted songs to help them relieve stress. As if it was right on cue, music flowed onto the field. Going back to the starting point again, seeing that innocent face of yours in my memory. It's hard to believe that today is finally the day. The old photo hidden under the table, linking countless memories together. This boy is going on a final date with that girl today. Going back to the starting point again, standing dumbly in front of the mirror, clumsily tying up a red necktie, combing my hair to look like an adult and putting on a handsome suit, thinking that when I see you later, you must be prettier than what I expect. I really want to go back to those years when we were still young. Back to the classroom when I am sitting in front of you, purposely teasing you so you would gently scold me. The pairing arrangements on the blackboard, are you willing to separate them? No matter who sits with whom, he will still love her. All the heavy rain that we missed those years, all the romance that we missed those years. I really want to hold you tightly in my arms, to hold on to the courage that I never managed to possess. I used to dream about conquering the world, to only realize in the end that every little thing in my world revolves around you only. All the heavy rain that we missed those years, all the romance that we missed those years. I really want to tell you that I have never really forgotten. The night sky was filled with twinkling stars and the promise we made in a parallel universe. If we can meet again, I will hold you tightly in my arms this time, hugging you tightly. Those years was playing at the perfect moment, fitting the atmosphere between the two extremely well. Chloe was a woman with complex emotions, and at that moment, she was extremely moved. She thought back at her and Jack all those years ago, and couldn't help but wrap her arms around his broad shoulders, hugging him tightly. They've already missed out on 7 years. How many more 7 years were left in their lives? Jack's heart filled with butterflies. Since they reunited, this was the first time Chloe hugged him. That gentle kiss lasted for 3 minutes and 50 seconds, the same length as that song. Finally, Jack held Chloe's hand in his as they walked out of the campus in silence. Neither of them talked again until they got home. Once they were home, Chloe felt a little sleepy, so she took a hot shower in her bedroom. However, as soon as she left the bathroom, Jack basically pounced on her, pushing her down onto the bed. "Jack!" Chloe was a little nervous. "Chloe, I don't want to wait anymore." Then, Jack tugged at Chloe's bathrobe until it fell off, his warm palm tightening around her pale shoulders. "Jack, I don't—" Jack's tongue invaded her mouth before she could finish her sentence. This kiss was no longer gentle like the one they shared at school. It was an aggressive invasion, leaving her no room to think. Chloe's mind went blurry and heavy. She couldn't think about anything else. Jack seemed to have control over everything. They've been married for a while now, but didn't do much else except kissing. Naturally, Jack wanted to because he had always been clear about his feelings towards Chloe. However, Chloe was struggling to admit her own feelings because she didn't think that she would be able to spend the rest of her life with him. She was still thinking about divorce and didn't want to give him too much hope. Chloe believed that if a woman gave both her heart and body to a man, she would lose for sure. She needed an escape route, so she always tried to keep that line drawn between them. Jack looked at Chloe through the small ray of moonlight that shone through the crack between the curtains. She was under his body, and he felt a sense of impulsivity taking over. He had never felt like that before. He knew at that moment lust had taken over his rationality. Just as Jack was about to continue, Chloe's phone ruined the moment by ringing suddenly. Jack wanted to reach out and smash the phone onto the ground, but Chloe got to it first. She pushed Jack away and got up awkwardly. She picked up her phone and walked towards the door. Jack's expression was horrible. "Hey, Sarah. What's wrong? You sound weird." "No, I don't." Chloe was feeling a bit guilty. "I don't believe you. I've known you for so long. Don't try to trick me." "Oh, wait. Were you and Jack doing stuff that is inappropriate for young children to see?" Sarah snickered. "You seem to be over your breakup. I'm assuming that you're not killing yourself over it anymore?" Chloe didn't know what else to say. "Of course. Who do you think I am? I am the invincible and pretty Sarah. I just flew back into the city and have 2 days off. Let's hang out tomorrow and go on a road trip. I want to go to a farm outside the city to fish and then go on an excursion. What do you think?" "Tomorrow?" "I can't tomorrow, it's my mom's birthday. How about the day after tomorrow? I will probably be free then." "Oh, right. I forgot that it's Auntie's birthday tomorrow. Okay then, let's make plans for the day after tomorrow." After hanging up, Chloe returned to her room, embarrassed. Jack leaned on her bed, smoking a cigarette. Sarah asked if I wanted to go on an excursion with her." "Haha," Chloe explained. "Tell Sarah to get her ass over here. I promise I won't beat her to death," Jack growled angrily. It's late. Good night." "Are you kicking me out?" Jack asked, glancing at Chloe. "Isn't this supposed to be my room?" Chloe asked helplessly. "Aren't you supposed to be my wife?" Jack asked back. Chloe was speechless. "So you don't plan on leaving? You need to compensate for what happened just now. Tonight we're sleeping on the same bed. Of course, if you think your bed isn't big enough, we can sleep in my room instead." Jack tapped the ash off his cigarette and said presumptuously. Chloe was furious, but she couldn't find a reason to say no. The truth was, she understood his frustration. If it weren't for Sarah's phone call, Jack would have gotten his way with her. He was so close to tasting her. She should be glad that he wasn't going crazy. Finally, Chloe decided to compromise. She simply answered, "Deal." Then began the days where Jack dominated Chloe's bed. This was her first time sleeping in the same bed with Jack. It felt weird, sleeping in his embrace. This time was different from the last, because last time he snuck in during the middle of the night. This time they laid face to face. Although 7 years ago, they already enjoyed the sweet taste of making love, they were so young back then and had too much to drink that night. Neither of them could remember exactly what happened that night. Embarrassed to look at Jack, Chloe ended up turning her back towards him. Jack took that opportunity to hug her waist from behind, pulling her into his body. This made Chloe more nervous than ever. "Jack, I'm telling you, don't touch me where you're not supposed to. I'm ticklish," Chloe warned him. "Don't worry, I won't, because I'll end up suffer more than you." After quietly sleeping next to each other the entire night, the next day after breakfast, Jack went to work, and Chloe went to the mall. She spent $1,000 on a dress for her mother and ordered a cake. Then, she took the cab to her mom's. As soon as she arrived, she smelled the delicious aroma of food. Her mother's yard was filled with close neighbors. "Chloe, you're back!" The neighbors all greeted her. Sandra turned around at the mention of Chloe's name. She looked at her with a stern face. "You don't have work today?" "No, I was transferred to another department and the hospital gave me 3 days off," Oh, you were transferred. To where? Their neighbor, Auntie Williams, asked enthusiastically. Chloe answered with a smile. To the hospital laboratory. All I do is draw and run tests on blood. That's good. It's much easier. I told your mom to tell you not to work at the OB/GYN department. It's too much responsibility. The pregnant ladies there are such prissy pants. If you don't take care of them the way they want, they'll pick on you. It's good that you were transferred. Yeah, it's relatively easier, and I don't have to work night shifts anymore. Hey, Chloe, why didn't your boyfriend come with you? The neighbors were really gossipy. Some of her mother's friends were nosy and couldn't help themselves from asking. We broke up. What? You guys broke up? I thought you were getting married? Why did you break up? To no one's surprise, the middle-aged women all became interested at the sight of gossip. Chloe felt awkward and didn't know what to say. Then she saw Thomas walk out into the yard. He took the cake in Chloe's hand and said, "Young people nowadays usually break up because of incompatible personalities." Isn't he a doctor? That's a good profession. They all thought that it was a shame Chloe broke up with Simon. How is it good? He's still an intern and might not even be given a permanent position at the hospital. Plus, that dude's personality was not compatible with my sister's at all. When they were talking about marriage, he mishandled so many details. The two of them decided to end their relationship peacefully. Oh, I see. So that's what happened. Thomas answered well for his sister, and the middle-aged women finally stopped pestering for more details. After a while, Sandra served the food. There were 8 dishes, and the cake that Chloe ordered earlier was placed in the middle. In addition to Sandra, Chloe, and Thomas, there were 3 other middle-aged women, of which Auntie William was closest to Sandra. As for the other 2, Chloe didn't really like them. Not because they weren't rich, rather it was because they were typical narrow-minded cheapskates. They liked taking advantage of others, gossiping about other families, and were complete wallflowers. They looked down on people with no money. Auntie William's son was 30 years old and single, and she herself was kind of well off. She owned 2 properties and a storefront in the city, and her son worked at a bank. He went on blind dates dozens of times, but they were all unsuccessful. Most of the time, it was because they thought that the woman's family background wasn't good enough for them. Mom, happy birthday. Chloe took out the dress she bought for her mother. After seeing the brand, Auntie Wang asked, My gosh, isn't this from Gerdeer? That's not a cheap brand. How much did you spend, Chloe? Not much. How much is not much? Auntie Wang probed. A little over $1,200. $1,200 is a lot. You only earn $2,000 a month, right? I can't believe you would buy a dress so expensive. Auntie Wang's words reeked of disdain. Sandra looked at the dress and casually said, That's why daughters are better. She earns $2,000 a month but is willing to spend $1,200 to buy me a dress. Too bad someone's son earns more than $10,000 every month, but still has yet to buy his mother anything. Auntie Wang was embarrassed by this and immediately shut up. Apparently, a while back on her birthday, her son didn't even call her. He probably forgot about it. Her son had graduated from a university in Singapore and worked at a foreign-owned enterprise, so he earned more than $15,000 a month. Not bad, my friend. You've got a great son and daughter. Thomas is still in school but managed to save up enough money to buy you a pair of shoes. You didn't raise them up for nothing. At that moment, the other middle-aged woman said with her big mouth, It would be better if James was here. You'll have a whole and happy family. It's too bad that... Upon hearing Uncle James's name, Chloe's eyes turned red, and she felt her throat clog up. Chloe thought those sad memories would cause her mother to treat her with indifference again. However, to her pleasant surprise, Sandra just pursed her lips and said, He's been dead for so long. Why bring him up? I'm happy today. Let's just enjoy the food. Naturally, the other women all changed the subject upon hearing these words from Sandra. During the dinner, when Chloe went to get some more rice in the kitchen, Thomas quietly followed her in. Sis, forget those old ladies. They're super gossipy like that. I know, already forgotten. That's good. You don't seem to be too busy these days, right? Thomas asked his sister. Yeah, the hospital gave me 3 days off so I don't have much to do. That's good. If you don't have to go to work today, sleep here tonight. You haven't stayed overnight in a while. Thomas looked at her with puppy eyes. He adored his sister. When they were young, he and his sister often played hide and seek under the old tree in the yard. When they were tired, he would fall asleep under that tree, and Chloe would recite Grimm's fairy tales to him. His sister was a genius. Grimm's fairy tale is a very thick book, and back then, Thomas couldn't even recognize all the words, but Chloe recited it like it was her own. He was always so proud of his sister. Even after his birth father, James, died because of his sister, he never blamed her, not one bit. Chloe, on the other side, always thought that his brother was a warm and outgoing boy. He was carefree and innocent, and she wanted to protect him. Especially after Uncle James's death, she couldn't bear to let anything happen to Thomas. Okay, Chloe thought about Thomas's request and nodded her head in agreement. Yay, awesome! Thomas was overjoyed. After dinner, the other women left, and Chloe helped her mother clean up the plates and cutlery. As she was washing the dishes, she quietly mumbled, "Mom, Lily Green came looking for me a couple of days ago, and she asked me if I wanted to go back. Nothing good comes from her contacting you. It was about the Green family's civil war. The wife and mistress are butting heads. That's good. I hope they fight to the death. I hope that heartless bastard dies." Sandra's heart was filled with resentment at the thought of Timothy Green. After all, she used to be a celebrity. She had a bright future in front of her and never thought that bastard would ruin her entire life. In the end, he wouldn't even acknowledge his own child and gave that Evelyn an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. "I won't go back. I'm not interested in their inheritance or anyone in that family." Chloe told her mother how she felt. Sandra stopped what she was doing. She turned around to look at Chloe. "It's rare for you to think that way. I don't want to go through the pain that you went through. I don't care about money, more problems. I just want to spend the rest of my life with you and Thomas peacefully. Once Thomas gets married, I'll take you down south. We'll have a chance to go see our country's beautiful mountains and rivers." Chloe's words touched Sandra's heart. Since the death of James, she always blamed Chloe for everything that happened. The truth was, she didn't really hate her daughter. She just never learned how to face the ugly truth. "You're not so young anymore. You'll have to get married someday. Keep on a lookout and find a good man to spend your life with. Not a rich guy. He'll look down on us, and you'll have a rocky relationship." Chloe's heart filled with guilt when she heard her mother say this. If her mother found out that she had married Jack, she would go crazy, right? "Mom, your health isn't as good as it used to be. Why not close the grocery store? We can sell this house and buy an apartment in the city. You can enjoy your retirement." Chloe wasn't so financially strapped anymore. She wanted her mother to sell this place. She could provide a down payment for a new apartment in the city, where the three of them could live together. "No, it's fine. I've become accustomed to living here over the years. I don't want to move to a new place, since I'm already familiar with the neighbors here. The other women all have big mouths, but they're not bad people. They've been a great help to the three of us over these years without your Uncle James. I like it here. In the future, after you and Thomas both start families, come visit as often as you want to. If you don't, at least I won't be bored here." Sandra seemed to have let go. "Mom, I'm sorry." Chloe lowered her head in guilt. "Never mind it. I can't really blame you for what happened. A few days ago, I went to light incense at the temple and listened to a monk explain Buddhist scriptures. I couldn't understand the deep stuff he talked about, but I did understand when he said, so long as humans are born into this world, everything is a cycle of cause and effect. The death of your Uncle James was his fate. Even if he didn't pass away to save you, he probably would still have met with some other disaster." "Mom." Chloe was surprised to hear her mother speak of these words. Moreover, she actually understood it. The knot between them seemed to loosen up quite a bit. At least her mother no longer blamed and hated her for Uncle James' death. This comforted Chloe, as she felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "Your salary isn't high, but it's enough to live off of. You don't have to give Thomas money all the time. I saved up quite a bit over the years. Since Thomas is graduating soon, we'll need to help him find a wife and start a family." "Mom, don't worry. I will help him find a wife and buy an apartment." Just help what you can. He's a man and needs to learn to do things on his own. It's not like he doesn't know our family situation." "He will, Mom. Thomas is a good kid. He never spends money that he's not supposed to." After Uncle James passed away, Chloe hadn't had the chance to peacefully converse with her mother in years. She was deeply touched. It was a feeling she hadn't felt in years. That night, Thomas was too excited to go to bed, and he chatted with Chloe as they sat in the rocking chair inside the yard. Suddenly, she got a message. Nervous, Chloe took out her phone and sneaked a peek. It was from Jack. "Where are you?" Jack asked. "Home." Her reply was short. "I'm home too, but you're not here." Jack thought that she was at Imperial Park. "I'm at my mother's, the old house. It's her birthday today, so I won't be going home. I'm staying the night." "Oh." Jack showed his acknowledgement with one simple word. He was going to take her to the new seafood restaurant in the northern end of the city, but sadly didn't see her when he arrived at home. Upon hearing that Chloe wasn't coming home, Jack didn't have anything else to do. Therefore, he drove back to the company. Assistant Mark was getting ready to go home when he saw the president come back to the office. He was instantly alert. "President Dawson? Is something wrong?" "No, I'm just going to work for a while." Assistant Mark pulled a long face. He told his wife that he would go to the movies with her, and just now, she had informed him that she bought the tickets. If he didn't go, his wife might skin him alive. After all, being stood up was despicable. "You have plans?" Jack noticed Assistant Mark's struggling expression. "President Dawson, I heard that a new movie just came out. It's gotten good reviews." Assistant Mark slowly eased in. "So?" Jack asked Assistant Mark. "So would you mind if I left first to go watch that movie with my wife? She already bought the tickets. If I don't show up, she will kill me." Obviously, Assistant Mark was terrified of his wife. "If she knew that you might be fired for going to a movie, would she still kill you?" Jack asked faintly. Assistant Mark was close to tears. "President Dawson, please don't." "Which movie theater?" Jack randomly asked. "Wanda Square on the First Ring Road?" Assistant Mark looked at his boss with a bitter face. Jack got up. "Let's go. I'll drive you." "What?" Assistant Mark was immediately dumbstruck. Was he hallucinating? "Go on, unless you want to work overtime?" Jack asked with an icy expression. "No, I don't." Assistant Mark suspected that he ran into Lady Luck today. So lucky that his boss was driving him to the movies. But here's the problem. If he got onto the president's Maybach, then what's he supposed to do about his Volkswagen CC? It's fine to leave his car in the company parking lot, but what about tomorrow morning? Was he supposed to take the bus to work? That's not the problem here. The problem was that, for some reason, he had the honor of being driven by his boss, the president of GK. Of course, what he didn't know was that Jack was only driving him because his wife was at her mother's, and he was extremely bored. Plus, driving his assistant meant that he'll be able to see a movie as well. Once they arrived at the movie theater, Mark's wife's face lit up with surprise when she saw another man with her husband. She quietly asked her husband, "Who is this?" "My boss." President Dawson?" Mark's wife was shocked as well. He nodded his head. "President Dawson. We're here. You should go home. We're heading in now." Mark beat around the bushes when they arrived outside the theater. "I want to watch it too. Get me a ticket." Then, Jack grabbed a few $100s from his wallet and handed it to Mark. It doesn't cost this much." Mark was almost sure that his boss had never been to the movies before. Why else would a person be unaware of movie ticket prices? However, Mark soon came back with his head down. The reason? Tickets for that movie had sold out. It was full. "President Dawson, why don't you watch something else? Captain America is showing in the other auditorium later, and it's really good." "What movie are you guys watching?" "Finding Mr. Right 2. My wife likes romance, and I didn't have a choice. And I also enjoy breathing without the aid of a tube." Mark looked at him helplessly. "Then I want to watch this too," Jack said stubbornly. This made Mark's life difficult. There were only 2 tickets for this movie, and President Dawson was set on watching it, so one of the tickets had to go to him. However, Mark couldn't let his wife go watch the movie with his own boss. He knew that President Dawson wasn't going to hit on his wife, but the point was, his wife might be tempted to hit on President Dawson. Finally, Mark bit on his tongue and came to a compromise with his wife. He and his boss would go and watch Finding Mr. Right too, while his wife was to suck it up and watch Captain America with tears in her eyes. She was a head-to-toe housewife who had no interest in American superhero films, but there was nothing more she could do. Neither of them was brave enough to piss President Dawson off. After the movie, Jack was so happy that he offered to drive the couple home. In addition, he gave a greeting present to Mark's newborn. It was a red packet containing $10,000. Mark's wife was elated at the sight of the red packet and completely forgot about the movie ticket fiasco just now. She kept exclaiming, "Your boss is really nice. He's so generous." Mark rolled his eyes at his wife and said, "Weren't you the one who called him a third wheel behind his back just now and was pissed off at him for stealing your movie ticket? I can't believe you've changed your stance already. Women never say what they mean." "Of course, a movie ticket isn't worth much," Mark's wife replied happily. On his way home, Jack was in a good mood too. This was the first rom-com he watched, although to be honest, it was a little awkward that it was another man that accompanied him throughout the movie. However, he liked the contents of the movie. Therefore, as soon as he drove home, he searched up Finding Mr. Right 1 on his computer and watched that. He enjoyed that one as well. Suddenly, he wondered if he should take Chloe to watch Finding Mr. Right 2 again tomorrow, once she was back. As he was thinking, a local news alert popped onto his computer screen, grabbing his attention. Breaking news. The First Hospital has involved itself in a doctor-patient scandal. According to our sources, a pregnant patient was sent to the emergency room in the middle of the night, but the on-call doctor wasn't there. As an experiment, a nurse performed surgery on that patient, who afterward experienced post-operative complications. The pregnant patient and her newborn are now suffering from severe side effects, and the hospital ignored her family's complaints. The hospital protected the nurse and tried to shut the entire thing down, so the patient had no choice but to sue the hospital. The patient's family was extremely emotional and caused a scene of the First Hospital today. The hospital sent security to control the scene, but chaos erupted instead, and as a result, many patients were unable to see doctors. The nurse in question did not show herself, and the director, Richard, has yet to comment on the situation. According to speculation, this is the first time in 15 years that the hospital was burdened with a scandal. Everyone's attention is on this incident. Stay tuned, we will shortly provide a follow-up report. Jack frowned as he shut off his computer. Chloe was in trouble. As soon as news outlets exposed something like this, more often than not, the situation would become uncontrollable and unpredictable. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Stop the media from reporting about the incident at the First Hospital in 30 minutes. Don't even let one station follow up on it." Chloe, on the other hand, was sound asleep, completely unaware that her world was about to flip upside down. After Jack exerted pressure on the media, attention on the incident seemed to die down. However, someone somehow created an account on the local First forum and exposed the scandal in a post. This was the information era. Because of all the online users and popularity of the First forum, a little rock was able to create giant waves. As soon as the scandal was posted, people immediately began to like, comment, and repost. In the end, the scandal still blew up. The person who posted it claimed to be the family of the patient and stated that the First Hospital was corrupt because it asked a nurse to pretend to be a doctor, just so the hospital could dupe the patient's family out of money. Moreover, it pointed out that the TV stations, which were originally supposed to report this incident, stopped doing so because the hospital went through its connections and forced them to stop. The manipulation here was clearly obvious. What they didn't know was that the First Hospital didn't do anything to stop news outlets from reporting Chloe's scandal. Rather, it was her husband, Jack. He felt bad for her and didn't want his wife to suffer from gossip and pressure. Therefore, the name of this post was, "The First Hospital is Heartless." Not only did it allow a nurse to operate on a pregnant patient, but the black hands behind the scenes also pressured the media into ignoring it, causing commoners to have nowhere to complain. A post like this immediately caught the attention of all walks of life including the Municipal Bureau and other administrative offices. Even the Ministry of Health called Director Richard of the First Hospital again and again in an attempt to demand what happened. Chloe had just enjoyed a night at home, but when she woke up, she realized that the whole world had changed. When she goes to bed, she had the habit of turning her phone to silent so it wouldn't affect her sleep quality. Therefore, when she picked up her phone in the morning, she thought that her phone's system had crashed. There were more than 100 missed calls, not to mention countless texts and messages. "Chloe, something bad happened. Where are you? Why aren't you picking up?" Amelia sent. "Chloe, call me back. It's an emergency," the head nurse sent. "Girl, did you see the news? I think it was talking about your hospital, and I even heard them mention your name. What happened?" Sarah messaged. Chloe flipped through her phone to realize that Jack had called her a couple of times as well. Something really bad must have happened. Why else would everyone be frantically looking for her? "Sis, you're up." Thomas walked in with a glass of warm milk, which he placed in Chloe's hand. "Yeah. There's something that I want to tell you, but I'm not sure if I should." "What's wrong?" Chloe frowned when she heard the hesitation in her brother's voice. Thomas thought about it. Then he passed his phone to Chloe and showed her his Snapchat friend circle. It turns out that news traveled really fast, and the forum post had already been reposted on people's Snapchat friend circles. TL. Friend circles are like Facebook's home feed. You get to see your friends' statuses and shared pictures. Someone even vowed to conduct a thorough internet search on Chloe. A few of Thomas's friends knew that Chloe was his sister, so they sent him the link to the post early this morning. He was in a bad mood after reading it, but was also afraid that it would make his sister sad. However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to hide it. His sister would find out sooner or later. After calmly reading it, Chloe returned the phone to her brother. "Sis, what happened? I don't believe that you would do something like this. Someone set you up, didn't they?" Truth be told, after Chloe found out what happened, she wasn't surprised. The patient's husband had already declared that he was going to fight Chloe to the grave. Therefore, being exposed wasn't surprising. What surprised her was the fact that media outlets hadn't reported anything. Instead, this post blew up on Snapchat. "Don't worry, it'll be okay. I'll deal with it," Chloe said, as she left the room to wash up like everything was fine. She left after saying goodbye to her mother and brother. When Chloe arrived at the first hospital, she saw from afar all the people standing there, clogging up the hospital's entrance. There were even giant banners that said, "Heartless Hospital, Heartless Nurse, give me back my health, give me back my justice." Just as Chloe made up her mind to walk up to them, someone suddenly pulled her off to the side. Petrified, Chloe turned around. "Chloe, why are you here? I was just about to look for you," Amelia mysteriously said. "This is serious, of course I had to come." "It looks like you know already?" Chloe nodded. "What should we do now? I'm a little scared. I never thought that it would become so serious. It's all over my Snapchat friend circle, and a lot of friends were asking me about it. Although they didn't mention my name, I am still worried." After all, Amelia was still young, so when something like this happened, she began panicking. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Right now, I need to find the head nurse. I'll go with you. Let's go in from the side, not the front." "Mm-hmm." After speaking, Chloe and Amelia prepared to go around to the back door. Just then, somebody yelled, "Look, the nurse is there!" Suddenly, a swarm of people surrounded them. Most of them were with the patient, but some of them were reporters from small newspapers. The regular media didn't dare to report the incident, but it was inevitable that some people would expose others for their own benefits. "You are Chloe, right? As one of the parties involved, what do you have to say?" "They're twisting the truth. The truth is not what they say it is. The pregnant woman did not experience any side effects. The family members are causing a scene because they want to extort a high settlement. They're purposefully defaming our hospital," Chloe calmly explained. At that moment, the husband of the patient pointed at Chloe with a ferocious face and cursed, "Don't sling dirt at us. We didn't defame you. I am telling the truth. You are a black-hearted nurse who obviously doesn't have a doctor's certificate. but you still pretended to be a doctor and operated on my wife. Now, both my daughter and my wife are suffering from post-op complications. Not only did your hospital fail to provide a statement, but you are also deliberately pushing away responsibility. The most infuriating thing is that yesterday, Urban Daily clearly promised to interview us and expose the hospital, but the hospital found someone to cover it up. This is too unjust. How do you expect citizens to live like this? Come on, everyone. How is this fair? The man's explanation sounded home-prepared, but spoken at that moment and paired with his livid emotions, many people believed him. Amelia's face turned red from anger as she replied, "You liar, you're wrong. You tried blackmailing our hospital director for millions, and you slung dirt at him when he refused to pay you. You'll get karma for what you are doing." Then, Miss Chloe, can you tell me if you're a nurse from this hospital? A reporter stepped up, utilizing this opportunity to probe further. I am. You're a nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department, right? Yes. Womian nodded. Did you actually operate on that pregnant patient? There were no doctors present, correct? Chloe hesitated, knowing the reporter had asked a crucial question. Her answer would be considered an admission to everything. At that point, she may push the issue past its breaking point. But, if she said no, she would be lying. Amelia nervously squeezed Chloe as if she wanted her to correct herself and deny it. Since there were too many people there, it would cause problems in the future. However, Chloe felt it was wrong to lie. Yes, that is correct. After Chloe personally admitted to it, the crowd went wild. Everyone began blaming her. They cursed. You black-hearted nurse, how could you conduct an experiment on a pregnant woman and her child like this? Aren't you afraid of karma? Amelia was about to cry from the tension. She loudly explained, Chloe did it to save her. Listen to me. The situation that night was extremely urgent. Amelia's voice, however, was not loud enough, and soon other voices were drowning it out. No one was listening to her explanation. Everyone look, this woman admitted it. This evil woman almost killed my wife. I'm not backing down today. When he finished speaking, he charged and threw himself at Chloe. Chloe dodged and the man fell short. Chloe grabbed a hold of Amelia's shoulder and said, You should go. I'll think of a way. Then she abruptly shoved Amelia, pushing her away from the clog of people. At that moment, the pregnant patient's husband pushed through the crowd, and while Chloe wasn't paying attention, he shoved her onto the ground. Gasps and screams rippled through the crowd, and Chloe felt something hit her head that left her in pain. Hospital security rushed out and began brawling with the patient's family. The patient's family seemed to be emotionally agitated and only wanted to beat Chloe up. The sudden riot deprived all order of the situation. As a medical professional, Chloe knew full well how to protect herself. She curled up by the side and successfully avoided the main area of conflict. The chaotic situation lasted for about 3 minutes until the sound of police sirens arrived. The crowd slowly dispersed, the reporters escaped, and the spectators left. 3 police cars stopped at the front gate of the first hospital. As soon as they received an emergency call, Noah arrived with backup. He never thought that Chloe was one of the parties involved in this chaotic situation. Noah extended his hand to help Chloe up, but Chloe ignored it and got up herself. Are you okay? I'm fine, thanks. However, Noah wasn't convinced, so he asked 2 female officers to escort Chloe to the hospital's emergency room. Noah was assured after a detailed checkup, confirmed that Chloe's head was only bruised and nothing else was wrong. Then, Noah brought both the family that caused the disturbance and Chloe back to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Soon after, a HD video of what happened in front of the hospital was leaked. It began trending in the Snapchat friend circle, titled, The Black-Hearted Nurse Personally Admitted to Her Sins, and the Black-Hearted Hospital Didn't Want to Be Responsible for the Life of a Human Being, so they ordered security to beat others up. It was clear that the post, pointing out the actions of the hospital and Chloe herself, was still in favor of the patient. Inside a high-class club, a group of wealthy people were playing golf, and during their break, they took out their phones and browsed their friend circle, relishing over the incident. This nurse is interesting, admitting to what she did on the spot. Of course, the patient's family defaced her. Yeah, I think the nurse is an idiot. Haha. She probably lacks wits. If it were me, I would rather die than admit to it. Master Cooper, what do you think? Some second-generation heirs looked at the young man in a luxury white sports suit with admiration. He was gracefully drinking water while two tall, stunning women massaged his back. On the middle finger of his right hand was a limited-edition Cartier ring. His eyes weren't big but rather long, narrow, and also sharp. His appearance lacked the overbearing regal aura that Jack had, but his beauty was of a feminine, devilish kind. In short, on one's first glance they may not find him very attractive, but on the second and third, his beauty would begin to capture their hearts and souls. There once was a famous saying that circulated through the upper class: even the most beautiful woman cannot resist young Master Cooper's affectionate gaze. It had been rumored that when he looked at people seriously, his gaze was extremely alluring. It was like a trap, difficult to extricate oneself from. He was the most distinguished of the four princes. Even Andrew had to treat him respectfully. He was the first prince of the city, Justin Cooper. Upon hearing the question, Justin Cooper put down his water and clicked open the link in his friend circle. With only one glance at the video, he said, "It's clear that the family members are causing trouble. As for the nurse, she was probably more wronged than Joan of Arc." Huh? Really? Isn't that nurse a bad person? She's an evil woman who operated on a pregnant woman without authorization. A couple of second-generation heirs did not understand young Master Cooper's viewpoint. Justin sneered, "A lot of things are not what they seem. From now on, use your brains when analyzing things." Then, Justin rose up and walked towards the golf course. When Jack got Noah's call, he was in a conference call with the administrators of GK's 7 branch companies. He subconsciously hung up when he saw that it Noah calling. Noah sent a text message over, and as Jack looked at it, his facial expression changed. "Jack, your wife got injured during a dispute with others. She's at the bureau right now. Do you want to come and bail her out?" When Jack saw Noah's text message, he lost his cool. He made a stopping motion with his hand, interrupting the ongoing conference call. On the other side of the call, the presidents of the branch companies did not dare to make a sound. Assistant Mark sensibly muted the video so that his boss could make a phone call. Jack immediately called Noah back. "What's going on?" he coldly asked. "There was a riot by the entrance of the first hospital. When I got the emergency call, I headed there immediately, and found out that one of the parties involved was Chloe. It seemed like she came into conflict with a patient's family." "Did anything happen to her?" Jack felt his heart hanging in suspense. The words, riot and conflict, sent him into extreme tension. He was afraid that Chloe had gotten injured. "Nothing big happened. She only bruised her head." Before Noah could finish his sentence, Jack hung up the call with a smack. This dude Noah, how could he say that nothing big happened? She bruised her head. After the call, Jack was in a bad mood. The look on his face darkened. Beside him, Mark felt a chilling breeze pass by. "Give the notice to cancel that conference call. I have to leave." "Yes, sir." Mark had been working with Jack for a while now, and he was smart enough to never ask what the president was up to. From Mark's viewpoint, the only thing that could make his boss panic was that woman with the last name Green. "Noah, when can I leave?" Chloe was antsy and wanted to return to the hospital to see how the situation was being handled. "After your family comes to bail you out." "Bail?" Chloe was a little shocked. "Mm-hmm," Noah replied as he filled out documents. "So I just have to call a family member and ask them to come here." Chloe thought that it was fine for Thomas to come, because it was only a signature, right? However, Noah suddenly said, "I already called Jack." Chloe was totally shocked. "You called Jack? Isn't he a family member?" Noah raised his head and questioned. Chloe fell silent and went over the fact that Noah probably already knew about her relationship with Jack. It wasn't surprising. It was very normal for Noah to know, since they were really good friends. Their relationship was like her relationship with Sarah. Jack arrived in less than 10 minutes, having run 6 red lights and driven on the wrong side of the road. He entered, looking travel-worn. He headed in the direction of Chloe and Noah. As he left the company, he already saw the video trending in his Snapchat friend circle, and understood why such a violent incident occurred in front of the first hospital. "Jack, you're here. Come and sign." Noah waved at him. Jack walked over, glancing at Chloe first before speaking in a dark tone. "Wait for me." Then, he looked back at Noah and demanded, "Where's the family of the patient held at?" "Oh, they're over there. I only detained their representative. I let the others go after educating them." Before Noah could finish speaking, he saw Jack heading towards the detention room. "Hey, Jack, where are you going? I'm not finished yet," Noah yelled after him. Jack walked over and loosened his tie with his hands before kicking open the door with a bang. At that moment, the husband of the pregnant woman was leaning against the wall, looking like a full-on douchebag. "Who are you?" the man irritably asked Jack. Without speaking a word, Jack walked over, grabbed the man, and punched him in the face. Fresh blood flew out from the man's nostrils. "Who are you? What gives you the right to hit me?" The man howled out threats. Jack did not give a damn and went all out on beating him into a pulp. Noah heard the man screaming in pain and charged over with Chloe. Noah pulled Jack aside. This was Chloe's first time seeing Jack so vicious. The beating he gave that man was brutal. The man had no power to fight back. Jack was the heir of a business empire, and he had been studying martial arts since he was young. He knew most fighting styles: Taekwondo, Muay Thai, Wing Chun, Sanda, wrestling, and so on. With Jack's gift, his abilities were probably on par with a professional fighter. It was not something that this man could handle. After the man was beaten up, he laid on the ground, unable to get up. The man's head looked like that of a pig from all the bruising. Noah was flabbergasted. He had never seen Jack unleash such wrath throughout the years they've known each other. It seemed like that man was tired of living. He messed with Chloe, resulting in a beating from Jack. To him, hurting her was even more unacceptable than directly hurting him. "Bro, you've done enough already, okay? You don't have to personally deal with trash like him." Hearing Noah plead with him, Jack remained silent. He coldly looked at the man on the ground. "Wait for it. I am going to sue you for assault," the man said while gritting his teeth. "Very well. I'll wait for your lawsuit." When he finished speaking, Jack spun around. "Jack, let's go." Jack didn't speak, but he suddenly picked Chloe up bridal style and carried her out. "Hey, how could you leave with her without signing?" Noah yelled after them. Jack ignored him. He put Chloe in the passenger seat, buckled her seatbelt, and sped off. "You're screwed," looking at the man on the ground, Noah said sympathetically. He really wanted to ask him why. Out of all the people in this world, would he mess with Jack? More importantly, why would he mess with Jack's wife? Jack was very dedicated to his wife. "I can't believe that policeman beated me up. I am going to sue you all." The man wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and viciously said, "That wasn't a cop. Please have some common sense, okay? That's the victim's family. So why didn't you stop him when he was beating me? How could you let him intrude in like this? I can't even have my safety assured at the police station. This is police negligence. I am going to file a complaint." Looking at the man, still arrogant after a beating, Noah hopelessly said, "People like you, with an IQ like a potato, will have no chance of surviving even half an episode of a TV show." On the road, Jack did not say a single word. He made no reactions, no matter what Chloe said. He maintained a stern expression and looked straight ahead, ignoring Chloe's presence. Chloe knew for sure that he must be angry. However, she also wondered why he was angry. "Jack, what do you want to eat for lunch?" Jack remained silent. "Jack, don't you have to work today? How about you park up there? I can go back to the hospital myself, and you can go back to the company." Jack was still silent. "Jack." Chloe still wanted to say something. However, she saw Jack turn his head. The look he gave her looked like he was going to eat her. She swallowed the second half of her sentence and didn't dare to speak another word. In the parking lot below their building, Jack parked the car, looked straight ahead, and demanded in a cold voice, "Why is it that every time you get into trouble, I am never the first one you think of?" Chloe was rendered speechless upon hearing his question. "Am I that unimportant to you? No matter how much trouble you're in, You never tell me about it. Do my feelings matter that little to you? Jack asked, his heart bleeding with every word. Chloe was injured, Chloe was wronged, Chloe's video was exposed, and Chloe was taken to the police station. She never mentioned anything to him, not even a single word. Jack suddenly felt like since they got married, everything was just his wishful thinking. After listening to Jack, Chloe's facial expression changed drastically. No, Jack, that's not it. I just didn't want you to worry about me. You might as well just say that I'll always be an outsider in your eyes. No, that's not it. Finally, the two of them sat in the car in silence for quite a while, with no one saying anything. Jack didn't speak because he was angry, and Chloe didn't speak because she didn't know what to say. Chloe felt hints of pain on her head. After she reached over to touch it, she frowned. Ouch! Chloe couldn't help but to make a sound because of the pain. In that moment, Jack's heart immediately softened. After he got out of the car, he held onto Chloe's hand as they walked upstairs. Then, he took out the first aid kit to disinfect Chloe's wound. He gently moved Chloe's long hair to the side and saw a purple bump on the left side of her head. It seemed to be a bruise. Jack felt terrible. Hold on for a bit. I'm going to disinfect the area with an antiseptic wipe first. Okay. Chloe nodded. After Jack disinfected the area with a cotton swab dipped in isopropanol, he wrapped a boiled egg and pressed it onto her head. I'll be fine on my own. You should go to work. I have my priorities and don't need you to remind me, Jack said not very nicely. Chloe immediately fell silent. It was as if Jack had eaten gunpowder today. He was terrifying, especially when he was beating up the man at the police station a while ago. She even thought that if Noah hadn't pulled him back, he would have beaten that man to death. Jack took out his phone and called Assistant Mark. He told Mark that he wouldn't be going back to the office in the afternoon and ordered him to push everything back. Then he took out his laptop and sat with Chloe on the living room sofa as he looked for news that came out from the discussion threads on the forum. There must be someone behind it for things to get this bad. However, I don't think that patient's family members are capable of doing something like this, explained Jack as he flipped through the discussion threads. Chloe nodded in agreement. I agree. There must be someone behind them that's pushing for this. That's why things escalated so quickly. Plus, it seems that they've planned for what happened this time, and I'm not sure why the media reports have been censored. Maybe our director did something? If your director could really do something, then would he still only be a director? Jack looked at her nonchalantly. Anyways, after the media pressed things down, the patient's family members immediately spread the news all over the forum, and then onto their friend circles. It doesn't seem like something they're capable of doing, given how meticulous this plan is. Have you bothered anyone at the hospital recently? Asked Jack. Yes, I have. Chloe nodded, and then she continued. My relationship with one of the doctors in the gynecology department, Lisa, is awful. She's been wanting to get rid of me for quite some time, but the director never approved it. Also, because she's the director's niece, she can do anything she wants in the hospital. A lot of people hate her, but she especially despises me. I don't think a doctor would hate a little nurse for no reason, Jack calmly analyzed. Just then, Chloe coughed and said quietly, She's Simon's current girlfriend, so... Who is Simon? Jack never seemed to care for unimportant names. Ahem. Simon was the man I was supposed to marry, Chloe replied as she tried to explain things. Of course, Jack's face turned dark when he heard this. You really know how to cause trouble for yourself. If you knew that they're working in the same hospital, why didn't you just transfer to another one? Jack was upset. I didn't think that she would be so harsh on me, but this still seems odd. I don't think Lisa did this. Could it be someone else? Jack was confused. Chloe nodded. I just think that even if Lisa was an idiot, she still wouldn't joke around with the hospital's reputation since she still has to continue working there. Plus, her uncle will also be affected. She could have also done this out of desperation, hurting you completely at the cost of damaging herself as well, Jack guessed. Chloe shook her head once again. This doesn't seem like something Lisa would do, given her personality. She might be prideful, but she isn't radical. She wouldn't do something like that to only cause harm to me. Plus, if things were revealed and people started digging out the names, her ditching work that evening as the on-call doctor would be revealed as well. By then, she will be just as vulnerable as I am. Jack nodded, as he thought that Chloe's deductions made sense, and after a moment of thought, he asked again, "Then aside from Lisa, is there anyone else you suspect?" "Yes, there is, but I'm only making guesses right now. Do you want me to take care of it for you?" Chloe shook her head. "It's a battle between women. Let me handle it myself. I don't want to be the dumb wife who always hides behind her husband." Chloe's careless words oddly lifted Jack's mood. "So you do know that I'm your husband?" He sounded cold on the surface but was overjoyed deep down. My head still hurts a lot." Chloe didn't know what to say, so she pretended that her wound was in pain again. "Have you done a checkup yet? Maybe you sustained an internal injury?" Jack was worried. "I have. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a flesh wound." "Then you should lie down for a bit. I have to take care of some documents." After Jack helped Chloe onto the sofa, he worked on his laptop beside her. He prepared to take her out for food later. However, on the other side of town, after the video surfaced, the hospital was seriously affected. When Lisa got off work, there were several raw eggs thrown onto her BMW, and she was so angry that she wanted to swear. "Bunch of dumbasses, this has nothing to do with me. It's Chloe's fault. Why are they bullying me?" "Maybe they found out that you were the on-call doctor that night," said Simon. "No, I've to think of something. I can't let them direct the blame to me." Then, Simon and Lisa headed home together. That night, Lisa recorded a video and posted it in the forum. She cried about how hard it was for her, how she didn't ditch work on purpose, and that she was pregnant and couldn't stay up too late in fear that it would harm her baby. Anyways, Lisa posted the video for the sole purpose of taking the blame off of herself. Then, Lisa spent money and bought forum users to reason for her. Excuses included, "Pregnant women are the most important," or "It's so hard for pregnant women," and so on. Then, she steered people's blame back at Chloe. Meanwhile, inside the private room of some nightclub, Justin and a few other rich heirs were drinking and singing karaoke when someone amongst those present talked about the incident enthusiastically. After Justin saw the video Lisa posted, he said, "She sure knows how to shake off the blame." "Huh. Are you saying that if that nurse also comes out with that excuse, the public will also view her in a better light? Should she also say that she's pregnant?" "If everyone used the same excuse, then it's up to the people to believe it. I don't know if the hospital would push that nurse to come forth and admit her crimes in the end, but I hear the hospital has already tried very hard to suppress this," another rich heir added. "The hospital doesn't have the ability to suppress the media," Justin slowly said as he held up a wine glass, swirling it in his hand. "Justin, are you saying that there's someone helping that nurse, or helping the hospital?" Justin only lifted the corners of his mouth and no longer spoke. Just then, a cute, innocent-looking girl walked over and dug her head into Justin's shoulders with affection. "I remember telling you not to use perfume when you're seeing me." Justin frowned as he looked at the girl with disdain. "Young master, I'm sorry. I was at the press release of my new movie today, so I don't want to hear excuses. Go away." Justin waved his hand and forcefully pushed the girl aside, causing her to fall to the floor. "Ahem. You sure know how to treat the ladies with affection?" laughed a man on the side. "Treat ladies with affection? That's not my style." Then Justin devilishly smiled as he walked away, stepping on the girl's fingers as he did. The girl's face turned pale from the pain, but she didn't dare to make a sound, because she knew nothing good would come of her if she offended the sugar daddy. Plus, everyone in the circle knew that Justin had violent tendencies. "Whoa, seems like young master has changed his prey," a few rich heirs teased on the side. Justin held up his wine glass and looked out the window at the night scene, a hidden depth filling his eyes. Jack took Chloe out for dinner after he finished work. Afterward, he called Director Richard when he went to the washroom. Chloe didn't know what they spoke about, as she only knew that when Jack came back, he said, "Don't worry about the hospital anymore. I've clearly stated that we will negotiate with the patient and her family members." Are you planning to compensate them? Chloe was somewhat worried. How dumb do you think I am? Jack's question made Chloe speechless. She also knew that Jack wasn't the stupid rich type. At this point, if reparations were paid, then it would be equivalent to admitting that she was guilty. Plus, this family asked for several million right off the bat, which was completely unreasonable. What did Director Richard say? He will take care of things at the hospital. You don't have to worry about him anymore. I've arranged for negotiations to begin at 6 p.m. I'll drive you home to rest in a bit. I'll come with you. No, trust me on this, Jack refused. Chloe no longer insisted. Truth be told, she didn't know what else she could talk about with that group of people. However, she had faith in Jack, since he always had his own ways of dealing with things. After eating, Chloe went back home, sent a message to Sarah, and then she fell asleep. Meanwhile, Jack arrived at the arranged tea house to meet with the patient's family. The pregnant woman's husband clearly prepared for things, as he brought around 17 to 18 people along this time. They filled up the private room as if he feared that Jack would beat him up again. On the other hand, Jack only brought with him one other person, a 40-something-year-old man in a suit, with gold-rimmed glasses and a polite look. No one knew who he was. Don't waste time. Tell me what you want. Jack sat down, took off his jacket, and handed it to the man behind him. Compensation. How much? Jack asked the pregnant woman's husband. Well, that little nurse has done quite a lot of damage to my wife and daughter, so there's psychological damage fees, medical fees, nutrition fees, survivor allowance, and so on. Naturally, you will have to give us a large sum. Bro, survivor allowance is for the family of the deceased. You've got it wrong. Not survivor allowance. I meant to say consolation fee. Anyways, pay up. How much do you want? Jack asked again as he suppressed his temper. The man thought about it for a bit, raised his fingers and said, 3 million. This medical incident is worth at least 3 million. Plus, you hit me yesterday at the police station. I've already tested for wounds, and it turns out I'm suffering from a concussion. I don't think I can work for the rest of my life, so you pay me the compensation all at once. With the two together, you can give me 5 million. I'm a pretty easygoing guy. I won't ask you for more. Jack looked at him without any emotions as the man spoke. Then Jack coldly replied, You sure have the guts to ask for an amount like this. It's a reasonable amount, and I've also consulted a lawyer about this, so you can't fool me. The hospital said that you'll deal with this completely. I originally wanted the hospital to pay 2 million, and you 1 million. But since you're the one causing trouble, then it'll be you who has to pay up. Fine, it's only 5 million, I agree. Jack nodded. The man was overwhelmed with joy when he heard this. After he was beaten up by Jack yesterday, he was somewhat afraid of him. He thought that the negotiations wouldn't go well today. Even if Jack didn't agree to his insanely high asking price, he would slowly decrease the number and would accept down to 1 million. However, to his surprise, not only did Jack not haggle, he agreed so easily. Then fine, we'll take care of this privately, and I won't cause any more trouble at the hospital. Will you pay in cash or transfer the funds to my account? The man was eager. Jack slowly said, There's no rush. We took care of your business, but we haven't even dealt with you hurting my wife yet. Oh, that? Then fine. How about this? I'll give you $10,000 as compensation for the nurse. What do you think? The man seemed to think that he was being quite generous, as he offered $10,000 to compensate Chloe for the wound on her head. Jack didn't speak. Instead, he signaled to the man in the suit behind him, Mr. Craig, you can take care of the rest. Got it, sir. The man behind Jack nodded as he took out a heavy set of documents from his briefcase and placed it on the table. Ms. Chloe Green, my client's wife, was pushed by you at the hospital entrance and suffered an injury on her head. It was only a light wound, so don't try to extort me. She even checked it at the hospital and found that there's nothing wrong. Even the police know that, the man explained in a hurry. Mr. Kriag continued, Let me finish first. The police indeed isn't pursuing this anymore, but my client purchased a major personal insurance on Chloe a month ago, and it was an insurance based on different body parts. Chloe's head insurance was 50 million, which means that once Chloe is wounded, No matter if the injury was inflicted by human or by nature, the insurance company would still compensate for it. Then go ask the insurance company for it. The man grew unsettled. If it was caused by nature, the insurance company would naturally compensate for it. But this time, it was caused by you, so the insurance company will sue you, which means that if you don't pay the $50 million in damages, the insurance company can sue you for deliberate injury. You'll face a minimum sentence of 5 to 10 years in prison. What? Are you kidding me? The man was completely dumbfounded. Sorry, I never kid. Mr. Kryag was the first counsel of GK Corporation's legal team, and of course, was a man of his words. It's only a bump on her head. Is there a need to pay that much? What are you guys talking about? You might as well go rob a bank. Plus, I don't believe that anyone would place such a heavy insurance on a woman's head. It's not scientific. It seemed like this pregnant woman's husband wasn't a hooligan. At least he could tell what was scientific and what wasn't. Just then, Mr. Craig very seriously took out a page from his stack of documents, passed it over to the man, and said, "If you read this page closely, my client's wife, Chloe, was tested when she was 8 years old. She is a genius with an IQ of 130. All of her future aspirations depends on her brain, so naturally her head must be well protected. Do you think that I'd believe it? If she's a genius or whatever, why would she still be a little nurse?" The man clearly doubtful. Jack picked up his jacket, brushed off the dust, and calmly said, "You should be thankful that she was a nurse, or else she wouldn't have saved your wife and daughter that night. Instead, you paid back her kindness with greed, so you better be prepared for what's about to happen today. Okay, I'm a busy person, so we'll end things here today. The insurance company and my legal team will contact you for subsequent procedures. You should head home and think about whether you want to pay up or end up in jail." After he spoke, Jack turned around and left, as Mr. Craig gathered the documents and followed behind Jack into his luxurious Maybach. "Bro, that kid's car seems pretty luxurious. Did we piss off the wrong person this time?" the man's brother asked carefully. The man raised his neck, and after he saw the car's symbol, he shouted, "What luxurious car? That's only an M symbol. It's clearly a Volkswagen Magetan. It's only worth a couple $100,000. You call that luxurious? Who does he think he's tricking? I won't believe a word he said. Let's go." The man ignored what Jack said until he received a court order later that night. Turns out, the insurance company had already investigated the man and didn't think that his family would be able to afford the $50 million compensation fee. So there was no need for negotiations, and they directly summoned the man to court. Meanwhile, the court, afraid that the man would escape on account of the large amount, ordered policemen to his home to place him into temporary custody that night. This immediately shocked all of the previously pregnant woman's family members. At night, when Jack went out to meet with clients, he received a call from the insurance company. They were very polite, and they said the $50 million had already been transferred to his personal account. If you thought that Jack earned plenty this time, then you're more than wrong. That was because beginning last month, Jack had to pay the insurance company $1 million in insurance fees each month. The insurance wasn't just for Chloe's head. Her hands and legs had been insured heavily as well. $1 million a month until Chloe turned 60. The rich could indeed be capricious. However, Jack didn't insure Chloe so that he would receive compensation. It was because more than anything, Jack wanted to ensure that whoever harmed Chloe had to either pay out a large sum or, if they couldn't afford it, be sued by the insurance company. By then, the perpetrator would face jail, which was his ultimate goal. Chloe didn't know any of this. She was at home, eating chips and watching cartoons. Just then, Chloe received a call from the pregnant woman. The woman cried, "Chloe, I'm sorry. We're sorry. Please let my husband go." Chloe knew that Jack went to negotiate with the patient's family for her, but she never expected things to progress so fast. Before Jack even got home, the pregnant woman called to beg for mercy. After Chloe heard this, she didn't say anything, but the pregnant woman cried, "Everything was our fault. We were too greedy. We thought we could use this opportunity to get tons of money from the hospital. In the end, greed blinded our eyes, but we now know that we were truly wrong. Please give us another chance. My 2 kids need their father around. I'm terrified that I'll lose him. If he really ends up in jail, then everything will be ruined." Chloe was slightly moved when she heard jail. She didn't know what Jack did. However, it must have been definitive, or else the pregnant woman wouldn't be crying like this. Let me think about it. Chloe was exhausted and frustrated by everything that happened over the last few days. She didn't give the pregnant woman any promises because she didn't know what Jack did. Therefore, she hung up the phone. Then, the pregnant woman sent over many texts. Most of them were extremely polite and begged for mercy. At this point, Chloe didn't seem to pity the woman anymore, as she only thought, why did they have to do what they did if they knew what they were doing was wrong? If Jack didn't help Chloe take care of things, then would they still let her off the hook? If she forgave them, then who would prove her innocence? Plus, this situation had been greatly magnified. When Jack came back, Chloe had already made dinner. There were meat and vegetable dishes, which smelled and tasted delicious. Chloe's cooking always enticed Jack's appetite. He ate 2 bowls of rice. While they were eating, Chloe snuck peeks at Jack. "You've something to tell me?" asked Jack. "Ahem. You eat quite a lot, but you're not fat at all. Do you have any secrets to maintaining your weight?" Jack looked at Chloe hopelessly and said, "I'll give you another chance. If you don't get to the point, then I'll be in the study for a video conference in a bit." He pushed back all the month-end meetings with the 7 branch companies that was supposed to happen the other day because he was busy taking care of Chloe's thing. A pile of work was pushed back and was waiting for him to take care of, so he didn't have any time to discuss the trick to maintaining his body shape with Chloe. Chloe decided to be straightforward too, upon seeing how direct Jack was. "How did you deal with that family? His wife called me today and begged for mercy." "He brought it on to himself," said Jack coldly. "I think so too, but I hear that the man might go to jail. He did push me that day, but the police already tested for wounds, and no one knows about this. There's nothing wrong with me, so why would that man go to jail? Did you sue him for blackmailing?" Chloe knew that Jack's legal team was quite powerful, so they might have used this as an excuse. He won't be sued for blackmailing. Even if he were, it would only be a 2 or 3 year sentence. What's the point of that? Then Chloe wanted to say something but stopped. "I've already taken care of this. There's no need for you to ask anymore. Anyways, remember to tell me when things like this happen in the future." Jack didn't plan on telling Chloe too much, and wasn't going to tell her about the 100 million insurance fees. He did all of this for her in secrecy. Seeing that Jack didn't want to tell her, Chloe stopped asking. She knew that Jack had always had his own reasons behind his actions. Before the video conference, Jack made a phone call, and, an hour later, every major media outlet revealed the truth of the incident. They all publicly denounced the pregnant woman and her husband as greedy pursuers of money and posed Chloe as the hero. Even though she wasn't a doctor, she had high professional ethics. Within a single night, Chloe turned from criminal to celebrity. In front of the television, the pregnant woman cried, "My whole family has wronged Chloe. We blackmailed her instead of thanking her, and now we've been punished by karma. We only hope that Chloe will be the bigger person in this and give us a chance to make things right." Chloe had just taken a bath when she came out to see her phone exploding with messages. She read the head nurse's message first. "Chloe, turn to the evening news channel." After seeing the message left by the head nurse, she immediately turned on the TV in the living room and saw the live broadcast of the evening news. The pregnant patient was being interviewed, and, on the other side of the TV, she apologized to Chloe in front of everyone. She told the truth of that night, and even showed the results of her exams, proving that she did not have any residual effects whatsoever. Everything they said to frame Chloe had been fabricated in an attempt to get money because she and her husband were greedy. Everybody condemned her after she told the truth. On City's first forum, the user account that continually voiced this issue and slandered Chloe in the first hospital was deleted. Many reporters got Chloe's cell phone number out of nowhere, and they kept calling her, blowing up her phone. Chloe saw 200 missed calls and suddenly felt overwhelmed. She laid on her bed, chatting with Sarah, Amelia, and the head nurse. The whole thing was finally straightened out. She certainly knew it was because Jack had his hands on the situation. If it was not for Jack, this issue would not have been resolved so fast. It was already midnight when Jack finished his meeting. After taking a shower, he walked out in his robe. Chloe was already asleep, so he gently got into bed, tucked her in, then laid next to her. He knew very well how powerful the news and media were. From now on, if anybody ever dared to use the media to bully his wife, he would make their lives miserable. He looked at Chloe's sleeping face, pink cheeks, and slightly curled eyelashes. She was sleeping like a baby. Jack's heart melted, his eyes filled with endless and spoiling love for her. He carefully left a kiss on Chloe's cheek like a dragonfly, who lightly skipped on the water. Then he whispered in her ear, "Good night." The next morning after breakfast, Jack left for work, and Chloe got ready to go to the hospital. Her 3-day vacation was pretty much over, and the whole drama quieted down. It was time to go back to work. Little did she know, the second she arrived at the first hospital, the pregnant patient who had just given birth kneeled down and tightly latched onto Chloe's legs. "What are you doing? Get up." Chloe was shocked. "Chloe, I beg you, please let us go. We are sorry, and we straightened things out with the press last night. Please ask them to let my husband go. My children and I can't live without him." Then, the woman started bawling again. "You still need to rest a month after giving birth and can't come outside. If you have anything to say, let's talk in private." Chloe extended her arms and tried to help her stand up. However, the woman didn't want to get up, instead turning to the camera not far from her and saying, "If you don't promise me, I won't stop kneeling." Then, she said to a 7 or 8-year-old girl and an old lady holding a baby, "Come over here and get down on your knees. Ask her to save your dad." Hearing her words, the old lady kneeled down with the baby in her arms. The little girl didn't seem to understand what was going on, but also got down on her knees. The whole family, both old and young, were all on their knees in front of the hospital. Chloe didn't know that they would go so far to put up a show. "Stand up. I already forgave you. As for your husband, I will help get him out." In front of the media, Chloe had no other choice but to go easy on them. If she once pitied this woman, she had now lost all sentiments towards her. She was a total manipulative bitch. If she really wanted to apologize, she could just talk to Chloe in private. Why put on this big of a show? Who was it for? Even now, she was still trying to use the pressure of public attention to corner Chloe. Chloe was really speechless. "Really? Thank you. You are such a good person, Chloe. But you have to tell me, who was behind all this?" Chloe calmly questioned her. "This is really—" Not waiting for the woman to finish her explanation, Chloe interrupted her impatiently. "Don't play this cheap trick on me. Let's make a deal. You tell me who they are, and I will find a way to get your husband out. Then this will all be over." Seeing that Chloe was firm on this, the woman got up and said something in her ear. Chloe nodded upon hearing what she said. Then she said, towards all the press, "Dear friends from the press, thank you for your continuous close attention on this issue. The cause was simple. I just wanted to save people. However, it all went in a direction that has deviated from my original intent. I apologize to Director Richard for the negative impact our hospital had received because of me. I would not have come this far if I didn't have his trust and support. At the same time, I am even more grateful to my family for their support when I was at rock bottom and for helping me find the truth and prove my innocence. Anyways, please don't follow this matter further. Thank you." Then Chloe turned around and went into the hospital. The incident officially came to an end. What Chloe said in front of the hospital was later broadcasted on every major channel. Jack was going over financial receipts when he heard Chloe's voice. He slowly raised his head and looked at the TV. Assistant Mark met Chloe once, so he could roughly guess that the nurse who was in trouble this time was his boss's girlfriend. That's why he purposely turned on the TV when Chloe was live. It surely caught Jack's attention. His eyes became gentle and tender when he saw Chloe express gratitude towards her family. She was finally willing to admit his existence? "Sir, my sister-in-law is getting married the day after tomorrow. Can I have the morning off? I will be back by lunch," Assistant Mark asked while the president was in a good mood. "You can take the entire day off." "Thank you, sir." Assistant Mark was ecstatic. He knew it would be best to bring up a request when his boss was in a good mood. In the director's office? Lisa said indignantly. Uncle, this matter has already had a negative impact on the hospital. You have to fire Chloe, or else it is likely to happen again. I know what to do. You don't need to tell me over and over again. Uncle, I really don't understand. Chloe is just a little nurse. Why are you protecting her so much? Did she bribe you? Lisa was angry, and she started to speak without carefully choosing her words. Director Richard's face grew a shade darker. Lisa, don't be ridiculous. This is the hospital, not your home. I am director here, not your uncle. I'm not giving in. I want you to fire Chloe. There's no way I'll fire Chloe. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. He waved his hand, gesturing for Lisa to leave. Lisa was furious. She slammed the door and stormed out, as a protest against her uncle's decision. The director's assistant probed. Director, why didn't you tell Miss Lisa your concern? You know, the power behind Chloe. It would only add to the drama. I better not tell her. Admiring Chloe's talent was only one of the reasons why Director Richard kept defending her. The main reason was still Jack. His idiot niece kept hooting about firing Chloe, but he would be the idiot if he did so. It was peaceful when Chloe arrived back to the hospital. The OB/GYN department was as busy as it had always been. After work, Chloe didn't go straight home, but instead went to the address that the pregnant patient gave her. As expected, Chloe saw a woman's back. She was dressed provocatively, and her hips bounced when she walked. Chloe secretly followed her into the corridor of an apartment and sped up to stop her. Hi, Jenny. Long time no see, Chloe smiled. Chloe, what are you doing here? Jenny was a little scared. I bet you didn't expect me to find out so fast, did you? What do you mean? I don't know what you are talking about. Jenny looked away, clearly guilty. I have to admit that I was wondering who in the world hated me enough to do something like this. However, it seems like Simon was the one who hurt you. You need to target the person who owes you, not do despicable things behind other people's backs. I don't know what you're talking about. Move, I'm going home. Jenny didn't want to continue their conversation. However, Chloe blocked her way, clearly not about to let her go. You're good, setting this up and tricking everyone. You deceived that couple. Lisa was forced to become the scapegoat, and you set me up. You pushed me to the edge of the cliff. It was a good plan, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Too bad you underestimated me. Do you have proof that I did it? Did you or did you not make the decision to operate on that pregnant patient? Jenny sneered. Yes, I did, but someone twisted the truth. Lana told me exactly what happened. You probably didn't think that I would find out so soon, right? After all, you thought your plan was foolproof. If there's no concrete proof, I won't admit to it. You won't be able to do anything about it. Jenny raised her head. She knew that even if things unraveled, all she had to do was shirk from responsibility and make the couple her scapegoats. I used to feel bad for all the tragedies that happened to you, but now I feel like everything that happened can just be considered as karma for someone like you. Perhaps Chloe's words triggered her. Jenny suddenly looked at Chloe and raised her hand to slap her. However, Chloe interjected her hand. She pushed Jenny onto the wall and locked her hand tightly around her neck. Do you know who I despise the most? People who go behind others' backs to stab them. Either you challenge me directly or get the hell away from me. Jenny, you might not know this, but I have 1,000 ways to make your life miserable. This is just a warning. Next time, I won't be so nice. Remember that, or else you'll end up worse than you are now. Then, Chloe let go of Jenny's neck, turned on her heel, and left. Jenny's legs were shaking. Just then, she really thought that she was going to die. Chloe's hand was tightly wrapped around her neck. She was strong and almost suffocated her. However, Chloe controlled her strength, and just as Jenny was about to pass out, she let her go. She was horrified by Chloe's expression. She used to think that Chloe would be easy to deal with, and that Lisa was the tough one. Now it seemed like Lisa was just a brainless idiot. Chloe, on the other hand, was the real terrifying opponent. After Jenny resigned, she kept in contact with some of the nurses. One time, after she heard about Chloe's surgery, she thought of a plan to make the hospital pay. At the same time, she would be able to teach Lisa and Chloe a lesson. Moreover, after everything, Lana's husband promised to give her $100,000 as a thank you. That's how she became the mastermind behind that incident. However, to her surprise, her plan failed, and Chloe found out. Chloe's warning just now had frightened her. She couldn't imagine why a person like Chloe would fall for a good-for-nothing man like Simon in the first place. The next morning, as soon as Chloe arrived at the hospital, Amelia ran up to grab her hand. "Chloe, did you see the hospital announcement? You were transferred to the First Hospital's Southside Recuperation Center." "I know. How can you still be smiling? Southside is the hardest place to work at. No one wants to go. Go find the head nurse and ask her to talk to the director. Trust me, you don't want to go there." "I was the one who asked the director to transfer me to Southside." Chloe gave her a little smile. "What? You asked to go? Are you crazy, big sis Chloe? Why would you want to go there?" Amelia was completely flabbergasted. Southside Recuperation Center, an affiliate of the First Hospital, was known for its difficult work environment. The center was filled with the province's high-level officials, billionaires, and the heirs of rich families. They were extremely hard to take care of, and the employees there were often cursed at and beaten. Apparently, last month, a doctor lost 4 teeth because he said something wrong to one of the patients. However, the incident was resolved quietly because the patient was rich enough to shut them up with money. Amelia was confused. Why would Chloe go to a place as infamous as Southside? "Because of this incident, I don't have the face to stay here anymore, even if the director allows me to. However, I don't want to be transferred to another hospital, because a good boss like Director Richard is hard to come across. Director is in charge of Southside as well, so I mentioned it to him. He objected at first because he thinks I won't be able to handle the stress there, but after seeing my persistence, he agreed. But you don't have to do this to yourself. If you don't want to stay at this location, why don't you ask to be transferred to the Westside Infertility Clinic? I heard that they're hiring as well," Amelia suggested. Chloe shook her hands immediately. "When I worked in the OB/GYN department, I was tired, but my heart was at ease because we helped newborns come to this world every day. I'd rather die than work at Westside. Seeing couples with reproductive problems being forced to come in and out of the hospital every day will make me depressed. A person's work environment affects their mood. Southside Recuperation Center is filled with patients undergoing rehabilitation therapy, so the work won't be too stressful. Plus, I heard that Southside's salary is the highest of all the hospitals. It's 3 times more than what I earn here." Chloe was telling the truth. She hadn't been offered a permanent position yet, so her monthly salary was only a little more than $2,000. On the other hand, nurses at Southside Recuperation Center earned around $6,000 to $7,000 every month. It made sense. People who looked after rich people should be paid more. Otherwise, no one else would want to do it. "Yeah, right. You're not one to care about salary. You're just trying to get me off your case." Amelia still didn't understand why Chloe was so set on working at Southside, but she knew that it wasn't for the money. Chloe smiled but said nothing more. Amelia hugged her. "Chloe, I'll miss you so much. We've worked together for so long, and I'm really sad to see you leave. If it weren't for Southside's notorious reputation, I would definitely ask you to leave with me." "Forget it. I'm not going there. I'd rather quit than go work at Southside." Amelia immediately waved her hands. Chloe joked, "But I heard a lot of young and pretty nurses want to work there just so they can find a rich boy to marry." "I'll pass on the rich boys. Marrying rich isn't as easy as you think. Most end up becoming the mistresses or play toys of rich men. Men invest their money while women invest their emotions. It's not an equal transaction. I won't do it. It's not worth it." Chloe happily patted Amelia on her shoulder upon hearing this. "You're right. Humans shouldn't be so greedy. It's hard to be a wife of a wealthy man. Just look at the celebrities on TV. Once they marry rich, some suffer physical abuse but are afraid to complain. They have no choice but to swallow everything. It's better to live happily alone than in suffocation." "You're right, Chloe. I will keep that in mind forever. If you can't stand working there, remember to request to come back, okay? The director is really nice to you." "Okay." Chloe nodded. Chloe's transfer to Southside Recuperation Center was later announced by the hospital. At the same time, she was offered a permanent position. Chloe was no longer an intern. Her colleagues at the OB/GYN department, including the head nurse and Chief Han of the laboratory, suggested that they have dinner together as a farewell party to Chloe. It was hard to turn down their kindness, so Chloe made reservations at a restaurant. The group headed there together after work. During dinner, she sent a message to Jack telling him that she'll be late, but he didn't reply. Everyone was excited after dinner, so they went out for karaoke. It was 11 p.m. by the time their party ended. After Chloe saw everyone off, she held out her hand to wave down a cab. However, a Maybach took up the lane before her cab could arrive. Cabs these days sure are luxurious, Chloe, drunk, mumbled to herself. How much did you drink? I can't believe you can't even recognize my car. Jack rolled down the window with a grim expression on his face. It wasn't until Jack got off the car did Chloe recognize who it was. Smiling like an idiot, she exclaimed, "Hey, it's you! Why are you here?" Jack's expression was grim, but he remained silent. He picked Chloe up and dropped her onto the passenger seat. After buckling up her seatbelt, the pair drove off. It was already close to 10 p.m. when Jack finished running errands. He had to drop by his family's mansion. His father was interested in investing in a $5 billion project, so he asked Jack to come over and talk about it. In the end, he and his father held different opinions, and their conversation went stale. Jack called Chloe as soon as he left. At that time, Chloe had gone to the bathroom, so Amelia was the one who picked up her phone. Amelia drank a lot as well, so she vaguely blurted out the address of the karaoke place they were at. That's how Jack got there. He waited outside for over an hour before he saw Chloe come out. She was already swaying as she walked in an S-shaped pattern, but she still had the frame of mind to help others get cabs first. She didn't think of herself until everyone else left. Who was his wife, Robin Hood? Wasn't she worried that illegitimate cab drivers would kidnap her, take her out to the countryside, and then rape and kill her? Was she really a genius? Did she not know about safety precautions? He couldn't believe that just a while ago, because she expressed her gratitude towards him on TV, he let that pregnant patient's husband off the hook and got the insurance company to retract their lawsuit. He was always thinking of her, but she drank herself into oblivion. "Have some water," Jack handed her a bottle. Chloe chugged the water but immediately threw up. All her puke was aimed at the driver's seat and splashed all over Jack's pants. He was wearing Versace's limited edition pants, not to mention that it was worth more than $100,000. The point was, Jack was a germaphobe. Was it really okay for her to just throw up all over him? "Chloe." Jack gritted his teeth and growled, "Here." "Damn it, no more alcohol for you again." Jack festered for a while, but didn't know what else to say. Yell at her? He didn't have the heart to. Finally, all he could do was warn her not to drink again. It was a first for him to see someone act like this when they're drunk. "No, I like alcohol. It tastes good. Mixing red wine with Sprite is better than mixing it with black tea." Chloe fell back in her seat and mumbled. Jack didn't want to argue with her. Stepping on the gas pedal, the car instantly took off, and they were home in minutes. After they got off the car and went upstairs, Jack immediately carried Chloe to the second-floor bathroom. After he filled the tub with water, he dropped Chloe right in. "Have a nice bath." Jack was furious. "I want bubbles. Why aren't there any bubbles?" Chloe pouted as she began splashing water everywhere with her hands. Jack patiently pumped some body wash into the bath water, and white bubbles slowly began to form. Jack bent down and tried out the temperature. It was perfect, so he got up to leave. Chloe suddenly smashed her hands on the water to create a giant water dome, drenching Jack entirely. Seething, Jack held down Chloe's arms and warned, "No more moving, take your bath." "Hey, you have really pretty eyelashes. They're really pretty," Chloe said as she moved closer to Jack. Her lips came down onto his eyelashes, nuzzling them. Jack felt his defense come crashing down, slowly but surely. He really wanted to take her, then and there. However, she was drunk and not clear-headed. He couldn't. He definitely couldn't. His mind thought as his body felt stuck to her, unable to move. "Let me tell you a secret, Jack. Do you know what I was thinking when I met you for the first time all those years ago?" Chloe hazily leaned her head on Jack's shoulder and sniffed around. Jack's heart skipped a beat. He was looking forward to her answer. Was her answer the same as his? When she first met him, did she know that he would one day become her husband? At the time, I was thinking, how can a man be so devilishly gorgeous? Who in the world will be unfortunate enough to marry him? Chloe laughed idiotically after saying this. She didn't notice how bad Jack's expression was. Was it that unfortunate to be his wife? She thought he looked devilish. The little wicked girl's courage obviously grew with age. If Chloe wasn't drunk, he would seriously consider throwing her out from the 16th floor. Ugh! Unable to control the churning in her stomach, she threw up again. Once again, Jack failed to escape from the disaster zone. However, compared to the first time, he was much calmer the second time around, and didn't become furious at all. He undressed Chloe and threw her clothes into the other bathroom. First, he helped her shower, and then he took a shower himself. Finally, he dumped all their clothes into the washing machine. It was already 2 a.m. when he finished cleaning up. Exhausted, Jack fell onto the bed. He glanced at Chloe. She was sleeping like a baby. He sighed. Perhaps he owed her from their last lifetime. No matter how furious he became, all his anger seemed to disappear into thin air as soon as he saw her. The next morning, when Chloe woke up, Jack had already prepared a Western breakfast with sandwiches, eggs, and warm milk. Last night? Chloe opened her mouth awkwardly. I picked you up last night. You threw up twice, once in my car and once in the bathroom. I took off your clothes and helped you shower. Oh, and I was the one who washed and dried all the dirty clothes. Jack said everything in one breath. Chloe's face turned crimson by the time he finished. He helped her shower? Did that mean he saw everything? Looks like you had a lot to do last night. Chloe sat down by the table. She picked up the glass of warm milk and began drinking it slowly. Thanks for acknowledging that. Next time, you should drink less. I didn't actually drink that much, haha. Chloe chuckled. If Jack found out that she drank 3 bottles of red wine, 2 bottles of beer, and a bottle of liquor, he would probably kill her. I don't need to go to work. It's Sunday, so I have the day off. Starting tomorrow, I will be working at the Southside Recuperation Center, Chloe slowly said. Jack wasn't interested in her change of job. He nodded. Southside is a little far. If I take the bus, it's only 45 minutes and 2 transfers away. Chloe thought otherwise. So that means you'll be working night shifts again? Jack suddenly remembered this. His face turned grim. Guilty. Chloe didn't dare to say more. I don't have a problem with you working night shifts. It's your job, your freedom. I respect you, but you have to respect me as well. How would you like me to respect you? Chloe knew that Jack had more to say. Take the Volkswagen CC then. It'll save you time from commuting to work. If you take the South Ring overpass, you'll be there in less than 10 minutes. But Chloe didn't really want to be known as the high-profile nurse who drove to work. It's settled, Jack dominatingly announced before Chloe could finish her sentence. Let's go out after breakfast. To where? Chloe asked in a daze. Noah said he wanted to take us out to lunch. What? But I've already made plans to have lunch with Sarah. Chloe struggled. Not a problem. The 4 of us can eat together, Jack suggested. Eat together? Is that a good idea? Chloe was a little shocked by Jack's proposition. Chloe thought that it would be weird for the 4 of them to eat together, but since Jack persisted, she didn't say more. Jack made reservations at the Phoenix, a restaurant that was known for traditional cuisines. The restaurant had traditional decorations and mainly served smoked, marinated, and barbecue dishes. Their most famous dish was the house special spiced chicken. Apparently, this dish was first marinated with their secret recipe for 24 hours before it was barbecued using low heat until golden. The meat was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and its aromatic scent could be smelled from miles away. This was a must-order dish at this restaurant. Jack was a man of many connections. The restaurant was usually packed and rarely had open tables available. However, not only did the 4 of them get seats, they were also placed in the best private room within the restaurant. Jack and Chloe ordered a dozen specialty dishes after they arrived. Coincidentally, Noah and Sarah bumped into each other downstairs. They hadn't seen each other in years. Therefore, It was only natural for them to shoot cynical remarks at each other. Noah's black Jaguar took up 2 parking spots, causing Sarah to have nowhere to park her Mazda. Of course she was going to complain about it. Just as she was about to get off the car to talk to the driver, she saw Noah. "Why are you here?" Sarah frowned. "Hey, Sarah, no time no see." Noah knew that he was meeting Sarah and Chloe for lunch, so he wasn't surprised at all. "Move your shitty car. It's taking up 2 parking spots. Don't be unreasonable. I thought you were against Japanese products back in high school. Why did you buy a Japanese car?" Noah rebutted. Sarah rolled her eyes at him and snapped, "Back when the 8-nation alliance invaded China, the United States and Great Britain were the most aggressive of them all. Why would you buy a Jaguar?" "Ha ha ha, I don't think you understand. Thanks to the financial crisis, Ford sold Jaguar to India in 2008, so it's Indian-owned now. Please get your facts together before trying to teach me a lesson." "An Indian car? Still doesn't make you a patriot," Sarah glared at Noah as she backed up her car into a parking spot that had just opened up. They entered the private room one after the other. Chloe smiled. "Did you guys get a chance to catch up? You haven't seen each other in years." "Of course not. I wasn't close to that egomaniac back then anyway," Sarah immediately declared her stance. Noah glanced at her. "It's not like I liked you back then either. You think you're better than everyone because you're a flight attendant, right? Being a flight attendant is better than being a cop. All you people do is take our tax dollars and do nothing." They seemed like enemies in a spat, and Chloe was getting a headache just listening to them. It's all because of stupid Jack and his stupid idea. He seemed to be enjoying himself, playing with his phone as he listened to them bicker. "Have you ordered?" Noah asked. Chloe nodded, and then said to the waiter by the door, "You can serve the dishes now." "Hey, let's make a deal. I'm buying today." "Jack, don't think about grabbing the bill first," Noah declared. "Sounds good. I won't fight over the bill with you." Jack smiled. He was in a good mood. As soon as Sarah heard that Noah was buying, she turned around and asked the waiter, "Excuse me, do you guys have red wine?" "Yes, we do, miss. What would you like?" "I'd like a bottle of your most expensive wine." "I'll go get it for you. Please wait." Smiling, Sarah looked down at the menu. The most expensive bottle of red wine was $38.88. Noah laughed. "Is one bottle enough? Should we order another one?" "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Waiter, get me 2 bottles of that wine." Sarah was unwilling to back down. "I don't care how many bottles you order, but I hate wasting, so you better drink it all." Noah snickered. "Of course I will." "Sarah, will you be able to finish it all?" Chloe secretly tugged at the corner of her friend's shirt. "So what if I can't? You can, right? You're the heavyweight. I heard that you guys drank a lot last night. How much did you drink? More than 5 bottles?" Chloe immediately reached out to cover Sarah's mouth, gesturing for her to stop. She was afraid that someone else at the table might explode. Then, Jack put away his phone and said, enunciating every word, "People who can't handle their booze shouldn't flaunt." "Ha! You got drunk last night? Did you lose it?" Sarah looked at Chloe with an evil expression on her face. Before Chloe could answer, Noah suddenly interjected, "So you guys had fun last night, eh? What position did you guys do it in? Was Jack on top, or were you?" Chloe stared at Noah. Furious, she asked, "Is it good for the people's police force to be this dirty-minded?" Jack, on the other side, said faintly, "Police seriously need to work on their ethics." The couple both made fun of Noah. Noah wasn't offended. He smiled. "Stop changing the subject. You didn't answer me yet." "There's nothing to say. Our relationship is pure. It's not what you think." "Not what I think? Then what is it? Just missionary?" Noah's curiosity shot over the roof. He began loudly guessing at the private details between the married couple. "Sarah, look at him. He's just as wicked as he used to be. It's a shame that he's just a policeman. He should be a paparazzi. He can interview celebrities until they cry," Chloe exclaimed. She thought that Sarah would stand on her side and snap at Noah for her. However, to her surprise, Sarah said, "Noah's not wrong." Chloe was completely speechless. "You guys do form a good team. You should get married." Jack glared at Sarah as he suddenly remembered how she messed up his chance to reach Euphoria a few days ago, all because of a phone call from her. He was furious. Spare me, please. I don't have the guts to marry a tigress like her, Noah objected at once. Don't worry. I won't marry you even if you kneel down and beg me. If all the men on this world died and all that was left were you and a pig, I'll pick the pig, Sarah said as she gritted her teeth. Noah began laughing at her remarks. You sure have interesting taste. Sarah wanted to fight back, but Chloe stopped her. If she didn't, they wouldn't be able to enjoy a meal together in peace. It's all because of Jack and his stupid idea. Why did he suggest that the four of them have lunch together? After they finally finished eating lunch, Chloe wanted to spend some time alone with Sarah. However, Jack lingered, with obviously no intention of leaving. Should we part ways here? Chloe suggested. Where are you guys going? Before Chloe could answer, Sarah said, We were thinking about going to the Superhero Valley. I hear it's a lot of fun. Superhero Valley? Jack had never heard of it. Noah immediately explained. Oh, that place. It's supposedly the second largest amusement park in Asia. I heard that the giant group invested more than $5 billion in its construction, and the park is home to Asia's longest roller coaster and other stuff like that. Kids like it there. Get in the car. Jack glanced at Chloe. Huh? Chloe was dumbfounded. Did Jack want to go with them? In the end, the four of them drove 3 cars to the Superhero Valley. It was Sunday, and the park was crowded with people. To save time, Chloe decided not to stand in line for all the rides. They decided to only ride the drop tower and a roller coaster. After the 4 of them got off the roller coaster, Noah's legs gave in. Face pale, he wanted to throw up, but couldn't. What's wrong? Are you giving up? There's more waiting for you. Sarah laughed hysterically. Are you okay? Worried, Chloe looked at Jack. Jack looked fine, yet his heart was crying for help. However, he was determined to not show any weakness, especially not in front of his wife and her best friend. Come on, let's go to the drop tower. I heard it's 88 meters tall. I'm excited, Sarah said. Ms. Tigress, you're too much. I can't. I'll watch from here and take photos for you guys, Noah begged. Jack, on the other hand, didn't say anything and just followed Chloe. After they rode the drop tower, Sarah and Chloe were scared half to death. She swore that people who were prone to heart attacks would not be able to ride it because it was indeed terrifying. The feeling of being dropped from high above and losing control of gravity was exhilarating. The good thing was, Jack stuck with them until the very end. It seemed like he was okay with anything Chloe wanted to do. Then, the 4 of them went to a Thai restaurant. While they were eating, Noah suddenly asked, I heard you found a way for the insurance company to retract the lawsuit and let that asshole off the hook? Yeah, Jack nodded. Insurance company? Chloe looked up. She was particularly sensitive to these 2 words. Don't tell me you don't know. Know what? Chloe asked. Noah glanced at Jack, and then at Chloe. He said, Your husband signed you up for life insurance that's worth more than $10 million. Don't tell me you don't know about it. Clang. Chloe dropped her fork onto her plate at the surprise delivered by Noah. What's going on? A $10 million insurance? Sounds cool. Sarah interjected. She was curious. Chloe looked at Jack and said, You talk. It's nothing. I just signed you up for some reasonable insurance. How much? Chloe probed further. Just a couple dozen million. Just a couple dozen million? Wealthy people sure know how to live? Sarah was flabbergasted. Why would you do that? You're already loaded. Do you really need an insurance company's payout? Chloe frowned. She didn't know what Jack was thinking. Noah spoke before anyone else could. See, that's where you're wrong. Jack didn't sign you up to receive a payout from the insurance company. The point of that is if you accidentally get hurt and the offending party fails to provide a sky-high compensation, the insurance company will sue. Then, the court will rule it to be intentional and sentence the perpetrator anywhere between a couple of years to a couple of decades in prison. Chloe and Sarah were shocked by Noah's explanation. Chloe finally understood why the pregnant patient's husband was detained. It was because of her insurance. Which means that when you hurt your head, because your husband signed you up for high payout insurance for that part of your body, and the perpetrator couldn't pay off the $50 million, he was sentenced to at least 5 to 10 years of jail time. Plus, the insurance company will compensate you. Therefore, you'll have to be extra careful in the future. Your insurance company will cry if you accidentally bump into things," Noah said with a big smile on his face. Chloe looked quietly at Jack. Jack, on the other hand, acted like he wasn't involved in their conversation. He was reading company emails on his phone. Sarah gave him a thumbs up. "Number one husband." "You never told me these things." Chloe pouted as if she had been wronged. "There are things that you don't have to know. All you need to know is that no matter who hurts you, they won't get away with it." Jack looked up and said, enunciating each word, "You shouldn't be spoiling her too much, or else she might cuckold you in the future," Noah joked. In return, he immediately received the death stare from both Chloe and Sarah. After dinner, they each went home. Chloe, after tidying up her bed and getting onto it, was still feeling out of sorts. She couldn't believe that he signed her up for high payout insurance. Why were his actions so unpredictable and illogical? While she was thinking, Jack came in through the door and handed her a key. "Here, drive this tomorrow." "Jack, don't treat me so well." "You're my wife. Who else am I supposed to treat well?" Jack said matter-of-factly. "But if you treat me too well, I might become arrogant." "Then so be it. Do whatever you want, as long as you're happy." "Jack," Chloe actually wanted to say, "if you treat me so well now, how do you expect me to let you go when we get divorced?" However, she didn't have the heart to say it. At a time like this, she would be raining all over Jack's parade if she brought up divorce, right? The next morning, after breakfast, the couple left for work together. Chloe's white Volkswagen CC, although nothing luxurious, was still easy on the eyes. Plus, the model definitely attracted attention. At an intersection, Jack was supposed to make a turn, but he continued trailing Chloe's car. Chloe took out her earphones and called Jack. "You're driving in the wrong direction. This is the way to the overpass, not to your company. You can turn around at the next intersection. Once you go back to the main road, head towards New Moon Road, and that should take you back on track." "I know." "If you know, then why did you purposely go the wrong way? Is your brain short-circuiting, Mr. Dawson?" Chloe was left speechless by Jack's nonchalant answer. "I have to meet a client down by South Ring Road." "Oh, I see." Chloe hung up and turned her attention back to driving. Jack didn't leave until she saw her safely drive into Southside Recuperation Center. He wasn't actually meeting a client. It was Chloe's first day driving, and he was worried. That was all. Chloe was originally worried that she might become the center of gossip for driving a car to work, since she was only a nurse. However, her perception changed as soon as she arrived at Southside. The other nurses were all driving luxury cars, BMWs, Land Rovers, Mercedes-Benz GLKs. Her Volkswagen was shabby compared with the other cars. Why were the nurses so rich? The answer was obvious. Most of the nurses here were young and pretty. While they took care of the patients, most nurses became mistresses or side pieces. Some even provide special services inside the hospital. Director Richard couldn't control it, because everyone staying at Southside had hefty backgrounds. If nurses were willing to sell themselves, then the rich men were willing to buy. It's already become a sophisticated industrial chain. There were also nurses who were just nurses. Those people perform menial labor for not much money in return. Chloe was one of these nurses. After she went upstairs, she immediately reported to the head nurse. The head nurse of Southside Recuperation Center was a 30-or-so woman. She was young and beautiful, and, from what Chloe saw, her breasts were at least 36D in size. She had a gentle voice and a pretty name, Ember Hall. She said, "Chloe, I've heard about you and saw you on the news before. You saved the pregnant woman and her baby. Good for you." "Thank you, head nurse. Do a good job here. Just remember that we'd rather set ourselves on fire than anger the patients here. If you keep that in mind, your salary will be high." Chloe didn't completely understand what the head nurse meant by that. "Head nurse, may I ask which department I've been assigned to?" Chloe was eager to start work. "Orthopedics needs a hand, so you can go assist them for now." "Okay, I'll head over now." "Wait. Is there anything else, head nurse?" "A VIP patient was admitted into the orthopedics department yesterday. Remember to take good care of him during your shifts. You're not allowed to make any mistakes. If you piss the patient off, neither I nor Director Richard will be able to save you. I understand and will try my best. As for patience, Chloe always thought that she could handle anyone, as long as patients weren't purposely looking for trouble. She understood that most patients were anxious. That was understandable because they weren't feeling well. Therefore, Chloe had a lot of patiences, and she always did everything to accommodate the pregnant patients back when she worked in the OB/GYN department. Orthopedic patients would be easier to deal with, right? There was a total of 10 rooms in the VIP ortho wing, but only 2 patients. Including Chloe, there were 4 nurses in total, 2 for day shifts, 2 for night shifts. Chloe was working the day shift today. The other nurse was a cute girl with an adorable voice that could charm anyone. She sounded like a little girl. Chloe thought she was only 18 or 19 years old, but later found out that she was already 25, even a year older than Chloe. "Hi, my name is Ella." The nurse, who sounded like a little girl, smiled. "Hi, Ella. My name is Chloe." "I know you. You're famous. I saw you on TV a while back." Chloe smiled awkwardly at this. Being on TV for that incident wasn't anything glorious. Because of it, her mother called her and demanded her to quit, while Thomas kept sending her messages asking if she was okay. Thank God it was all resolved, or else her entire family would have worried themselves to death. "Did the head nurse tell you that a new VIP patient was admitted into our department yesterday?" "She did," Chloe nodded. "You're not so experienced, so why don't you go take care of the other patient for now? The patient in room 2 is an old man with a good temper, so he won't pick on you. I'll deal with the VIP patient in room 1. "Okay." Chloe was happy with the arrangements, although she didn't know that Ella had made them intentionally. There are only 4 nurses in our department, but since there's not a lot of patients, we're more than enough. The 2 night shift nurses are Milana and Mimi. You'll get a chance to meet them during the shift change. Okay. If you don't have any other questions, you can head over to room 2. The man in that room slipped and fractured a bone when he was at home and got 3 steel nail fixtures on his knee. It's hard for him to walk around, so you'll need to help him. Oh, and make sure his meals are vegetarian. He has high blood pressure and can't eat oily things. Okay. Chloe remembered everything. During rounds, she immediately headed to room 2. She didn't even get to speak to the patient when she heard rumbling and banging in the neighboring room, followed by the sound of someone crying. Curious, Chloe walked out of the room to see Ella standing outside room 1, her eyes red. "What happened?" "Nothing. You do your thing." Ella was unwilling to say more. Chloe looked at room 1 curiously and continued with her own work. The man in room 2 was a retired government official. She heard that he used to be a renowned strategist for the police department. He had on a stern face and was reading Drawing Sword when Chloe went in. "Hello, sir. I'm the new nurse. It's time for you to take your medicine." "It's rare to see a nurse who's dressed so down to earth," the old man said as he glanced at Chloe. She didn't realize it until he reminded her that her uniform was different from the others. She was wearing what she used to wear at the first hospital. It was a conservative, baggy white gown that wasn't aesthetically pleasing. The other nurses here, including head nurse Ember, were all wearing light pink short dresses with low-cut collars. It was like uniform fantasy. The man's remarks reminded her that her outfit was different. During lunch break, the head nurse brought over a uniform. "How are you doing? Have you gotten used to everything yet?" "It's good. The patient is stable and recovering well." "That's good. Here's your uniform. It's different from your old one at the first hospital." Then, the head nurse handed her a pink short dress. "Head nurse, can I just wear what I have on now?" "Why? Don't you like it?" "It's not that. I just think the dress is a little too revealing. I don't like the style," Chloe said truthfully. The head nurse looked at Chloe, her expression complicated. "I heard that you asked the director to transfer you to South Side." "That's right. Didn't you come here to make something of yourself? If you don't dress boldly, none of the rich men will like you." The head nurse decided to directly put her thoughts out there. That's when Chloe realized that the head nurse misunderstood her. She thought Chloe was here to land a rich man. "I think you've misunderstood, head nurse. I asked to be transferred here because I needed a change of environment. I burdened my colleagues at my old post, so I didn't want to stay there anymore. But I'm only here to work. I'm not looking for rich men. Plus, I have a boyfriend. Oh, I see. Fine. If that's the case, I'll let you be. The head nurse left with the uniform upon hearing what Chloe said. During shift changes, the other two nurses came as well. However, Chloe heard them fighting over who should take care of the patient in room 1. Both of them obviously seemed to want to work for room 1. Chloe had a feeling that whoever was in that room was probably someone very important, or else Ember wouldn't have offered to work there in the morning. The two girls working the night shift both wanted room 1 as well. In the end, Milana and Mimi played rock, paper, scissors. Milana lost. Mimi was in such a good mood that she went to room 1 without even having dinner. That night, Chloe prepared dinner for Jack. However, as soon as she sat down on the couch to watch some TV, her phone rang, and it was Southside calling. "Chloe, come quickly. Something happened in our department." After hanging up, Chloe grabbed her coat in a hurry and headed downstairs, where she bumped into Jack. "Where are you going?" "Something happened at the hospital. I need to go. I made dinner. Eat it while it's hot." Then, Chloe left in a hurry. Jack's gaze lingered on Chloe's petite figure as she slowly disappeared. When Chloe arrived at the hospital, Mimi was nowhere to be found. Only the head nurse, Ella, and Milana were there. "What happened? Where's Mimi? Isn't she working the night shift?" "She's injured." "What?" Chloe was surprised at what Ella said. After a moment of hesitation, the head nurse said, "Here's what happened. The patient in room 1 is a little hot-tempered. When Mimi went to draw his blood, she might have been too nervous and quivered a bit, causing the needle to move. The patient was furious and slammed a vase on Mimi's head. She was sent to the first hospital's emergency room. It was awful. I heard that she had to get 7 stitches on her head. I wonder if it'll ruin her looks." Milana displayed classic schadenfreude. Ella's lips curled, and she said in a weird tone, "I told you the patient in room 1 wasn't easy to deal with, but you guys still fought over him. See what happened? Mimi's techniques weren't so good to begin with, and I can't believe she tried to draw young Master Cooper's blood. She was asking for it. But it's fine. Young Master Cooper is generous. As soon as the incident happened, his assistant arrived. Apparently, they're going to compensate her by the number of stitches she gets. $200,000 per stitch," the head nurse said calmly. Milana and Ella were both jealous. "She's lucky to be able to earn $1.4 million in one night. That's enough for a Porsche. I guess Mimi can finally abandon that ugly BMW X1 of hers." "Wait, so you guys asked me to come because—" Chloe was already done with her shift. She didn't come all the way to the hospital at night to listen to them boast about money. She just wanted to know how she could help. The head nurse glanced at her. "The patient in room 1 is Justin Cooper. You've heard of him, right?" Chloe shook her head. Then, the other 3 nurses looked at her like she was a cavewoman. Chloe, on the other hand, was calm. There were a lot of important figures in the city that she didn't know. Why should she? "What's wrong with you? How have you not heard of young Master Cooper, the son of the Cooper family, one of the 4 princes of city? Were you from the countryside?" Ella was at a loss for words. "Yeah, Justin is the most famous of the 4 princes. Andrew Green is second. I can't believe you don't know him. Where are you from?" Milana looked at her mockingly. Chloe wanted to say that she had no interest of getting to know that ass Andrew either, but she didn't want to bring that up. She also didn't want the others to know her relationship with the Green family. So what if Justin's staying in room 1? Chloe asked. "Young Master Cooper is hot-tempered. He tore his ACL when he was racing. It's not a big deal, but the Green family is taking precaution, and they brought him in last night for recovery. We're administering the most high-quality medicine, and his meals are flown over from Australia. No one can make any mistakes when taking care of him. They're still young, and their techniques are lacking. You've a lot of clinical experience back at the first hospital, and since you were able to perform a C-section on that pregnant patient, drawing blood and administering an IV should be a piece of cake for you. That's why we've decided that you should be the one to take care of all things involving a needle." Chloe understood what the head nurse was saying. They wanted her to do everything the others were afraid to do. In other words, they wanted her to treat the hardest-to-treat patient, Mimi's head was smashed in by a vase, and she had Cooper's blood. The other nurses were too scared to go back in, so they thought of Chloe, the new girl. Hearing no response from Chloe, the head nurse continued, "You won't be doing it for free. I'll ask the executives to give you an additional $200 per day. Yeah, Chloe, please help us, or else our department will be annihilated by young Master Cooper." Chloe suddenly understood. Aside from their youth and good looks, the other 3 nurses in her department were super inexperienced, even lacking the skill and courage to draw blood. "Fine, I'll do it." "Yay!" The other 2 nurses let out a sigh of relief when they heard this. "Chloe, here's the IV. You can go administer it to young Master Cooper." Ella immediately took out a tray with an infusion set on it. Chloe changed into her white robe and took the tray. Then, she walked towards room 1. "Head nurse, do you think she'll be all right?" Worried, one of the nurses asked. "Who knows? It all depends on her luck. Even if she gets beaten up, it won't be for nothing. Young Master Cooper is super rich." The head nurse smiled. Chloe didn't know who Justin was, so naturally she wasn't stressed out, unlike the other terrified nurses. Ella already encountered the terrors of young Master Cooper before noon, as he cursed at her during rounds, forcing her to run away in tears. Of course, they all had their own little plots. They thought that young Master Cooper would have pity on them because of their beauty. If they were lucky enough to receive his attention, they'll never have to be a nurse again. Rumor has it that Cooper's Imperial Star Entertainment could easily lift a woman up to stardom. Justin's company was home to many of the current hottest domestic celebrities. How? He tossed money at them to make them famous. Justin had way too much money, so he could make anyone famous, as long as he was willing to promote them. Forget those nurses. Wherever Justin went, there were tons of women who wanted to pile up all over him. He was different from Jack. Jack was humble, and even though everyone knew that he was the heir to GK, hardly anyone had seen this said heir. However, Justin was the complete opposite. He was extravagant, loud, ill-tempered, and went through women faster than he changed out of shirts. He wasn't just the president of an entertainment company. The Cooper family basically controlled the country's economy, as Cooper financial banks could be found all over the country. His father had been ranked amongst the Forbes top 5 richest people for 5 consecutive years now. When Chloe arrived at the door, Justin was on his phone. He has been racing and playing around with car modifications since he was 12 or 13, and nothing had ever happened to him. However, perhaps he was just having a bad day, so when he was racing in the mountain range, his car crashed into another, and he tore his anterior cruciate ligament. Now, he was forced to recover at Southside for a while. Here, everyone had a different spending allowance and were arranged according to their own financial conditions. Justin stayed in room 1, a suite that was 100 or so square meters in size, with a full set of appliances and furniture. Even the bed had a multi-purpose mechanical control. He also enjoyed private Wi-Fi and had seafood flown in from Australia. His hospital bills were $800,000 or $900,000 per day, which was basically like burning money. 4 bodyguards in suits stood outside the room, and like mummies, they didn't move at all. 8 hours later, another group of 4 would take over. Those who worked here would know that a wealthy man lived inside, while those who didn't would think that a country's leader lived inside, because it was simply too much. This was the most high-profile man she had ever seen in her life. She also had to go through security scanning before she stepped inside, as if she could very well be an assassin. "You can go in." Just as Chloe entered, a strange flying object flew towards her. She responded quickly, and with a tilt of her head, she dodged it. The thing that dropped to the floor was a space-gray iPhone 6s. "Get lost!" Justin was very upset, and after cursing at his assistant on the phone, he shouted at whoever had entered the room without even turning around to look. Chloe ignored him. She walked up, connected the tube, and then hung the infusion bag up. "I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? If all of the patients told us to leave, then who will take care of you? If you could take care of yourself, then why would you still be here? You might as well stay at a 5-star hotel," Chloe said angrily. Justin slightly frowned. This was the first time anyone spoke to him with this attitude. He wanted to see what kind of nurse had guts as fat as hers. Did she not want to live anymore? Or was it some ploy to get to him? He froze when he turned around to see Chloe's face. He had seen her before. He had seen her in his Snapchat friend circle and on TV, since she was the one involved in the incident a while back. "Aren't you that nurse who performed a C-section on that pregnant woman?" asked Justin as he stared at Chloe. "That's right." "Why are you here?" Justin was very surprised. Chloe didn't respond. Instead, she grabbed his left hand and stabbed inside with a swoosh sound while he was still dazed. Just as Justin felt a slight pain, she had already finished the injection. "Who told you to poke me with a needle?" Justin was infuriated. "Don't move around. It will be bad if the needle moves," warned Chloe. "Take it off. I don't want any needles." Annoyed, Justin raised his hand to take out the needle. Then, Chloe crossed both of her arms, looked at him, and said, "If you're not afraid of me piercing you again, then go ahead and take it out. I'm not the one who has to get stabbed again." Justin immediately stopped. He raised his head and looked at Chloe with a pissed-off face. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Chloe didn't care about what he said. Instead, she took out a pen from her white robe, held up his file and said, "Mr. Justin Cooper, right? You'll be administered 2 rounds of IV tonight, and I'll take blood samples tomorrow morning. The blood sample needs to be taken on an empty stomach, so don't eat anything after 8 p.m. tonight, but you're welcome to drink water." After Chloe spoke, she turned around to head out. "Damn it! Come back!" Before Justin could even finish his words, Chloe had already left. This was the first time in his entire life that anyone had ever treated his words like garbage. No matter what he said, or how angry he was, Chloe completely ignored his presence. "Hey, did you all die out there? Someone get the hell in," said Justin, with a belly full of fury. A bodyguard immediately ran inside. "Young master, what's wrong?" "Are you blind? Pick the phone up from the ground. I want to file a complaint. The nurses in this hospital are terrible." "Okay." The bodyguard slouched over to pick up the phone and handed it to him. Justin picked it up and saw that the screen had cracked, so he could no longer make any calls. "Give me your phone." "My phone is charging," replied the bodyguard honestly. "Get lost. Hurry up and get the fuck out." Justin grew more frustrated at the sight of these dummies. The head nurse and the 2 little nurses were all slightly shocked to see Chloe walk out unharmed. "Are you okay, Chloe?" "I'm fine." Chloe nodded. "Did young Master Cooper lash out?" "I didn't pay attention to his state. I left right after I administered his IV." "Wasn't he pissed off?" asked Ella curiously. Chloe shook her head. "I'm not sure. I didn't pay much attention." "Not bad. Good work." The head nurse patted Chloe's shoulders. "Head nurse, I'll be off now. I'll be back tomorrow morning to draw his blood." "Okay. Drive safely." After Chloe left, Ella assumed that Justin calmed down quite a bit, so she pulled down the collars on her nurse uniform. Then, she went inside again to deliver dinner, her hips swaying as she walked. However, no more than a minute in, she was once again chased away by Justin. The dishes spilled all over the floor, and Justin was just infuriated by how stupid these nurses were. They couldn't even do the smallest things right. The idiot that tried to draw his blood earlier tonight shook as soon as he stared at his arm. His glare terrified the nurse, so her hand shook, putting him in great pain. The nurses, on the other hand, blamed it on his temper. However, the nurse that just injected him was quite skilled and didn't hurt him at all. After the news that Justin made a scene by tossing over the dishes in anger had gotten out, Mrs. Cooper and the housemaid came over with food in less than an hour. She was worried that her son had been treated badly, and so she made sure to put the head nurse in her place afterward, and Ember didn't dare to talk back. After Mrs. Cooper left, many women came by to visit Justin, one after another, models and superstars. There were even socialites and famous television hosts. They all came over to visit Justin. Everyone brought over food they made themselves or ordered from restaurants. When Chloe got back home, Jack hadn't eaten yet. Instead, he was on the sofa watching the financial news. "Why haven't you eaten yet?" "Let's eat together." Chloe felt somewhat comforted by this, as she took off her jacket, washed her hands, and sat down with him on the dinner table. "How was work today?" Jack asked nonchalantly. "Not bad. But I've heard it's pretty difficult to work at Southside Recuperation Center. Many nurses have been injured for unknown reasons." It seemed like nothing could escape Jack. Those were all accidents. Protect yourself." "I know, you did place a heavy insurance on me after all," added Chloe. Jack couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. "I'm glad you remember." "You're busy at the company, so don't worry about me all the time. I'm a grown-up. I'll be fine." "Do you think I'll believe you?" Jack didn't believe that Chloe could take care of herself, or else she wouldn't have been blackmailed by others and became a public enemy on the internet. If Jack didn't intervene, who knew what would have happened to her? Fine. Chloe knew that she wasn't convincing at all. "Right, let's buy a car for your brother. I hear that he really likes cars," Jack said casually. "Why do you want to buy him a car all of a sudden?" "Doesn't he like cars?" "So what? He's still a kid in school. He can't go around posing like that," Chloe refused. "We could buy him a humble domestic label." Even so, Chloe didn't know that Jack overheard her conversation yesterday with Sarah. Jack knew that Chloe loved her younger brother very much, so he wanted to do something for him. However, Jack didn't say anything else upon seeing how insistent Chloe was. After a shower, the two gradually made their way to bed. Ever since the day Jack failed and ended up angry, he had been sleeping on Chloe's bed. It had been several days now. They would even occasionally fondle around, and some might even call the whole rejection thing a blessing in disguise. "Jack, could you stop your hands from feeling around?" Chloe said impatiently. Jack's hands were originally placed on her waist, but it would occasionally move up. It frightened her so much that she couldn't even move. "If I can't taste them, can't I at least touch them?" Jack immediately felt wronged. Chloe instantly turned around with blushed cheeks and no longer discussed that dirty topic with him. Then, Jack would happily hug her from behind and fall asleep, just like that. The truth was, Jack hadn't slept so well in the 7 years he lived in the States, and it might have been because he had been missing Chloe for all that time. Over the last 7 years, he had been a light sleeper and would be awoken by even the slightest noise. After he returned, things stayed the same. He would often wake up in the middle of the night and would only be able to return to sleep after a few cigarettes. However, after he began to share a bed with Chloe, he was able to sleep like a baby. It was probably because he felt comforted and calmed by Chloe's pleasant body scent. He wouldn't want to wake up, even if the world was about to collapse. Both of them went to work in the morning, and Chloe drove very carefully, in fear that she would scratch the car. After she arrived at the hospital, she hurriedly changed into her uniform and prepared to draw blood for the patient in room 1. "Be careful, Chloe," the head nurse warned. Chloe nodded and entered the room with the blood-drawing kit. Justin was in the middle of a video conference. He leaned his head against the side of the bed and spoke seriously into the other end. Chloe walked over without a cares and held up Justin's arm. Suddenly, Justin took back his arm. "Who told you to touch me?" "I told you yesterday that I'll be over for blood samples today." "Get out, I don't want to," said Justin coldly. "Okay, you don't have to. You'll only be here for another month at worst." "Wait, come back," Justin yelled as he put down the laptop, noticing that Chloe was about to leave. Chloe stopped in her tracks and turned around. "What did you mean?" "It's very clear that you won't cooperate with our course of treatment, so your recovery will definitely be slower than others. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not the one living here and paying the bills. You've got the money to stay here for as long as you want to." Justin's temper immediately rose up when he heard what she said, but after a few thoughts, he coldly ordered, "Come back and draw my blood." Chloe's lips curled and slowly walked over. "You better be careful. If you do it wrong, you'll end up like that nurse." "I'm okay with ending up like her. I hear she got $1.4 million in compensation. If you give me $1 million or so in compensation, I promise that I'll prick you even harder than she did." "You—" Justin was so angry that for the first time ever, he didn't know what to say. "Huh? Why are you mad? Did I say anything wrong? She put you in pain, but you still gave her $1.4 million. Aren't you just paying to be in pain?" Damn it. You'll regret offending me, warned Justin. Has anyone ever told you it's best not to offend hospital staff, especially during your stay? You'll be doomed if any medical accidents were to happen to you. How dare you? If so, you'll die a nasty death. What's wrong with that? I'll be dragging you down with me anyway, and you're worth much more than I am. You've got all that money, but I'm just a nurse. After Chloe spoke, she pulled out the needle and then pouted her lips towards the spot to signal at Justin. Press it down yourself, or you'll bruise. Justin then oddly followed her orders and pressed down where she told him to. Do you believe that I can immediately chase you out of this hospital? You might even be chased out of city, Justin asked Chloe as she was walking away. Chloe turned around, smiled brightly, and asked, Do your parents know how immature you are? Before Justin could say anything else, Chloe turned around and walked out the door, leaving Justin dumbfounded and alone in the room. What was that? Did she just provoke him? How dare she say that he was immature? What a damn despicable woman. Was she sick of living? Anyone alive out there? Come in, one of you losers, roared Justin. Then a bodyguard hurriedly ran over. Young master, any orders? Do you remember the nurse that just walked out? I do. The bodyguard nodded humbly. Right, remember her face, and don't let her enter my room anymore. Yes, sir. Justin pressed down on the needled spot with fury in his heart. His bad temper was widely known by those around him. Ever since he was a little kid, others have embraced him like the moon in the sky, and not even his parents had ever spoken loudly to him. The friends he made respected him greatly and paraded him as the leader of their group. No one ever dared to rebut him, no matter what kind of decisions he made. Later on, the various women he met were even bigger suck-ups. They were basically willing to kneel down and lick his shoes. However, he knew that all of these people only did so because of his family fame and the power that name wielded. As the sole heir of the Cooper family, Justin was regarded as a rare treasure. His grandfather, the military chief, also spoiled him rotten. His grandpa has once said, Justin, Grandpa will always support any decisions you make, as long as it's not anything that harms society or challenges ethical standards. Due to his arrogant temper as a young kid, he was sent to the military. He graduated with the highest distinction in his platoon, but just as he was about to be promoted to regiment commander, he suddenly announced a change of career. After the transition, he wanted to open a business for fun, but refused to deal with the family bank, and so his dad provided him with a small business investment of $500,000. Within the short 5 years, Imperial Star Entertainment quickly rose up as a major player in the domestic entertainment industry. The company paved the way for many well-known celebrities, and just last year, signed the popular actress, Miss Annie, with an $8,000 contract. Imperial Star Entertainment's stocks have also increased at a great pace, with a profit of $1 billion in a single quarter. The movies they've produced all set box office records, and so it was undeniable that Justin was an exceptionally talented businessman. Everyone in the Cooper family spoiled this precious boy rotten. He picked women like they were flowers from a field and was seen with several girls each month. From actresses to models, from socialites to TV hosts, these women come from various fields and all wanted to be by his side. None of them dared to even think about becoming Mrs. Cooper, but they were all quite happy to be just his lover, because even that would provide them with unlimited prestige and wealth. Apparently, young Master Cooper was a big spender, and his catchphrase was, "Issues that can be solved with money are not issues." Anyways, he had plenty of money to throw around. He was truly a golden boy, who got tormented by an unknown little nurse on the second day he settled into Southside Recuperation Center. He was even called immature. Justin had enough, so he told his bodyguards to ban Chloe from his room. After Chloe successfully took Justin's blood sample, she headed over to room 2 to take care of the older patient. The grandpa looked quite well, as he sat on the bed and played Chinese chess alone. Chloe smiled. "Grandpa, aren't you bored by yourself?" "It won't make a difference to me. These days youngsters wouldn't know how to play this game. You kids only know online games and smartphone games. That grandson of mine plays that Plants vs. Corpses game on his phone all the time." "Haha, it's Plants vs. Zombies," Chloe laughed, as she found the grandpa quite adorable. I don't know what he's fighting against, but thanks to technological advancement, these traditional games gradually lost its edge. He sighed. Chloe walked over, looked at the chessboard, and moved one of the knights. The old man raised his head in slight surprise. You know Chinese chess? A bit. Chloe slightly smiled. Come, child, sit down and play a few rounds with me, said the grandpa in excitement. Chloe didn't refuse. She sat down across from the old man and put herself into the game. After 3 rounds, the grandpa's face grew dull. You were lying, kiddo. What did you mean by a bit? You're clearly a Chinese chess expert. Chloe won 2 of the 3 rounds, and the final round was a tie, only because Chloe tried to save the grandpa's dignity. However, it was obvious to the old man, given his experience and age. Chloe awkwardly smiled, because she really wasn't some expert. When she was young, she used to watch Uncle James teach Thomas how to play, and oddly found her way through since. She hadn't played over these years, but she felt familiar as soon as she touched the chessboard. Come on, that didn't count. Let's play some more. Addicted, the old man wanted to keep playing. Just then, the head nurse knocked. Chloe, come out for a second. Okay. Chloe slowly stood up. Grandpa, I'm going to head out for a bit. It will be your nap time soon, so don't forget to take your hypertension pills before going to sleep. I know. Come back if you're free in the afternoon. Let's continue playing. The grandpa was acting like a kid full of anticipation. Chloe smiled gently. Sure. As she stepped out, Chloe saw that the head nurse looked somewhat odd. What's wrong, head nurse? When Ella went in to clean up Justin's room, she heard those bodyguards say that Justin banned you from entering his room. There's still an injection tonight. If you don't go, I'm really worried that Ella might mess up. Mimi has already made a mistake, and if we upset Justin again, we might all be fired. Oh, that's what it's about. Chloe was extremely calm. How is this not a big issue? The fate of our careers depends on this. You don't know this, Chloe, but I began working here when I was 28, and I'm 34 now. I was only promoted to head nurse after 6 years of hard work. With all of my monthly benefits included, I only get about $40,000 or so. I still have to pay the mortgage for my home and car, and I have a baby to feed. I can't lose this job. Ember was telling the truth, not complaining about how poor she was. This job was truly very important to her. Even though she hadn't always been proper with what she wore, she had a decent reputation in the hospital. She had never been involved with too many patient conflicts, and more importantly, she had been married for a while and even had a child. Her husband was only an average employee, but they had to spend quite a lot of money on their sick, premature daughter. It was hard for her to provide for her family, and Chloe had heard about this from a casual conversation with Ella. Therefore, there was no need to suspect the validity of the head nurse's words. Don't worry, head nurse. I won't let him fire us. But you're not allowed to go in, and Ella and Milana techniques aren't good enough. I know them too well. The head nurse had been here for 4 years and saw plenty of VIP patients. Most of the time, the nurses could get away with things like this just by being a little flirty. But Justin was extremely difficult to care for because he didn't care about anything. Then, I'll think of something anyway. Don't worry about this. Chloe was confident. The head nurse was still worried, even if Chloe promised again and again that everything would be fine. She had been troubled and anxious all morning. When the shifts changed at night, Ella got off work, but before she did, she intentionally warned Chloe, "Don't mess up the injection tonight." "I know." Chloe nodded. At 6 p.m., Chloe walked towards room 1 with the infusion set. "Stop, you can't go in." "Why not?" asked Chloe in response. "Young Master Cooper said that you can't enter this room," the 4 bodyguards all said at the same time. Chloe looked at their conservative faces and said, "It's fine if you don't let me in, but if your young master doesn't receive proper treatment, then his recovery time will be prolonged. By then, it will affect his condition, and if anyone asks, I'll say that you guys blocked me from entering to give him his injections." "Then find someone else to do the injection. Mr. Cooper has given direct orders to ban you from entering," one of the bodyguards said stubbornly. "If someone else could do it better, then why I would be here? Do you think that I wanted to come? Don't you know that he has a really bad temper?" The other nurses were too scared to come. They were all scared of upsetting him. But I think that my skills are good enough. So, if you continue to stop me, then you'll have to take responsibility for whatever happens. The 4 bodyguards looked at each other after Chloe said this, indecisive. Move aside. I have to go in now. I can't miss the injection time, unless you guys are willing to take responsibility for any consequences. Before the bodyguards could say anything else, Chloe pushed through door and went in. She brainwashed the bodyguards with only a few words. She was indeed intelligent. Justin had a mini surveillance display inside and could see everything that happened outside. He originally thought that Chloe would step away when she was refused entry, but to his surprise, she was able to confuse the bodyguards with no more than a few words. When Chloe walked inside, Justin turned off the surveillance. Give me your hand. It's time for your injection. Chloe didn't want to waste another word with him. Justin stared at Chloe. You sure have a way with words. Why didn't you become a sales instructor? Being a nurse is a waste of your talents. Can I take that as a compliment? Are you calling me a genius? Chloe looked at him and asked in response, I wouldn't go as far as saying that you're a genius. It is more like my bodyguards are as dumb as pigs. Chloe broke out in laughter, and Justin looked at the cute dimples that appeared on her smiling face. She wasn't like those other women out there. Their smiles were so fake, either covering their mouth with their hands to seem ladylike, or smiling softly as if they were being photographed. It was very difficult to find someone like her, who had such a natural and beautiful smile. Chloe didn't say anything else. She hung up the IV drip and prepared to insert the needle. Just saying, I didn't spend so much money here to endure all this agony. Can't you just use a retention needle? I don't like that you're poking me every day. Are you trying to make me die from the pain? Justin reprimanded with a cold face. Chloe lifted her head to look at him, saying seriously, People like you who lack common sense are the scariest. Retention needles are convenient, preventing the need to repeatedly insert needles, but because of how long they are left inside, it's very easy to breed bacterial infections, which can cause significant damage to the blood vessels. Under normal circumstances, unless the patient is a wildly moving infant where there's a risk of swelling, we wouldn't recommend using it. You seem quite professional, Justin muttered to himself. Of course. If I wasn't, would I be sent to give you IVs? Do you think this is a great thing? Do you think I want to do this crap? As she was talking, Chloe had already inserted the needle. She finished her job whenever Justin wasn't paying attention. In reality, it didn't hurt that much. It was just like being bitten by a mosquito. This young Master Cooper was just too dainty, and because he wasn't allowed to go out and have fun, he spent every day in the clinic betching about every little thing. From what I heard, it seems like you don't want to take care of me. Of course I don't. Chloe raised her head and responded as she watched the movement of the IV fluid. Well, did you know that by taking care of me, you earn an additional $2,000 every day? Justin asked. Chloe froze and shook her head. Now, that I didn't know. Now she finally understood why at first everyone fought to come to room 1. Not only could they be close to Mr. Cooper, they could also earn extra pay every day. It was definitely a good deal. How about now? Do you still not want to be here? Don't want to be here. Justin thought that Chloe would beg to take care of him. Why not? Because taking care of you is so boring. Even the old man next door is better. At least I can have tea and play chess with him. Okay, there's nothing else wrong with you. Another nurse will come to remove the needle later. Try not to fall asleep during this time, and watch over your IV. Finishing her spiel, Chloe put both her hands in the pockets of her white uniform and sauntered out. Justin was left behind feeling conflicted. How could there be such an annoying woman in this world? She's so unappreciative. How dare she say that taking care of him was less appealing than the old man next door? Tomorrow, he had to find out who the old man next door was and get rid of him as soon as possible. Because Chloe's shifts for the week were all during the day, she was able to go home early. Mimi was hospitalized due to the accident, so all her shifts were being temporarily covered by the head nurse herself. As Chloe was leaving work, she bumped into the night shift nurse, Milana. She drove a white BMW X3, a pretty cool car for a girl. She glanced at Chloe's car and smiled. This car isn't really that cheap too. Why didn't you buy a brand name instead? Not many people will cast a second look at a Volkswagen. Ah, this is my family's. I didn't buy it, Chloe explained. Milana didn't say any more. She slowly parked her car and headed towards the entrance. Due to rush hour traffic, it was 6:30 p.m. by the time Chloe got home. Jack hadn't returned yet, so the house appeared lonely. She opened the fridge and sadly found that other than some bread and milk, there was nothing she could use to cook with. As she was preparing to go to the supermarket, she received a call from Jack. Change into something more formal. I'll be home to pick you up in 10 minutes. Not waiting for Chloe's reply, he hung up. Change into formal wear? Chloe suddenly thought, was there a special occasion? After debating with herself for a minute, Chloe climbed upstairs, opened her closet, and found that new clothes had been added at some point without her knowledge. What was weird was that Jack never told her about these things. After browsing the selection, Chloe finally chose a rose-colored dress from Dolce & Gabbana's summer collection. After a moment's thought, she decided to go light with her makeup and only wore a pair of white heels underneath. Looking in the mirror, Chloe felt a lot more comfortable, possibly because she was used to not wearing makeup, so the occasional makeup look made her feel pretty. Jack was very punctual, arriving not a minute earlier or later than the 10 minutes he had promised. Right as Chloe got downstairs, Jack drove up, looking at Chloe through the car window. He was stunned. His wife didn't usually dress up, but when she did, she definitely didn't lose to those actresses or models on TV. Furthermore, Chloe exerted this aura that normal people didn't have. On the passenger seat, Chloe warily asked, "Where are we going?" "To eat." Is there some special occasion today?" Chloe suddenly asked. Jack turned his head to glance at her, and after a moment of hesitation, finally said in a disappointed tone, "No." No more words were spoken before they arrived at the rotating restaurant atop the Pullman Hotel. You could see the night view of the whole city from up there, and the rumor was that the head chef here had trained in a Michelin star restaurant and was specialized in making Western dishes and desserts. It was really difficult to reserve a spot here. The restaurant only served 6 tables per night and only 2 people per table. Jack and Chloe sat at the table with the best view, and the atmosphere in the restaurant is exceptionally romantic. Every corner of the floor was filled with roses, and there was even a handsome Caucasian man playing the violin for them. "It's so pretty here. I didn't know that a place like this existed in the city," Chloe exclaimed. Just then, Jack pulled out a small, delicate ornamental box from God knows where and pushed it across the table. "This is for you." "What?" "Open it, and you'll see." Jack was purposefully vague. Chloe grabbed the box, opening it slowly to reveal a diamond ring inside. "Are you proposing?" Seeing the ring, Chloe raised her head to ask Jack. "No, I just think it suits you." Chloe slid the ring onto her finger, and it was beautiful, not to mention how perfectly it fit. Most importantly, it was a style that she liked, very small, inconspicuous, and not at all over the top. Jack's present was proof of how well he knew her. He would never buy her a golden egg to show off his wealth. "It's beautiful, thank you." After putting it on, Chloe didn't want to take it off, waving her hand about. Jack smiled. It looked like his efforts in designing this ring himself had not been wasted. He picked the diamond personally, then sent it overseas to manufacture before finally flying it back. He spent more than $3 million on this gift, but of course Chloe didn't need to know that. She thought that it was something that you could buy in stores, like a normal ring worth around $10,000 to $20,000. At that moment, the servers began to bring out the food: a medium-well steak, foie gras, caviar, and Australian lobster, and a clearly expensive bottle of red wine. Chloe thought about the date in her head. It wasn't her birthday today, nor Jack's, but this atmosphere. Jack silently poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Chloe. Then he lifted his own glass and said, "Happy anniversary." Chloe paused. "Anniversary?" Suddenly remembering, she said apologetically, "Sorry, I forgot that it is our 100th day wedding anniversary today." That's right. It was the beginning of summer when they had gotten their wedding certificate, and it was already the end of summer, meaning that an entire 3 months had gone by. No worries. It's fine as long as I remember. Jack raised his glass and took a small sip. Chloe also raised her glass and took a sip. It would be impossible to ever forget a scene like this, at such a beautiful restaurant on a special day like this, with such a special person. You even prepared a gift, but I don't have anything for you. Chloe felt a bit awkward. If she had known, she would have bought him something. If you're serious about giving me a gift, why don't you give me a kiss? It'll make me very happy, Jack said in all seriousness. Chloe's face reddened, yet she still rose gracefully, walking to Jack's side and aiming to kiss his cheek. Right as her lips were about to touch his cheek, Jack suddenly turned his face, meeting her lips with his. Chloe immediately panicked. This as face. Without giving it too much thought, Chloe immediately returned to her seat, beginning to eat while pretending that nothing had happened. Even when they had moved on to dessert, she focused on eating each scoop of ice cream at a time, not daring to raise her head. Jack looked at her cowardly response, the corners of his mouth raised in a smile, his gaze becoming incomparably warm. When they got home and were getting ready for bed, Jack received a call after taking a shower. I have to go out for a moment. You should sleep first. What's wrong? Feeling that it was something serious, Chloe asked worriedly. My dad was hospitalized due to high blood pressure. Is it serious? I don't know yet, so I'm going to go take a look. You should sleep first. Jack pulled on his coat and left. Chloe had actually wanted to go with him, but then she remembered the relationship between his parents and her. Therefore, she had no choice but to swallow her words. The weird thing was, now that Jack wasn't home, she couldn't fall asleep. Maybe she had gotten used to him being there beside her when they slept, and now that she was suddenly alone, she was feeling a bit uncomfortable. That's why sometimes a habit can become something scary. It's fine not being able to get certain things in life. What's scarier is losing something you have. Chloe didn't get much sleep that night, and when she woke up in the morning, she found that Jack still hadn't returned. She thought for a moment, then sent him a message. How's your dad? He's fine now. His blood pressure decreased and he went home already. I have an early meeting at the company, so I had to leave. Remember to eat breakfast. Okay. After replying, Chloe washed up and left after drinking a glass of milk. On the road, she unconsciously turned on the radio in the car and heard a piece of news. According to media outlets yesterday, at the rooftop restaurant of the Pullman Hotel, the celebrity famed for her portrayal of feudal-era dramas, Angela, went on a date with the prince of the GK Corporation. Paparazzi have pictures from the scene, and rumor has it that Angela is the celebrity face for a female shoe brand under GK, so everyone believes that she took advantage of this working opportunity to seduce the prince. According to employees at the restaurant, the two enjoyed a sweet dinner. Has their relationship been exposed? Upon hearing this, Chloe laughed to herself. When did she become Angela, the celebrity? Did they look similar? Taking out her phone, she searched her up and found that they didn't look alike at all. She wondered how the media could have mixed them up. But what Chloe didn't know was that last night, Angela had actually gone to that restaurant, but instead of Jack, she went with her personal assistant. But the media loved to assume, and upon noticing Jack's car and the fact that Angela was GK's new spokesperson, they connected the two together. Chloe didn't bother paying attention to these random pieces of news and drove to Southside Recuperation Center. On the other hand, when Jack left the conference room at his company, he appeared to be exhausted. Yesterday, he spent an entire night looking after his father at the hospital and drove him home early the next morning. After an entire night without sleep, of course he would look frail. Boss, here's your coffee. Mark immediately handed it over. Jack took it and slowly took a sip. Boss, have you seen today's newspaper? Not yet. Why? Maybe you should take a look at it. Jack picked up the morning newspaper, glanced it over, and saw the giant entertainment headlines that read, Celebrity Angela midnight date with GK's prince, relationship exposed. After reading the news, Jack's expression darkened. So, boss, did you really go to the Pullman for dinner last night? Mark asked hesitantly, because the Maybach in the photos was indeed the one owned by his boss. Did his boss suddenly start dating celebrities? Yeah, I did. So, you mean... Mark looked hesitantly at the president, feeling as if he was admitting to the relationship. So who the heck is Angela? Jack asked with a grim face. Wait, boss. You don't know Angela? You know that fantasy drama that's been on lately? The Investiture of the Gods? She plays the female lead. I don't know. I've never watched it. Okay, fine. You win, Mark thought. Although the president never watched dramas, Angela was on the news every day, and her advertisements were pasted on every street and alley. It was difficult not to know her name, and that was why he thought his boss was an alien sometimes. He clearly wasn't from Earth. On the other side, Angela was preparing for a press conference. The rumors had increased her popularity, and there were a lot of reporters outside, waiting to interview her. Her female agent carefully asked, Angela, was today's headline our company's attempt to increase popularity? Of course not. Oh? I thought that our team planned it. It's great news, immediately pushing you to the hot topics list on number 1. You can use this opportunity to promote the movie that you're starring in that's scheduled for release next month. Angela looked at herself in the compact mirror and smiled. This rumor was one that she had never thought of. The meal at the Pullman was something she had gotten her assistant to reserve a month in advance. She never thought that GK's prince would be there too, and she really regretted not recognizing him at the restaurant. It would have been a great opportunity to suck up to him, but surprisingly, the media's irritating assumptions was a great help to her this time. Maybe she could take this opportunity and actually begin dating GK's prince. After all, marrying into a rich family was every female celebrity's dream. In front of the camera, Angela smiled sweetly, passionately answering the reporter's questions. Finally, a reporter asked, Miss Angela, can you tell us about your meal with GK's prince last night? Are you guys announcing your relationship? Angela pretended to be a little shy as she said, About that, I'm not able to divulge any information right now, but if there's any good news, I'll be sure to share it with everyone. Angela's answer was so vague that it drew more attention to the subject. Another reporter then asked, Word is that you're the new spokesperson for GK's OWQ female shoe brand. Did you get this opportunity because you're dating the prince? Or did you only start dating after landing this role? Sorry, can everyone please ask questions about next month's movie only? Thank you. Her agent appeared at that moment to fend off the question. Angela did what she did so she could prolong the spotlight that had been casted on her, taking this opportunity to increase her popularity. She believed herself to be young and beautiful, so even if GK's president saw the report, he wouldn't blame her. Maybe he would even invite her out to eat. Anyways, Angela began fantasizing about everything. After the interview was broadcasted, it gathered over 10 million hits, as a lot of people became interested in GK's mysterious prince. As a result of his rumored relationship with Angela, everyone's curiosity towards Jack grew. GK's stocks also skyrocketed that day. After Mrs. Dawson saw the news, she couldn't sit still any longer and immediately phoned her son. But she couldn't get through, as Jack put his phone on automatic voicemail since too many people were bothering him. Even Noah sent a message to Jack. Bro, what's going on? Aren't you afraid that Chloe will make you kneel on a durian when you get home? In reality, Chloe had already heard about it, but she was aware of the truth, and thus didn't care. GK Design Department. Jennifer's face dropped after watching the report. Director, say, do you think our president is really dating Angela? Do you think that trash like Angela can match up to our president? What a joke. Let me tell you, no woman in the entertainment industry is clean. Our president would probably find her dirty since he's germophobic. Because Jennifer idolized Jack, she was well informed of all his habits. She had managed her loneliness for all these years and maintained her virginity, all so that Jack would take notice of her. The President's Office. Sir, this is getting out of hand. Should we get the PR department to make a statement? Mark carefully asked. Why do I have to respond to something like this? But Ms. Angela is the newest spokesperson for our line of female footwear this season. Assistant Mark looked like he was about to cry. The chairman of the board couldn't find the president, and therefore called again and again. However, Mark didn't know what he was supposed to say. From what President Dawson said this morning, he didn't seem to know Angela. However, her remarks were so ambiguous during the interview just now that no one was going to believe that there was nothing between them. Countless media representatives gathered around GK's entrance. It didn't seem right to not provide them with a response. Assistant Mark's words finally caught Jack's attention. He looked up, frowning slightly. "Did you just say that she's a spokesperson for our company?" "Yes." "Who decided this?" Unhappy, Jack asked. "They all agreed on this during the last board meeting." "Oh, you were on a business trip at the time, so the chairman made an executive decision. Angela is very popular right now and charged a reasonable fee, so we signed a 1-year contract with her. Notify the marketing department to immediately terminate the contract. I want someone else." Who else?" "Anyone else." "But sir, we will have to pay a fine for this breach of contract," Assistant Mark said with difficulty. "You don't think I have the money?" Jack countered with a question of his own. No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say..." "Shouldn't you be going now?" Jack's face fell. Mark immediately ran to the marketing department and announced the president's orders. The finance department then began calculating the penalties they needed to pay, and the company's legal department gathered to prepare a termination contract and attempted to minimize company losses. In addition, the PR department sent out an announcement stating that GK would no longer be using Angela as their spokesperson. The news caught attention as soon as it came out. "Angela, something bad happened. GK breached our contract, and you can't be their spokesperson anymore." Her manager hurried into the changing room. Angela stood up immediately upon hearing what her manager said. "What did you say?" "They want someone else." "Why?" Angela's expression went grim. "I don't know the specifics, but they already called to tell me they're willing to pay the penalty, and that you can't be their spokesperson anymore. Do you know how popular that product is? Whoever is its spokesperson will get a huge boost in popularity. I can't believe we missed that opportunity. I don't want them to pay. I don't need the money. I want to be GK's spokesperson," Angela said stubbornly. "It's not like I can do anything about it. Do you think what you said this morning at the press conference pissed President Dawson off?" "I don't think so." Angela was unsure as well. "Also, I heard that..." Her manager hesitated. "What did you hear?" "I heard that their president announced that from now on, GK will not be using you as the spokesperson for any of their products." After Angela heard this, she immediately fell back into her chair, dumbstruck. "This can't happen. You have to help me find a way. Can you call President Dawson? I want to explain the situation to him and apologize in person. I can't miss this opportunity. Top-tier celebrities have all been GK's spokespersons. I can't miss out on an opportunity like this. If they really block me out of everything, my future will be in jeopardy," Angela said as she shivered, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The rims of her eyes turned red. Her manager was a little angry and annoyed and thought, "Should've, would've, could've. What were you thinking? You shouldn't have been so arrogant and pretended that you were in a relationship with him. What is the point of crying now that she's angered the big boss?" "I'll try, but I can't promise anything. I heard that GK's president is abnormally indifferent and unforgiving." Jack was busy at work the whole morning. While he ate lunch at the cafeteria, the director of the PR department walked in. She was a graceful but stern woman in her 40s and a longtime employee of GK. "President Dawson, Angela's manager contacted me just now. She said that Angela really wanted to see you, so could she make an appointment to meet with you?" "No." "Okay, President Dawson." After her request to meet with the president went bust, Angela, unwilling to admit defeat, trailed behind Jack's car after work. At an intersection, Jack suddenly stepped on the brakes. Anglia was unable to swerve her white Maserati away, and, bang! Her car crashed right into Jack's. Jack parked his car off to the side of the road and walked out. Angela's driving skills were mediocre to begin with, and she was in such a hurry to catch up with President Dawson just now that she accidentally hit his car. "Are you President Dawson?" Angela asked politely after getting out of her car. Jack glanced at her and then at his own car. You were the one who hit my car? I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to talk to you. Jack looked at her, a little bewildered. The truth was, he didn't recognize that it was Angela. She was always slathered in makeup on TV, and she looked a lot different in real life. Do you know me? President Dawson, I'm Angela. What do you want? Jack asked with indifference. I'm here to apologize for what I said at the press conference. I was out of line, but please do not terminate my contract. I don't want compensation. All I want is to be GK's spokesperson. Please forgive me. The PR department already dealt with it. It's no use talking to me. But it can all be changed with a tap of your finger. Please do me this small favor. We're not friends. Why should I do you any favors? Jack was wondering why this woman was sucking up to him. Her vague remarks at the press conference were an obvious ploy to get ahead. It's a shame that she messed with the wrong person. Then let's be friends. As long as you're willing to forgive me, I'll agree to whatever you ask me to do in the future. Angela looked at Jack's gorgeous face and implied that he could have his way with her. Too bad Jack wasn't interested at all. All he said was, "We will be hiring a European or American celebrity to be our new spokesperson. My decision is final. Oh, and I will be leaving my car here. Once the insurance company finishes its evaluation, I expect you to pay me the amount they ask you to. Transfer the money directly into the company account. If I don't see the money in a week, my legal team will take over the case." After he finished, Jack hailed a cab and left. Angela was devastated. She had the heart to kill herself. What kind of karma was this? Not only did her attempt to negotiate fail, she even rammed his $100,000 car. People began gathering around her. Angela immediately slipped on her mask and hid back into her car. Then, she called her manager to help deal with it. Subsequently, the traffic police and insurance company arrived. Once the manager arrived at the scene and saw the mess, she scolded, "Angela, how did this happen? I don't want to talk about it. That Jack is super unreasonable and as cold as an iceberg. I bet he's gay. He didn't even try to make a move on me," Angela complained. Jack was an iceberg? He was, but it depended on who he was with. He was a rare volcano that would become active once every millennium, but only in front of Chloe. Chloe was looking through her closet. Jack had handpicked all the clothes in there, including lingerie. Chloe's face flushed at the thought of this. It must have taken a lot of courage for a man like him to do all this for her. Therefore, when she had free time, she would go shopping and buy clothes that she liked, so she wouldn't burden Jack. After getting off work, Chloe bought some fresh beef and vegetables from the supermarket. She was going to make hot pot. Jack arrived home on time. "Perfect timing. Let's have hot pot," Chloe smiled. "Did you watch the news today?" Jack asked as he took his shoes off. "I did." "Are you talking about the high school student who helped an 80-year-old man up from the street but was blackmailed? Can you believe this world? They all say that old men become bad men, but I think it's that the bad people have all aged. The student's parents were unwilling to compensate, so the old man went to cause a scene at the student's high school. He even latched onto the kid's leg and wouldn't let go. Such scoundrels. I'm never going to butt into others' business in the future. Thank goodness you helped me out last time, but I won't be Mary Sue again. I'd rather be called heartless for not helping." Chloe went on as Jack watched her quietly. "Finally," he said. "Chloe, that's not it. I think you know what I was asking about." Seeing Jack's serious expression, Chloe no longer had the courage to change the subject. She nodded. "The news about you and that female celebrity? I think she's pretty." "Is that all?" Jack frowned, clearly unhappy with her answer. "What else am I supposed to say?" Chloe was confused. "I don't actually know Angela. The company asked her to be our spokesperson because she's popular, but we terminated her contract today, and I ordered GK and all its subsidiaries to never use her again in the future." Won't you have to pay her a lot of money?" "That doesn't matter, as long as you don't misunderstand me." "I won't. Last night the two of us were having dinner, remember? The media tends to randomly write about stuff like this, so don't get angry." Chloe comforted him. Jack took off his jacket, lit a cigarette, and leaned on the couch. He looked at Chloe. But today, during the press conference, she purposely tried to get ahead by making things seem real. Chloe smiled. Isn't that normal? Female celebrities all do stuff like that. I know it's not real, just their way of trying to get others' attention. I don't care. I won't allow the use of my personal life to catch the attention of other people. I know. Chloe nodded. Chloe. Yeah? Do you trust me? Jack asked gently. What do you mean? I mean, how much do you trust me? Do you trust that I won't cheat on you? Jack stared at Chloe without blinking, as if he was trying to figure out her thoughts. Chloe nodded. I trust you. Why? Chloe pointed at her head. I have a good brain. What kind of genius would I be if I can't tell the difference between what is true and what isn't? Moved, Jack lifted his arm. Chloe, come here. Rarely obedient, Chloe shuffled over to Jack. Jack reached out and pulled her into his embrace. He buried his head in the nook of her neck. The warmth of his breath tickled Chloe. This intimate gesture made her heart beat uncontrollably. He said, Chloe, whatever happens in the future, just remember that I don't care about what anyone thinks. As long as you trust me, I will have no regrets, even if I die. Don't say stuff like that. You're not going to die. Chloe pinched Jack's face. Jack lifted his hand to gently sweep away the loose hairs on Chloe's forehead. He looked at her up and down, as if he couldn't get enough of her. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen beautiful women before? Feeling awkward, Chloe snorted purposely. The corner of Jack's lips curled. Honestly, I've never seen a beautiful woman that would come out of the shower naked, covering nothing but her face. Ah, are you going to bring that up for the rest of our lives? Chloe's embarrassment turned into fury, and she jammed her fist into Jack's chest. She didn't use a lot of strength, and to him, it seemed more like flirting. He grabbed her arm and drew her lips onto his, biting them gently. It was warm, ticklish, with a hint of desire. Just then, the electric stove beeped, signaling that the water had finished boiling. Chloe immediately pushed Jack aside and got up awkwardly. The water's ready. Let's have hot pot. Okay. Jack's expression was filled with desire. He obviously wanted more, but still listened to Chloe. It was early autumn and a little chilly. The couple enjoyed a steaming meal of hot pot at home, their hearts warm with broth in each other. Suddenly, Jack's cell phone began to ring. What do you want? I just got off work. Let's go out for a drink. Noah was in high spirits. No. Why not? Noah immediately became unhappy at Jack's rejection. I already ate at home. Oh, so you're spending time with the wife. I haven't had dinner yet. Can I bum a meal off of you guys? No. Jack refused decisively. Hey, what kind of a friend are you? Think about it. I helped you and Chloe out a lot. Chloe was going to marry that ex-boyfriend of hers, who was busted hiring prostitutes. Did I or did I not call you at once and create an opportunity for you guys? Then I helped investigate that truck. Oh, and when Chloe got into that fight with the patient's family and was injured, didn't I call you right away too? I can't believe that you would burn bridges so soon. Are capitalists all like you? Noah rambled on and on, softening up Jack's determined attitude. He looked at Chloe. She immediately asked, Who is it? Noah wants to come here for dinner. Yeah, he can come. Just as Noah was about to thank Chloe, she said, Let me call Sarah over as well. Oh, hey. I just remembered that there's something urgent I need to deal with. I'll pass on dinner tonight. Maybe another time. Huh. Before hanging up, Noah said to Jack, Jack, you guys make a good couple. You're both evil. Then, he hung up. Jack laughed as he put his phone on the table. What are you laughing at? Chloe looked at him confused. Nothing. Jack didn't want to say. The next day, Jack had to catch the plane to go on a business trip, so he woke up early to leave. As Chloe was eating breakfast, she suddenly remembered how disgusting the food at Southside Cafeteria was and decided to pack her own lunch. The patients' meals at Southside Recuperation Center were really good because they paid for it themselves, and the ingredients were flown in fresh from the source. However, the chefs at Southside, usually busy cooking for the patients, would often ignore the employees. Chloe thought that their stir-fry tasted like pig food. Of course, she never had pig food before, but it was an educated guess. To save time, Chloe made kimbap, which was a Korean style of sushi. She also bought a jar of kimchi when she passed by the grocery store. It was a perfect combination. After spending her morning taking care of the patient in room 2, she brought her lunchbox out to the bench in the hall. She was just getting ready to dig in when Justin, who had just finished his post-rehab session, walked out from the other end of the hall with the help of his bodyguards. Right away, he knew that it was Chloe. Not because she was insanely beautiful. Rather, it was because she was the only nurse who wore a baggy white uniform. The other nurses all wore short dresses, so that had to be her. Ever since Justin was admitted, he had experienced a loss of appetite. He didn't like any of the food brought to him, seafood, stir-fry, dessert, or anything else. Being stuck in bed all day irritated him so much that it spoiled his appetite. A few of the female celebrities that belonged to his company were good at cooking and brought him home-cooked meals now and then, but Justin just threw everything in the trash. However, just then, he saw Chloe sitting there, enjoying her lunch. He didn't know what she was eating, but it certainly spiked his interest and appetite. When he passed by Chloe, he glanced at what she was eating. Each seaweed wrap was small, cute, and delicate-looking. They were in the shape of little bears, and she used seaweed to make eyes and ears. They were adorable. "What's that you're eating?" He was curious. "Kimbap, it's Korean-style sushi," Chloe answered without looking up. "Give me one," Justin demanded. "Don't even think about it." Chloe looked up with a stern expression on her face. "I will pay you $1,000 for a piece. What do you think?" Justin asked arrogantly. He always thought that money could solve all problems. If it couldn't, it just meant that he needed to throw more money at the problem. "No," Chloe refused with determination. $5,000. Justin multiplied his original offer by 5. Chloe looked up and smiled at him sweetly. Justin immediately felt a sense of achievement, because he thought that she was going to take him up on his offer. After all, who could say no to money? However, to his surprise, after she smiled, Chloe picked up a kimbap and shoved it into her own mouth, right in front of him. She chewed on it with satisfaction, as Justin watched, his mouth close to watering. "You can buy a bike with $5,000. Why don't you just order delivery? Their food is probably tastier than mine," Chloe suggested. "I don't want to order delivery. I want what you're eating. Come on, how much are you willing to sell for?" Finally, Justin lost all patience and asked Chloe for a price. "I'm not selling, no matter how much you offer me. Here's the thing. You think you can use money to do anything, but sometimes money's useless. For example, if you're in the desert, you might not be able to buy a bottle of water, even if you are willing to pay $100 million for it." Justin's face immediately went grim. Not only was the woman in front of him refusing to give him food, she was now lecturing him. That made him furious. The kimbap in Chloe's lap disappeared into her mouth one by one until there was only one left. Kimbap with authentic kimchi tasted like heaven in Chloe's mouth. Finally, Justin couldn't take it anymore. When Chloe wasn't paying attention, he reached out and grabbed the last kimbap and stuffed it into his own mouth. "Hey, you stole my food." Speechless, Chloe looked at Justin. Was he really the good-looking rich boy who charmed all the young girls in the city and was featured in entertainment headlines every day? He was so ill-mannered and paid no attention to his image. It seemed like the newspapers were lying. What you hear is not the same as what you see. In real life, he was just unbelievably immature. After Justin ate the kimbap, he took out his wallet and drew out a stack of money, at least $5,000. "Here, think of this as a thank you. I never eat for free." "Are you an idiot?" Chloe laughed faintly. Justin reacted at once. "Who are you calling an idiot, stupid woman? Are you tired of living?" "Yes, looking after a needy patient like you is killing me by the minute. Come on, kill me now." Then Chloe closed her eyes, purposely provoking him. "Seriously, you—" Justin was rendered speechless in front of Chloe's open provocations. If it were another woman, he would have slammed his phone onto her head without another word. However, what was weird was that he didn't feel the urge to use violence. He subconsciously looked at her, who was sitting in front of him with her eyes closed. He suddenly noticed that she had pretty eyelashes. Unlike other women, she didn't wear fake eyelashes, have extensions, or a thick layer of mascara slathered on. Chloe's eyelashes were not long, thick, nor curly. However, her natural look was a breath of fresh air for anyone who laid eyes on her. She never wore makeup and only used basic facial products, so her skin was white and radiant. Her lips were not smothered with lip gloss or lipstick. They were naturally red and juicy. She didn't possess extraordinary beauty, but her looks were extremely comfortable to look at. Justin began wondering what those lips would taste like if he were to kiss her. Then, even he was shocked by this thought. Finally, Justin took one last lingering look at Chloe, and he turned around to leave. After hearing his footsteps disappear, Chloe opened her eyes, smiled, and muttered to herself, "Justin is like an immature child, but his temper doesn't seem that bad. I guess rumors are indeed usually false." Chloe hadn't seen Justin act violently. At most, she pissed him off to the point of half dead. Therefore, she thought that Justin was just a little childish, and wasn't as scary as the rumors made him out to be. She could tell from the way he stole her kimbap just now. They all made away too big of a deal out of the young Master Cooper. At the Chin Manor, Jennifer sat on the living room couch, feeling extremely flattered. She wasn't sure why the chairman's wife invited her to their home. This was her first time visiting the Dawson Manor. It was indeed luxurious and filled with grandeur. The maid cut up some fruit and poured her a cup of scented tea. Jack's mother came down from the second floor, looking elegant and poised. "Mrs. Dawson." Jennifer immediately got up to greet her. "Sit down." Behaving a bit reserved, Jennifer sat back down, and Mrs. Dawson sat down on the leather couch beside her. "Don't be nervous. I didn't ask you here to discuss company matters. I wanted to talk to you about something personal. The chairman isn't home, so you can relax." "Okay, Mrs. Dawson," Jennifer smiled. She was wearing a beige suit with black heels and stockings. Her makeup was applied delicately. Jennifer was one of the prettiest girls at GK and had many suitors. However, she was too proud to date any of them. She never paid much attention to those men, since she always felt that she should be with Jack. Over the last few days, the scandal with Angela has gained a lot of attention. I thought it was true and was going to ask Jack about it, but then I found out that the Public Relations Department terminated her contract and announced that GK was never going to use her again. So, I assumed that Angela must have used my son as a stepping stone to fame, which angered him. Jennifer nodded. That is correct. Someone like President Dawson would never date a celebrity with a bad reputation. As GK's employee, I have faith in him. Satisfied with her answer, Mrs. Dawson nodded. I'm glad to hear it from you. Personally, I don't want Jack to be mixed up with the likes of the entertainment industry. The backgrounds of female celebrities are usually messy. Those women will do anything to get ahead and are involved in too many scandals. Naturally, they're not eligible to enter the Dawson family. They won't since they don't even have the chance to get near President Dawson. Plus, President Dawson has extremely strong self-control. Jennifer said that as a compliment. From her observations, Jack had never shown intimacy towards any woman. He always arrived at work on time and left work on time. Aside from his assistant, Mark, no one else was able to get near him. I know my son well, but rumors are scary. He's so outstanding but is still single, and people will gossip. The Dawson family values reputation, and I don't want anyone to take this opportunity to spread untrue rumors. So, has President Dawson ever had a girlfriend? Truth be told, Jennifer also wondered if Jack was gay. Mrs. Dawson's expression changed slightly at her question. He had a girlfriend, but they broke up after dating for a little while. They weren't compatible. It happened a long time ago, and shortly after that, my son went abroad. I'm not sure if he dated anyone in the U.S., because he rarely talked about his life there with me. Oh, I see. You don't have to worry, Mrs. Dawson. Since President had a girlfriend in the past, outside rumors are nothing more than just rumors. Jennifer felt relieved. Jennifer, I want to ask you a question, and I hope that you can answer me truthfully. I will, Mrs. Dawson. Do you like Jack? Mrs. Dawson asked as she stared at Jennifer. Jennifer's face immediately blushed. She bit her lip and nodded. Mrs. Dawson smiled. Do you want to be his girlfriend? Jennifer looked up, her expression grim. President Dawson will never go for me. You won't know until you try. Am I right? What do you mean, Mrs. Dawson? Jennifer was shocked. Did Mrs. Dawson just offer to help her? Mrs. Dawson saw through Jennifer's surprise and added, I like that you have a clean family background. You may not be the daughter of someone with a hefty background, but you have a simple family, and your parents are all scholars who immigrated abroad. You have an advanced degree and are good at your job. All in all, you are an ideal daughter-in-law. Mrs. Dawson, Exhilarated, Jennifer wasn't sure what to say. Anyways, I will make sure to create opportunities for the two of you. I believe that sincerity will be rewarded. Jack may seem indifferent, but he cozies up once you get to know him. Thank you, Mrs. Dawson. Jennifer nodded in gratitude. Then she stayed at the Dawson Manor for dinner. After they finished, Jack suddenly came home. Mom, what did you want me for? Is Dad not feeling well? Jack asked as he walked in through the door. Oh, he's doing fine. He went on a rehabilitation trip to the hot springs in the mountains, so he's not at home. Jack didn't say anything else upon hearing his mother's reply. However, he saw Jennifer sitting beside her. President Dawson, Jennifer greeted him. Why are you here? Jack wasn't happy. I asked her to come report about the company. I haven't had time to go to the GK recently on account of taking care of your father. If there's nothing else, I'm going to leave now, Jack said as he turned around to leave. Jack, the driver took a day off today, and it's hard to hail a cab in this area. Can you take Jennifer with you? After all, she's your employee, Mrs. Dawson suddenly said. Jack turned around to look at his mother, and then glanced at Jennifer. Finally, he said, Let's go. Jennifer was elated that Jack agreed. Before she headed out the door, Mrs. Dawson gave her a look of encouragement. She trailed behind Jack all the way to his Maybach. But right after she opened the door to the passenger seat, Jack said coldly, Sit in the back. Okay, President Dawson. Afraid to say more, she got into the back seat. In the beginning, neither of them said anything. Jennifer remained quiet, afraid that she would say something wrong. Suddenly, Jack asked, What did my mom talk to you about? No, nothing much, just work stuff. You can't trick me. I can imagine the kind of deal you guys struck. Truth be told, I don't like you, so don't fantasize about things that are never going to happen. My mom's ideas don't represent mine. I know, President Dawson, Jennifer nodded. However, to stop my mother from bothering me in the future, let's make a deal. What kind of deal? Jennifer asked in a daze. Whatever my mom says to you in the future, just vaguely reply and don't give her too much information. If she has her eyes set on you, she'll spend all her energy on you, which means that she won't have the time to introduce other women to me. It seems like a good way to go. Jennifer immediately understood what Jack meant. She asked carefully, President Dawson, are you asking me to be a double agent? To act in front of Mrs. Dawson and keep her in the dark? I can give you a 20% raise. I don't care about the pay raise, President Dawson. You don't know what I mean. Jennifer wanted to say something else, but she was cut off by Jack. If you don't agree to my proposition, you'll be transferred to the company's Malaysian branch tomorrow. Jennifer was speechless. The boss was indeed ruthless. If a deal wasn't going his way, he would take all means necessary. Finally, Jennifer had no choice but to compromise. I agree with your proposition, President Dawson. Good. Then, Jack stepped on his brakes, and the car came to a stop. You can get off here and get yourself a cab, charge it to the company, and the finance department will compensate you tomorrow. Sad and unwilling, Jennifer got off the car and watched as Jack's Maybach speed away. He was always so heartless, even demanding that she get off his car halfway. However, she just couldn't bring herself to give up on him. Chloe was driving home after work, but was delayed by a traffic jam. It was rush hour, and she was stuck in between red lights. Bored, Chloe took out her phone, took a photo of the traffic jam, and posted the photo on her friend's circle. She wrote, "The newest jam city has been discovered. Capital City is the jammiest of them all." Sarah immediately replied, "Agreed. Let's call this place Jam City from now on." Thomas also replied, "Sis, did you buy a car?" Chloe immediately replied, "No, the hospital lent it to me to use." Thomas, the innocent and unassuming boy that he was, replied with a yay emoji. "Awesome, sis. Take me out on a ride sometime." Just as Chloe was about to reply to him, the light turned green, and she turned her attention back onto the road. When she passed by a supermarket, she parked her car and walked in, hoping to buy some fruits and vegetables. However, she saw a strange scene. A man had kicked a woman onto the floor. She looked like she was in pain, but the man just kept hitting her. A lot of people gathered around them, but no one stepped out to stop the man. After Chloe saw who the couple was, her heart filled with complicated emotions. It was the pregnant patient that she saved a while back, and the man who was hitting her was her husband. "Honey, please come home. I beg you. Our daughters miss you," the woman wailed. "You stupid jinxed woman, can you stop crying? All you do is cry every single day. No wonder I have such bad luck. I lost money and almost ended up in jail. You seriously ruined my life." "I'd rather beat you to death," the man cursed as he continued hitting her. "Stop hitting her. What kind of man hits his own wife?" The people around them tried to stop the man. "Get the fuck away, we're married. The police don't even interfere, so why don't you go mind your own business too?" The man was extremely arrogant. The woman just cried and cried on the ground. Chloe lingered for a while and lost her mood to buy food. She just turned around and headed back to her car. She wasn't going to step up and help her. Chloe was the one who saved her life, but she almost got into big trouble because of her. It was like the story of the farmer and the snake, so Chloe didn't pity her. There's an old saying, "You reap what you sow," and those that are pathetic certainly have some reason to be despised. She was a victim of domestic violence, yet, not only did she refuse to divorce him, she actually believed that she couldn't live without him. A woman like her was never going to find happiness. A while ago, she begged Chloe to let her husband go. That was reasonable, but later, she took advantage of the media to force Chloe's decision, infuriating her. She didn't have to go through the trouble of putting on a show, because even if she had asked Chloe in private to forgive her husband, Chloe would have agreed. Chloe was okay with the outcome of the incident. As long as they stopped picking on the hospital and the hospitals and her own reputation recovered, she was fine. However, now Chloe was thinking that an asshole like him should be in jail. He was a scourge on this earth. The life they were living today was a result of karma. All tragedies began with choices. Chloe wasted some time on the road, and it was almost 7 p.m. when she arrived back at home, her hands empty. She smelled oil and fumes as soon as she walked in. Astonished, she walked to the kitchen to see something for the first time. Jack was in a white shirt and black suit pants, making stir-fry. That's right, Mr. Dawson. Our Master Dawson was making stir-fry. President Dawson, can you tell me what you're doing?" Curious, Chloe asked. "I'm learning how to make Chinese food." His simple answer left Chloe dumbfounded. You, why are you learning how to make Chinese food? I can cook." Chloe thought that the food she made tasted good enough, so they were fine as long as she knew how to cook. Jack had been in the United States for the last 7 years, so to him, learning how to cook Chinese cuisine was like starting from the beginning. It was too much of a hassle. "Don't you like Chinese?" "But I know how to make it," Chloe answered helplessly. "Sometimes you get off work late, and you're tired and hungry." "I get off work early and have time anyways," Jack said slowly, as he plated a pan of mushroom stir-fry. The delicious smell of food overwhelmed her senses, and Chloe's eyes became misty. She was extremely touched by his gesture. The truth was, It wasn't a big deal for a husband to cook a meal for his wife. However, Jack wasn't just any husband. He was GK's CEO, a man who was always super busy and would kill for there to be 72 hours in a day. GK had 7 branch companies, each a leader in their respective industry. Jack had to sit through at least 4 to 5 hours of meetings every day. However, he still managed to make it home from work on time and cook her dinner. How could she not be touched? Go wash your hands and change out of your clothes. Dinner is ready. Silent, Chloe went upstairs and changed into a set of loungewear. Then, she washed her hands. By the time she sat down by the dining table, she saw that 4 dishes and 1 soup were already set on the table before her. She could tell by looking at the color of the dishes that they would definitely taste good. "The food looks delicious," Chloe exclaimed, as she looked at all the food in front of her. Steamed bass, mushroom pork stir-fry, bitter melon stir-fry, and braised pork ribs. He even made clam soup. Jack picked up a bowl, filled it with clam soup, and handed it to her. "Thank you." Chloe took a little sip and gave him a thumbs up. "This is delicious. I don't even know how to make clam soup. How did you manage it?" "The company's chef taught me. His food tastes good, so I asked him." "Wow, chefs from big corporations sure are different from the rest of us." Chloe smiled. This was Jack's first time cooking, so Chloe had a bowl and a half of rice, much more than she usually ate. In the end, she still couldn't help but say, "If I weren't afraid of gaining weight, I would have had another bowl. Don't worry about it. I don't care if you're fat. But I do. I don't want to gain too much weight." Chloe battered her eyelashes with an adorable expression on her face. Jack looked at Chloe as a feeling of satisfaction overwhelmed his heart. All he wanted with Chloe was simple happiness. The next morning, after Chloe arrived at Southside Recuperation Center and changed into her uniform, she then went and measured the blood pressure of the old man in room 2. "Sir, you need to take it easy these days and no more sneaking in desserts. Your blood sugar's higher than before." "I got it. Hey kid, if you're not busy, let's play some chess again." The patient's expression lit up with anticipation. Ever since he found out that Chloe was skilled in chess, he kept asking her to play with him. "Sure, but you'll have to wait. I have to administer an IV for the young master in the other room first." Then Chloe went back to the on-call station, gathered some prescribed medicine, and headed towards room 1. His bodyguards all seemed to be having breakfast. The one left to guard the door was busy sending messages on his phone. He didn't even notice it when Chloe opened the door to go in. Chloe went in after knocking on the door. The scene that confronted her embarrassed her to the max. A beautiful woman with a smoking hot body was having an intimate moment with Justin. She had taken her clothes off, and her actions were incredibly flirtatious. Chloe's sudden appearance scared the woman, and she immediately pulled her clothes back on in a panic. Sorry, you guys continue," Chloe said as she turned around to leave. "Chloe, get the fuck back in here," Justin blustered loudly. I don't think that's a good idea." Chloe turned around, her expression awkward. How on earth would she have known that she might run into something like this? In a hospital. Justin looked at the beautiful woman beside him. "Get the hell out of here." Young Master Cooper. She was obviously unwilling. "Enough. Get the hell out of here." With tears in her eyes, the beautiful woman had no choice but to put on her clothes and head out the door. As she passed by Chloe, she glared at her angrily. It seemed like she was blaming Chloe for ruining their moment. Chloe looked at the woman and then muttered to herself, she looks pretty familiar. Isn't she the anchor of that travel channel? I think it's that 8 p.m. show called Walk Around the World. Have the bodyguards out there died? Why the hell did they let you in? Justin asked crossly. It had been days since he was admitted into this stupid recuperation center, and his life had been as dry as that of a monk. That anchor was here to deliver him breakfast, so Justin decided to have some fun with her. To his surprise, Chloe walked right in. However, for some weird reason, After Chloe walked in on them, Justin lost all of his appetite for that woman. He got so annoyed at her that he immediately chased her out. Upon hearing Justin's questions, Chloe answered truthfully, "I think 3 of them went to breakfast, and the big tall dude outside was glued to his phone. By analyzing the state of his obsession, I deduce that he's in love. Therefore, he completely ignored my existence." Justin looked up and glanced at Chloe. He said sourly, "Are you Sherlock Holmes? Is this a crime scene? Of course I know what's going on with my own bodyguards." Chloe immediately stopped talking. "Come here." Justin waved her over. "What do you want?" "I thought you were here to administer my IV. Hurry up. I need to get out of this garbage dump as soon as possible." Justin was a little impatient. He seldom requested an IV on his own accord. Chloe took a few steps forward and injected him with a needle. Justin seemed to have gotten used to Chloe's techniques. He was no longer against injections. Chloe stood close to him. She lowered her head and a few strands of hair fell off from behind her ears. Justin was actually tempted to lift them up for her. Just then, Chloe suddenly looked up to see Justin's arm in the air. Immediately defensive, she asked, "What are you doing?" She thought, "Did I hurt this little bastard? Is he going to hit me now?" To her surprise, Justin answered, "Oh, I just wanted to know if your hair was real, or if they're extensions." "What does my hair have to do with you? What kind of hobby is that?" Chloe glanced at him cautiously as she mumbled to herself. Justin was also embarrassed at his own lame excuse, so he immediately changed the subject. "I liked the kimbap you made yesterday, so make more when you get home today, and bring me some tomorrow." "Why should I?" Chloe crossed her arms and looked at Justin. "Because I'm your patient. It's not a hospital policy. You're rich enough to eat panda meat if you fancy it. Why would you want my kimbap?" "Because it tastes good. Why else?" "Weirdo," Chloe said as she turned around to leave. "Hey, come back." "What else do you want?" Chloe turned around. "The weather's nice today. Take me out for a walk." "Isn't that a job for your bodyguards?" Chloe was surprised. Did he take the wrong pills today? She wondered. "I'm tired of looking at men, so it's your turn today." Chloe was just about to refuse when Justin added, "This is within your scope of responsibilities as a nurse. If you refuse, I'll file a complaint against you." With no other choice, Chloe carefully helped Justin up. They took the elevator down to the garden behind the hospital. It was indeed nice outside, as the sun was shining high in the sky. Chloe had to support his weight, so naturally, they had physical contact. Justin justly lifted his arm and wrapped it around Chloe's skinny shoulders. Comparing the 1.85-meter-tall Justin to the 1.65-meter-tall Chloe, there was indeed a big gap. Just as Chloe saw a pavilion up front and wanted to see if he wanted to go sit down, she realized that Justin's head was lowered, and his eyes were staring at her chest. Then, that dude shamelessly commented, "No wonder you're wearing an oversized uniform. It's because they're tiny." Chloe let go of Justin out of anger, causing Justin to lose his balance and fall to the ground. "You damned girl, why did you let go? Do you want to kill me?" "It's called mental torture therapy." Chloe provocatively looked at him to retaliate for his uncalled-for comment from earlier. "What kind of stupid therapy is that? I am going to file a complaint," Justin protested. "Great. The worst that can happen to me is being fired. It's not like I will die without this job. Listen here, Justin. I've had enough of taking care of you. You're even more annoying than that old man next door. I'd rather play chess with him than have to anxiously give you an IV." Humph. After speaking, Chloe turned around and left. Justin sat on the grass alone, unable to get up. There was nobody else except him left in the room. He was furious that Chloe had abandoned him and made him sit in the burning sun for 10 minutes. At last, a nurse who was passing by discovered him and helped him back to his room. When he returned to his room, he held up his phone and immediately wanted to call the administrator of the recuperation center. However, he stopped while dialing the number. Chloe was right. The worst thing that could happen to her was getting fired. But if she was fired, the other stupid nurses would be the ones to give him injections. He would suffer if they were anything like the first idiot. After convincing himself, Justin decided that he would be the bigger man and forgive that damned girl. He would never have thought that Chloe would voluntarily propose to stop taking care of Justin, for one simple reason. Him being difficult to take care of aside, she was sick of being taken advantage of. Speaking of what happened today, if Jack found out, he would definitely choke her to death. Although her marriage with Jack was not completely consensual, Chloe still thought that it would be better if she avoided intimate contact with other men. Chloe, don't be like this. If you don't take the job, no one else will. You're the best candidate. Milana, the other nurse on shift, also tried convincing her with all her heart. We will be fine. We have so many nurses here, so there must be some that are good. Anyways, giving shots isn't hard. They'll get used to it after a few tries, so it'll be the same without me. Chloe, did Mr. Cooper give you a hard time? The head nurse couldn't hold herself back and asked. Chloe nodded. Chloe, how about this? I'll give you an additional $500 every day. I'll pass it through to the higher-ups. Chloe held out her hand and interrupted the head nurse. Head nurse, it's not about money. I don't want to take care of him anymore. Leave the elder in room 2 to me or transfer me to the neurosurgery department. I'd rather look after patients with cerebral palsy. In Chloe's mind, taking care of patients with cerebral palsy would be much easier than taking care of Justin. At the very least, they wouldn't have such arrogant and dominant attitudes. Although she was a nurse with a kind heart, she still had a temper. If she didn't reveal her fangs as a tiger, she may be mistaken for a Hello Kitty. Upon hearing Chloe's words, the head nurse stopped insisting and nodded her head. That night, a new nurse was arranged to give him injections. However, right as she walked in, Justin drove her out. He said, "Bring Chloe here. Young Master Cooper, Chloe won't be in charge of giving you shots anymore." Why not? With a cold face, Justin scanned the nurse's terrified face. She said. The nurse was so scared that she had no idea what to say. Are you a stutterer? Hurry up and tell me what she said. Justin was going crazy. She said that she'd rather take care of patients with cerebral palsy than take care of you, young Master Cooper. After hearing her sentence, Justin's face darkened. Great. He did not even fuss over being abandoned under the burning sun at the garden earlier today, and Chloe had already begun playing tricks on him now. Go get your head nurse. Justin was feeling a bit infuriated. Finally, when the head nurse Ember arrived, she apologized profusely, but did not mention a thing about Chloe. At last, it was Justin who had to lower his stance and request for Chloe. About that, Chloe. She'll be in charge of my care from now on. Don't let other nurses near me. They're as dumb as pigs. What our young Master Cooper meant was that out of all the nurses, Chloe was the only one with decent skills. But the most important thing was, Chloe was not just an ordinary nurse. Although she did not have the certifications of a doctor, she was a nurse who could perform a C-section on a pregnant woman. That by itself proved her excellence. Director Richard was correct in stating that Chloe was wasting her talent being a nurse, but it was Chloe who was willing to do so. Upon hearing Justin asking about Chloe, Ember was a little perturbed. Young Master Cooper, I'm sorry. Chloe, I don't care what she thinks. Get her here no matter what. Money is not a problem. Ask her how much she wants and put a price on her head. Is $100,000 a day enough? Justin waved his hand, looking like he didn't care about anything. To be truthful, he also wasn't confident if the money was going to be enough. He knew that Chloe did not really care about money, since his attempt to buy kimbap from her failed completely. It's not about the money, Mr. Cooper. Ember's response was as expected. I don't believe that there are issues in this world that cannot be resolved with money. Young Master Cooper's spoiled attitude surfaced again, and he coldly snorted. Young Master Cooper, Chloe is different. What's different about her? They all have one nose and two eyes. She's not even that pretty. Her chest is pathetically small, and her temper is disgusting. Women like her are nothing special. Justin harshly evaluated. Ember smiled and explained, "Chloe's thoughts are a little different from the others. I thought of her the same way before, but after getting to know her, I discovered her eccentricity. Her work is purely for her own enjoyment. She is great at what she does, but she can also be quite stubborn." Ember was right. Putting aside Chloe's ethics, her skills were indeed excellent, but she was way too stubborn. No matter how she was instructed, Chloe would not treat Justin as a VIP patient. Quite a few times, Ember felt as if young Master Cooper would burn the recuperation center down in anger. What would they do then? Chloe wasn't only not careful, she also refused to take care of young Master Cooper. Her reasoning was that she would rather take care of those with cerebral palsy than this young master. If Justin were to find out about this, would he blow the center up? Ember did not know that Justin had already heard about it. Although he almost exploded from anger, he still calmed down and insisted on Chloe becoming his personal nurse. That would give him more opportunities to get to know Chloe and then take his revenge. "You're her boss. You can hand her a mandate." Justin looked at Ember and gave her an idea. "But if I did that, she'll quit. Then I'll be at fault, young Master Cooper." "What? She would rather quit than take care of me?" Justin's pride felt beaten down. "She might be afraid that she'll be held responsible for improper care. Girls now are smart. They don't want to face too much responsibility," Ember kindly explained. "That's all. You can leave now." Seeing that Ember couldn't help him, Justin waved his hand, not wanting to speak with her anymore. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Did you find anything?" "Sorry, young master. Nothing yet. Her background is simple. There is nothing to find. Maybe your suspicions are wrong?" Justin's face dropped. "Are you doubting my orders?" No, young master. I just thought that an ordinary woman like her wouldn't have a complex background." "What do you know? My deductions are never wrong. What a bunch of useless idiots you people are. Keep investigating her for me." Hanging up, Justin laid on the bed with a complicated look in his eyes. His attitude towards Chloe was quite unusual. What piqued his interest wasn't their fights at the hospital, but her background. Upon investigation, he found out that Chloe's story was not pleasant. She had a younger brother, mother, and a stepfather who had already passed away. Her biological father's identity is a mystery. Someone as simple as her caused an internet outrage a while ago. But the tide suddenly turned, and Chloe was proven innocent almost immediately, establishing a new selfless angel-like image. Something of this magnitude couldn't have been done by a hospital without deep connections. In addition, Chloe was not involved with the hospital director Richard, which made it even more strange. What kind of powerful party was silently helping an ordinary woman like Chloe? Back when he saw the news on TV, Justin already guessed that the nurse had a complicated background. However, after getting to know her, he discovered that she was also a very eccentric woman. Everything surrounding Chloe piqued Justin's interest, and he wanted to get to know her more. Things were becoming more and more interesting. Chloe's refusal to be Justin's personal nurse became breaking news at Southside Recuperation Center. At lunch in the cafeteria, Chloe was singled out in everyone's eyes and became the target of finger-pointing. "Look, you're already at the center of the spotlight at our hospital." Milana covered her mouth and laughed. Chloe did not speak. She lowered her head and quietly ate her food. She was already very low-key, but she still couldn't avoid being the subject of discussion wherever she went. Chloe wasn't sure why that was the case. It was as if everything was predestined. "Chloe, are you really not going to take care of Justin?" "Mm-hmm." Facing Milana's inquisition, Chloe only grunted in response. "But won't you regret it if you miss this opportunity?" Although young Master Cooper's temper isn't the best, being his personal nurse is the dream of all the nurses at Southside. Do you know how many nurses envy, admire, and hate you? If they want to do it, they can. Why would they be jealous, envious, and resentful? Nonsense, they all went. But do you think young Master Cooper approved any of them? Young Master Cooper treats you pretty well. You've administered so many shots for him, and he never got angry with you. What's your secret? Milana curiously asked. Chloe's face filled with helplessness as she finished her food. She looked at the younger girl in front of her and said, I really don't have any secrets. Oh, then maybe it's your technique. You're so good that your injections don't hurt. Chloe, please teach me. I want to learn from you. Please, that's the most basic thing. Didn't you learn it in medical school? Chloe found it both funny and sad. Milana had been a nurse for a while already, but she wanted to learn how to give shots from Chloe. Chloe really wondered if she paid attention in medical school. Why didn't she know the most basic skills? And why would Southside hire her? Was it just because she was pretty? Yeah, I learned it, but it's a different case for young Master Cooper. He's harder to deal with. Please, Chloe. Unable to resist Milana's begging, Chloe taught her some injection techniques after taking care of the old man in room 2. The girl was also pushing it, and she used her own arm for practice. It was filled with pinpricks by the end of that afternoon. After work, as she was driving home, Chloe's phone suddenly rang. She looked at it and left it ringing, because the caller was Simon. 3 minutes later, she got a text that read, Chloe, I'm getting married to Lisa on the 17th of next month. The ceremony will be held at 9 a.m., and the venue will be the 3rd floor of the Shengjing Hotel. Remember to come that day. For some unknown reason, the route Chloe usually took back home was extra jammed today. Finally, she lost patience and drove through a side street and around the highway. As she drove, she actually passed by the headquarters of GK Corporation. The skyscraper lit up into an aqua blue color when the night fell. Designed like the National Aquatic Center, the building was especially entrancing. It was said that the building became the most iconic construction of the city, and the most ridiculous thing about it was that, when tourists traveled to the city, they would treat the building as a famous landmark and take pictures with it. Chloe once jokingly told Jack that GK could just dive straight into the field of tourism, and he actually replied that he didn't have time right now and would think about it later. Upon passing by Jack's office, the roads became surprisingly congested again. Maybe it was because of the evening commute, but there were just too many cars on the road. Bored, Chloe scrolled through her phone and suddenly got an idea. She sent a message to Jack. President Dawson, I'm at your company. May I have the honor of having dinner with you? When Jack saw the message, he was in the conference room, discussing the company's plan for next quarter's jewelry release conference. Jennifer was vividly presenting the details of the site, price, and styles of a few best-selling jewelers, and the market sales trends after launch. Right as Jack's phone rang, everyone looked in his direction. The only contact in Jack's Snapchat was Chloe. He didn't even have Noah added, since he would call if he ever needed something from him. After reading the message, Jack quickly got up and interrupted Jennifer's presentation. I have somewhere to be for a moment. You guys continue. President Dawson, how are we supposed to continue if you're gone? Jennifer felt like weeping, but she had no tears. She had been preparing for the meeting for 2 weeks now, losing sleep and appetite because she wanted to perform in front of the president and receive his compliments. Even a single compliment would have sufficed. Jack glanced at his assistant. Record the meeting and send it to my email. I'll watch it when I'm free. That's all. After speaking, Jack turned around and exited the conference room, leaving a dozen executives still seated. Most of them were used to the new president's style of doing things by now. It was true that the new president would always leave halfway through, or come early and leave early. He was unpredictable as hell. However, the profits of GK were increasing exponentially. Statistics showed that the profit last month had already passed that of the same period last year. The chairman had personally visited and inspected the company, and he was clearly pleased. Chloe was prepared to leave after seeing no reply from Jack. She didn't think too much and thought Jack was just busy. At that moment, someone knocked on her car window. She turned her head around with shock. Why are you here? Didn't you ask me out for dinner? Jack's face was serious. Chloe was only joking, But to Jack, this was the first time Chloe asked him out to dinner after 7 years. How could he refuse? "But are you done with work?" Chloe saw that the lights in the building were still on. She could tell that the departments were still working overtime. Jack did not reply. He walked to the passenger seat, opened the door, and got in. Looking at Chloe, he asked, "What are we eating? How about Ajin's ramen?" Without thinking, Chloe said. That was actually what she wanted to eat. "Drive," Jack pointed at the steering wheel and commanded. Then, Chloe's light-hearted prank became reality. Not only did she have to dine with President Dawson, she also had to be his chauffeur. Inside the noodle house, the two ordered ramen and some appetizers, which were quite delicious. Watching the students of second high school come and leave made Chloe lament the greatness of youth. Maybe she had too much fun eating, but she didn't even notice the soup stain by her lips. Jack put down his chopsticks and gently wiped her face with a tissue. Chloe looked at Jack and felt like they had time traveled back to 7 years ago. "Don't look at me like that. I might get the illusion that you're still in love with me," Jack abruptly said. "Ahem, yeah, it is an illusion," Chloe replied awkwardly, and then she lowered her head to eat her noodles, not saying another word. At this sight, hints of disappointment appeared in Jack's eyes. He knew that she had feelings for him, but he was surprised that she couldn't admit it, or see it herself. This also proved that she hadn't gotten over what happened 7 years ago, which brought up the question, when would they ever untie the knots in their hearts and get over the past? After dinner, Jack and Chloe went home together. Jack went upstairs to work, while Chloe stayed downstairs. She changed into her loungewear and did some cleaning around the place. Jack seemed to be done work around 8:30 p.m., and he came downstairs to watch the financial news channel. Meanwhile, Chloe was watching a TV show on her laptop. Just then, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right. Simon called me today, but I didn't pick it up. He sent me a text afterward." "Who's Simon?" Jack raised his head. Chloe was at a loss for words. "Here we go. Again." This guy always pretended to not remember someone he didn't like. With Jack's intelligence, he would definitely be able to remember someone's name. He was just being arrogant, pretending that he had forgotten the names of people that were insignificant. That terrible ex-boyfriend of mine. "Oh, did he want to get back together with you?" asked Jack nonchalantly. Chloe shuddered. "Why would he? He's about to marry Lisa, and he said the wedding was going to be on the 17th of next month. So, you want me to help you to kidnap the groom? Please, can you behave more properly?" Chloe felt extremely speechless in front of Jack's unreasonable response. Jack only looked at her faintly and continued to say, "Would you still be sitting there so perfectly untouched if I wasn't behaving myself?" In front of such deep words, Chloe immediately understood what he meant, even though she thought that she was fairly innocent. Okay, let's discuss something else then. I was only telling you about it. I never planned on going to the wedding anyway." "You should go to the wedding," Jack said as he watched the news. "Why? I will have to buy them a present if I go, and that's not something I want to do." Chloe didn't want to waste even a cent on a person like Simon. "No, you must go, and you have to buy them a super expensive present," said Jack arrogantly. Chloe was left speechless, but just then, Jack added, "I want him to know how rich your husband is, and how right it was for you to leave him back then. More than anything, you have to let him know that no matter how hard he works his whole life, he will never earn as much as I can, and he should get rid of any thoughts about you." Chloe was now truly speechless and had no clue how to respond. Jack was incredibly immature for wanting to do that, in addition to making it look like she married him for money. Besides, Simon wouldn't be stupid enough to compete with the president of GK over who was wealthier. The next morning, Jack went to work, while Chloe didn't have much to do because she had time off from her shifts. She was deciding between having lunch with Sarah or visiting Thomas at his school. Just then, her phone rang, and the display showed that it was an unknown caller. "Is this Chloe?" a young man asked on the other end after Chloe picked up. "I am. I'm Liam Green," he said. "Oh, you. What do you want?" Chloe was surprised to hear that it was Liam, because she hasn't had much interaction with him. He even picked on her at their grandmother's funeral, and she retaliated, which resulted in discontent on both sides. She knew that SIM cards were linked to the owner's real identity, and that it wouldn't be difficult for Liam to get her number. But why did he suddenly call her? It couldn't be anything good. Dad had another heart attack last night, and he's in the VIP room of the First Hospital now. Can you visit him? He wants to see you. I don't have much time, that's all. Chloe quickly hung up after she spoke. Why would she care if Timothy Green was ill? Didn't he have plenty of devoted kids? There was Andrew, Liam, and that Brenny. She would be inviting abuse onto herself if she went. Plus, he never even acknowledges her existence, so why would she go just to be humiliated? Also, what kind of family identity would she go as? It was ridiculous. After she hung up the phone, Chloe oddly enough headed back to her mother's and bought some fruits, vegetables, and beef along the way. When she entered the yard, Sandra was playing with a couple of women in her neighborhood, and they were all quite happy. "You're back, Chloe?" Everyone smiled and greeted her. Chloe smiled and then went in to start on lunch preparations. At noon, with only her and her mother left in the room, she hesitated for a bit before saying, "Mom, Liam, that boy Evelyn gave birth to, called me today. He said that Timothy had another heart attack and wants to see me in the hospital, but I don't want to go. I know many people would call me an ungrateful daughter and say that I don't even care for my own father's life, but I don't want you to feel bad. I only consider you and Thomas my family, and I don't want you guys to be sad." Chloe's words moved Sandra. However, she didn't say anything for quite a while afterward, as she ate in silence. But, after the meal was finished, she suddenly said, "Get your stuff and come with me to visit him in the hospital." Chloe slightly froze, as she didn't expect this kind of response from her mother. "Mom?" Chloe wanted to convince her otherwise. "I know what I'm doing, so come with me." Then, Chloe cleaned up the dishes and headed towards the First Hospital with her mother. Chloe didn't speak at all on the taxi, because she didn't know why her mother wanted to go, or what she wanted out of this. Maybe her heart softened because he was sick and wanted to mend things with him, regardless of what had happened in the past? Or was it because she knew that he was sick and that he had been punished by karma, which alleviated her hatred, and that she wanted to see him fallen from grace? Regardless, at that moment, Chloe decided that she would support her mother no matter what. Even though her mother had always been harsh to her, she did feed her and raise her. She knew that she had to be grateful to the person who raised her, and she would always keep that in mind. In the VIP room of the First Hospital, news of Timothy's hospitalization was completely sealed. None of the media outlets knew. There were 2 bodyguards standing outside, and just as Chloe and her mother arrived at the door, Evelyn happened to walk out from inside. She smiled strangely when she saw Sandra. "Go in, he's waiting for you." Sandra didn't say anything. She looked at Evelyn coldly, and then walked in with Chloe. Sandra was actually quite beautiful, but because of all the years of rough times, she already lost all of her beauty. However, it was different for Evelyn. Even though she and Sandra were about the same age, she had spent her years in luxury. She had been living well and eating well, and therefore looked at least 15 years younger than Sandra. Her temperament was different as well. Evelyn glanced at Chloe, with mockery and disdain in her eyes. Chloe didn't care about her at all and just followed her mother into the room. When Timothy saw Sandra, the apple he was holding in his hand dropped to the floor. "You..." He was quite surprised. "Mr. Green, it's been a while." Sandra handed her bag to Chloe as she sat down on the chair in front of Timothy, with a graceful smile on her face. "Sandra! Sandra!" Timothy struggled to say those 2 words with complex expressions. "You don't seem to be so well over the past few years. I always see news about your health on TV. Timothy smiled bitterly. Yes, I'm really old and useless now. Sandra smiled. What do you mean? If you're useless, you wouldn't have been able to give Evelyn 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Plus, all these years, your first and second wives seem to have gotten along quite nicely. You're pretty successful as a man, only not so great as a father. Come, take a look. Chloe is 24 years old now. Sandra reached out her hand and pulled Chloe in closer. Timothy raised his head and looked at Chloe with odd complexity. Chloe's appearance was strange, in that she didn't look like Timothy at all, nor did she look like Sandra. You could even say that she turned out much better than both of them. She didn't rely on money to fix her face surgically, or with makeup as Brenny does. Her natural elegance was enough to beat anyone, even if she didn't wear any makeup. Back in the days, Timothy fooled around with plenty of women. His scandalous behaviors in the past had forced a lot of women to fight for his attention, and the paparazzi had once even exposed that he was paying for 6 mistresses at the same time. Many of those women had even gotten abortions for him, while others ended up in mental health institutions. Of all those fights between the women, plotting against one another, barely any of them survived, unharmed, in the end. However, Sandra could be considered either the luckiest or unluckiest out of all of Timothy's lovers. She was lucky enough to have given birth to Chloe and to have been able to raise her safely. However, it was unlucky that Chloe wasn't allowed to step inside the Green family for all these years. From an outsider's perspective, Sandra's dream of marrying into riches was in shambles, and that she had given up more than she gained. However, several years later, she was blessed with a sweet daughter, which was quite a joyous thing. Chloe, come. This is Uncle Green. He's 10 or so years older than your dad, James. Chloe was surprised to hear Sandra introduce them like so, calling her real father Uncle and calling her deceased uncle Dad. Her mom was clearly out for revenge. Even though she knew it was slightly inappropriate, she still obediently said, Uncle Green? Sandra, what do you mean by this? Timothy felt depressed at the sound of uncle. Nothing. We're just here to say hi. A bright smile remained on Sandra's face. I know that you still hate me. Timothy sighed. Why would I? I should thank you instead now that I think about it. I should thank you for being so cold back then. You've taught me how to give up on someone. Humans really shouldn't talk of feelings, because it's not worth a thing in front of prophets. Even though I haven't been living a wealthy life over the years, I'm quite happy. I've got a son and a daughter, and a bunch of kind neighbors. But you're in really bad shape. How does that saying go again? Karma will come, it's only a matter of time. Timothy grew more depressed when he heard Sandra's words. I know that you hate me, and you should, but I want to make things up for you now. I know that I've done wrong onto you and Chloe. Sandra, I'm truly sorry. I've put you in pain over all these years. Timothy felt rattled up, as his eyes grew red. Don't say that, Mr. Green. I've been very well over the years. There's no need to make things up to us. I raised my daughter myself, so that has nothing to do with you, and there is no point in bringing up sentiments from the past. But there is one thing that I must tell you, and it's something that I will never forget. When James got into that car accident and needed $100,000 for an urgent surgery, I begged you in the heavy rain. I kneeled down and even knocked my head onto the ground, but you were so indifferent and refused to save his life. I often think 100,000 means nothing to you and the Green family, but if you lent it to me back then, James might have not died. So, you already owe him his life, Timothy. You wicked-hearted, cruel thing, your life will end terribly. I only wish that you could die sooner. Only then would I be comforted. Sandra enunciated every word harshly, and then she finally broke down crying. Mom, please, no more. Chloe hugged her mother, knowing that she couldn't become agitated, given her mother's weak physical state. If Sandra didn't say so today, Chloe wouldn't have known about this. Sandra, I was blinded, perhaps by jealousy back then. James was my chauffeur. How could he be with you? You were my woman. I didn't want others to touch you, and my jealousy blinded me back then. I know that I've treated James wrong. After all these years, a cold-hearted man like Timothy suddenly admitted his crimes, and even repented. Sandra couldn't believe it either. She thought that Timothy would order his bodyguards to chase them out after she said all that. What's the point in knowing your crimes now? James passed away 7 years ago, and there's probably nothing left of him now, Sandra said as she wiped away her tears. Chloe, you don't want to forgive Dad either? Timothy looked at Chloe. You must be joking, Uncle Green. I'm only a little commoner. How could I even have the right to discuss forgiveness with you? Chloe's words sounded ordinary, but it was truly much more hurtful. The name, Uncle Grinny, alone, put Timothy in great misery. Chloe, I'm too old now, and there are things that I regret, but everyone was young once and had made mistakes. I hope I get the chance to make it up to you, truly. I've already left shares for you two in the Green family. If you guys want to come back, No need. We don't care for your family shares. Timothy, do you really think that money can solve everything after everything that had happened? If you do, then go live with your money, and I really hope that Evelyn can stay virtuous after you die. Just look at how coquettish she is. You should worry about whether or not she will cuckold you after you die instead of worrying about us. You should also worry about that son and daughter of yours, and whether or not they can survive Lily's wrath. Sandra pulled on Chloe's hand and turned to walk away. Just as she finished speaking, Timothy was left full of misery. After Chloe and her mother left, Timothy broke a vase in the room and spilled water everywhere. Sandra was quite formidable. Not only were her words fierce, she was also directly on point, picking out what Timothy worried about the most. He didn't even have the heart left to care whether Evelyn would find herself a new man. He was most worried about that precious son and daughter of his, and what Lily and Andrew might do to them. Around evening time, Andrew came to visit, and he peeled an apple for his father with a fruit knife. Dad, here, eat the apple. Andrew smiled affectionately. However, who knew what was hidden behind that affectionate smile? If you have a pet snake, you will always be in danger of getting bit, and that summed up Timothy's situation perfectly. Because he wanted to let Evelyn, his son, and daughter into the family back then, he had to negotiate the terms with Lily. The end deal was that Lily could adopt a son from her sister, who was Andrew. During these years, a careless mistake had made Andrew the biggest threat. In addition, it was impossible to get rid of Andrew now, because on the surface, he had already become the Green family heir in the public's eye. He was a famously devoted son within the upper-class circle. If Timothy wanted to eat fish in the middle of the night, he would drive out with his yacht to fish. On the other side, Liam fooled around, being too busy picking up girls, playing with cars, getting involved in fights, and had amassed plenty of stains on his record. He was known as a useless failure. Even so, Timothy still didn't have the heart to see everything he had conquered fall into the hands of an outsider. Andrew didn't have the Green family's blood, regardless of how perfect he was. Plus, his wild ambitions had already surfaced. It was only a matter of time before this staged father and son relationship collapsed, but it wasn't time for the final confrontation yet. "How is the company lately?" Timothy asked as he took the apple. "Pretty good. I hear there's a product ordering convention next month in France, and you've arranged Liam to go." "Yes, he's old enough and has to take on some responsibilities. He'll start to gradually take care of the company with me." Andrew remained smiling. However, Timothy grew more unsettled at the sight of this, as if there was a ticking time bomb that could explode any moment. Liam is still young and immature, so don't give him anything too important. He still doesn't have the ability yet. "No, Father, I think Liam has been keen to learn lately. I think very highly of him." Timothy didn't know what to say, and so he chewed on the apple without another word. "Dad, I heard my little sister Chloe came over today," Andrew said nonchalantly, as he held the sharp fruit knife in his hands. Timothy's hand that was holding the apple shook slightly, and then he finally sighed and purposely said, "I'm too old now, and I've become useless. I actually began to miss that kid, Chloe. Yeah, I could see that she's a really nice girl last time at Granny's funeral," Andrew said as he smiled. "But that child doesn't seem to want to forgive me, no matter what. I don't even know if I can hear her call me Dad before I die." Timothy seemed emotional. Andrew reached out his hand and patted the back of Timothy's palm as he comforted. "She will, Dad. Don't worry. Chloe isn't that cold-hearted. She'll definitely come back, I promise." "Do you know Chloe well, privately?" Timothy inquired. "I really like her as a little sister, but she doesn't seem to like me. She won't even say hi when I see her. I'm really stuck. I want to approach her as an older brother and take care of her, but she won't even let me." "Oh," Timothy seemed to sigh in relief. "What? Dad? Did Chloe say something to you?" "No." Andrew only smiled and said nothing else when he saw Timothy's expression. On the way back, Chloe took her mother to a shopping center near their home, and she bought some warm fall clothes and shoes for her mother. Sandra keeps saying that it was enough, but Chloe knew it was because she didn't want her to spend too much money. "Don't worry, Mom. I got a new position and it pays quite well. I am capable of supporting you and Thomas better now. There's still no need to spend money extravagantly. Earning money is still hard," sighed Sandra. Then, under Chloe's continual insistence, Sandra finally agreed to eat out at a restaurant. However, they only went to a fairly small dumpling house and ordered 2 plates of dumplings with a small side dish. "Mom, what you said today? Was it really true? Did you really beg that cold-hearted man because of what had happened to Uncle James?" "Yes, I had no other option, and I went to him with my last hints of hope." "So you went today to humiliate and taunt him, right? Do you feel better now?" Chloe picked up a dumpling and placed it onto her mother's plate. "I'll feel better when he dies. There's too much hatred between us, but remember, Chloe, I won't stop you. If you still see him as your father, you can visit him. You're you, and I'm me. I'm able to clearly distinguish that." "Mom, do you think he really wants to make things up to me?" asked Chloe. "I didn't think he faked it. I've never seen him cry for all the years I've known him, but his eyes were completely red from the tears today. Maybe people really become kinder towards the end of their life. Maybe he's worried that he won't even hear you call him Dad before he dies," sighed Sandra. Chloe looked at her mother. Then she took a few bites and slowly said, "Mom, this means that you're still too naive. He's caught on to your weakness. You don't think that his words were genuine?" Sandra was somewhat surprised. Chloe bitterly smiled. "Have you heard of crocodile tears? He purposely put on this act today for us to see. He doesn't want our forgiveness. He only wanted to get us on his side. The fact still remains that he wants to get us into the Green family's civil war and get us on his side to help that son and daughter of his." "But maybe you've guessed wrong? Then wouldn't he be the one that's wronged?" Sandra thought about the previous scene once again and thought that Timothy couldn't have faked his emotions. "I'm not wrong. What do you think he is aside from being your previous lover and my father? He's the leader of a major company. What kind of tides and storms do you think he hadn't experienced? Why would he still care for sentiments? He hadn't approached us in all of these years, but now that the Green family is undergoing a civil war, he suddenly found his conscience and wants me back as his daughter? He only saw the weakness in humanity, and he had been preparing for it since the time he called me back to attend grandmother's funeral. There's a dark scheme behind all of this. Mom, I'm not you, and I won't be taken advantage of. You're too nice, and that's why the tragedy happened. I'll reveal his true colors for you to see. I will also let him know that he's not the only one that can be cruel. He won't get his way with his scheming, and he won't ever have me as his daughter." Chloe lowered her head and went back to eating dumplings after she finished speaking. Sandra was already shocked by what she said. She clearly knew and understood too little of her own daughter. She would occasionally wonder if Chloe was truly her daughter. Why would her daughter be so smart? Such intelligence seemed scary. At 8 p.m., Brenny drove to the hospital with Evelyn in her sports car. Just as they entered, Brenny immediately asked, "Dad, how was it? Did those two fools believe the act you put on today? Did Chloe agree to inherit the family shares to help my brother and I? I'm not sure. I can't figure out what their thoughts are for now." Timothy wasn't sure how much of his words Chloe and her mother believed. Evelyn walked over with gentle eyes, and she held Timothy's hand. "Timothy, thank you for doing this for us. Don't say that. It's all for our kids. Where's Liam?" "He's preparing for the overseas business trip next month. I can see that he's trying really hard." Evelyn tried to embellish Liam's abilities in front of Timothy. Timothy nodded and didn't say anything else. He truly loved Evelyn and the son and daughter of theirs. Even though Liam was useless and Brenny was wildly arrogant, he still saw them as his true children. However, as for Chloe, the truth was, there was always a disgusting thought in his head that Chloe was a tainted daughter. It was because after Sandra became pregnant and failed to enter into his family, he hoped that she would obediently give birth to his child. Instead, he never expected her to run off with that lowly driver of his, James, and the two even formed their own family. Therefore, Timothy always thought that Sandra cheated on him with James when she was pregnant. And so, even if Chloe was his own child, he still wouldn't like her. This was why he neglected the mother and daughter for all these years. Brenny walked out of First People's Hospital with her face full of complaints. "Mom, when will Dad stop pretending? He isn't sick at all, but pretends that it's bad. What's the point? Will Brother and I really be in trouble if we don't get help from that Chloe? What if she doesn't help us once she gets the shares? Or what if she helps Andrew bully us? I heard that old lady contacted Chloe already." "Do you think your dad is dumb?" Of course he had already thought of all that. The shares might have been given to Chloe, but she won't have any rights to move or sell them. Plus, those shares are tied to yours, which means that as long as she returns to the Green family and inherits her part of the share, she will have no choice but to stand on our side. "Then will she take the bait?" Brenny was slightly worried. "That share is worth over $100 million. What do you think?" Evelyn was convinced that Chloe would take the bait, all because it had to do with money. In her eyes, no one could ever refuse the allure of money. For a 24-year-old girl from a poor background without much life experience and knowledge, it would take her several lifetimes to spend all of that money. So why wouldn't she agree? If Chloe agrees to come back and help them, would that money really end up in Chloe's hands? The answer was no. There was no way Evelyn would let Chloe have the money that, in her opinion, rightfully belonged to her daughter. They only wanted Chloe back to stall time and mess up Lily's plans. Once all their plans were in place, Chloe would still be kicked out of the Green family. Sadly, they had no clue that their plans only seemed perfect in their dreams, and Chloe wasn't that easy to deal with. "Even if Chloe comes back, we still don't have a big chance of winning, Mom. Andrew is really scary. We should think of something else." If you already know that Andrew is scary, then hurry up and find a rich man to marry. Someone with a great background to join forces with our family and become our shield. We must use the opportunity to attack first before Andrew gets married and wins the support from his in-laws. Brenny immediately pouted when she heard what her mother said. "Mom, marriage is for life, and I want to take it seriously. Why are you acting so reserved now? Didn't you always like Justin? Don't you want to marry into his powerful and influential family?" asked Evelyn in response. "Of course I want to, but there are just too many women around Justin, and I don't have a competitive advantage." Brenny lowered her head due to a lack of confidence. "Brenny, Mommy isn't pressuring you, but you've lost the freedom of marriage from the very moment you were born into the Green family. Our marriages are only based on family interests. Love is for idiots. You're still young, Brenny. You'll understand once you're my age." Evelyn persuaded her daughter with good intentions. "Mom, there aren't any good men in my circle. Each and every one of them toys with emotions. I'll be upset if I marry one of them. But Justin is different. Even though he has a lot of women as well, he has never fallen for any of them. Those women are like clothes for him. He never wastes any emotions on them. He's handsome and the wealthiest. I want to become the queen that everyone envies, and the queen that the king spoils, just like how Daddy spoiled you back in the day. Plenty of socialites dreamed of marrying into the Cooper family. Even though Justin had a bad temper, there were still countless women that were eager to surrender to his handsome looks. Brenny especially liked Justin's looks and arrogant attitude, but sadly, he had never even laid his eyes on her. She also hadn't gotten any chances to approach him. Evelyn thought about it for a moment, and then she said, "Marrying into the Cooper family would be quite nice, but that son of theirs is hard to approach. No one knows what he's thinking, and I'm afraid this plan won't easily succeed. How will I know for sure if I don't try? Some of my close girlfriends hang around a couple of Justin's friends, so I could definitely think of a way to get him interested in me. Plus, I'm different from those other women. I'm clean and have not been involved in scandals. Once Justin shows interest in me, I'll take advantage of that opportunity. Soon, not only will I be able to date Justin, I will also marry him. I'll get approval from the Cooper family, and everything will be set once I become pregnant with Justin's child." "That would be best." Evelyn nodded with praise. They dreamed around but failed to even realize that Justin would never marry Brenny. Even if he wanted to, Andrew wouldn't agree. Andrew would never let there be an opponent that was much stronger than him to exist in his family. Plus, Justin knew nothing of this. He didn't even know who Brenny was. How could she even dream of having Justin's children? If Chloe was there, she would definitely say, "Brenny, aren't you thinking a bit too much?" Chloe originally planned on taking time off to be with her mom. They shopped around and ate together. Finally, the two of them got onto a bus and headed home. "Chloe, stay home tonight. I'll make you some hand-pulled noodles with mushroom meat sauce tonight," Sandra especially emphasized. Hand-pulled noodles with mushroom meat sauce were her mother's specialty, and it was incredibly delicious. She would always eat 3 big bowls of it every time her mother made it when she was little. She would be stuffed, while Thomas also fought for it, fearing that there wouldn't be enough. Chloe felt slightly moved when she heard her mother say this, but just as she was about to agree and stay home tonight with her mother, she received a call from the hospital. "Mom, something just happened at the hospital, so I've to head back first. I'll visit another day." "Okay, be careful on the way." Sandra watched her daughter go with slight reluctance in her eyes. After what happened today, she realized how hard life had been for her daughter. Yet, she was still unmoved by the Green family's great wealth. Instead, her daughter stood on her side, which made her feel incredibly comforted. Chloe headed straight to room 2 when she arrived at Southside Recuperation Center, before she even had a chance to change into her uniform. "Grandpa, why didn't you follow my advice? Didn't we say that you couldn't have sweets? You have high blood pressure and high blood sugar, and your leg is still recovering. You need to be careful of your diet." "I just had a tiny bit of honey," Grandpa said, as if he had been wronged. "Do you know how much sugar is in one small bite of honey? I'm not trying to scare you, but if you don't take better care of your body, it might end up costing you your life." "I know," nodded the grandpa obediently. Chloe gave the grandpa a shot of insulin, and after advising him once more about his diet, she threatened, "If you don't behave, then I won't play chess with you, and you'll have to sit around alone." "I'll behave." The grandpa now sounded like a little kid. After Chloe settled down the grandpa in room 2, she walked out and stretched her body. Justin just happened to be heading out for some light exercise with the help of his bodyguards. He was just about to speak when he saw Chloe, but Chloe turned around without even looking at him. This angered him, but he couldn't just let go of his ego, so he didn't approach Chloe. "Young Master Cooper, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll get the chef to prepare it." Milana walked over and asked carefully. Justin looked at Chloe, who was sitting at the on-call station, and said, "I want kimbap." Kimbap? Milana was a bit surprised. Chloe didn't care at all. She took her phone and house keys and headed out. "Milana, I'm off now." Grandpa, stabilized, but be careful of what he eats. Okay. Then, Chloe headed out, but as she passed by Justin, he immaturely stuck out his foot. He wanted to trip her. However, Chloe noticed this little trick, and after Justin reached out his foot, she stepped onto it without any mercy. Ah! You stepped? Young Master Cooper cried in pain and couldn't even finish his sentence. Then, Chloe coldly looked at him. How old are you, Justin? Justin's face immediately darkened when he heard what she said. If you're an adult, then please, don't be so immature. If you continue playing tricks like this, it will only hinder your brain development. Milana, tell the head nurse that the patient in room 1 not only has a problem with his leg, he also seems to be mentally unstable. After Chloe spoke, she walked out the front door without a care. Milana snuck a peek at Justin and noticed that his facial expression changed again and again, turning uglier and uglier. Young Master Cooper, do you still want kimbap? Milana asked carefully. Do I look like a kimbap to you? Asked Justin angrily. Milana was so scared that she no longer dared to speak. The bodyguards were afraid to move as well, and they stood around helplessly, like robots. Justin took a deep breath in and finally pressed down his fury. Come, get me back inside. Justin waved at his bodyguards, and then returned to his ward. If Milana didn't see this herself, she would never believe that Justin would act so calmly in front of Chloe's mockery. He wasn't mad, didn't threaten to file complaints or toss glass bottles at Chloe's head. Could this mean that Chloe was the force that countered Justin? Everything had its weakness, right? This shocked even the head nurse. And because of this, they were more polite to Chloe, because she could take care of any patient. The grandpa in room 2 now voluntarily followed his diet restrictions and no longer ate food behind others, because Chloe threatened that she wouldn't play chess with him. In no more than half a month, Chloe had become quite famous at Southside. This quickly got around. Justin sat on his bed, and instead of being angry, he smiled when he thought of what just happened. Since he was born, no one had ever dared to ask if he was intellectually challenged. Chloe was the first. He turned on his phone and flipped out the video of Chloe at the entrance of the first hospital from a while back. A naive-looking girl like that was able to calmly settle a medical scandal with a few words in front of all of the media. Justin thought she was very special. She could speak so calmly and also had such a soothing voice. The video stopped at the image of Chloe smiling at the press. Justin pressed pause, and he looked at the image on his phone as the corners of his mouth lifted up into a smile. Chloe, huh? Very good. My life became much more interesting after you appeared. I look forward to this. Chloe noticed that Jack was already home because the lights in the study were on. She took off her jacket and went upstairs with a cup of coffee. Knocked on the door, Chloe asked with a smile, Hi, Mr. Dawson. Would you like some coffee? The second Jack turned around to look at Chloe. His eyes immediately grew gentler. No need for coffee. Can I eat tofu instead? Jack always had a serious face on, even if he was joking. Chloe then blushed and walked over. She placed the coffee by his mouse and flicked his head with her fingers. Don't get distracted when you're working, or else you really don't deserve to be GK's president. Didn't you say that you were staying over there? Chloe nodded. That's what I planned. But something happened at the hospital and I had to get back. It was already late after I took care of it, and Mom sleeps early so I didn't want to wake her up. Plus, I have to work tomorrow anyway. Okay, have you eaten yet? I had some food at the hospital. I didn't, but I'm not hungry, President Dawson said as he looked at the documents on his computer screen. Chloe stood beside him and looked at the documents curiously. There were 3 photos of rings. It might be because they were only initial drafts. They didn't look very pleasing yet. Jack looked at them carefully while smoothly putting his hands around her waist, holding her lightly. Then, he inhaled her unique scent and suddenly felt much happier. These are the rings the company is going to release next month? Which one do you think is the best? Asked Jack. I'm not an expert. You should pick one yourself. Chloe smiled. I trust your judgment, so help me pick one." After staring at them for the whole night, Jack was quite frustrated. 3 different people designed these rings. The first half-moon-shaped ring held stars inside and was designed by Jennifer, which was called Stars Raise the Moon. Little girls probably all like this dreamy design. A young chief designer in their southern subsidiary company designed the second. It was a broken tear shape, both romantic and sad, named Tears of the Devil. The third was in the shape of a burning flame and had a complex design, which might shock others with its beauty. A new designer from the overseas headquarters proposed this daring design, and those were the 3 that came out on top from tens of thousands of submissions. As the president, Jack had to personally select one as the primary product, and then officially announce it to the rest of the world. After spending an entire night with the designs, he found advantages and disadvantages to all 3, so he was being very indecisive. Chloe just happened to be back, so he asked for her opinion. She earnestly slouched over, looked at the computer, and said, "Then I'll tell you what I think, but don't laugh at me." "Okay." Jack's hand unconsciously clasped Chloe's waist tighter, as if he was scared that she would run away. The first design is somewhat traditional, but there's nothing wrong with being conservative to go with taking the traditional approach with jewelry. It's a luxury product, and consumers might be scared to try newer designs. So many people would make the most conservative choice. The image of moon and stars is very dreamy, and little girls will love that, so there's a great market for it. President Dawson nodded. Chloe continued, "The second one is interesting. The designer must be an artist because the work perfectly portrayed all of the wounds inside his heart, but there may not be many people who will understand it. Tears are already sad enough, so shattered tears represents endless sadness. I'm sure it'll look amazing when the product comes out, but not many people will understand it, and so they won't buy this, no matter how interesting it is. However, it would be a pity if this doesn't exist at all, so I think you could manufacture a few and sell it as a limited edition." Jack nodded with approval. "Not bad. Go on." "I personally like the last one the most. The design is daring, and the product is shockingly attractive, but it must be difficult to manufacture a design as complicated as this one. If the cost of production is too high, consumers might not want to pay a higher price, and in the end, they will only look at it rather than buy it. So, I suggest that you get a model to wear it first, and once it has been properly marketed, the design could be sold in stores. Once a customer wants to buy it, you can begin manufacturing it after a deposit is paid. In conclusion, the first design suits the general public, while the other 2 should be treated as limited edition luxury items that only a few can buy. What do you think?" "I thought the same, but the first design is far too conservative. With GK's current brand identity, we will be laughed at by the market if the new designs we propose are not creative enough. Of course, profit is important for a business, but so is its reputation. So, I plan on pushing forward the third design as the primary product. As you said, the second would be limited edition, while the first would be promoted as inexpensive jewelry and used to attract the general public." Chloe nodded in agreement, as she thought that Jack would always be right. "I suddenly feel hungry now. I want to eat something." Jack looked at Chloe, as his hands moved around her waist. "If you're hungry, tofu won't be enough to fill you up." Chloe pushed his hands away and replied with a smile. "Tofu is definitely enough for me. I just happen to like it," Jack protested. There were hints of bitterness in his eyes as well. To his surprise, Chloe nodded. "There's tofu in our fridge. I'll make some for you." Chloe then turned around to head downstairs after she finished her sentence. Jack felt helpless. He didn't actually mean tofu when he said tofu, and she clearly got it, but only pretended that she didn't. What kind of woman did he marry? She looked like a bunny but was actually as smart as a fox. Half an hour later, Chloe called Jack down for dinner. She made a mushroom meat stir-fry, a vegetable tofu soup, and 2 egg pancakes. Clearly, Chloe's cooking immediately stimulated Jack's appetite. The 2 sat across from each other, and Chloe handed him a glass of water. Jack ate with great appetite. Timothy was sick, and I visited him with Mom today. Okay. He wants me to go back and said he left me some shares of the company, but I think he only did so to deal with Andrew. He is unable to control the situation, so he had to think of me. He even put on a show for Mom and me. Your mom must have bought it, right? Guessed Jack. Yes, she's still sentimental. After all, she's a normal woman, so she seemed to be slightly moved by it. But after she heard my predictions, she believed me. I think that Timothy only asked to see my mom and me for his own personal gains. I won't be tricked by his lies. He seemed capable of doing that. He never asked or even mentioned you for all these years, but even now, he still plans on using you. How surreal it must be to have a dad like that. Jack really despised the Green family, only because they have never treated Chloe nicely. Whoever treated Chloe badly would always be Jack's enemy. Yes, so I've always kept my attitude firm. I won't help him, even if he calls me daddy. Jack broke into laughter. His wife will occasionally say the cutest things. What are you laughing about? I was talking about a serious subject with you. It's not the time for you to laugh. Chloe was speechless. So, honey, you must be exhausted after a day of work, but you still have to worry about these things. Should I do something for you? Do what? Like give you a full body massage to release your tensions, or we could do some meaningful exercise to help you forget these worries temporarily. Chloe was overwhelmed with embarrassment when Jack spoke so explicitly about his intentions. I don't need a full body massage, but you could always give me more money. If I have more money, I won't be tempted by Timothy Green's shares, and he won't be able to get his way. I have a solution. What? Chloe raised her head to look at Jack, not knowing what kind of idea he concocted in his mind this time. You can come work at GK as the deputy CEO. You'll be on the board of directors and will be a shareholder of GK. What could possibly be better than being a GK shareholder? That's true. 1% of GK's stock share is worth more than 10% of the Green Corporation's stock share. I definitely believe you. So, do you want to come? I will have you know that I am sincerely trying to headhunt you. How does an annual salary of $50 million sound? It wouldn't be good if others found out that you pulled some strings for your wife. Chloe smiled. Do I really need to pull strings if you're already my wife? Well, instead of being the deputy CEO, I think I will just be GK's first lady. This position is relatively easy, and it pays well too. Chloe joked. Jack didn't say much else as he already knew Chloe wouldn't come to GK. He was just joking around with her. After their meal, Chloe went upstairs and took a shower. After she came out from the bathroom, she checked her phone and noticed that she received a text message. She was dumbstruck by the content of the message. $50 million has been transferred to your ICBC account, ending in 1040. Your current balance is $53,006,000. $53 million? She knew where the $3 million came from. It was Jack's monthly income of $1 million for the last 3 months. But what was the deal with the $50 million? She got up immediately to find Jack watching the financial news downstairs. Did you just transfer money into my account? It wasn't me. No way! Chloe interjected immediately. Who else would transfer such a large sum of money to her? Didn't you say you wanted to oppose the Green Corporation? I'm providing you with some funding for now in preparation. Are you kidding me? It's too much. I don't want all this money. Just take it. In case your hubby goes bankrupt, you can use this capital to help me rebuild my empire, Jack said casually, as he sipped on a cup of tea, as if he was speaking of $500 as opposed to $50 million. So, there were truly men who would spoil their wives like this? In the millions? Chloe didn't know what to think, so was she a rich woman now? It was sudden of Jack to transfer her so much money, but with such a good reason, it was difficult for her to refuse. She couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed with emotions, so she posted a status on her friend circle. She wrote, "If a woman is with you for the money, then give her enough of it, and she will leave you alone despite you being intimate with another woman. If a woman was with you for the relationship, then give her enough love and security, and she won't look down on you for not having money. But if you are unable to provide money or love, and you expect her to forgive your faithlessness, laziness, and lies, then I'm sorry. You don't need a girlfriend. You need an idiot. Sarah liked her status as soon as she finished posting it. She then called Chloe. Hey girl, not bad. I think your status is totally up my alley. I definitely benefited lots from it. Nah, you're thinking too much. I saw it on Facebook and thought it was funny. So, I reposted it. Chloe explained. I know. I'm just kidding with you. Have you been busy recently? I don't see you on Snapchat very often now. Yes, lots of messes to clean up after I was transferred over to the Southside Recuperation Center. Let's go out for a drink. No problem. But Jack can't know about it, or else he will choke me to death. Don't worry, I won't choke you to death. I have better ways to deal with you. Jack walked into the room without Chloe noticing. Chloe immediately hung up the phone out of fear. Mr. Dawson, it's not a good habit to eavesdrop on others' phone conversations. So, you going out drinking behind my back is a good habit? Jack stared at Chloe as he crossed his arms and leaned against the door. Chloe felt a little guilty. I was just saying that to Sarah. Oh, lying to friends is a really good habit, Jack intentionally emphasized. Chloe was instantly speechless. She thought about it for a moment and walked over slowly. She draped her arms around Jack's neck and whined, Master Dawson, if I were to give you a kiss, will you let me go out for a drink? Before Jack had the time to respond, Chloe lifted her head, puckered her lips, and gave him a kiss. Chloe, did you get drunk behind my back already? That was Jack's first reaction when he regained control of his mind. Jack's brain couldn't react to what happened fast enough, since he never thought that Chloe would take the initiative and kiss him. By the time he was able to react and wanted to return the kiss, the smooch was already over. Chloe let go of him and licked the corner of her lips. She looked rather seductive. So, Master Dawson, can I go out and have a drink with Sarah now? Chloe stared at Jack with her big eyes. What a honey trap. You're good. Jack stared at Chloe's face and answered. Chloe chuckled loudly, clearly amused. Did Sarah teach you this? Jack questioned. You think she's more intelligent than me? Chloe questioned back. Jack bit his tongue. Jack? Huh? Can I go out and drink just this once? I won't drink too much, just a couple of glasses. Please? Chloe pouted like a baby for the first time. Her voice was soft and tender, almost melting Jack's heart as he listened. He was determined to never let her drink again after seeing her drunken behavior last time. But for the first time, this girl was showering him with hugs and kisses, and he just couldn't find the heart to say no. Finally, in the end, after a long staring contest, Jack lost to Chloe. Fine, but don't be like last time, Jack warned. Yes, Chloe nodded cutely. Chloe felt much better after receiving an approval from Jack. Are you going out now? Jack looked at his watch and noticed that it was getting a little late. No, Sarah said we will reschedule to another day. Okay, try to go out during the day. I get worried if you go out at night. After laying down the ground rules, they both went to bed. Next morning, Chloe drove to work and had just punched in her time card before a coworker came up to her. Chloe, someone's looking for you. Who could be so annoying that they actually came to bother her at work? Chloe wondered. Just then, a flaming red shadow appeared in front of her. The shadow was in a red dress, with a pair of red heels that looked to be 7 inches tall. She was rather flashy and flamboyant. Brenny Green? Chloe furrowed her brows. With a full face of delicately applied makeup and hair down to her shoulders, who else could it be? Despite the fact that Brenny dressed flamboyantly, she nevertheless came from the Green family. The way she held herself, still, gave a great sense of presence. Chloe, let's talk. I'm working, Chloe coldly replied. She was never really fond of anyone in the Green family. It's not like you earn much with this job anyways. You can take a 1-hour break, and I will give you 3 times the pay, Brenny said, all mightily. Is this enough? She asked arrogantly as she pulled out a dozen bills from her LV handbag. For a second, Chloe wanted to take the money and toss it at her face, then tell her that she had $50 million in her account so she could stuff that money up somewhere where the sun don't shine. But of course, Chloe would never do that. She was not someone with no manners. Forget the money. What do you want? Give me the quicker version. I'm busy. Chloe looked at Brenny. This is not a good place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. Brenny looked at the busy doorway and suggested. So, Chloe took her to the hospital's back garden. What is it? Chloe said harshly. My father's sick. Did you know that? Brenny emphasized my father, reminding Chloe of her identity. Your point? Chloe was getting impatient. The point is, my father hasn't been well. He still thinks of you as his daughter, and he wants you to come home. You don't have to live in our house, but you have the right to inherit some shares from my father. I hope you know that those shares are worth quite a bit. Well, it's not like you would understand it even if I explain it to you. But you need to know that my father is being very kind for giving you a chance to become rich. So, to return his favor, you need to be on the same team as us against Andrew. Do you understand? Why would I? Chloe provoked. You will do it because there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you're taking the shares, then you need to help. I don't want those shares, so I definitely won't help you. What? Are you kidding me? You don't want those shares? Are you an idiot? Do you know how much they are worth? Brenny shrieked. I don't care how much those shares are worth. They have nothing to do with me. Miss Green, you can leave now, and please don't come back. I don't want you to disturb me while I'm at work, Chloe ordered. Shh, you stupid Kent, Brenny swore. Brenny, you should watch your image. After all, you're a socialite. Chloe, don't be a betch. What my father is doing is called pitying you, because you're so goddamn poor. Not only that, you have that burdensome little brother of yours. Didn't you have to work several different jobs, including at KFC, to support him through school? Oh yes, let's not forget your crazy mother. She failed to marry rich, so she ran off with my father's chauffeur. She then tried to blackmail my father when you guys ran out of money. When that didn't succeed, she went around spreading rumors that my father was unfaithful. Your whole family is messed up in the head. I know she owns a little convenience store for a living, so quit putting up a front when you guys are all so poor already. I see you're driving a Volkswagen now. Did you lease it? Is it secondhand? Or have you gotten yourself a sugar daddy now? Huh? Clearly, Brenny was a very vicious person. Not only that, she was extremely snobby and had always looked down on the poor. Back when Brenny was still in school, it was rumored that a fellow classmate really liked her. However, both parents of the boy were civil servants, so his family background was average. She would always give the boy a hard time in front of all the other classmates and call him a toad to suggest that she was out of his league. In the end, the boy jumped off from the 3rd floor because he couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, he only broke his leg. But what did all of that say about Brenny's character? Are you done farting? If you are, then get the hell out. I can't help but gag if I have to look at you for another minute. What did you just say? Brenny was obviously very surprised. You should really value the fact that you came from a good family and live a life of abundance. If you keep on living beyond your means, you will one day drown like a mouse, Chloe said, calmly. You shouldn't be so cruel, or you will be doomed by nature. Who are you saying will be doomed by nature? Chloe, you're just jealous of me. You're envious of the fact that I am the Green family's legitimate daughter, and you're just a lowly nurse. Miss Brenny, do you have paranoia? What fuels your superiority complex? Why would I be jealous of you? Out of the 3 of you, other than the fact that your mom got some brain cells, you and your little brother are practically mentally challenged. I sincerely recommend that you go and munch on some walnuts when you're bored to boost your brain. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at your intelligence? Oh, and by the way, the fact that you guys are still alive, being the way you guys are, is only because Andrew allowed you guys to live. What a soft-hearted person. Chloe turned on her heel and walked away when she finished speaking. Chloe, come back here! Who's got no fucking brain? Brenny was furious, but Chloe had already left, leaving her no chance to retaliate. Brenny was going to make a scene at the hospital, but she was afraid that the media would catch on and, in turn, ruin her image. On the way back, in her sports car, she was filled with anger. She then made an extremely daring decision without consulting with her mother. She made a call to a reporter that she knew. That night, at 8 p.m., the reporter revealed Chloe's identity as a bastard daughter on social media. The reporter deliberately described her and her mother as a vicious pair who hankered after the Green family's wealth. Despite knowing that Mr. Green was sick, they only cared about the amount of money they could receive. At the same time, others assumed that Chloe got away with the previous incident because she was the Green family's bastard daughter. The report also mentioned that Chloe had a good relationship with Andrew, so the incident was very likely taken care of by him. All the information provided was very exaggerated, but nonetheless, many still believed it. Later that night, when Brenny finally got home from the club after a night of partying, Evelyn asked unhappily, "Breenie, were you the one who revealed Chloe's identity?" "Yes." "Not bad, eh?" "It's fine if that bitch doesn't want to help us. I will make sure her reputation becomes foul. Now that everything's been exposed, she will be pressured to admit her relationship with my father. So eventually, she will come back to inherit the shares." "Don't be so foolish. What are you going to do if she takes Andrew's side?" "Oh, then it will be easy. We'll just get someone to kill her off and have the lawyer press her fingerprint on the documents before she dies. That way, the shares can be transferred to us," Brenny said nonchalantly as she reeked with the smell of alcohol. "That's a stupid idea. You're still too young and naive. You should use your brain more." Evelyn was very furious, but she didn't have the heart to slap her daughter across the face. Within the VIP room of the Southside Recuperation Center, Justin glanced over at Facebook trending topic and smiled to himself. The Green family's bastard daughter? That's an interesting identity. But this was not Chloe's only secret. There's more going on, Justin thought to himself. While everything was happening, Chloe was still working the night shift. She didn't go on Facebook to look at the news until everyone, including Sarah, Thomas, Amelia, and the head nurse at the first hospital called to check up on her. It was difficult for Chloe to imagine Brenny being so idiotic. Even though Brenny wanted to give her a hard time, she didn't have to do something so amazingly stupid. Chloe must have angered Brenny so much during the day that made her want to force Chloe to admit her relationship to Timothy Green. They wouldn't accept her in the beginning, but now they were practically forcing and begging her to accept her identity. These people from the Green family were all certainly pieces of work, and they had no idea how the word shame was spelled. "Hey girl, you okay?" Sarah messaged Chloe out of worry. "I'm great. Who did this? It's so terrible." "Brenny, I should go find her with you and beat the shit out of that little bitch. She's been pissing me off for a while now." "It's fine. I won't do that. What she did to me has no positive impact for her. Just wait for it. She'll regret it." On the contrary, Chloe appeared more nervous by the fact that others were worried about her. While she was busy messaging Sarah, Jack's call sprung up on her phone. "Hello? Are you okay?" By the sound of it, Jack was very worried. "You saw the posts too?" Chloe smiled bitterly. She never wanted to look for trouble, because she knew Jack would always be the one cleaning up after her. But so far, she had been nothing but trouble. "Yeah, I've already gotten someone to shut this down. I will take care of everything else. Don't worry, okay?" "I'm fine. Are you working the night shift tonight?" "Yes." "I will go find you." "No, it's okay. Southside forbids family visits, and they're really strict about it. You don't need to come. Just stay at home and wait for me. I will bring some breakfast home tomorrow morning." "What do you want to eat?" Chloe smiled slightly. In moments like this, it was clear that Chloe was very calm and intelligent, as she was still able to speak casually of breakfast, as opposed to being an anxious mess. "I'll prepare breakfast and wait for you at home." Jack hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking. Later that evening, The emergency alarm in room 1 went off when Chloe was busy preparing files. From the moment she heard the ringing, she knew Justin did it on purpose. His room was always full of women and bodyguards, so what kind of emergency could he possibly be in? She took her sweet time and went over after several minutes. "What is it?" She walked in and leaned against the doorway casually. "I want a glass of water. Pour me some." "Do you not have arms? You hurt your leg, not your arm, okay?" Chloe shot back. "Someone's feisty. Looks like your temper's worse now that you're associated with the Green family," Justin commented. After hearing what Justin said, Chloe's eyes glimmered. She then turned around and answered as she poured some water. "Wrong. My temper has always been this bad for the past 24 years, during which the Green family refused to accept me. It has nothing to do with who I'm associated with." Chloe passed over the glass of water and turned on her heel to leave. "Chloe." "What?" Chloe looked back. "If you beg me, I can take care of this within a minute." Justin held the glass of water in his hand and looked at Chloe arrogantly. Of course, he wasn't boasting. It was an easy fix for Justin. "Oh, thanks. If you drink less water, piss less, and stop breathing, I will be very grateful." To no one's surprise, she wouldn't ask for help, no matter what kind of situation she was in. Justin really admired her stubborn personality, but at the same time, he was also a little mad that she wouldn't beg him. As a woman, there were times when you needed to be tender and tame. Chloe's phone kept ringing after she got back to the on-call station. When she picked up the phone, the first sentence Thomas asked her was, "Sis, are you planning to go back to the Green family?" "Where did you hear that from?" "I didn't hear it from anyone. I just saw it on the news. No one came looking for you after all these years, and now they're making such a scene. For a family that cares so much about their image, they will probably come and find you because of the pressure from media." "Thomas, do you want me to go back?" Thomas bit his tongue after hearing his sister ask him. He then said in sorrow, "To be honest, I don't want you to go back. But if it's what you want, then I won't stop you. I will try to convince Mom for you. I've said it before, and I will say it again. I will always respect your decisions. Don't try to be a hero, kiddo. Plus, I'm not a snob. Going back my A's. The people in the Green family are all wolves. I'm already exhausted from working, and then when I go home, I will have to fight them to my wits' end. Why don't you sit back and relax? That way I won't have to worry about you too." "Sis, what's the situation? Can I help?" Thomas asked warily as he read between the lines. "No, it's fine. Just go to school and be a good kid. Don't make Mom and I worry." "I understand." "Okay, I'm going to get changed now and get ready to leave work. I'll talk to you later." "Okay." Thomas listened to his sister and hung up the phone. This brother of hers was actually a considerate and protective man already. Even though he was still young and couldn't really help her much, he was always the first one to provide moral support whenever she needed help. Thomas was always able to make her feel better and encouraged her through words. After all these years, she and Thomas had developed a great bond, sometimes even closer than that of biological siblings. She hoped Thomas would grow up quickly to become a man. She knows that it will be an emotional day to see him start his own family. But then, she also wished that time would slow down a little, because as soon as Thomas entered society, he will have to take on many responsibilities from his job as well as from his family. By then, he may not be so innocent anymore. Due to the sudden incident, Chloe left work early after changing. She thought it was important that she dealt with the incident, so she asked the head nurse for some time off. Justin had no idea that there was a shift swap during the night. At 10 p.m., he pressed the alarm requesting for water. His face dimmed as another nurse walked in. "Is Chloe not working tonight?" "Young Master Cooper, Chloe's had a family emergency, so she went home." The little nurse was quite afraid and didn't dare to speak up. "Get out!" Justin waved his hands at the nurse. He had trouble falling asleep, so he began flipping through his phone and reading the news. There was much more negative press after the exposure of Chloe's identity. Someone opened a Smurf account on a local forum and questioned the reality of what happened in the last incident between the hospital and the pregnant patient. Did Chloe use her family background to obstruct the truth? Haters gonna hate. So, naturally, the situation became worse. On the other side at the first hospital, the press surrounded the entrance, yet no one in sight came out to provide an explanation. It was the same situation at Southside, but clearly, Chloe wasn't going to walk out and respond to the incident. Justin was curious to see how Chloe was going to handle this situation. Would she go back to the Green family with her title and inherit a share of that pot of gold? Or was she going to keep being herself? By the time Chloe got home, Jack was still at work. He seemed very busy recently. Chloe didn't have the appetite to eat dinner, so she took a quick shower and went to bed. As for the news, she was too lazy to care and didn't want to bother with it. But it was Sarah who couldn't bear it any longer and called in to ask how she was. She explained the situation with a few simple sentences. Just as she hung up the phone with Sarah, another familiar number called in. "Hello? Hello, little sis. Looks like someone's trying to force your return. Have you decided what you're going to do? Do you need your big brother to help you out a little?" Andrew still sounded frivolous as usual. "That's not necessary." Chloe refused as soon as Andrew offered to help. "There's no shame in asking. If you let the incident play out on its own, you will be harmed much more than them. Even if you decide to be unresponsive, they won't stop until they get what they want. They will keep trying to smoke you out. Instead of being so passive, we can work together and get rid of them. Mr. Green is not dead yet, so no need to try to get ahead and start fantasizing," Chloe coldly reminded him. "I know. This has nothing to do with Dad. Right now, he won't come out directly to deal with this and will only watch in the dark. I'm guessing this incident wasn't thought out by Evelyn. Based on how brainless this incident is, it was probably done by Brenny." Chloe thought so too, but she replied with silence. Based on how the conversation between Brenny and her went down during the day at the hospital, Brenny would have the biggest motive. By going public with such a scandal, it would bring a lot of hardship onto Chloe's daily life. They were also using the power of the negative press to force Chloe to make a decision. She could either go back to the Green family and accept her identity, or leave the Green family and never go back. Initially, it was easy for her to choose, but now, Timothy was rumored to be gravely sick. People would label her as an ungrateful and vicious brat if she ruthlessly refused to go back. Chloe knew that this was a trap. The road ahead would be difficult regardless of what she chose to do. Not to mention, she was powerless compared to Brenny and her family. She had no resources or networks, unless Jack would make his move, but she really didn't want Jack's help. She had always considered herself to be strong and self-sufficient, and she couldn't possibly always live in the safe bubble that Jack provided for her. No good will come out of it for Brenny. I'm not that weak, and I won't give up easily. It's too early for them to think that they've won. I still have undealt cards. Nice. That's very brave of you. There's no comparison between you and Brenny. If we're speaking of pure intelligence, just based on weight, your brain would be heavier than hers by 3 pounds. However, this incident has brought on a lot of trouble for you. Just like last time, you will be living under the scrutiny of the public eye even though you are not a public figure, which is completely unfair to you. In reality, Andrew felt a little sorry for Chloe, for he knew that she didn't live much of a good life all these years. He had always wanted to help her, but she would always push him away. Fair? Young Master Green? Do you know how hilarious you sound for saying that? There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Brenny is also a bastard child, the same as me, born from a mistress. Yet, she lives a life of abundance as if she deserves it? And me? I have lived with nothing all these years, nothing except for ridicule and abuse. So, where is the fairness you are speaking of? If that's the case, you should take revenge. Give the people that started this a taste of their own medicine. I'm not interested in revenge, but I will teach Brenny a lesson or two for sure. However, I won't cooperate with you. I've said it once and I'll say it again. I won't be involved in your family feud, so don't try to recruit me. I've said nothing of it so far, so you don't need to worry. Andrew chuckled. He found it interesting that Chloe could be so silly and cute at the same time. If you have no other business, I'm hanging up. Chloe! His voice was suddenly soft and tender. Chloe listened in silence. Chloe, if you can't take it anymore, you can come to me, and I will definitely help you. You shouldn't expect much from your Jack. Don't put your hopes on someone who had abandoned you before. Do you understand? Chloe hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking. No wonder Jack called him a weirdo. He indeed had a sick brain. She wanted to correct him that Jack never abandoned her. It was her who broke up with him 7 years ago. 7 years later, it was Jack who took the initiative and steered this relationship back onto its track. Jack never owed her anything. There were too many external factors and obstacles between them, and that was why they hadn't been able to live the life they wanted together. Late at night, Jack came home from working overtime. He walked into the bedroom and noticed that Chloe was deep asleep. He stared at her face and kissed her forehead gently. Chloe turned around and tightly hugged Jack by his neck. Jack was startled. He thought she had woken up but found no movement after a while. He looked down and found her still deep asleep. How calm was his wife to be able to sleep when things blew up like this? He sighed and wondered. For Chloe to be sleeping so soundly, she definitely had to be pretty mentally strong. In the end, Jack laid down beside Chloe and wrapped her in his arms like a precious treasure, unwilling to let go for even a second. Don't worry, no one can harm you. Jack's voice was soft and raspy, filled with infatuation and love. As if she sensed something in her dream, Chloe buried her face deeper in Jack's chest. Jack lifted his arm to untangle and straighten out her hair. He was very gentle, scared to wake her. The next morning, Jack left early as he had to drive out for an off-site visit. By the time Chloe woke up, Jack was nowhere to be found, but breakfast was prepared and ready. Sometimes she felt that they were living together like roommates. Sometimes they would go days without seeing each other. How could they enjoy their newlywed romance when both of them left early in the morning and came home late at night? She thought to herself as she took a sip of milk and sent a message to Jack. Your whereabouts lately have been strange. Are you cheating on me? Do you have yourself a sugar baby or two? Jack's reply came in just as she was putting down her phone. It was an instant reply. If I did, what would you do? Would you be mad? Jack asked back. Chloe couldn't tell his tone through the text, so she couldn't identify if he was kidding or half serious. As long as I, the Empress, never dies, they will only ever be concubines. I thought you would divorce me and let me go, Jack replied to her after a while. Is that what you want? Chloe asked carefully, probing for his reactions. No, I won't divorce you. Even if the day comes where you no longer love me, I still won't divorce you. I've been captured by one person this whole life, and that person's name is Chloe Green. Initially, she was just kidding around. Now, Chloe didn't know what she should do after hearing such an affectionate confession. She couldn't help her heart from speeding up like crazy. Her face felt burning, and for a moment, she felt like a teenage girl who was getting asked out for the first time. Ha, I'm just kidding. Why would I divorce you? You've invested so much in me. It would be a big loss to get a divorce. Oh, right. You've been really busy recently. Did you eat breakfast yet? Don't just worry about me. Take care of yourself as well. Chloe quickly changed the subject. There's been a complicated case at work. I need to visit at the site daily and attend meetings. Okay, it's about time for me to go to work too. Chloe went downstairs and drove to work after she finished messaging Jack. She was careful to avoid the many reporters waiting outside the hospital. Inside the nurses' on-call station, many nurses crowded around Chloe. Out of the crowd, Ella was closest to Chloe, so she asked curiously, Chloe, is what the press saying real? Are you really Timothy Green's daughter? Oh my God, you're a billionaire's daughter then, aren't you? Chloe bit her lips and smiled out of awkwardness. She didn't acknowledge the situation, nor did she deny it. "Doesn't that mean you're Andrew's little sister? Oh my gosh, you're so lucky. Do you have his phone number? What about his Snap ID? Give it to me." The nurses excitedly crowded closer to Chloe. Chloe didn't know what to say. "Sorry, I don't. I never contacted him." "Chloe, if you're really a member of the Green family, why are you out here being a nurse? The Green family is so rich, you should be a socialite like Brenny." Women always like to gossip, but Chloe didn't want to answer the questions that were being asked. "Don't you all have work to do?" Head nurse walked over. "Head nurse." The nurses stepped back as they were afraid of her. "Get back to your stations. You are all at work right now." Ember used her authority to immediately disperse the crowd. "Are you okay?" She glanced at Chloe and asked gently. "Yes, head nurse. I'm fine. If you need the day off, just let me know." "It's okay. I'm fine." "Okay. I feel much more relieved seeing that you're okay. However, young Master Cooper's situation is not so well. He's kicking out all the other nurses. He hasn't had his medicine for a couple of days, nor did he have any transfusions done. Even the reassessment has been canceled. I believe the situation would be much more different if you were to tend to him. After all, you're the only nurse that was successful in giving him injections. So I'm guessing you want me to go and take care of him?" Chloe didn't feel like going. "I'm just mentioning the situation to you, and it's fine if you don't want to." Ember was a smart cookie. She knew better than to play hardball. Chloe felt a little guilty and embarrassed after hearing what Ember said. "I will try my best to help out." Chloe buttoned up her uniform and walked over to room 1 with the medicine. The bodyguards were thrilled when they saw Chloe, because they noticed that she was the only nurse capable of handling their boss. Justin was reading the newspaper when Chloe walked in. He looked rather serious. "Get the hell out," Justin said, without glancing at the door. He thought the woman at the door was one of those social climbers. Chloe walked over without a sound, turned open the medicine bottle, held out a couple of pills, and said, "Fractures take about 100 days to heal. It's not that big of a deal since you only tore your ACL, but it's not something that should be overlooked. You need to take the medicine and get reassessed." Justin looked up upon hearing Chloe's voice. His eyes glimmered with the slightest amount of happiness. "Should you really be worrying about me? Did you take care of your own business already?" Justin purposely asked with a straight face. Should a man really be so interested in gossip? Chloe crossed her arms and asked Justin, "How is this gossip? Didn't this news shake up the entire city? How are you taking care of it?" "How I take care of it is my business. You don't need to worry about it. Hurry up and take your medicine. I need to go play chess with the grandpa next door. Stop wasting time, everyone's very busy." Chloe nagged impatiently, causing Justin to not know whether he should cry or laugh. He wanted to ask if the grandpa next door was really so charming that she would rather go play Chinese chess with him than take care of a rich young man. "Is it Chinese chess? I know how to play too. Want to play?" "No." Chloe rejected him directly. "Why not?" Justin asked. "Because staring at your face for a long period of time gives me depression." Chloe turned on her heels and left. Before Justin could say anything, Chloe interjected, "Take your medicine." She then shut the door with a loud bang. Justin glanced over at the tray that contained the medicine and water, furrowed his brows, and took it. This woman had a special charm about her that made him want to listen to her. She was much better than those women who approached him with other motives, even though she only cared about him because it was her duty. But also, he was very interested in how Chloe would handle this whole bastard child incident. Chloe didn't go straight home after she got off work. Instead, she went over to the first hospital. Inside the VIP room, Timothy was not surprised to see Chloe walk in. "You're here?" He glanced over at Chloe. His expression was complicated. "Mr. Green, I need to speak with you privately." Chloe glanced at Liam, who was also in the room, and said. Liam was not happy and sneered. "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not an outsider. I'm Dad's son, unlike you, you bastard child." Chloe glanced at him coldly and replied, "As if you're not the child of a homewrecker as well." "What did you say?" Liam was the same as Brenny, uncalm, extremely arrogant, spoiled, and used to getting his way. Upon hearing what Chloe said, he immediately burst out in anger. Luckily, Timothy raised his head and stopped their banter. "Liam, go outside." "Dad?" Liam was clearly unwilling. "It's fine. I also have some things I need to talk to her about." Timothy's expression was serious. Liam glared at Chloe, and then he left the room unwillingly. Timothy glanced at Chloe and asked, "Did you come to find me because you think that I exposed you?" Chloe shook her head. "No, I know that it was Brenny, and you had nothing to do with it. I just have some things to say. Your mother was here this morning as well. It was clear that she was upset because she thought that it was my fault and that I wanted to force you to come back. She spent the morning yelling at me. Her temper hasn't gotten any better, it seems." Timothy recounted the morning's events with a calm demeanor that suited his current age and status. After all, he was a businessman that had been through all sorts of hardship. "I was not aware of that. She didn't call me. I'm just here to express my personal opinions today." "What do you want to say?" "I want to say, rather than hoping that I will help them, you should teach them to protect themselves. From what I see, with Brenny and Liam's IQ, it won't be long before they die in Andrew's hands. If it weren't for you, they would have been kicked out a time ago. Looking at the surface, what Brenny did doesn't benefit me, because everyone thinks that Mom only gave birth to me in an attempt to climb into the Green family. But that doesn't affect me negatively. In fact, I could take this opportunity to return to the family, but I wouldn't be the most trustworthy ally since they've already resorted to treating me that way. Do you really think I would still be stupid enough to help them? Furthermore, if anyone were to dig deeper into this matter, they will find out that Brenny's mother was the third person in your marriage with your first Mrs. Green, which will only harm their reputation. Only Brenny could do such a self-harming act. In fact, I'm pretty concerned for her IQ, so I'm telling you that you should discipline her more, or else the end result won't be pretty." Chloe's words were like blades cutting through Timothy's heart. The pros and cons of the situation were clearly laid out, and since Chloe was a commoner to begin with, she would be the same no matter how many insults and abuse she endured. But Brenny was different. If their dirty laundry was aired, she would fall from the status of a respected lady to the daughter of a homewrecker. Not to mention that Brenny wasn't yet engaged, so this would definitely affect her future prospects. Timothy fell into a deep thought after listening to Chloe. After a moment, he raised his head and asked her, "Will you not come back, even if I beg you? Even if it's to help me?" "What do you think?" Chloe laughed coldly. "What if we were to make a deal? Relax. You wouldn't be doing this for anything. I can invite the lawyers to prove that the company shares I'm giving you are really yours. As long as you promise to stand by Brenny and Liam, those stocks are worth billions." Timothy didn't believe that. With Chloe's intellect, she wouldn't want any of his inheritance. Chloe smiled. "Sorry, Mr. Green. I'm in need of everything but money at the moment. To me, I would rather have you promise to make up for the 20 years of paternal love that I missed out on than the billions of dollars of inheritance money that you're offering." Timothy was feeling a little guilty. Paternal love? He didn't have any. He only ever favored Brenny and Liam. For some reason, he just didn't like Chloe, no matter how intelligent and shrewd he knew she was. "Don't be conflicted. I'm just joking. Uncle James was great. He was actually like a father to me, so I'm not missing out on any paternal love. Okay, I've said my piece. This was just a kind-hearted warning, and it's up to you to listen or ignore it. There's one more thing I have to say." "What is it?" Timothy looked at Chloe in confusion. "Your mistress and daughter are too aggressive, I think. It's time for me to strike back." At that, Chloe smiled confidently, then turned around and walked out. Chloe's behavior was very calm and collected, and her words were full of logic. Timothy suddenly thought, if Brenny had even half of Chloe's maturity and intelligence, she wouldn't be in a situation where he had to worry about her on a daily basis. Pity. It must be because of his previous sins. That night, Chloe watched cartoons at home while eating chips, as calm as any other day. Jack hadn't returned from work. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was Simon again. Chloe watched it ring for a while before picking up. "What is it?" She thought that he wanted to remind her of his wedding date with Lisa again. What a lingering bastard. Surprisingly, Simon called to ask about something else. He said, "Chloe, are you really Timothy Green's daughter?" Chloe immediately knew what Simon was calling about. Smiling wickedly, she replied, "Of course. I even went to the hospital to find him today, and he kept yelling about giving me some shares of inheritance. I was thinking, what am I supposed to do with all that money? It's not like I'd ever finish spending it." "Why didn't you tell me these things?" Simon's tone became a bit reproachful. "You never asked me." Chloe found the situation rather funny. "I really think we missed out on so much. My relationship with Lisa isn't what you think." "I don't love her," Simon suddenly said. Chloe nodded. "Yeah, you just want to have a baby with her. That's not love." Such blatant mockery left Simon immediately speechless. He said, "Chloe, do you still blame me for everything?" Just as Chloe was about to say something, she heard the key turning in the door, and she immediately hung up. As expected, Jack had come home. "What are you doing? You're acting suspiciously." Jack could tell that Chloe was nervous. Nothing." Chloe felt a bit guilty. "I thought I heard you on the phone. Were you talking to that miserable-looking ophthalmologist?" "Are you Sherlock Holmes?" Chloe was exasperated that he could guess that. "So, you did a terrible thing? Are you going to apologize or what?" Jack removed his jacket, straightened his tie, and asked seriously. Chloe immediately lowered her head, calculating her next move. "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll go make it right now." In order to impress him, Chloe changed the focus to the dinner menu. Steamed Chloe. Jack sat down next to Chloe on the sofa, speaking casually. "Jack, stop joking around." Chloe pressed her lips together and gazed at his handsome profile. If steamed is too much of a hassle, then how about dipped in wasabi, like sashimi? "Honey, don't be like that." Chloe finally decided to use her ultimate move against Jack. 107 days after getting their wedding certificate, at 7:25 p.m., Chloe called Jack "honey" for the first time. As expected, Jack's expression changed immediately, his pupils becoming deep and serene. He turned his head to look at Chloe, lightly exhaling. "One day, I'll die by your hands." "Where did you get that idea from, President Dawson?" Chloe looked as if she were wronged. Jack was helpless, reaching out to pinch Chloe's apple-red cheeks. Her intellect was incomparable, and it only depended on if she wanted to use it. As for Jack, she knew his weakness too well. No matter what, even if she was wrong, she could still be so confident. Most importantly, one single sentence could soften his heart. The word honey was able to melt Jack's heart right away. He definitely did not have any room left in his brain to think about what Simon's phone call just now had been about. And he truly trusted Chloe, since she had dated Simon for such a long time, and still didn't take the last step with him. On the other hand, she still moved in with him, and even slept on the same bed with him. This meant that in Chloe's heart, he was still different. "So, you're not angry anymore?" "No." Jack shook his head. To be honest, Simon didn't really have much to say. I think he saw the news, found out my relationship to the Green family, and regretted that he didn't take any of the advantages. Chloe tilted her head as she deduced. "In the future, you don't even need to mention irrelevant people like him." Looks like Jack was still slightly jealous. Chloe immediately hugged Jack's neck, smiling in a cajoling manner. "As you wish, Master Dawson." Things changed that night. Chloe had guessed correctly. Once a nosy person dug deeper into the situation, the fact that Evelyn was a third wheel to Timothy and Lily's marriage, and how she proudly moved into the Green family with her children, was also exposed. This caused quite a large disturbance, but Evelyn was more cunning. Before the public rage could push to a climax, She took Brenny onto talk shows to cry about how she had been wronged, how she and Timothy were in love, and how she had moved into the Green family with the matriarch's silent permission. Unlike how the rumors painted her as a scheming betch, seeing how the public opinion was reversed, Evelyn couldn't hold it in any longer and jumped out at the first opportunity to cleanse her own name. This did fit their style. That night, Chloe called her mother, and they had a long discussion. The next day, when reporters went to interview Sandra, although she really wanted to insult the scheming betch Evelyn, she followed Chloe's advice. Chloe had reminded her multiple times to not do that, as sometimes silence was the best response, or things would only get worse. Southside Recuperation Center. Justin was pretty free lately. Without his luxurious nightlife, he was able to spend his nights following the latest gossip. He had been consistently following Chloe's situation, and today's reversal seemed to be within his predictions. But Chloe's lack of response and action only increased his curiosity. The power that stands behind her didn't seem to do anything this time around, Justin exclaimed. After the situation with that pregnant patient last time, Justin felt that there was a mysterious force behind Chloe. At that, he lifted his phone, found Andrew on his contact list, and sent him a message. "That sister of yours is very interesting. There's finally a presentable woman in the Green family. Are you talking about Brainy?" Andrew responded instantly. "Chloe Green," Justin replied with 2 words. Andrew didn't reply, but a voice call came right over. "How's your health? You seem to be free, seeing as you have the time browse Snapchat," Andrew joked. He was in the same circle as Justin, and they would get together with everyone all the time. They weren't necessarily close, but they weren't strangers either. "It's great. I really like it here." Justin's mouth tugged into a smile. "You know Chloe?" Andrew asked. "Yeah, she's my personal nurse," Justin said on purpose. Andrew smiled. "Really? What a coincidence. That sister of yours is really great, so if I said that I wanted to date her, would you support me?" On the other end of the line, Andrew's expression changed slightly, and the light in his eyes became sharp. "Ah, your taste has worsened significantly lately. That sister of mine isn't even good-looking. Her face is so plain. I've had too many flamboyant women. They get boring. Right now, plain is more fitting for my taste," Justin retorted. "Fine then. Since you're interested, then go for it. If you can become my brother-in-law, that'd be great too." Andrew laughed. After hanging up, Justin played with his phone, his mind turning at a fast pace. Based on what he knew, the force behind Chloe wasn't something to be overlooked. But was it Andrew? On the surface, Chloe and Andrew didn't seem to be close, but Justin felt that their sibling relationship was a bit weird. Maybe, because of the civil war within the Green family, Andrew had always been helping Chloe? After hanging up, Justin sent Andrew a text after remembering something. "Give me Chloe's Snapchat. Isn't she your nurse? Why don't you get it yourself?" "Are you dumb? If I could get it myself, why would I need to ask you?" Justin rolled his eyes at his phone in anger. "I don't have it either. I only have her phone number." "Isn't her Snapchat her cell phone number?" Justin became curious. "No." Seeing Andrew's reply, Justin was completely dumbfounded. Okay, not linking her Snap ID to her phone number was a twisted idea that did fit Chloe's style. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "I don't care what you do. Get me Chloe's Snapchat in 3 minutes." As expected, 3 minutes later, he received a message on his phone. On it was a series of numbers, which Justin searched on Snapchat and found that it was indeed Chloe, whose profile picture was a photo from when she was young. It seemed to be from many years ago, as she wore a white t-shirt and had a high ponytail. Such a dumb look. Justin smiled, and then he added her as a friend. After a long time, he still wasn't accepted, so he began to feel agitated. He added her again, writing, "Justin." He was directly rejected this time. Chloe replied, "I don't know you well." Justin was so angry and speechless. This was the first time he had sent a woman a friend request, and it must be noted that most women see having him as a friend on Snapchat as an honor that could be bragged about. "Chloe, just you wait," he threatened. On the other end, Chloe was about to sleep when she glanced at the message, and she mumbled to herself, "He crazy." The next morning, when Chloe woke up, things took another turn. Apparently, Andrew's adoptive mother had agreed to an interview. Her words in the interview were a slap on Evelyn's face. She claimed that she did not agree for Evelyn to move into the Green family, nor did she admit to a bad relationship between her and Timothy. She even directly criticized that some people would do anything to climb up. Evelyn didn't think that Lily would stand in direct opposition to her, and she ran to cry to Timothy about it in the hospital. Although Timothy sympathized with his mistress, he was too scared of the Lily family's power to blame Lily. He could only convince Evelyn not to escalate the situation any further and make peace instead. Neither Chloe nor her mother made a statement during all this, so not long after, the attention around them died down. A few nurses at the hospital tried to gain information about Andrew's private life through her, but she acted as if she didn't know anything. When taking care of the old grandpa in room 2, she would also give Justin his medicine, very unwillingly. She didn't want to tend to that prissy pants prince. "Chloe, why won't you add my Snapchat?" Justin took one look at Chloe as she walked in, threw off his covers, and jumped up to ask, "What law states that I have to add your Snapchat?" Chloe didn't bother raising her head. She headed directly to place the medicine on the tray and poured him a glass of warm water. "Take your medicine." "Add me, and I'll take it." Mr. Justin's temper started flaring up again. "I don't actually care. It's not like you're taking medicine for my sake." Clearly this method wasn't working, and Justin was so angry that his teeth started aching. "Chloe, last night I called Andrew, and we talked about your situation." As expected, the moment Chloe heard Andrew's name, she paused in her steps. Seeing that he had her attention, Justin pretended that there was something profound going on and stated, "Andrew seems to treat you differently than a little sister." After hearing that, Chloe's facial expression changed. In the end, Chloe turned around, glared at Justin's, and dropped an arrogant response. "Looks like I've been too kind when doing you injections lately." Was this brat blatantly threatening him? Brenny and Evelyn were enough to make her head hurt, so now that Justin brought up Andrew, it completely stressed her out. Sarah once asked her how she planned to deal with all this. She told her that she wanted to ignore it, which meant that she was not going to respond to anyone and just let the matter resolve itself. But, looking at the current situation, it appeared that if Evelyn and her people didn't stir up any results, they wouldn't give up. Chloe was in the middle of cooking up a revenge plan to protect herself while slapping them on the face. Just as she was contemplating what to do, an online statement induced a frenzy. "Hello, everyone. Recently, because of certain things, society and I alike have been troubled. Thus, I have especially stepped up to explain some things to everyone and clear my name. Although my last name is Green, I've not had any contact with the Green family for many years, other than when my grandmother passed away, and I wanted to be there to send her off. I have no monetary connections or debt to the Green family, nor will I participate in their fight for inheritance. Please stop making your own assumptions, as it could negatively affect my family and I. From now on, I want to go on with my normal life and not talk about this matter any further. I would like to make it known that I will not return to the Green family, nor will I accept anything from them that would benefit me. I won't take a single share of their inheritance or go to their company to work. Please let me return to my normal life, thank you." At the end of the statement was her name, Chloe Green. The entire statement was written in Chloe's tone and sounded very real. Although there wasn't a signature from Chloe, no one would doubt it. After all, forging one's signature was punishable by law. Seeing that the statement fit her own thoughts so perfectly, Chloe's mood was lifted. Other than Jack, she couldn't think of anyone else who would be able to guess what she was thinking and upload a statement like that at a crucial time like this. She immediately dialed a number on her phone. The call was picked up after 3 seconds. "Hello?" Jack picked up the phone. "I saw the statement. It was written beautifully, but it was just missing one sentence." "What sentence?" "You should have written that I want to cut all ties with the Greens and never talk to them again until I die." "If I wrote that, it would make you seem narrow-minded and people will say bad things about you, which will hurt your public image. I'm joking. I know you've thought about it all. I'm assuming you wrote that statement yourself, and not your company's PR team, right? You carefully thought out each word for me, didn't you? Chloe softly asked. Guess your eyes didn't get worse. Big Boss Dawson was acting all prideful like a lion again. That statement was the product of his lunch break. He had diligently typed it out on his laptop. Then, after confirming that there were no mistakes, he uploaded it to the internet. Because of Jack's involvement, this statement was quickly disseminated amongst all the major media outlets and was immediately seen by everyone. Jack? Yeah? I actually really want to thank you, but I won't say it this time, because you once said that I shouldn't always say thank you. I'm your wife, and it's natural for you to protect me, but I don't know what to do when you're this good to me. I just don't want you to get hurt. I understand. It's because I'm useless. Although I'm labeled as a genius, I'm always randomly involved in deadlocks and need you to come to save me. I was thinking, if you hadn't returned and were still in the US, what would I be doing right now? Nope, your what if doesn't stand. I'm already by your side, and I'll never leave. Chloe held her phone, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Let's have dinner tonight, my treat. After finishing her sentence, Chloe hung up the phone. The corner of Jack's lips lifted up slightly. He knew that his baby was feeling touched again. It was only a statement, but it conveyed everything Chloe wanted to say. Furthermore, it all seemed much different, because it was Jack who had written it personally. That night, Chloe rushed home. She changed into a dark blue dress shirt and black slacks, giving off the impression of a white-collar employee. As she was getting ready to leave, she got a call from Andrew. He seemed to be calling her quite frequently lately. Chloe thought that he was going to admonish her about the statement. Surprisingly, he said, "You better quit that job at Southside." Why? Chloe didn't understand. If you don't want to cause trouble, then don't interact with Justin. You guys aren't compatible. You say it as if you know what is best for me, Chloe coldly replied. Andrew fell silent. I'm being serious, Chloe. So am I. You've told me before to not get too close to Jack. In your eyes, none of the other men in this entire world are better than you. But they will really harm you. Then who wouldn't harm me? You? Asked Chloe impolitely. If you want to come back, I can protect you. Whoa, stop right there. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? You must have seen my announcement today. From now on, I don't want any interaction with the Green family. You better take care of yourself. Chloe hung up the phone immediately after she finished. As she went downstairs, Jack's car just happened to arrive at the front door. Chloe walked out, opened the door, and got onto the passenger seat. What's wrong? Jack asked when he saw that she was unhappy. Nothing. I got a harassment phone call. Jack nodded and didn't ask any further. He turned around and drove out of the area. What do you want to eat? My treat today. Pick your favorite, of course, smiled Chloe. Japanese okay? Of course. Chloe wasn't picky. She would eat anything and everything if she went out with others. So, when Jack picked Japanese, she immediately nodded. 15 minutes later, the car parked outside a Japanese restaurant that looked high-end from its decor. The two entered into a graceful little private room, where the tatami decorations were placed with care. A popular Japanese song played in the background. Even though they couldn't understand the lyrics, the melody was still very nice. During the meal, Chloe and Jack casually chatted. Jack, you call me honey when you need me, and Jack when you don't. Chloe, can you be less obvious when burning bridges? Chloe felt terrible when Jack said this, and then she lightly coughed. Honey, I've been causing trouble for you since we got married. Will you ignore me if you ever get annoyed at me one day? Do you think I would do that? Chloe shook her head. I know you won't, but I hate myself sometimes, always causing trouble. What's wrong with that? I don't mind cleaning up after you. Jack held up the sake glass and took a small sip. With the concentrated alcohol aroma on the corners of her mouth, Chloe would occasionally think, Did she save the entire galaxy in her previous life? Why did she meet such a warm, kind, rich, tall, and handsome man like Jack? After the statement was published, Jack utilized some connections and ways to publish several news pieces in the afternoon and evening. All of those basically fought for Chloe's innocence, and no matter how Evelyn pretended and faked her grief, she could never change the fact that she was a homewrecker. Brenny's reputation completely went down the drain as well, and she was so pissed that she didn't go out for several days, in fear that others would talk behind her back. Timothy was also discharged from the hospital, since Chloe had already stated that there was no point for him to continue to pretend to be sick. "Do you know when I wanted to return to the Green family the most?" asked Chloe carelessly, as she was on her phone, and accidentally saw the news of Timothy's discharge from the hospital. "You have times when you want to go back to the Green family?" Jack was somewhat curious. Chloe nodded. Then she continued to say, "It was 7 years ago, when we were in love. Back then, your mom didn't like my family background. But the truth was, I despised myself as well. I would always dream of Timothy suddenly wanting me back, and then I would become a socialite like Brenny. Maybe then, your mom would have agreed to us being together." Chloe held the teacup with both of her hands as she spoke. She looked like a little girl. She was cute, but the look also made him feel sorry. "Are you surprised that I was once vain?" Chloe teasingly stuck out her tongue. Jack looked at her as his heart throbbed. "Chloe, stop. You know that I never treated you differently because of your family situation. But your mom despises me? Or why else would Uncle James die? If Uncle James didn't save me back then I would have been the one to die, and I wouldn't be sitting here today." Chloe, it was brutal for Jack to recollect this painful memory. He already tried his best to make amends, but he knew that was an unerasable nightmare for Chloe. She had been carrying around such a heavy mental baggage for all these years. However, what could he do? The person who orchestrated this was his mother. Could he kill her? It was impossible. "Jack, I didn't bring this up on purpose. I just wanted to let you know that at one time, I hated myself for what I was, and I hated Timothy for not giving me a reasonable identity back then. Now that I'm older, I won't ever give him the chance to take advantage of me." I know that you're the only one who understands me, or else you wouldn't release an announcement that completely aligns with what I was feeling. Sometimes, I don't think that I'm so miserable anymore, because, at least, there's someone who understands me in this world. He knows what I'm thinking about. He is willing to listen to all the pain I'm going through. He wants to be by my side, and he helps me heal the wounds in my heart. Chloe was usually either distracted or would avoid the sentimental topics that Jack tried to bring up. However, now that she brought this up herself, Jack didn't know what to do. "Jack, if I lose everything one day and only have you left, will you still be by my side?" "Of course. Me too. If you lose everything one day, or are no longer the president of GK, or Dr. Dawson, the miraculous neurosurgeon, or the dreamy Jack that's completely invincible, I'm still willing to be with you. If the whole world betrays you, then I will betray the entire world with you, without hesitation. So, Miss Chloe Green, are you confessing your love for me?" After all this time listening to her, Jack thought that this girl seemed to be confessing her love today. "Love my A's. Eat. I'm starving." Chloe changed the subject again at the most sentimental part. To prevent Jack's enteritis from happening again, she especially told him to eat more wasabi for antibacterial purposes. The two ate dinner happily, and while they ate, her brother sent a message saying that he had read the statement and that he and Mother were both very happy. This problem seemed to be taken care of, as no matter how much trouble Evelyn and Brenny tried to stir up, no one seemed to care. Even though everyone knew that Chloe was the illegitimate daughter of the Green family, Chloe didn't think it was a scandalous thing. This all happened over 20 years ago, so if anyone dug it out, it would only be done to cause a short-term sensation. After this passed, who cared about whose daughter she was? Plus, The statement had already declared that she would never return to the Green family and would have nothing to do with the Green family. So naturally, no one would approach her anymore to get anything from her. It was also safe to say that those little nurses at the recuperation center would no longer chase her around for Andrew's number. After dinner, the two held hands as they walked out of the restaurant. The wind was heavy at night, so Jack took off his jacket and put it on Chloe. He held her hand as they got into the car. Jack's car was the only Maybach with Imperial tier configuration in the city, and the license plate was also extremely identifiable. As they waited for the lights at an intersection, Mrs. Dawson slightly frowned inside a black Bentley. "Look at that. Is that my son's car?" "Seems like it." The driver looked at the license plate to make sure. "Why is there a woman in his car?" "Follow him. Let's take a look." Mrs. Dawson was suddenly interested. She thought she saw a woman with long hair sitting in the passenger's seat. The chauffeur heard Mrs. Dawson and immediately went after the Maybach. Jack carelessly looked in the rearview mirror and noticed that something was wrong. They originally planned to head home, but he immediately took a sharp turn towards another direction. "Hey, that's not the way home," Chloe immediately reminded him. "We're not going home. Let's go for a ride, since we hardly get the chance to." Chloe was speechless. Was it a good idea to drive around on a cold night? However, she believed in Jack's decisions in doing things. Chloe asked no more, but she suddenly realized something as she watched Jack take odd turns around small and big streets. She looked in the rearview mirror. "So, we've been followed." "That's my mom's car," Jack said. "Oh." Jack's mother treated Chloe like a mortal enemy, and it was the same the other way around. Chloe didn't even want to hear another word about her. After 10 or so minutes of turning around in circles, they finally lost the black Bentley. After Jack drove around Rainbow Square one last time, they returned to Imperial Park. "What is happening?" Mrs. Dawson felt anxious because she wanted to see the woman her son was spending time with, but they had lost the car. "Sorry, Mrs. Dawson. Young Master drove too fast. Plus, he took small roads and one-way streets. We lost him." "Fine, then let's head back now." Back at the Dawson family manor, Mrs. Dawson immediately took out her phone and called a number. Jennifer had a facial mask on, and when she saw the caller ID, she immediately picked up and answered politely. "Mrs. Dawson? Were you just in Jack's car?" asked Mrs. Dawson. "No, I wasn't," Jennifer replied honestly. "Oh, I just saw a woman in Jack's passenger seat, and I thought it was you." Mrs. Dawson knew that Jennifer had very long hair, but the woman in the car only had her hair up to her shoulders, so they were completely different people. She only asked this to see whether Jennifer would lie, but luckily, she was quite honest. "Oh, it might be the client that came from Taipei today. She's the manager of a collaboration project, and President Dawson was busy the entire day, so Assistant Mark might have set the meeting at night." Jennifer reacted fast and immediately made up a person, even though she also wanted to know who the woman inside Jack's car was. "Oh, so that's who it was? I think I must have been overthinking things. How are things with you with Jack lately?" "President Dawson treats me very well, but the company is really busy, so we don't have much private time together." "Busy is good, but you should still think about yourself. As a girl, you should also be a bit more assertive. Jack isn't that aloof, and you're so pretty. He'll fall for you sooner or later," advised Mrs. Dawson. "I know. Thanks for being so kind, Mrs. Dawson." After the call ended, Jennifer thought for a moment, and then she dialed Jack's number. Jack and Chloe had just arrived home. When he saw the caller ID, he noticed that it was an unknown number. "Hello?" "Hi, President Dawson. I'm Jennifer." "What is it?" CEO Dawson spoke formally as he took off his jacket. "Mrs. Dawson just called me to say that she saw a woman in your car, and I told her that it was a client from Taipei." "Okay?" Before Jennifer could finish, Jack hung up. Jennifer bit her lips. She was unhappy that she had been rejected, again and again. Just as Jack prepared to sit down and watch the financial news, he heard a scream from upstairs. "Ah!" Jack immediately ran up the stairs when he heard Chloe's scream. "Chloe, what's wrong?" Jack hurriedly knocked on the door of the washroom. I... Chloe was too embarrassed to talk. "What happened?" Jack was worried to death. "Jack, my period came early." Chloe wanted to cry, but she couldn't let it out. Her period had always been perfectly on time, and she thought it wouldn't begin for another 4 days. However, it decided to suddenly come today, which left her not knowing what to do. So, what should I do? Jack also didn't know what to do. A woman's menstrual cycle didn't seem to be something men could help with. "I don't think there is any of it left at home, so could you buy some for me?" Chloe couldn't come out of the washroom because her pants were stained, so she had to hide inside. "Okay." Jack awkwardly said that one word, and then he headed downstairs. 5 minutes later, Chloe's phone rang. "Hello? Which brand do you want?" Jack asked in all seriousness. Any kind? Length? Longer than 38 centimeters? For daytime or nighttime use?" A pack of each would be fine." "Okay." Jack hung up. Chloe was tormented by this awkward conversation between her and Jack. Men didn't seem to understand anything at all, but she couldn't blame Jack, as this was the first time he went out to buy stuff like that. Not only were there plenty of brands, but there were also different lengths, different ones for night or day, and even different materials such as mesh, cotton, or silk. It was too complicated and too much information. 5 minutes later, Jack returned. From the washroom door, Chloe was shocked when he handed the bags of pads to her. There were more than 20 packages. "Why did you buy so much?" Chloe was speechless. "You can save it to use for later." "Okay. You really know how to prepare for a rainy day." 10 minutes later, Chloe finally slowly walked out from inside. Jack pointed to a bowl on the coffee table. "Drink that." "What's that?" Chloe froze. "Poison. It's brown sugar water, right?" Chloe guessed what it was, from the deep red color. "Then why did you still ask if you knew?" "You know to make me brown sugar water? Talk about being knowledgeable." Chloe smiled and looked at Jack. "I just searched on my phone. Apparently it's good during times like this." "Okay, Mr. Dawson. Thank you for being considerate. You're as considerate as my whisper." TL note, it's a tampon brand. Jack slightly frowned. "Whisper?" "Never mind." Chloe didn't say anything more. She held up the bowl and finished all the brown sugar water. After all, it was prepared by her man. That night in bed, Chloe looked at Jack and hesitantly said, "I'm on my period today. Can you sleep on your own bed? It's not so convenient for us tonight." "You say it as if I get to do things to you when you're not on your period. Go to sleep. Don't worry about it." Before Chloe could say anything, Jack directly let himself onto her bed. Chloe laid down unsettlingly. During her last few periods, she just happened to be working night shifts, so she managed to avoid him. However, this was the first time she slept with Jack on her period, which felt somewhat strange. Chloe laid flat and felt sore around her waist. She would always get cramps on her first day. Plus, she also bled a lot on her first day. So she never slept well, because she didn't dare to move around so much. Suddenly, a hot hand pressed onto her stomach. It scared her. They say that this could lessen the pain." Jack softly rubbed her stomach after he spoke. Chloe now didn't know how to respond. "Did you search for this online as well?" "Yes." "Honey, could we discuss something for later?" "Yeah." "Could we not search for these random things anymore on the internet? I'm only on my period. I'm not pregnant. I don't want to be so needy." The truth was, she didn't mind Jack searching these stuff up, but her stomach was too sensitive, and she couldn't stand him pressing his hand there. She felt completely overwhelmed. Jack sighed slightly. "The internet is right." "What do you mean?" Chloe turned around to look at Jack curiously. Don't try to reason with a biological creature that bleeds 7 days a month. Because women are the most insane existence in the universe. Chloe was shocked once again. She should truly consider cutting off the home internet now. Letting Jack go on the internet was basically inviting stress onto her sanity. The next morning, Chloe saw a familiar face during her shift at Southside. He froze when he saw Chloe as well. David? Chloe was somewhat surprised. Chloe, why are you here? I was transferred here a long time ago, and I no longer work at the first hospital. Why are you here? My dad is suffering from cerebral thrombosis due to excessive drinking. He has been recovering in the hospital for a while, and he wants to stay here. They say that this place is good for recovery. Yes, that's right. We're very careful with the food and medication we give to our patients here, and the overall surroundings are nice as well. There's also plenty of acclaimed specialists. It's definitely much better here than at home. Yes, but you guys don't seem to have any rooms left over at the neurosurgery department. Embarrassed, David scratched his head. Ever since he failed to lend Chloe money last time, he thought of himself as less of a man. He felt humiliated that he couldn't deliver what he promised. So he didn't even speak much anymore in the group chat. And after Chloe and Jack left the group, he felt much better. However, Sarah knew of all of this, and she would occasionally make fun of him. He never expected to see Chloe here. He only saw her on the news a while back. However, he knew that with Jack around, nothing would happen to Chloe. That was the truth. Thanks to Jack, Chloe was able to dodge every bullet that came her way. Oh, I see. Wait here for a second. I'll go ask. After Chloe spoke, she went back to the on-call booth to call the head nurse. The head nurse said that there were rooms in the neurosurgery department, but it was based on the patient's identity and status. Normally, the hospital would use no vacancy as an excuse to get rid of those without any power or background. Head nurse, could you help me out? This is my classmate's dad, and he is suffering from cerebral thrombosis. He wants to stay here for recovery, and it's pretty hard on the old man. Okay, I'll call the neurosurgery department for you. Luckily, the head nurse was a nice person, and shortly afterward, she called Chloe back and told her that she got a room for her. David, I helped you reserve room 9. You can take your father over there right away. Really? Thanks, Chloe. Not at all. Go. His condition is dire, so call me anytime if you need anything. I'll be here in the orthopedics department. Okay. David was filled with gratitude because Chloe had helped his father find a room, but at the same time, he felt even more embarrassed to face her. At noon, before Chloe could head over to the cafeteria for lunch, she was still reading patients' charts when David walked over with food. I bought you lunch. You didn't have to do this. Chloe raised her head and smiled. Yes, I do. Plus, it's not anything expensive. I remember that back in high school you used to like dim sum, so I bought you some when I was out getting lunch for Dad. Thanks. Chloe smiled and took the bento box. Chloe, I'm truly sorry about what happened before. Oh, it's fine. It's all in the past. You don't need to apologize. It's nothing. The truth was, Chloe never hated David. She even felt thankful and lucky that David didn't lend her the money. If it weren't for him, she would never have ended up with Jack. In the end, David helped her reunite with Jack. But my feelings for you are real, and all I can say is that I'm not lucky enough to marry my goddess. David felt slightly regretful. If his opponent wasn't Jack, or if Jack wasn't so powerful, he wouldn't have let her go without a fight. Goddess? Don't put me on a pedestal, I'm just a little nurse. Just then, David's phone rang. After saying goodbye to Chloe, he walked out while on the phone. Chloe opened the bento box and ate the dim sum with great appetite. You're not that pretty, but you sure have a way with men. Coincidentally, Justin saw what just happened. Even though he couldn't hear what they said, he saw that man give food to Chloe, and Chloe smiling back at him. The truth was, he felt slight hints of jealousy. Chloe raised her head and looked at Justin. She spoke impolitely. "You're from the stud farm yourself, so do you really have the right to judge others without any shame?" "You little brat! What did you just call me?" Justin was pissed. "You know who I am talking about. Don't be silly. I haven't slept with a lot of those women." Justin knew that Chloe saw plenty of different women enter and exit his room, so it was natural for her to assume. How many is a lot? Chloe looked at Justin as she thought it was funny. "Why should I tell you? You're not my woman." Justin raised his head in pride. "Oh, don't say things like that. I'd rather kill myself than be your woman." Justin rarely won whenever he fought with Chloe, but even when he lost, he would never get mad. "Who was that man? Your boyfriend? He's not that good looking. He must be one of those vulgar nouveau riches." Justin mockingly laughed. "If having money makes someone a vulgar nouveau riche, then you're a super vulgar nouveau riche." "What? You don't like it when I talk about your boyfriend like that?" "He's not my boyfriend," Chloe replied as she lowered her head to look at the charts. Justin seemed to be happier when she said that person wasn't her boyfriend. He put his hands on the on-call booth and looked at Chloe. "So, do you have a boyfriend? Why does it matter to you? If you don't have a boyfriend, I could introduce someone to you. Look at those bodyguards of mine. They're all handsome and tall, and all better than that kid who was just there." "Your bodyguards sure are better than you," Chloe said as she raised her head to look at Justin. "So, do you want me to introduce one of them to you?" Justin smiled mysteriously. "Doesn't the Cooper family work in the banking sector? When did you guys switch to matchmaking? Is your business transforming?" Justin's face immediately turned grim. "Hey, you despicable girl. I meant well. I don't need your good intentions. You might as well tightly shut the doors to your room, and don't let your rumors fill every corner of the hospital. Ever since you've arrived, the hospital's reputation has gone down. Those who are familiar with us will think that we're a recovery center, while those who aren't might suspect that we're a brothel." After Chloe spoke, she rolled her eyes at Justin and returned to the on-call office with her dim sum. She left a disgruntled Justin alone at the on-call booth. After she finished a delicious lunch, she looked at the time. She had 20 more minutes before her lunch break was over. Chloe chit-chatted with Sarah. She eventually mentioned to her about seeing David. Sarah was biased towards David, so she immediately warned, "Ignore David. He's a despicable opportunist." Thankfully, he knew to back down in the face of adversity, or else Jack would have definitely punished him for it. Chloe laughed. "Right, so have you two done the Bo Chicka Wow Wow yet?" Sarah gossiped. "No." "Whoa! Are you asexual? You guys have been sleeping together in the same bed for so long and still nothing? I don't believe it." Even Sarah seemed to be on Jack's side. After a moment of thought, Chloe replied, "Liking someone means having your way with him. Loving someone is learning to control yourself for him. Sarah, the deeper I feel for Jack, the more hesitant I become. If it really happened between the two of us one day, I would definitely feel much more different than I do now. I'm not trying to nag you, but it's not your first time anymore. Don't you remember what happened when you were drunk 7 years ago?" Chloe felt slightly awkward about what happened 7 years ago. "I was young then and didn't care about anything, or about tomorrow. I did it only at the heat of the moment and gave all of myself to him. However, now that I'm older, I've become more cautious about this stuff. Being wild was only an immature thing I did when I was young, and I'm mature now." "But have you ever thought that maybe Jack's mom would accept you if you were pregnant with her grandkid?" Sarah suggested. "And what if I have his baby, but the conflict between us have yet to be resolved? Then my child will have to endure the same kind of torment that I went through. By then, it will only trouble Jack. So, are you still thinking about divorcing him?" Sarah asked in a voice message. "I don't know. Who knows what will come of the future? But honestly, I never imagined that I would be by Jack's side again one day and enjoy such a simple life with him. I don't know what will happen in the future and what we might be faced with. We can only take it one step at a time." "Okay, then you won't be going around thinking about all the other pointless things. How are you recently? Have you gotten over your breakup?" I've already entered into another relationship, yay, Sarah proudly announced. Okay, you win. Have you not heard of that saying? The best way to get over a relationship is to get into a new one. So, who is this new man of yours? Chloe thought that because of Sarah's job as a flight attendant, many people would immediately think of uniform seduction or something, so they would be biased about her work. Plus, Sarah had attractive features, so a lot of the passengers tended to ask her for her contact information. He's an heir of a rich family, and not just any heir. I hear that he hangs around Justin and his friends a lot, and he even promised me that he'll take me to see the infamous Justin. I'm quite excited. It'll be better for you if you don't see the infamous Justin. You'll be disappointed. Huh? You've met him? He's here at the recovery center and bosses everyone around as if the whole hospital needs to worship him just to get by. Really? Haha. Tell me more. What's this Justin person like? Is he as good-looking as he is in the photos? Is his voice sexy? Is he generous when it comes to money? Does he have tons of girlfriends? Sarah asked a ton of questions from the other end of the line. Finally, Chloe only replied, Justin is super annoying and arrogant, with a terrible temper. He's not one of the so-called four princes. He's a T-Rex that spits out fire. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I've heard of someone judge Justin like that. You're so weird. I'm telling the truth, believe it or not. I know. You only got eyes for your McDreamy Jack right now. Other men don't satisfy you anymore. After a few more back and forths with Sarah, it was time to get back to work. She signed off and began to work. After she got off her shift, she casually flipped through the calendar and noticed that Simon's wedding was in a few days. At dinner that night, Chloe asked indecisively, Honey, should we still go to Ning Simon and Lisa's wedding? Of course. And remember to give them $100,000 or something as a wedding gift, Jack said casually. What? That much? Are you crazy? I'm not even that close with him. Why would I give him so much? It's to tell him that your husband is rich. So, are you showing off? I'm trying to make him forget about you. No, 100,000 is too much. Why would you give him all that money? Chloe felt upset. 100,000 is too much? Clearly our standards and values are different. Don't fuzz over it anymore. Just listen to me. I'll get the accountant to transfer you the money tomorrow, and you'll just head in, give the gift, and leave before they serve the food. Just give them the money and come back. Chloe nodded. I know, but there's no need for you to transfer the money to me. I've still got plenty on my card. Jack raised his hand and spoilingly touched Chloe's head. He just left a few words. Listen to me, good girl. The next morning, not long after Jack went to work, Chloe received a $200,000 transfer. How generous are you, Mr. Dawson, to spend $200,000 so carelessly on Chloe's ex-boyfriend? Was he one of those people with a lot of money and a small brain? 3 days passed by quickly, and Chloe hesitated for quite a while before she finally decided to wear a black Chanel dress, graceful and elegant. She arrived on the 3rd floor of Shengjing Hotel alone. She saw Simon in a groomsman's suit from far away, greeting the guests with a fake smile on his face. Hints of pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes when he saw Chloe. Chloe. He called out her name the same way he used to. Simon mostly saw Chloe wearing a baggy, loose white coat, so he was truly amazed by Chloe's beauty when he saw her in a black, elegant, ladylike dress. Chloe's hair was not too long and only fell down to her shoulders. To match the dress, she had intentionally put up her hair with a crystal hairpin. Even though she did not come to the wedding to take the attention away from the bride, she was not about to lose in beauty. Congratulations on your wedding, Chloe said as she passed over a red envelope. Simon took over the red envelope and placed it into his pocket. Then he smiled and said, Thank you. Chloe nodded and didn't say much else. You are very beautiful today. In his mind, Simon thought that she looked even more gorgeous today than at her university convocation. But he was too embarrassed to talk about his university days with Chloe, because back then, Their relationship was still pure and untainted. Chloe was just about to speak when Lisa walked out with the help of her two bridesmaids. She shouted from afar, "Simon! I'm sorry, excuse me for a moment. Please go in and have a seat." Simon quickly scurried towards Lisa's direction. Chloe turned around to walk towards the door. She did not feel like sitting down to eat and watch the ceremony. It was not that she was jealous, nor that she was unwilling to put the past down. She only felt that she was not close friends with them to begin with. So why would she waste her time here? Just as she walked out, she bumped into Director Richard, who was accompanied by his male assistant. "Chloe," Director Richard greeted. "Director Richard?" Chloe said with a nod. "Have you gotten accustomed to working at Southside Recuperation Center? I heard that you are doing quite well." "Yes, I've gotten used to working there, and everyone has taken great care of me." "That's good. When I have time to go there on an inspection tour, I'll make sure to speak to you alone." "Sounds good." After saying goodbye to Director Richard, Chloe walked out of the hotel and took a deep breath before calling Jack. "I just came out of Simon's wedding." "Okay." "He looks like a bumpkin. There's no way he can be compared to our Mr. Dawson." Out of the blue moon, Chloe started to flatter Jack. And as the saying goes, flattery will get you anywhere. Her words sat well with Jack. His lips curled in satisfaction. "It's true that not many can be compared to me." "Yes, yes," Chloe agreed with a smile. "Did you give them the gift money?" Jack asked again. I did, but I didn't give him the amount you told me to." Chloe decided to be forthcoming. "How much did you give them? $300,000? Jack thought that she must have felt bad, so she gave them more gift money. But even if she gave them $500,000, it still wouldn't affect their family's financial situation. "No." "How much then? $500,000? $1 million? Jack was quite curious of how much she gave her ex. $200. $200? Jack repeated, not sure if he heard right. "Yes, 200. After thinking about it, I can't bear to give them so much money. Even though you are well off, that money belongs to us. Why should we give it to Simon and Lisa? Simon is just a friend from the university, while Lisa is just a colleague I didn't get along with. My relationship with each of them is worth $100, so $200 is good enough." After hearing her words, Jack chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Chloe was slightly resigned. "Good job, honey." The surprising amount of gift money that Chloe gave was quite funny to Jack. It also seemed like Chloe truly hated the newlyweds. After hanging up, the smile on Jack's lips still remained. Assistant Mark walked into the office with some documents. When he saw his boss's bright smile, he immediately asked, "Boss, did something good happen today?" "Yes." "Can you share it with me?" Assistant Mark asked as he ran forward, ready to kiss some ass. "No." "All right." His boss was always so willful, and today was not the first day he acted like this. Good thing that Assistant Mark was used to it already. When Simon and Lisa returned to the hotel to count their gift money, Lisa immediately took the red pocket from Simon's hands when she saw Chloe's name on it. "Lisa, what are you doing?" "I want to see how much money your old lover gave us," Lisa said mockingly. Lisa's expression darkened when she opened the red pocket and saw the two pitiful $100 bills inside it. She pointed at Simon and exclaimed, "See? What did I say? You shouldn't have told her about our wedding. She only gave us $200, which is not even enough for me to eat breakfast. How can she do this? Each table at the wedding cost us $1,800. She came to eat and only gave us $200. Is she not embarrassed?" "She did not stay to eat. She just left after giving me the money," Simon refuted. "You're very observant. There are so many people there today, but you still remember if she ate. Simon, what's up with you? Do you still have feelings for her?" "Lisa, you're thinking too much again. If I haven't forgotten her, would I still have married you?" "That's hard to say. Maybe you have other motives. After all, my family bought our house and car, and your future career also depends on my uncle. How else could a third-rate university graduate like you become a full-time employee?" So soon? Lisa's words were filled with disdain towards Simon. All men are prideful, so Simon was quite angry to be spoken to like this by Lisa. If that was my intention, I would have gone back to Chloe. She is the illegitimate daughter of the Green family. And isn't her family better than yours? Ha, Simon, you are finally speaking the truth. Are you regretting our marriage? Then let's get a divorce. I don't want to marry you either. I'll get an abortion. I don't want to live my life with someone like you. And I know that you can only think about Chloe. I hate that woman, and I don't want to ever hear her name again. After speaking, Lisa threw the $200 at Simon's face before leaving the room. Simon sat dispiritedly on the bed, and he was not in the mood to chase after her. Lisa was a classic example of a girl with princess syndrome. Whenever she was upset, she would complain nonstop. She did not treat Simon's parents well either. Lisa's parents and uncle went up to the wedding stage today, but Simon's parents were not invited up. Clearly, they all looked down upon his family. His colleagues were envious of him on the surface and said that he found a good wife, but they called him a live-in son-in-law behind his back. Simon was so sick of the family's wealth and influence, and Lisa's princess syndrome, thinking back, other than being less caring towards him, Chloe was 1,000 times better than Lisa. After Lisa slammed the door and left, she sped to the nearest nightclub. Then, she called a few of her best friends over and started drinking, despite the fact that she was pregnant. In a corner, a woman in a sexy short skirt looked at Lisa meaningfully. Isn't that the bride? Why is she drinking here instead of enjoying her wedding night? How interesting. Jenny, what are you looking at? A guy asked as he pervertedly placed his hand around Jenny's waist. I saw my enemy, so I'm quite upset. Who? I'll help you teach her a lesson, the guy said loyally. Lisa was at the nightclub for over an hour. During this time, she checked her phone multiple times, but Simon did not call her. In the end, she left the nightclub angrily, prepared to go home and ask him if they were still going to stay married. However, to her surprise, a black car crashed right into her car at an intersection. Lisa screamed as her head crashed towards the steering wheel, and she immediately fell unconscious. That evening, Chloe and Jack were cuddling on the sofa watching the news. Suddenly, a piece caught her attention. Just now, a serious car collision happened at the intersection of Sky Sea Road and 17th Street, where a BMW collided with an M Grand. The two cars were both seriously damaged. The owner of the M Grand has fled the scene, and the female owner of the BMW has been sent to the First Hospital's emergency room. The traffic department is currently investigating into this matter. Please remember to fasten your seatbelts and obey traffic rules when traveling. Then, the camera showed the video of the two cars involved in the accident. Chloe pointed at the TV in surprise. That looks like Lisa's car. Who is Lisa? Jack began to have selective amnesia once again. It's that female doctor that hated me, Simon's new wife. Oh. Jack did not give much of a reaction, but Chloe had a good memory, and she frequently saw Lisa's car back when she worked at the First Hospital. The license plate number was also quite eye-catching, so Chloe recognized it immediately. But tonight was her wedding night? How could she be involved in such a serious accident? Just as she was pondering, she saw a message from Amelia. Chloe, good news. Lisa was in a car accident and was admitted into the hospital. It's really her? You've heard? I just saw it on TV, Chloe replied. Yeah, I don't know why she would rather come out than stay at home on her big day. She crashed into another car. Apparently the other car owner fled the scene, so it's hard to trace him. Lisa is in the ICU. I wonder if her baby can survive this. Chloe was quite sad when she heard what she said. No matter how much Chloe disliked her, Lisa was still a pregnant mother. It would be a tragedy if she were to lose her baby. Just as she was messaging Amelia, she suddenly received a call from Simon. Chloe hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Chloe, please save Lisa. Isn't she undergoing surgery right now? Chloe asked. But the attending said that the surgery is really complicated. Lisa lost a lot of blood. and her conditions are similar to the pregnant patient you saved last time. The doctors are not sure if they can save her, and Chief Wang hopes that you can go and assist with the surgery. I'm sorry, I'm just a nurse. There's nothing I can do. Chloe immediately turned down Simon's request. She would be a fool if she didn't learn her lesson from last time. I know what you are worried about. I won't hold you responsible for the fact that you are not a doctor. I don't believe you and I won't help you, so please stop asking me. Are you going to stand aside and watch Lisa die? Simon howled. But I'm not a doctor, Chloe replied calmly. Chloe? Simon seemed to want to say something, but Chloe had already hung up. What's the matter? Jack asked casually. Lisa is being rescued, but it's a more difficult case since she is pregnant. The attending at the first hospital wants me to go and assist with the surgery, and Simon called to ask me to save Lisa. What's your reaction? I refused. I am not a doctor. I am not responsible for others' lives, but... Chloe hesitated for a moment. But if you don't help her and something happens to Lisa, you'll feel guilty. How do you know this? You know me too well. You're like a locust in my stomach, Chloe exclaimed. Nah, not a locust. I'll just be your husband. Chloe sighed as she placed her head on Jack's leg. Lisa is so unlucky to be involved in a car accident on her wedding night. I don't know if she can take it if something happens to her baby. If you want to save her, go for it. Won't you think that I'm stupid for saving my enemy? Chloe asked as she looked at Jack curiously. In front of life and death, there are no such things as friend or foe. If you don't even have compassion, then you don't deserve to be a doctor. But I'm not a doctor, I never was, Chloe said with a bitter smile. In my heart, you already are. For Jack, Chloe was the doctor who saved his entire life. She was his angel in a white coat. So, should I head over now? I'll drive you over. After speaking, Jack got up to head downstairs. Looking at Jack's figure, Chloe's eyes became watery. How could he be so perfect? Jack drove, and the two of them arrived at the hospital in 5 minutes. With no time to spare, she immediately changed into a surgical gown and entered the operating room. The chief surgeon was elated to see Chloe. He said, "Chloe, you are finally here. Give it to me." Chloe took over the scalpel and listened to the doctor as he explained the patient's situation while she looked over her chart. Lisa's situation was even more difficult than that pregnant woman Chloe had saved. That woman was close to giving birth, so she could receive a C-section right away, whereas Lisa's baby was less than 4 months old. If they were to induce labor, they would not be able to save the fetus. If they didn't, the surgery would become problematic because they had to use all sorts of medications during the process. What should we do? Director Richard called and said to save the mother if we can only save one of them. The baby is 4 months old. His hands and feet have already formed. If we induce labor, it will be really harmful to the patient as well, and she may never be able to get pregnant again. Yes, we know that. But the key problem is that it is difficult to save either of them right now. Dr. Lisa's head is severely injured, and she broke 3 of her left ribs. It is a very difficult operation. Time was very tight, and after looking over her stats, Chloe said, "Chief Wang, please fix her ribs first, and I will try to stabilize her head injuries for now. We need to keep her vitals steady to see if we can save her baby. After her condition stabilizes, we can then decide if she needs brain surgery. It seems like it's just a concussion, and it shouldn't be a big problem unless there's an intracranial hemorrhage. Is that okay?" This kind of arrangement was unprecedented, so the doctors did not know what to do either. "I'm just giving my suggestions. You are the attending physicians. You should make the final call," Chloe said. In the end, the doctors nodded and decided to give Chloe's suggestion a try. Chloe wanted to try her best to save Lisa and her baby at the same time. It was hard to imagine that the woman who Lisa tried to cause trouble for, at every opportunity, would try so hard to save her at a crucial moment like this. The surgery lasted 4.5 hours, and during this entire time, Jack waited in his car outside the hospital. When Chloe walked out of the operating room completely exhausted, the entire corridor was filled with people. Director Richard and Lisa's parents were at the very front. "Chloe, how was the surgery?" "They should be fine now, but we still need to follow up and monitor her situation. The head injuries shouldn't be a big problem. And other than the 3 broken ribs, everything else is fine. Most importantly, the baby is safe. Over the next 3 months, she should stay in bed to protect the baby, because we used a lot of medication today." "Thank you, Chloe," Director Richard said gratefully. "No, I did what I'm supposed to do." "No, you definitely didn't need to. Lisa made things difficult for you in the past, but you still helped her. I genuinely applaud you for what you did. In front of life and death, there is no such thing as friend or foe. I respect each life's right to survive." Chloe used Jack's words. Director Richard and Lisa's parents bowed down and thanked the actions of Chloe and all the doctors involved in the operation. Simon stood at the end of the corridor. When he looked at Chloe, he suddenly found her to be dazzling. It seemed like he was never good enough for Chloe's forward thinking and medical ethics. "You've worked hard. I'll send someone to take you home," Director Richard suggested. "It's okay. My family brought me to the hospital." Chloe smiled as she declined Director Richard's kind offer. After washing her hands and changing her clothes, a tired Chloe walked down the stairs and out the door. Then, she opened the door to the car and sat in the passenger seat. "How are things?" "All good." "You've worked hard, Super Dr. Green," Jack said affectionately as he pinched Chloe's chin. "It wasn't me who worked hard. Super Dr. Green's husband was the hard worker. Let's go home. I'm exhausted." After speaking, Chloe fell into a deep sleep on the passenger seat. Everyone knew that one had to be highly focused during a surgery. The 4-hour surgery was more exhausting than playing badminton for an entire day. Jack slowly drove out of the hospital. He turned down the music inside the car, fearing that it would wake up Chloe. Many people once questioned why an outstanding man like Jack would fall in love with an ordinary woman like Chloe. Truth be told, he wanted to say that Chloe was not ordinary at all. The dazzling light that she could instantly exude was incomparable. In his heart, she was a unique existence. The next day, after Chloe arrived at work, she went on rounds. As soon as Justin saw Chloe, his first words were, "I heard that you completed a great deed yesterday and saved a woman who bullied you. You are quite caught up in the news. Everyone at Southside is already talking about this. You are a nurse. You should take care of your patients instead of running to the operation room. Did you mistake yourself for Bethune's reincarnation and think that you were born to save the world?" Justin said with a laugh. "Why does it matter to you if I'm Norman Bethune or Hua Tuo, TL note, famous doctor in history? I think you're sticking your nose in others' business. I am speaking out of the kindness of my heart, and I'm trying to teach you what the scope of your responsibilities is." "I am also speaking out of the kindness of my heart, and I'm trying to teach you what personal integrity is." He was once again defeated in a verbal battle against Chloe, but Justin had already gotten used to it. He seemed to think of his daily quarrel with Chloe as an interesting aspect of life. If they did not quarrel, he would feel like something was missing from his life. Chloe looked at Justin's stats. Then, she placed the medication on the tray and said, "Take your medication on time. You are recovering very well, and it looks like you can be discharged in about 1 week." "That fast?" Justin was a little surprised. "Why? You don't want to leave?" "Of course I want to leave. This place is simply suffocating. I can't drink or pick up any girls here. I'm so tired of this place." "That's great. Please leave as soon as possible." "I don't want to see you again. I'm so tired of taking care of you." After speaking, Chloe immediately turned around and left. Justin pondered for a moment. There was only 1 more week until his discharge. How fast time flew. But why was he feeling slightly sad? When she heard that her son was going to be discharged soon, Mrs. Cooper brought over a few maids to prepare a sumptuous seafood meal for her son. Even the bodyguards and nurses were able to get a little taste of a truly luxurious seafood feast. "Chloe, why didn't you go? Everyone was invited. Mrs. Cooper is so nice. She is beautiful and caring. She brought a bunch of 2-kilo Australian lobsters braised, cooked in soups, and even seasoned with garlic. It was so luxurious. The seafood porridge was delicious, too, one of the nurses, Ella, said excitedly. I didn't have an appetite. Chloe did not rest well last night, so she was still very tired. In the room, Justin looked around and pretended to not care. Where is Chloe? Oh, she's tired, so she is resting at the on-call booth. Should I call her over, Mr. Cooper? No, it's okay. She's saving me money if she doesn't eat, Justin said. But his words did not match his thoughts. Midnight. Perhaps it was because he ate too much seafood, but Justin felt a little drowsy. His entire body felt a bit chilly. Turn on the heater, he ordered. One of the bodyguards immediately came in to turn on the heater. However, 10 minutes later, Justin felt even colder. Turn it up to high, Justin said impatiently. Sir, I've turned it to 30 degrees Celsius. It's already at its highest, the bodyguard replied carefully. Then why is it still so cold? Justin pulled his blankets and tightly wrapped himself up in them. The bodyguard saw that something wasn't right, so he quickly ran towards the on-call station. Chloe was on duty today. She was bored, so she was watching the popular Korean drama, Descendants of the Sun. Like all the other women, she was in love with the drama's male lead, Song Joong-ki. Just as she was immersed in the show, she suddenly saw the bodyguard running over. Please take a look at Mr. Justin. He doesn't look well. Chloe stood up and followed the bodyguard to room 1. Even though it was early autumn, and the nights were a bit colder, it was still too much for Justin to turn the heater up to 30 degrees and wrap himself up in blankets. It was rare for him to not be in the mood to quarrel with Chloe. Chloe walked over and placed her hand on his forehead. His temperature was shockingly hot. He has a fever. What? What should we do then? It's okay. Leave it to me. After speaking, Chloe took out a thermometer from her white coat. Open your mouth. Why? Justin dazedly opened his eyes and saw Chloe's pretty face. So I can see what your body temperature is at. No, Justin refused immediately. It would be embarrassing for a person his age to have his temperature measured by someone else. Chloe did not wait for him to speak. She grabbed his chin and pushed the thermometer into his mouth. Just as Justin was about to spit it out, Chloe, with her hands crossed in front of her chest, threatened fiercely, Don't spit it out. Hold on to it or I'll give you an injection again. Justin immediately quieted down, obediently leaving the thermometer in his mouth. He sometimes wondered if Chloe came to this earth to rain hell over him. Why was he capable of flicking and dismissing other women, yet all his temper would disappear in front of her? Did she drug him? Or maybe this woman performed some kind of black magic on him. Chloe pulled up a chair and sat down by his bed, waiting to take his thermometer out. Every once in a while, Justin would sneak a glance at her. Chloe's head was down, as she was diligently filling out the report. Justin picked up his phone, quietly turned on his camera, and turned off the sound of the shutter. Chloe. Chloe looked up without thinking. He snapped a photo of her. It was dark outside, so the lighting wasn't good, and the photo was a little blurry. However, he could still clearly see her delicate features. Her eyesight wasn't as good at night, so she always wore black-rimmed glasses during night shifts. The photo of that nurse in white was forever stored in Justin's cell phone. He had never saved a photo of any woman before, let alone taking a photo of one himself. What do you want? Not knowing what happened, Chloe asked. Nothing. I just wanted to ask you what time it is. Don't you have your phone? Chloe answered with a question of her own. Then, she looked at the time and realized that it had been 5 minutes already. She reached out to take the thermometer out from Justin's mouth. After taking a look, she said, You're running a pretty high fever. How high? He was curious. 39.8 degrees. Almost 40 degrees? Will I become stupid from the fever? From the way you're talking to me right now, I think we're way past stupidity. Justin immediately rolled his eyes at Chloe. Are they not capable of having a nice conversation? What now? It's time to tell me if you have any last wishes. Justin was speechless. Come here. I promise I won't strangle you, Justin said, his eyes filled with fury. Chloe smiled. You still have high spirits. You'll be fine. I'll administer physical cooling for you. Then Chloe turned around to leave the room. She returned 5 minutes later with a bunch of random stuff on her tray. Do I need to take Tylenol? No, Tylenol has side effects. You don't want to take it unless it's absolutely necessary. It's not good for your kidney. Justin nodded, as if he was deep in thought. You're right. I do need to take care of my kidney. Chloe rolled her eyes. Take care of yourself and don't think about random stuff. It's no good for you. It's the most basic human urge. You won't understand. Fine, Mr. Stud. Now I need you to shut up and lie down. Chloe pushed Justin's head down unreservedly. Then she took out a fever cooling patch and placed it on his head. He immediately felt a cold sensation. It was a nice feeling. Then Chloe handed him a popsicle and said, Eat this. What is this? A popsicle. This is for women. I won't eat it. I don't like sweet stuff. This is to help lower your temperature. Treat it as medicine. Chloe threw it into Justin's lap. He jumped at its temperature. Women, seriously. Shh, shut it. I'm trying to watch my show. Chloe took out her headphones and turned her attention back to Descendants of the Sun. Justin lied in bed with a cooling patch on his forehead. He sucked on his popsicle and continued to sneak glances at Chloe. It was rare for her to sit so quietly by his side, and Justin suddenly wished that time would pass by a bit slower. After another hour or so, Chloe finished an episode. She took off her headphones and reached out to feel Justin's forehead. The sweet scent of her fingers gave Justin an urge to grab her hand and kiss it. However, knowing Chloe's feisty personality, she would probably chop his hand off. Therefore, after struggling for a bit, he decided to let that thought go. Your fever broke. You're a pretty healthy guy. Of course I am. I was in the Special Forces for a couple of years. You're underestimating me, aren't you? Chloe didn't respond. After tidying up, she stood up to leave. Hey, are you leaving already? Your temperature went down, so all you need now is sleep. But I'm a little hungry, Justin said as he covered his tummy with his hands. Chloe looked at him hopelessly. Then she walked over to the ensuite kitchen and saw that all that was left was seafood. Fever is a result of a chill in the body. No more seafood for the next few days, not even seafood congee. You need to eat non-oily and non-salty food. So, after all that talk, are you going to make me something to eat? Justin looked at Chloe with puppy eyes. Chloe sighed. I guess I'll be a good person until the very end. It was late at night, and she would have to wake up to the chefs. Plus, the food the chefs made might be oily. Chloe opened the fridge and took out some ingredients. Then, she cut up some scallions and ginger and began making Justin congee. 40 minutes later, a hot bowl of fever-fighting congee was ready. Here, drink this. It's good for you. Does this enhance performance? No, it will make you impotent, Chloe answered with a straight face. Justin couldn't help but laugh. Joking around with Chloe at this hour was one of life's pleasures. You're rude, not gentle and ugly. Guys won't fall for you. Thanks, but you don't have to worry about me. You, on the other hand, should keep it easy. If you have too much SX, you'll soon lose your drive. Tsk, tsk, stop cursing me. Shut up and drink your congee. Chloe was fresh out of patience. Prince Prissy Pants spiked a fever during her shift. If she failed to make him feel better, the hospital would probably be in chaos by morning. Mrs. Cooper will probably yell at the head nurse until she cries. Truth be told, the congee didn't taste good because it reeked of ginger. Still, Justin, who was starving, drank the entire bowl. It was already 2 a.m. by the time she finished dealing with him. Exhausted, Chloe took off her glasses and put them in the pocket of her uniform. I'll be at the on-call desk. Press the button if you need me. Chloe. Justin stopped her as she was about to head out the door. She turned around. Nothing. He wanted to say thank you, but for some reason the words were stuck in his throat. Chloe was already used to him doing stuff like that, so she turned on her heel and left. After Chloe left, Justin felt wide awake, so he called his 4 bodyguards in for an emergency meeting. Tell me, what's a good present to give a woman? Jewelry, an expensive watch, an LV bag. Just give her money. His 4 bodyguards gave him 4 answers. Justin looked at them unhappily. If it were that simple, why would I be asking the 4 of you? Idiots. Justin was constantly surrounded by women, so, in terms of wooing them, wouldn't he know better than them? Young master, are you thinking of buying something for your mother? Speak less. It'll be good for you. Justin looked at the tallest guy, thinking that he was a prime example of long limbs, small brain. Young master, what about 9.99 red roses? Another bodyguard suggested. Am I a florist? Justin asked, unsatisfied with that suggestion as well. Their ideas failed to satisfy him, so, in the end, Justin kicked them all out. He laid on his bed and thought, Chloe isn't interested in money. I have to give her something special. She put a lot of effort into taking care of me tonight, so I should buy her a present as a thank you. Justin convinced himself. The next morning, Chloe came to check up on him before her shift ended. She sighed in relief when she saw that he was doing much better. Before she left, Justin suddenly asked, Do you have any wishes? Why? Just wondering if I could help you make it happen. Are you a genie? Do I need to rub a lamp or something too? Why do you think you are capable of granting wishes for others? Don't underestimate me. My last name is Cooper, Justin said arrogantly. He wasn't tooting his own horn. With his last name, he could do literally anything in the city. Would it kill you if you don't boast for one day? You're the first one to say something like that. Come on, let's have it. What's your wish? Can you print my photo on paper bills? Can you hang a photo of me with Chairman Mao on Tiananmen Square? Justin was speechless. Can you ask that soccer player, Aubameyang, to smile at me with all 8 teeth visible? Come on. You can't even grant me 3 wishes, little boy. Before you toot your own horn, make sure you see what you're worth first. Chloe patted Justin on the shoulder and walked out of the room. Justin seriously thought that Chloe was abnormal. Seriously abnormal. He wanted to express his gratitude by buying her a present, but he couldn't even have a decent conversation with her. When Chloe got off work, she changed into her own clothes. Getting into her Volkswagen CC, she backed out of her parking space and drove off. Her driving skills were pretty good. Upstairs, Justin sucked on a cigarette as he watched her white car speed away. He suddenly had an idea. Her car seemed to have inspired him because of how shut it was. Once Chloe got home, she was too lazy to move, so she crashed onto the couch. Just then, Amelia called to tell her that Lisa had woken up, and her brain was functioning properly. Last night's surgery was a success, and the ultrasound today showed that her baby was okay as well. Chloe smiled when she heard the news. At least their hard work had paid off. When Jack came in, he saw Chloe curled up in a ball on the couch. He directly walked up to her, picked up a blanket, and covered her up. Then, he sat down beside her, browsing the stock market. TL. Stock market doesn't close for rich people. They after hours and pre-market trading. It was already 8:30 p.m. when she woke up. It's late. Have you eaten? Are you talking about midnight snack or breakfast? Chloe scratched her head as she got up to head to the kitchen. However, Jack grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace. You seem to be tired recently. Yeah, night shifts are tiring. That's why you should quit and do what you want to do. Being a nurse is too much work. But I don't want to start my own business. I'll worry too much. This place is fine. And plus, the hospital pays for my health insurance and retirement. I'll work there until I turn 55. Then I'll be able to retire and live on the retirement money. It's a good plan. It doesn't take much to satisfy you, does it? Jack laughed as he pinched Chloe's small nose. You must be hungry. I'll cook. No, it's fine. It's late, so I already ordered delivery, and it'll be here soon. As he finished his sentence, the doorbell rang. Chloe ran over to the door. She took the delivery Justin ordered and immediately placed it on the dining table. Are we celebrating something? You ordered so much food. Chloe stared at the 8 dishes on the table, and then back at Jack. It's for you and all the hard work you've been doing. Thanks, Mr. Dawson. Touched, Chloe wrapped her arms around Jack's neck and pecked him on the cheek. Jack didn't care at all that her kiss got saliva onto his handsome face. This okra dish is delicious. Have some more. Medically speaking, this vegetable is high in nutrients, protects your liver, and lowers your cholesterol. Chloe kept putting food in Jack's plate. She seemed to really enjoy the dishes. Jack held a bowl of food in his hands and suddenly asked, Chloe, how much longer do I have to wait? Chloe's hand quivered. She knew what Jack was asking about. Right at that moment, her phone suddenly began to ring. Chloe picked it up at once when she saw who was calling. Sarah always called at the perfect moment. Hey, Sarah. Have you eaten? I'm having dinner right now. I should have called you earlier. I wanted to have dinner together. Did something good happen? Chloe smiled. Of course, I got a new car. You got a new car? Already? Did you get a raise? Yeah, right. Just that salary of mine. Even if I got a raise, it's not going to make a difference. That second-generation heir bought me a car. It's a black Mercedes-Benz GLK. Cool, right? Yeah, what about your Mazda? I gave it to my dad. He had been driving that Hyundai for years. It's time for a change. That's good. They then proceeded with some more small talk. After Chloe hung up, she asked, What were we just talking about? Nothing. Jack quietly cleaned up the plates and cutlery and headed back to his study. Chloe felt incredibly guilty since she was always purposely avoiding that topic. She didn't know how to answer and was afraid that her answer would upset Jack. Therefore, she decided to play dumb. But how much longer could she pretend? Will Jack lose patience in her one day? When Chloe arrived at work the next day, she saw a group of people gathered around the entrance. Curious, she walked over to find out what was going on. People dispersed automatically at the sight of Chloe. Then, she saw a bright pink Lamborghini parked in front of her. It was brand new. She could tell that it was straight out of the factory. Whoa, whose high-profile car is it? Chloe knew that this pink Lamborghini was a limited world edition and not mass-manufactured. She also knew that Hilton Hotel's heiress, Paris Hilton, owned one. At the time, the U.S. media reported it non-stop, and all the girls in the world were crazy jealous. However, this was not just any other pink Lamborghini. The car was covered in crystals. The car itself shone and twinkled, hurting everyone's eyes. Is it pretty? It is, Chloe nodded. Then, she realized that it was Justin talking to her. No wonder he wasn't sleeping in. Did he wake up this early just to show off his wealth? Just as she was wondering, Justin said, It's for you. Then, he took out the key to the car and shoved it into Chloe's hand. What's going on? Chloe was a little dumbfounded. You should throw away that Volkswagen. Look at the other cars parked here. Yours is the cheapest. So, this is my present to you. Do you like it? Why are you giving this to me? Chloe stared at Justin. Justin was a little shy that everyone was watching them. Because throughout my time here, your injection technique is the best. Of course, I wasn't going to let you do all that work for nothing in return. I don't want it, Chloe said as she shoved the car keys back into Justin's hand. Why not? I can't take what I didn't earn. Taking care of you is within the scope of my responsibilities. You can't give me something this expensive. It's not like it's just a box of cookies or a pound of meat. Then Chloe turned around to go into the hospital. The nurses around them began hating her guts. They all thought that Chloe was an idiot. Justin, rejected in public, was embarrassed. "What are you all looking at? Go on with your lives." Then he kicked the Lamborghini as hard as he could, causing everyone to look at the car with pain in their eyes. It seemed like one could literally do anything when they were crazy rich. He had to buy this car from his friend. Not only did he pay $15 million for it, but he also had to give up the 2 bottles of Lafite that he had stored for years. But that woman rejected him. Seriously? After Chloe arrived at the on-call station and changed into her uniform, she saw one of the nurses, Milana, run over. Milana said mysteriously, "Chloe, why didn't you accept it? Do you know how much that car costs? It's not just any other Lamborghini. It's an LP670 4SV Limited World Edition. It was designed by a Japanese prodigy designer and paved with Swarovski diamonds. Its original asking price was $22 million. What does that have to do with me?" Chloe asked nonchalantly. "Young Master Cooper gifted it to you. Why didn't you accept it, Chloe?" Nanan bemoaned. "I'm not close enough to Justin to accept something that's worth millions." Indeed, Chloe was telling the truth. If Justin had given her a carton of milk or cookies, she would have accepted it right away. However, he gave her a car that was worth more than $10 million. She wasn't about to accept something that she didn't work for. Why would she? Are you stupid? Young Master Cooper's generosity means that he's into you. You should take this opportunity to climb to the top. Once you get into his bed, you'll be able to accept even more expensive presents. Do you know how many women in this hospital have dreamed about a day like this? I don't care about what others think, and I don't want to do that. First, I have a boyfriend, and won't do anything to betray him. Second, it's not going to work out between Justin and I. I seriously think that it should be nipped in the bud, and I don't want rumors to spread. If the director finds out, he might be suspicious of my work ethics and fire me. Chloe, don't be such a fool. If I were you, I would definitely seize this opportunity. That's why Justin's not into you. Chloe felt bad for nurses like Milana. Many women worshipped money and dreamt of marrying rich. However, the more you wanted something, the harder it was to get. The more desperate a person was, the fewer opportunities he or she would have. Plus, she knew that there wasn't a man in the world who would fall in love with someone who only loved money and had an ulterior motive. Even if he were the ugliest man in the world, he would rather believe that his girlfriend loved him for who he was, and not for the money in his bank. Milana was rendered speechless by what Chloe said. During the lunch break, after she had lunch, Chloe sat in the garden and played with her phone. It was Chinese Valentine's Day, so a lot of her friends were showing off the red pocket money their boyfriends gave them on their friend circles. Some were $13-14, which meant together forever. Others were $520, which meant I love you. Anyways, people were all bragging about their relationships. Even Sarah posted a photo of her and her boyfriend on Snapchat, along with a transfer of $5,210. Brutal. After she exclaimed at what she saw, she posted on her friend circle. She wrote, "Girls who received red pocket money from their boyfriends and husbands today, do you know where the money came from? How dare they secretly stash away so much money?" Sarah immediately replied, "You're just jealous. Didn't your lover McDreamy Dawson send you one?" Just as Chloe was about to reply, she heard a ding on her phone. She had received a money transfer. It was from Jack. Chloe began counting the digits. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. $131,400. Wasn't this together forever a little too luxurious? Chloe took a screenshot of the transfer and sent it to Sarah. On the other end, Sarah immediately replied, "Friendship over. Don't reply. Ha ha ha. Now it's your turn to be jealous. I..." Insert Lenny face here. Chloe just felt a sense of achievement. Then she replied to Jack, "Good husbands never hide money behind his wife's back. I'll ask my lawyer to transfer assets and GK to your name. Your dad will probably cut you up. No, but he'll probably cut you up, Jack replied. Chloe, stop pulling my leg, Master Dawson. I'm serious. You don't believe that I'll give you GK? I do. I just don't believe that your dad will cut me up, Chloe replied matter-of-factly. Jack fell silent. After a while, Chloe sent him another message. Mr. Husband. Yeah? What kind of bank account are you using? You can transfer so much at once. I can only transfer $10,000 each time. What's your bank? I want to apply for the same one. Dubai First Royal Bank, Black MasterCard. The name sounds fancy. Yeah, this card is coated in gold and decorated with diamonds. There's no limit, so the card owner can spend as much as they want to. Okay, you win. I'll apply for a secondary card for you. No, I have enough money. I'm scared that I'll trick you out of all your money. Go ahead, it's yours anyway. I don't care. Mr. Moneybags, let's be friends, Chloe joked. Sure, but as a show of good faith, you'll need to have a baby with me first. Get out of here. The couple joked around with each other, enjoying each other's presence and perhaps taking things a little too far. Chloe's mood got a lot better after her conversation with Jack. She stood up, put her phone back into her pocket, and headed back in while humming a song. Upstairs, Justin saw Chloe's happy expression and was almost positive that she had a boyfriend. However, why is it that after so much time and effort tracking that person down, he still found nothing? Was it intentionally hidden? This man was powerful enough to stop Justin's men from finding him. Young master, Miss Zoe Stone is here. Tell her to come in. Justin turned around, his expression as cold as it always was. President Cooper. Zoe was one of the hottest female celebrities in the industry. After taking part in 3 harem-fighting TV shows, she quickly became one of the 4 most bankable young actresses. She had a pure, sweet look, and was apparently only 24 years old, the same age as Chloe. It only took her 3 years to go from newbie to stardom. Her fame had everything to do with Imperial Star Entertainment. Rumor had it that she disregarded her own life to stop Justin's car, which gave her a chance towards fame. If it weren't for Justin's stellar driving skills, and if he didn't step on his brakes fast enough, Zoe would have died at the scene. Not a lot of people were capable of doing what she did. It was her courage that sparked Justin's interest. As one of Justin's many girlfriends, Zoe was one of the more favored ones. She was obedient and knew her place, so Justin kept her by his side for the past 3 years. She became immensely successful in the entertainment world, and no one else had the guts to do anything to her. Those who didn't know all thought that this girl had a hefty background. Perhaps she was a second-generation heiress. Those who did know were all aware that she was no more than Justin's play toy, one that could be abandoned at any time. Justin turned around, but didn't say anything. She immediately put down her Chanel bag and strutted over to him. Then, she held his arm and helped him onto the bed. I just came back from filming out of town. I heard that you'll be discharged soon. That's good news. Zoe's voice was sweet and childlike. Yeah. Seemingly disinterested, Justin only responded with one word. When I was filming out of town, I saw this really cool lighter, so I bought you one. It's really unique and is modeled after an antique. Zoe reached into her bag and took out the lighter, which she presented to Justin like it was a rare treasure. Justin took it in his hand and lit it up twice. His face showed no emotions at all. The premiere of my new movie is next month. Can you come? Zoe looked at Justin coquettishly. We'll see. Zoe nodded. Justin looked like he was in a bad mood, so she didn't dare say anything else. Didn't you say that you liked that pink Lamborghini? The one outside is yours to take. Huh? Zoe didn't think that Justin would say something like this, so she was dumbfounded. When she was walking in, she did see a diamond-plated pink Lamborghini by the entrance. At the time, she wondered who the lucky woman was. So it was Justin's car. It's for me? Zoe asked in disbelief. Yeah, you can have it. Thank you, President Cooper. Zoe quickly pecked Justin on the cheek. Justin immediately wiped her scented lip gloss off his face with a tissue. I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper. I'm just too happy. Thank you for the generous present. You can drive it away later. Justin's tone was grim. He didn't seem to be in much of a mood. Thank you, President Cooper. Zoe thanked him again, obviously getting emotional. She could almost see the media taking photos of her in that car. She was bound to make headlines. By then, all of the women in the entertainment circle would all be crazy jealous of her, all because she was fortunate enough to work under Justin. It was true that Justin had a bad temper. Most of the time, she felt like she was tending to the emperor. She had to be extremely careful not to make a mistake. However, compared to what she got in return, it all seemed worth it. The wealth and fame that Justin gave her was something that most women could never even dream of in their lifetime. Seeing the unconcealable happiness on Zoe's face, Justin was surer than ever. Women all love luxurious things. But why was Chloe an exception? Why couldn't she be obedient like Zoe? Zoe spent 3 hours in Justin's room. When she left, she purposely touched up her makeup. When she passed by the on-call station, she glanced at Chloe and asked, "Are you Chloe Green?" "I am. I heard that you were the nurse who has been taking care of young Master Cooper during his time at the hospital." Zoe heard from others that during Justin's hospital stay, he treated a nurse called Chloe Green differently from the rest. She could understand. A person like Justin would only fool around with a nurse for fun. He wasn't going to get serious about her. "Yes," Chloe nodded. "As his girlfriend, I would like to thank you for taking care of my boyfriend. I bought this wallet a few days ago and barely used it. Consider it as my gift to you." Before Chloe could respond, Zoe threw a Prada wallet in front of her, as if she was being nice to a beggar. "1 second, Miss Zoe," Chloe called her from behind. "Do you want an autograph or a photo together?" Zoe turned around, asking arrogantly. Neither. You can have the wallet back. I can't accept this." Chloe picked up the wallet and shoved it back into Zoe's hands. "Does hospital policy forbid you from accepting presents?" "It's okay. This isn't a bribe. It's just my present to you." "No, it's me. But thank you, Miss Zoe, for the kind thought." Zoe grasped the wallet in her hand with mixed emotions. She thought that if she showed off her relationship with Justin in front of the nurse, the little nurse would be scared by the competition and back down. After all, Zoe was the only one who Justin dated for all these years. However, did the nurse's unwillingness to accept her present mean that she wasn't planning on letting go of Justin? Did she want even more from him? At that thought, Zoe's face went grim as she looked Chloe up and down. "I thought you were a smart girl that knows her place, but it turns out that you're just an idiot who was dreaming of climbing up the ladder. You're not the most beautiful girl in the world, nor are you from a wealthy family, so I'm not sure where you got the confidence to keep chasing after Justin. Smart women should know when to retreat in the face of a rapid torrent. I suggest that you move aside before he gets sick of you, or else your life will become worse when he dumps you. If you accidentally piss him off, you might not even be able to keep living in the city. Therefore, you should back down, or do you really want to compete against me? Unless you think you're prettier than me and can become more popular?" Chloe sighed slightly at Zoe's hostile remarks. She wondered why women always viewed men as the most important things in their lives. Did they have no sense of self? "Mrs. Zoe, I think you misunderstood. Justin and I don't care what's going on between you and Justin. He has so many women that I'm used to it. It's just, I want to remind you not to have your hopes up. An ordinary woman is incapable of tying him down. You should tread carefully." Then, Zoe put on her sunglasses, turned on her heels, and left. Chloe looked at her speechlessly. That's what Andrew told her, and now Zoe was telling her the exact same thing. The problem was, why did they think that something's going on between Justin and her? She thought that her attitude towards Justin was much worse than her attitude towards the old man in room 2. At least she always smiled at Grandpa, treated him politely, and played Chinese chess with him. Zoe left with the pink Lamborghini. and she made it onto the entertainment headlines that very evening. Imperial Star's big boss spent more than $10 million on a limited edition Lamborghini for Zoe. Their relationship is stable, and wedding date is near. The media had been reporting on Zoe and Justin's possible wedding for a long time now. Ever since Zoe's debut, the public relations team had been playing on this rumor, and Zoe never provided any formal explanations. However, every time news like this broke out, it added to Zoe's value as well as Imperial Star's stock prices. Therefore, Justin silently allowed for these rumors. After all, Zoe was pushed to stardom by Imperial Star alone, but those in the industry knew that it was just fake news. With Zoe's family background, there was no way she was going to become Mrs. Cooper. Justin's grandfather used to be the chief of a military district and was extremely strict. He once announced that his granddaughter-in-law could work in any profession, so long as she didn't work in the entertainment industry. Apparently, Justin was incredibly obedient to his grandfather. Therefore, news like that was purely for entertainment and not to be taken too seriously. During Chloe's night shift that evening, Milana protested as she read the newspaper. "See, Mr. Justin regifted what you didn't want. $10 million. It's worth $10 million. It's such a shame. Even I feel bad for you." "It wasn't mine to begin with. You don't have to feel bad." Chloe smiled. "You are one weird person. I can't believe you can stay unmoved in the face of money and power. You must really love your boyfriend." Milana looked at Chloe as if she failed to convince Chloe to do what she thought was the right thing to do. Chloe smiled again, but didn't directly answer. Even if she hadn't married Jack, she still wouldn't date Justin. She hated the power struggle within rich families and refused to even return to the Green family. Of course, she wasn't about to marry into the Cooper family, another enterprise mogul. During her shift, the patient in room 2 suddenly pressed the emergency alarm. Chloe ran over in fear that something bad happened to Grandpa. However, when she went in, she realized that not only was Grandpa fine and chewing on an apple, but there was also an elder woman, around the same age as Grandpa, standing beside him. She was wearing a traditional dress and had gentle features. Chloe knew that she was his wife. Apparently, she just returned from her daughter's home in Hawaii. Chloe had previously seen her in photos, so she looked familiar. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Chloe looked at them, flabbergasted. "Come here, Chloe. Come and sit down. We have something good to announce," said mysteriously. Something good?" Suspicious, Chloe looked at the old couple. Grandpa put down the unfinished apple, smiled, and looked at Chloe. "Seeing that you took great care of me over the past few days, played Chinese chess with me, and administered my medications, my wife and I talked about it, and decided to introduce you to someone. I've been watching you, Chloe. You're a good girl and the most reliable nurse at this hospital. You're down to earth and not pompous, unlike most of the young people out there today. Yeah, my husband kept telling me how good a girl you are, and I believe in his opinion." Wait, Grandpa. Don't say anything yet. Listen to me. My own grandson is already married, so that's too bad. But my 4th brother has a grandson who is around your age, and he is a really reliable man. He is a company commander in the Air Force. He is young and accomplished, and most importantly, he'll be promoted in the foreseeable future. He lives in another city. Once you guys get married, it's fine if you don't want to live there. You can continue living here. The distance between the 2 cities is short, so it won't matter. The more Chloe listened, the more bewildered she felt. What was this? She hadn't even met him, and they were already talking about marriage? Moreover, she was already married. Wasn't Grandpa shooting Cupid arrows at the wrong people? Chloe shot up. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, but I know that you're shy, so I asked that young man to come tomorrow. When he comes, you can get to know each other. You're both young, and we'll have a lot to talk about. If things work out, great. If not, then you guys can be friends." Grandpa sure had an open mind. His wife agreed. "That's right. That kid is definitely reliable, just a little old-fashioned is all. Don't worry, we won't trick you. I know you are doing this out of kindness. But the thing is, I'm already... Hey, turn on the TV. We can't miss the news broadcast. Grandpa slapped his forehead and then began looking for the remote. His wife also began busying about, and just like that, the couple ignored Chloe's protest. Chloe quietly left his room. It seemed that she had to take part in another blind date. If Mr. Dawson found out, he would probably kill her. She shuddered at that thought. The next morning, the guy Grandpa wanted to introduce to Chloe arrived at the hospital before she even finished up her night shift. To make the atmosphere more like that of a date, Grandpa made them go take a walk in the park so they could get to know each other. Hi, my name is Mason Spark. The 100 tall man with dark skin and a square face introduced himself. Hi, You're Chloe Green, right? My grandpa told me about you. He said that you're a really special girl. I'm really not. My temper isn't as good as the other nurses. I'm impatient. Chloe smiled. That's a good thing. People who are impatient are usually punctual. I hate people who are late. In the army, no one can be late. Not even for a second. Yeah, I heard Grandpa mention that you're a company commander. It's impressive. It's not. My military title is the lowest in my family. My goal is to become a regimental commander. Chloe nodded. She didn't know what else to say. It was awkward. What do you think about me? To tell you the truth, I don't have time for relationships in the army. So once I see someone I like, I immediately ask them what they think. Forgive my straightforwardness, the square-faced army dude suddenly asked her frankly. Chloe bit down on her lips, looked up and said, You're fine, but I already have a boyfriend. What? The square-faced army dude was confused. I wanted to tell Grandpa yesterday, but he didn't give me the chance to. I'm really sorry. No, it's not too late to tell me now. You're very honest. We have to be honest, right? I'm sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused. Don't worry about it. Men from our family are not perverted nor ill-mannered. We are all forgiving. Chloe didn't know what else to say. This square-faced army guy wasn't a man of many words. He wasn't as arrogant like that forensics guy from before, but he was still a little weird. His sentences were all capable of rendering people speechless, and Chloe almost laughed out loud at them. After she explained the situation to him, they headed back and, on their way, bumped into Justin by the entrance. Is this a blind date? Justin was taking a stroll when he heard a few gossipy nurses laugh at the fact that Chloe was on a blind date. He was so furious that he lost the will to walk around and headed straight to the garden. Before Chloe could answer, Justin glanced at the military strap on square-faced army dude's shoulder and broke into laughter. You're just a company commander? Yes, I'm a company commander. The square-faced army dude nodded. Chloe, unwilling to stay longer, tried to say something. However, Justin immediately commented impolitely. I can't believe a lowly captain is looking to get some at Southside. Who gave you the audacity to do so? Do you know how much the patients here earn every month? More than you will earn in a lifetime. Justin, you're taking it too far, Chloe warned him with a long face. This square-faced army guy was Grandpa's brother's son. Mocking him wasn't necessary. Chloe, this must be your boyfriend. But I really think you should reconsider dating him. Petty men usually don't have bright futures. With that, the square-faced army dude nodded at Chloe and left. Usually, if someone said something like that, Justin would have burst into flames from fury. Yet today, he was abnormally calm. That was because that army dude thought he was Chloe's boyfriend, which made him happy. Furious, Chloe turned around to leave, but Justin, thick-skinned, blocked her exit. Don't stand in my way like a pig. Go away, Chloe said angrily. Justin raised an eyebrow. Pig? I'm more like a dog, don't you think? I think dogs are better than you. Dogs are man's best friend. However, you're obviously not. Chloe, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't take what you said into account. You're forgiven. But I'm not in a good mood today. Move. My shift is over. I'm heading home. Hey, seriously. Wait, I have something to say. Hurry up. I don't have much time. Chloe looked down at her watch. She wanted to go home early. If she left right away, she would still have time to make Jack a delicious breakfast. I'll be discharged in a few days, Justin said, as his face suddenly became all serious. He was a special patient who never wore the patient clothing because he thought that it was too degrading. He wore different luxury brands every day. Paired with his gorgeous face, the female nurses at Southside were usually mesmerized his handsomeness. If he accidentally looked one of them in the eye, that nurse would be fawning over that look all day. Chloe never really looked at what Justin wore, because her attention was never on him. However, today she stood in front of him, and the sun shined right at his position, making it hard for her to ignore him. Unlike Jack, Justin enjoyed wearing white, light coffee, beige, anything that was bright. These colors looked exceptionally handsome on him. He was wearing a custom-made Salvatore Ferragamo shirt. It was simple, yet elegant. Men like Justin were born with a natural aura. Even if he wore a $20 shirt bought at a vendor by the street, people would still mistake it for being worth hundreds of thousands. Congrats, it's about time, Chloe immediately responded. Before I leave, I wanted to tell you something. Hurry. Puzzled, Chloe stared at Justin. He was a little weird today. Justin cleared his throat, obviously a little nervous. He had gotten used to women throwing themselves at him and had never expressed his feelings toward a girl before, so he wasn't sure what to do. Seriously, dude, if you're not going to say anything, then I'm going to leave. Chloe lost her patience when she saw Justin's hesitation. Chloe, do you want to date me? I'll be good to you. Justin immediately looked the other way after saying this. He was scared to look into Chloe's eyes. Chloe, who was just about to leave, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Was Justin confessing to her? This was Justin's first time asking someone out, so he said it with reserve. He didn't say stuff like, I like you, or I'm in love with you. All he said was, do you want to date me? I'll be good to you. But how could Chloe not understand a sentence as straightforward and simple as this? After a while, Chloe turned around to ask, Are you addicted to cheating? What? Justin frowned. Don't you have a girlfriend already? Is it okay to say something like this to me? I think it's considered cheating. Our country preaches monogamy. If you cheat, you'll be called a cheating asshole, so for your own image, you really shouldn't. Those aren't actual girlfriends. At most, they're women. Justin was clear to draw the line. All these years, including Zoe, his relationship with those women was just a combination of money and sex. He was just looking for a way out of boredom and loneliness, and didn't really fall in love with anyone, so he was just playing games. Therefore, he didn't think that he was cheating. On the other hand, he thought Chloe was making too big of a deal out of it. Oh, maybe I'm not up to date with stuff like this, but I have a boyfriend, and I don't want to be called a cheating bitch. Most importantly, I won't leave him. We are in love and have a stable relationship. Thank you for your kindness. I hope that you can live a healthy life and be happy in your work. Then, Chloe turned on her heels and left. Live a healthy life? Be happy in your work? She was weird. Does she have to be so unique, even in her rejection? Justin's entire face fell. The first time he expressed his feelings towards a girl, he felt as if someone poured a bucket of ice water down his back. After he returned to his room, Justin, unhappy, took out his phone and typed in a message to a group filled with close friends. What should I do if a girl I like has a boyfriend? Make her sleep with you. That's how people fall in love, one of his buddies replied. Steal her. No one in the city is your match. You have more money and better looks. Offer her boyfriend money and make him back off. That'll give you a chance. Just ask her what she wants and fulfill all her wishes. By then, she'll want to sleep with you. Although all his buddies had a point, Justin didn't think that any of those methods would work on Chloe. Make her sleep with him? That was degrading to him. He was good-looking and had a hefty background. Did he really need to force somebody to sleep with him? It would be such an embarrassment if other people found out. Steal her? That was too over the top. Plus, with Chloe's personality, she would probably end up hating him. What kind of future would they have then? Give her boyfriend money? Justin immediately eliminated that option. He didn't know what Chloe's boyfriend did for a living, as he had yet to find out anything about him. That alone means that he was definitely someone with a hefty background. Would he really accept Justin's money? As for fulfilling all her wishes, he had tried that already. Chloe laughed at him and called him a genie. Therefore, nothing would work, and all the above suggestions were moot. What's going on? Did the prettiest girl on this earth appear in the city? Did she break big boy Justin's heart? One of his buddies gossiped. As one of the 4 princes, Branton Blake was close to Justin. He sent a smirking emoji to the group when he saw Justin's question. Then he wrote, "Men aren't loyal. If they are, it's because the temptation isn't enough. Women aren't loyal either. If they are, it's because you haven't offered her enough to betray her boyfriend. If you offer her enough, you'll succeed." After Justin saw this, he thought about it and became even more depressed. After his discharge, it would be much harder for him to see Chloe. After Chloe got off work, she was going to head back to Imperial Park when Thomas called her. She immediately went to his school. Thomas stood before a yellow sports car. He looked distracted. "Sis, is my car pretty?" "Where did you get it?" Chloe frowned, a little unhappy. "A few days ago, a company sponsored an electric car designing competition, and my design won first place. This is the prize the company gave me." "Isn't that a good thing?" "Why is your expression weird?" Chloe saw right through her brother. Thomas looked down. After a moment's thought, he said, "Sis, I don't want to lie to you. The sponsor is GK." Chloe's expression changed when she heard what he said. "Don't be mad, sis. I really didn't know what happened. I also didn't know that GK sponsored this. I only noticed today when I got the car. I didn't do this on purpose, so please don't tell Mom." Thomas knew that GK was his mom and sister's pressure point. It was clear that he felt quite melancholic. "Have you seen him?" asked Chloe tentatively. "Who? Big Brother Jack?" "Yeah. No, Jack's assistant helped me with the registration materials when I went today. Honestly, sis, my design wasn't so great, but it still managed to win. Everyone said that I lucked out big time. I'm not a natural-born genius like you are, and no matter how hard I try, my grades are only average, so I thought that me winning this award had something to do with you. I thought that Big Brother Jack still likes you, and he wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to you." Chloe sighed after she heard what he said. She really wanted to tell Thomas that she was already with Jack. However, she was scared that it would stress Thomas out if he knew. So after some thought, she chose not to talk about it. "This car is the model from the Transformers movie, right?" Chloe asked as she looked at the sports car. Thomas nodded aggressively. "Yes, it's Bumblebee, my favorite. It's the Chevrolet Camaro from the Transformers series. It's my favorite car, and I didn't know that Jack would know my taste so well. It's amazing. How much does this cost?" "I think it's about 400,000 or so on the market, so I didn't have the guts to keep it." "Why don't you give it back to Jack for me?" Thomas might love cars, but he knew what he should and shouldn't take, especially because of the special relationship between his sister and Jack. "Leave the car here, for now. Don't drive it away just yet. I'll figure out what to do with it later." "Okay. Sis, you've lost weight. Are you exhausted from work lately?" Thomas looked at Chloe, who had just got off her night shift, with hints of sympathy. She had dark circles around her eyes and looked quite broken down from all the late nights, but she didn't even notice it herself. "I'm fine. Just take care of yourself. Have you been having headaches lately?" "No." "What about the medicine? Are you still taking it?" "I am. There are only 2 kinds left." "Okay. Keep taking it. It's good for your recovery. Sis, why don't you move back? Mom has nagged me about it several times. She says that renting outside costs a lot for you, and it would be better if you just come back and live at home. I know that she wants you back, not because it saves money, but because it would be great if all three of us lived together. Let's talk about this later. I'm heading back now. Call me if you need anything. She didn't stay long and drove home soon after. After she cleaned up, she took a nap until evening, when she was awakened by the sound of the door opening. "Did you arrange for Thomas's car to be delivered?" she asked impatiently as he entered. "Yes." "Why didn't you run it by me?" "I told you already," Jack said nonchalantly. The fact was, he really did mention it once before, but Chloe never agreed to it. "But I never agreed. It's not for you, so does your agreement matter so much?" Chloe sighed slightly and sat down beside Jack. "You can't do this. He's only a student. You can't spoil him." "I wasn't spoiling him. That's why I picked such an inexpensive car. If I was really spoiling him, I would have bought him a Porsche." "Jack?" Just as Chloe said one word, Jack raised his head to stare at her with an upset look. She immediately changed her tone. "Honey, you're really going to spoil him rotten. He's your brother, which means he's also my brother. What's wrong with spoiling him?" Clearly, if one man got his way, he would do anything he liked. But Chloe understood Jack's way of love her dog mentality thoroughly. But your methods will make him think that he'll just get things without working for them. Then he won't have to work for them. Plus, we don't need him to work after he graduates. He can do whatever he wants. Just let him. You can't do that. He's a man, and he has to have a sense of responsibility. You know your brother's personality better than I do. That child is innocent and kind. Nothing will happen to him just because of a car. Don't get crazy ideas. But Chloe wanted to say something else, but she was cut off by Jack. "I'm hungry. Honey, can you make me some dinner?" Jack looked at Chloe, and she finally admitted defeat. She ran to the kitchen, and Jack smiled in victory. He was very good at changing the subject. During dinner, Chloe said casually, "Thomas mentioned that he wants me to move back with them today. So that little kid is paying back my kindness with vengeance?" Jack's face turned grim. His brother-in-law just took his car, and now he wants to steal his wife back? Seriously? What do you mean? Thomas doesn't even know that we're married. He thinks that I was renting alone and is quite worried about me. So I think that you should tell him when you get a chance, or else he will suddenly come up with other ideas later on. Chloe laughed because she knew what Jack was talking about. "But I still think the car... You siblings could figure out the car yourselves. If you think that it's too luxurious, you're welcome to switch cars with him." Chloe immediately stopped talking. She already thought that a Volkswagen was luxurious enough for her, so how could she switch to a yellow sports car? The nurses at Southside would talk about her until their spit drowned her. By then, they would definitely think that she found herself a sugar daddy if she were to switch to a new car. So, she might as well not discuss Thomas's new car with Jack anymore. However, if Jack wasn't worried that Chloe would be unhappy, he would have happily given Thomas a Porsche. Otherwise, if someone were to find out that his brother-in-law drove a car that was only a few $100,000, wouldn't he feel embarrassed? Yes, he would have to slowly convince Chloe into getting him another car. Next time, he would do more research. First, he needed to find his wife another car, or else he would feel very uncomfortable every time he saw Chloe's Volkswagen. After dinner, Chloe took a shower and got into bed. She had been staying up too late recently and never slept well. As a result, the dark circles around her eyes were becoming increasingly obvious. She walked over to the washroom cabinet and put on the eye cream Jack previously prepared for her. Finally, she lied down in bed. Jack worked quite late in his study, and, after he arrived at Chloe's bedroom, he was surprised to see Chloe was still awake. She was watching a variety show on her phone. "You didn't sleep yet?" "No, I slept too much during the day." "Your circadian rhythm is completely messed up." Jack felt sympathetic, and then he got onto the bed and naturally placed his arm around Chloe's shoulders. "You finished working? You must be exhausted." "I've gotten used to it. It's just work." "You haven't been back recently, so won't your parents be upset?" Chloe asked carefully. "If I go, then you'll be home alone, and I'll be worried. It's fine if I just visit for dinner occasionally," Jack said as he gently brushed Chloe's hair. "If time turned back to 7 years ago, would you still choose to meet me?" Chloe suddenly asked in sorrow. Jack thought for a moment and replied with conviction, "If time turns back to 7 years ago, then I would apply for a visa a week earlier than I did, and the two of us would go to the States together. That way, we wouldn't miss out on 7 years." For Jack, being away from Chloe for those 7 years was the biggest regret in his life. Chloe dug her head into Jack's chest, not knowing what to say. She felt sad, but also moved. "What about you? If time turned back, would you still want to date me?" Jack suddenly asked without much confidence. He was somewhat worried about Chloe's reply. If they were to go back, and if she hadn't dated him, then Chloe's stepfather wouldn't have died. Maybe Chloe would still be living in a happy family of 4. Chloe tightened her grip around Jack's waist, and after a moment, she said, "I've never regretted anything I've done in the past, even if I knew it was doomed to begin with. If time turned back, I would still go along with what I believed in back then. I believe that it's not a coincidence that you showed up in front of me amongst the sea of people. It was fate, our fate." Jack didn't say anything after he heard what she said. Instead, he embraced Chloe tightly. It was an early fall night, and they held each other ever so tightly as if they were afraid of losing each other. Some things might be fine if you never had it, but what is terrifying is losing what you once had. Chloe suddenly realized that if she was forced to leave Jack one day, she might die of heartbreak. She wanted a man like him so badly, and to be able to be by his side her entire life. Chloe went to work the next day, and several nurses surrounded her with odd smiles. "What's with you guys? Is there something wrong?" Chloe was confused. "Congratulations on the promotion, Chloe. Dinner is on you." One of the nurses smiled. "Promotion?" Chloe was puzzled. "Oh, right. You don't know about it yet. We heard about it already. Looks like your news really isn't up to date." I really didn't know." Chloe rarely paid attention to the gossip around the hospital. She only focuses on the patients in her area, so it was understandable that her news wasn't up to date. "Be careful though, Ella. The nurse on the other shift might be really pissed off. She applied for the promotion several times and never got it. Now that you've been promoted all of a sudden, she will definitely be pissed off at you." Yay! Ella is different from Milana. Milana only wants money and a rich husband, so she never planned to stay around at the hospital. Ella values power and status, and she had always wanted to seize opportunities to rise up among the ranks, so you should be careful. Afterward, the few nurses giggled and left. The truth was, Chloe didn't know them too well. However, their departments were close by, so she would occasionally go over to help. Only Ella, Milana, and Mimi worked at the orthopedics department. After Mimi was wounded, a nurse from another department was transferred over to take her place. That nurse was called Carol. She didn't talk a lot and hadn't really interacted with Chloe. As she was immersed in her thoughts, the head nurse, Ember, suddenly walked over. "Chloe, come with me." Inside the department office. "Chloe, you must have heard about your promotion already. The hospital will release an official announcement at noon." "Promotion?" Chloe was still somewhat confused. "Yes, you're now the head nurse of the orthopedic department." "What about you?" Chloe was surprised. Ember laughed. "I've been transferred to the finance department to act as their new director." "That's great. Congratulations." "Thanks." Ember seemed to be happy as well. "There are 2 reasons for your promotion. First, the patients you took care of all made the recommendation, which meant that Mr. Grandpa Spark in room number 2 said plenty of good things about you. And even though Mr. Cooper didn't say much, he did give you an A on your performance report. It seems that he's quite satisfied with you. Your performance has been exceptional over the days you've been here, And I also gave you an A. But most importantly, it was because of Director Richard's recommendation that you were promoted so soon. Director Richard? Yes, Director Richard seems to value you quite highly. After your promotion, you'll be the head nurse of our department, and I trust you to do a good job. Your paycheck will be $12,000 per month from now on, with lots of other benefits. So, do a good job, okay? Thanks, head nurse. Oops, I meant thank you, Director Ember. Chloe smiled as she scratched her head. Ember should have been transferred away a long time ago, but no one was able to take over her position yet. Now that Chloe was here, she felt reassured, or else she really wouldn't trust leaving her work to those unreliable girls. Ella might be angry, so please be considerate of her feelings, reminded Ember. I understand. Very good then. Off to work you go. I'm rooting for you. Chloe felt a bit perplexed as she walked out of the office. She hadn't had the chance to see Director Richard after she saved Lisa. She was surprised about her sudden promotion, but even though it wasn't a great position, it was still rare for a 24-year-old young woman like Chloe to become the head nurse at a top-notch hospital. At the on-call station, Ella was speaking with the other nurses. When she saw Chloe come her way, she sneered, "Congratulations on your promotion." "Thanks. Things sure are different after taking care of young Master Cooper. It must be nice when there's someone looking out for you." "What do you mean by that, Ella?" Chloe smiled. "You don't know what I mean? Why are you still pretending? The entire hospital knows about you and young Master Cooper." "Chloe, you're good. There's so many pretty girls at our hospital, but you're the lucky one that Mr. Cooper laid his eyes on." "So you're now jealous of me?" Chloe asked Ella as she looked at her. "I'm just confused. Since you are already with young Master Cooper, why are you still here at Southside? Shouldn't you be living your luxurious life? The head nurse position is such a pity for you. Shouldn't you be the young Mrs. Cooper by now?" The other few nurses giggled after hearing what Ella said. "But I just like being a head nurse at Southside. I think this position suits me well." Chloe stared into Ella's eyes as she spoke, enunciating every word. "You—" Ella was obviously furious. "Ella, humans are all like this. Kindness is always returned tenfold. I know you're unhappy, but I didn't use any tricks to get promoted. This is the hospital's decision. It's all because Director Richard likes you. People all say that you had a thing with Director Richard back at the first hospital." Ella was so furious that she forgot to filter her thoughts. You can eat crap, but you can't talk crap. If you're going to spread untrue rumors, then you have to provide proof. Plus, if I really had a thing with Director Richard, do you really think that I would still be just a head nurse? Who knows? Maybe you're showing off on purpose. I'm not obligated to explain any more to you. Anyways, if we can work together harmoniously, we can be colleagues. If you can't stand me and have to satisfy yourself by talking smack about me every day, go ahead, but don't ever ask for my help during your shift, because I won't help you, not even once. I don't need your help. You're not Jesus. Good for you, we'll see. Chloe saw right through people like Ella. Like Jenny, she was also dark and twisted inside. On the surface, she pretended to be close to you. However, she becomes jealous as soon as she sees that you're doing better than her. There was no need to argue or be afraid of people like her, and the best solution was to just ignore her. Now that Ella worked under Chloe, she had so many ways to make her life hell. But she didn't want to do that, because it was lame. People shouldn't spend every day thinking about ways to plot and take revenge on others. If so, that person would be doomed for life. Those who complain and hate have no future, and Chloe wasn't that stupid. Since the day he was admitted into the hospital, Chloe was the only one allowed into Justin's room. Slowly, Chloe became Justin's personal nurse, even though she hadn't actually taken care of him. But to Justin, she was already a special existence. During the routine ward visits, "How are you feeling today? Does it hurt anywhere?" "No?" Justin, down in the dumps, just played with his phone. Take your meds on time and take care of that injured knee. No strenuous exercises for now." Upon hearing this, Justin lifted his head and looked at Chloe. "What do you mean by strenuous exercises? I don't know what that is. Can you explain it to me?" Chloe read between the lines and felt her face heat up a bit. "What I mean is that you should not run, jump, or drive a race car. It's dangerous, and if you get hurt again, it'll become more serious." "Yeah? What about physical needs? I'll be fine as long as I don't take too much initiative?" Justin jokingly asked. "I'm sorry, this isn't within the scope of my responsibilities. You should ask experts in this area." Then, Chloe turned around to leave. Suddenly remembering something, she turned back around and looked at Justin. "Justin, thank you for giving me an A." She then opened the door to leave. Justin's expression was complicated. He should have given her a D on her evaluation form and complained about her. However, he couldn't do it. Objectively, she was a very responsible healthcare provider. The only reason why he would give her a D was because she rejected him, but seeking a grudge like that was too petty of him. "Young master, your mother sent people here to help you pack since you're being discharged tomorrow." "Come in," Justin said, his spirits low. He had been staying here for so long that he didn't really want to leave. He was no longer looking forward to drunken nights at the club, or being reckless just for the sake of it. This was all because of that damned girl, Chloe. That afternoon, while Chloe was creating next month's schedule in her office, she heard the sound of knocking on the door. "Come in." Chloe looked up to see who it was. She was dazed. This was certainly a surprise visitor. "Why are you here? Why can't I be?" Lisa was wearing a black dress with a red beanie. Her pregnant belly was showing, just a little bit. "Oh, can I help you?" Chloe had a lot of work to do, so she wasn't in the mood to bicker with Lisa. "I passed by a dim sum place on my way and bought you some afternoon tea." Then, Lisa put a takeout bag on her desk. Chloe glanced at it. There sure was a lot of food. There were desserts, macarons, and milk tea. Did Lisa get up from the wrong side of the bed this morning? "Why are you doing this?" Distracted, Chloe put down the pen in her hand. "I know when to be grateful," Lisa answered simply. Chloe immediately understood what she was talking about. Truth be told, she never thought that Lisa was one that knew how to be grateful. Chloe thought that Lisa would tell her to mind her own business. "You don't have to. I would have saved anyone," Chloe said nonchalantly. "Chloe, I envy you. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't have helped my boyfriend's ex-girlfriend. Plus, I picked on you so much back then. That's why you're not me." Chloe smiled. "My uncle is right. You're an extraordinary woman. I've never admired anyone in my life, but you've truly surprised me. If it weren't for you, my baby wouldn't still be safely in here," Lisa said, as she stroked her belly. "That's why you need to be careful when driving. You need to remember that you're pregnant." "I will. Anyways, thank you. You're Simon's ex, and I will continue to hate you. But that's a different matter. You saved me, and I'm not an ungrateful bitch. I owe you one. If you need a favor in the future, I promise I will pay it up." "That's not necessary. I wasn't thinking about getting you to pay me back when I was saving you. I hate that you act so high and mighty all the time like you're a savior or something. You have this, I can save the world, but the world does not have to thank me for it complex. But still, I finally understand why you're so successful as a human being." Chloe didn't respond, because she was suddenly at a loss for words. "I heard you were promoted." "Yeah. Do a good job. I hope that we can have a surgical competition in the OR one day. Everyone's been saying that your skills are advanced, but I'm not convinced. I'll wait until you become a doctor. Meanwhile, I'll be working on my own craft." Then, before Chloe could say anything else, Lisa turned around and left. Chloe stared at the afternoon tea she brought her with mixed emotions. Lisa was indeed a conflicted person. She wouldn't become gentle and grateful all of a sudden. However, she could tell right from wrong, and she knew that it was Chloe who saved her. That was probably enough. She wasn't expecting Lisa to pay retributions to her. After all, she did save Lisa mostly because of Director Richard. Plus, she was Simon's wife. No matter what happened in the past, she couldn't ignore 2 lives like they were strangers. After another night shift, 10 luxury cars appeared outside Southside. They were all Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches, and other can't-afford cars. There was also a limited edition Rolls-Royce. Apparently, that was Mrs. Justin's car. Everyone knew that Justin was being discharged today. The welcoming ceremony was extremely over the top. Justin was feeling much better. He no longer needed help walking and left his room on his own. He walked slowly, hoping that he would be able to see Chloe send him off. Maybe she would say something to him. However, after looking around, he failed to see Chloe anywhere. "Young master, Miss Green is at the morning meeting," one of his bodyguards reminded him. "You talk too much. Do you still want your job?" Justin cursed at him angrily. "Yes." The bodyguard immediately shut up. "It's time. Everyone's waiting for you at the hotel. Let's go, Cooper." Mrs. Cooper smiled gently. Reluctant to leave, Justin looked back one last time, but Chloe wasn't there. It wasn't until all the cars left that Chloe came downstairs. "Head nurse, young Master Cooper was discharged," Milana said thoughtlessly. "That's a good thing. That bastard's finally gone." Aren't you going to miss him? Even a little bit?" Milana looked at Chloe in disbelief. "Why should I be?" Bewildered, Chloe asked Milana. "But everyone's saying that young Master Cooper has a thing for you. Those are just words. Don't take them seriously. Justin has a bucket of girlfriends, and most of them are celebrities. He's just looking for a way out of boredom at our hospital. Don't make a fuss over it." "Yeah, you're right. Mr. Cooper has so many women around him anyways. I don't think we'll have another chance to see him now that he's discharged," Milana said, her expression grim. Chloe smiled without saying anything else. The best move for her was to avoid seeing Justin. Although Andrew was not a good person, his warning made sense. She didn't want to be involved with a man like Justin. Entertainment headlines for that day read, "Justin, the president of Imperial Star, was discharged. Luxury cars welcomed him, and popular celebrities were all there celebrating the great occasion. It was like a movie festival." Apparently, A-tier celebrities were all present. It was like a harem rivalry TV show. In the end, Zoe was the one who sat with Justin in his car. Obviously, her status was slightly higher than the rest. Daggerker. The lights inside Justin's private mansion were all on, and the music was blasting on high. Dozens of pretty girls in bikinis danced around the pool. A couple of men sat together in armchairs, one next to the other, enjoying the night as well as the beautiful women. The atmosphere was exhilarating. However, Justin didn't seem to be in the mood to party. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, occasionally taking a sip. His other hand scrolled through his phone, while his mind seemed to be elsewhere. "What's wrong? You seem out of it tonight." Andrew came up to him with a wine glass. He pulled up a chair and sat down across from Justin. Justin immediately clicked on the home button and then locked his phone. "It's boring, living the same life, day after day," Justin said casually. "You were at the recuperation center for a while. You must have been bored to death." "It was fine," Justin answered vaguely. "How's my sister? Have you succeeded yet?" Andrew asked. Obviously depressed, Justin licked his lips and said, "I think your sister is a lesbian." "Ha ha ha, why would you say that?" Andrew burst into laughter. "I don't think she likes men, and I'm too lazy to bother with her." "So, what you mean to say is, Chloe rejected you?" Andrew deduced. "I think she rejected me to spark my interest. Aren't all women like that? Playing games of this sort? This just means that you don't know her well enough." Andrew laughed again. Justin immediately rolled his eyes at him. "You don't know her either. Don't forget, she hasn't been back to your family for years. She even made a public announcement about it." Andrew's expression changed, and he smiled bitterly. Yeah, she's stubborn like that, and no one can do anything about it. But don't worry, any obstacles are only temporary. No woman that I like can escape from me. It's just a matter of time. Justin seemed confident. He was rich, good-looking, and powerful, and he basically had everything any woman would want in the world. He was sure that Chloe would one day fall for him. After hearing what Justin said, Andrew immediately stopped laughing and said, "I suggest that you give up on her." "Why? You don't think I can take care of it?" Andrew shook his head. "That's not it. Chloe isn't a woman you can touch." "Fuck, what the hell do you mean by that? What do you mean I can't touch her? There isn't a woman in the city I can't touch." Justin became immediately angered by what he said. "I'm not looking down on you. There's someone Chloe likes, and she'll never accept you." "I know. She told me that she has a boyfriend, but so what? People who get married can still divorce. Even if she has a daughter, I can still do it. I'm not willing to give up." Then, Justin picked up his glass and drank every sip of his wine. Andrew looked at him meaningfully. "You don't know who she likes, do you? Is that important?" Justin broke into laughter. "Of course it is. Once you find out, you'll understand what I was talking about today." "Why are you being so cryptic? Don't tell me that it's you." Justin looked at Andrew profoundly. "Of course not. Chloe is my little sister." "It's not like she's related to you by blood." Justin went straight to the point. Andrew's expression changed, but just for a second. "You're thinking too much, young Master Cooper. Chloe isn't my type." "Right. You have always liked 36D or bigger." "Ha ha ha. You know me well." Then Andrew and Justin proceeded with small talk. Neither of them brought up Chloe's name again. However, they also discovered something about each other. Andrew realized that Justin was genuinely interested in Chloe. When he was walking up to him, he peeked at Justin's phone and noticed that he was looking at a photo of Chloe. Although Justin quickly pressed the home button, Andrew still saw it. Justin, on the other hand, discovered that Andrew's expression became weird whenever Chloe's name was mentioned, although he had been trying extremely hard to cover up his feelings. Justin wasn't just another stupid man with a lot of money. He was part of the military for several years. As an elite in the Special Forces, his brain and physique were all top-notch. His sharp instincts told him that Andrew didn't just treat Chloe like a sister. He felt something towards her that was inappropriate to feel towards a sister. Chloe kept her promotion on the down low. Aside from the people that already knew from the hospital, she only mentioned it to Jack. However, although she wanted to keep it low-key, Jack immediately reserved a table at Seven Aromas Hot Pot. Seven Aromas was known for its spicy broth hot pots. The broth was delicious, so they were very popular. Plus, this was a high-end, expensive restaurant where even the beef was supplied by free-range cattle ranches. Over there, hot pot cost more than $10,000 a meal. Not only did Jack reserve a table at the hot pot restaurant, he also decided to invite Noah and Sarah on behalf of Chloe. Therefore, when the four of them met up for dinner, the atmosphere changed again. "Oh wow, new car? Seems like you're dating someone new. What does that have to do with you?" Sarah glared at Noah. "I was just wondering how blind the guy must have been to agree to date someone like you. There are lots of blind guys in this world. Either way, at least I'm better than you, Mr. Forever Alone. You're going to be alone for the rest of your life. That's too bad." "Who says I'm single? Let me tell you, I have quite a few admirers. There are buckets after buckets of policewomen at our bureau who are all into me. It's not like you'd understand." "Buckets after buckets? Are you sure you're talking about women and not potatoes?" Sarah snapped back. Noah and Sarah were like mortal enemies from birth. They wreaked havoc onto each other every time they met. Chloe watched and laughed as they fought. Jack, on the other hand, quietly put beef onto Chloe's plate. "Come on, can you guys not be so cheesy? Are you trying to kill us single people out here?" Noah wailed unhappily. "Hey, not us, just you. I'm not single," Sarah emphasized. "Soon you will be." "I can't believe you cursed me. If we really break up, I swear I'm going to—" "If you break up, You should date Noah. You guys will be great together, Chloe suggested while eating hot pot. Don't, ma'am. Don't do that to me. My eyesight is fine. I'm not blind yet. Don't worry. It's just a matter of time, Chloe laughed. Jack, get your wife in order. She's openly cursing the people's police. Noah sent help signals at Jack. My wife has a point. Seriously, you're basically controlled by your wife. It's too late to save you. That's why a single person like you would never understand what it feels like to be in love. Sarah laughed. You guys eat. Bye. Then Noah got up and pretended to leave. Remember to pick up the bill on your way out, Jack said slowly. Shh! Where's your humanity, president of GK? I can't believe that you would make a little cop like me pay for the bill. Where did you get the audacity? Not all cops have the ability to drive Jaguars. Therefore, you're a capable cop. Chloe burst into laughter. Hey, you ungrateful woman. I even asked for time off to come to celebrate your promotion. This is how the two of you treat me? The friendship boat sure sinks fast. Noah's remarks sent Sarah and Chloe into a hysterical laughter. Don't sink the boat. It's my treat today. Chloe immediately raised her hand, signaling that she would be the one paying. Hey, Chloe, I saw on the news that Justin was discharged today, Sarah suddenly asked, hoping for some gossip. Chloe nodded. Yeah, he was discharged. I saw the formation outside the hospital. So many female celebrities went. Yeah, there were a few that I didn't even recognize. A lot of people were watching, and a lot of the media attended. I saw from one of the smaller news outlets that while Justin was staying at Southside, he was really flirty with one of the nurses there. Do you know who she is? Come on, tell us what happened. What's so fun about entertainment news? At most, it's a rich boy trying to get in bed with someone. It's boring. Noah took a big bite of beef and interjected. Guys won't understand topics like this. Sarah immediately grabbed Chloe's hand and asked, Come on, tell me about it. A little guilty, Chloe glanced at Jack, and then she answered, Actually, I'm not sure either. Justin always has bodyguards around and is hard to get close to, so his private life is kept pretty discreet. Oh, you have a point. Even if someone like Justin screws himself into a scandal, the media won't be able to report about it. Sarah mumbled to herself, finally putting an end to this topic. While they were eating, Sarah took a photo of them on her phone. Chloe, Jack, and Noah were all in it. Then, she uploaded the photo to their class group. The group immediately exploded. Sarah, did you take that photo? Is it real? Is that Chloe beside Jack? Where are you guys eating? The hot pot looks good. Sarah rolled her eyes and cursed. Idiots. That's not the point. Soon after, Linda signed on as well. She asked, Is this Seven Aromas? She definitely knew her stuff. She could tell it was Seven Aromas just by looking at the pot in the middle of the table. Linda was indeed impressive. Yeah, why? Do you want to come? Sarah provoked. You think I don't have the guts to? Linda replied. I'll be here waiting. If you don't come in 15 minutes, I'll assume that you've chickened out. Sarah always wanted to throw a wet blanket over Linda's arrogance. She never had the chance to do it in the past. Now that this opportunity appeared before her, how was she going to pass that up? Chloe and Jack had already exited the group chat, so they didn't know what was going on. After 10 or so minutes, Linda barged through the door, leaving Chloe dumbfounded. Not bad. You're punctual, Sarah said as she looked at Linda. Linda didn't say anything. She glanced at Jack, then walked up to the table and sat down on an empty seat. Who is this? Bewildered, Noah looked at the woman who suddenly entered the scene. Chloe didn't say anything either. She was a bit dumbfounded as well. Jack's face, on the other hand, was expressionless. She's a high school classmate. I invited her to come, but I didn't think she actually would, Sarah explained. Jack, have you been busy? Linda looked around before her gaze finally stopped on Jack's handsome face. Jack, who did not plan to reply, carefully put a shrimp ball in Chloe's bowl. Proud of herself, Sarah laughed. We're here to celebrate Chloe's promotion. Oh, really? Congratulations on the promotion. Linda looked at Chloe and said unwillingly, Thank you. Jack, my dad said that our companies are partnering up. and that Uncle Dawson was the one who personally proposed the partnership. It's a good project. My dad said that you're really good at your job, and GK's doing even better than it used to. Jack gracefully wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Then he said, I didn't hear about a partnership with your dad's company. If my dad was the one who made the decision, that is just his decision. There's no guarantee that the board will approve it. Linda's expression darkened upon hearing what he said. Jack was still unwilling to help her save some face. Jack, what's going on? Is she a fan of yours? Noah pointed out thoughtlessly. Jack immediately stared at him with a murderous expression. I do like Jack. I've liked him for many years, Linda suddenly confessed. Chloe looked at her in shock, not sure what she was trying to achieve. Noah was also dumbfounded. You need to pick the right time to confess your feelings for someone. This is obviously not it. Plus, you already know that Jack likes Chloe. Why would you want to get in their way? Unbelievable, Sarah mocked. It's not wrong for me to be in love with someone. Why can't I say how I feel? Feeling a bit awkward, Chloe glanced at Jack. Are you full? Jack asked gently. Chloe nodded. Jack picked up a napkin and in front of everyone he gently wiped the corner of Chloe's mouth. Then he held her hand in his and said, Then let's go. Jack pulled Chloe out. He obviously didn't welcome Linda, who appeared without an invitation. Sarah looked at Linda with victory in her eyes. I'm sorry. You didn't even get to eat anything. Time's up. You should come earlier next time. Linda was so furious that her face turned pale. Noah looked at Linda sympathetically, and he then headed downstairs as well. After they got home, Chloe asked Sarah what happened through Snapchat. Afterward, she felt bad for Linda. It was as if they had played a prank on her. Sarah, you shouldn't do that again. So what? Linda is a scheming bitch. She's always talking about Jack like they are best buddies when the truth was Jack wouldn't even look at her. It's all in her head. So what if it's in her head? That's her business. Plus, she's right. There's nothing wrong with liking someone. We have no right to laugh at her. Chloe felt bad about what happened with Linda tonight. But she knew that Sarah was just trying to help her get even. I got it, boss. Good girl. I'll take you out another day. Good night. After her conversation with Sarah, Chloe saw that Jack was watching TV on the couch. His face was so emotionless that she wasn't sure if he was angry or not. Sarah really took it too far tonight. Therefore, she shuffled over and sat down beside Jack. Do you want some fruit? No. Are you thirsty? No. Do you want some midnight snacks? Chloe, we just had dinner. Jack looked at Chloe hopelessly. Are you mad? Why would I be mad? Because Sarah invited Linda. What does that have to do with me? Jack asked nonchalantly. What about Linda's confession? Got any thoughts on that? Chloe probed. That was what she really wanted to know. Another woman confessing her love to her husband right in front of her made Chloe a little uncomfortable. What thoughts do you want me to have? Jack smiled as he looked at Chloe. How would I know what you think? Oh, Linda is nice. She's pretty. Really? I don't think she's that good looking. Chloe was unwilling to back down. I think she is. Really? What about in comparison to me? Chloe's IQ was near 0 when she was being childish. Jack choked back laughter and replied, Compared to you? About the same. You have different traits. Really? If so, you should marry her instead. It's a shame that you're stuck with me. Then, Chloe angrily turned around to leave. Jack immediately grabbed her and hugged her tightly from the back. Let go of me. You're angry? Jack laughed when he saw Chloe's face red with fury. Of course not. I'm very generous. She can have you. Really? Jack asked on purpose. Of course, let go of me and go hug Linda. Chloe struggled to break his embrace. However, she failed to escape from Jack. He hugged her, and then he whispered into her ear from behind, Chloe, you're really cute when you're jealous. Cute my ass. Jack couldn't help but chuckle. You're laughing. This is outrageous. Jack lowered his head to bite Chloe's ear. He was gentle yet seductive. Jack? What? Jack asked her on purpose. Honey, don't do that. It tickles. Chloe was more nervous than ever. However, Jack had no intention of letting her go. This was his first time seeing Chloe jealous, and over a totally irrelevant woman at that. She knew that Jack would never fall for Linda, but she still lost her cool when he said that she was pretty. Therefore, no matter how smart a woman was, her smarts and intelligence would all melt to zero when faced with a man she cared about. Right now, she was nothing but adorable. Chloe felt heavy breathing coming from behind her ears. His breath blew at her in waves, almost lighting her up in flames. Chloe was a pretty conservative woman. She only learned about sex from textbooks, and as a practitioner of medicine, she only objectively analyzed it from the perspective of physiology. Aside from that one drunken incident 7 years ago, she never even had any hands-on experience. Therefore, when Jack provocatively teased her, her entire body tensed up out of nervousness. Jack hugged Chloe from behind, and his hands moved up and down her body. He first breathed at her neck, and then kissed her with his cold lips. He was incredibly patient, yet Chloe felt like she was in danger. Finally, Chloe couldn't take it anymore. She turned around. "Honey." However, Jack immediately covered her mouth with his own, and kissed her deeply, but tenderly. Chloe's entire world began to spin around, and her brain was about to shut down. Although she kept telling herself to stay rational and not give in like this, her body instinctively told her that she couldn't take it any longer and was about to burst. Under the bright lights, Jack looked at Chloe's face, which was red from shyness, her eyes closed because she was nervous, and her slightly curly eyelashes. All that was left on his face was endless tenderness. He was a person that always appeared ice cold, yet he could be so gentle to Chloe. He was arrogant, but sweet to Chloe. He was heartless, but lovesick for Chloe. He was quiet, but always had so much to talk about with Chloe. Chloe, on the other hand, kept her eyes tightly shut. Then, she felt the warmth of a big palm caressing her collarbone, slowly moving southwards. She was so nervous that her face turned crimson, yet she did not have the courage to push Jack away, only because this man was the only man that she had ever loved so deeply. Suddenly, Jack's movements stopped and everything went quiet. The air calmed down, and curious, Chloe opened her eyes. She saw Jack looking at her, unmoving, like a rock. "You—" She opened her mouth, not sure what to say. "You had your eyes closed. Were you waiting for me to do something?" The corners of Jack's mouth raised into a smile. Almost immediately, Chloe came back to her senses. She tightened her grasp around her shirt collar, and, with a long face, she said, "Of course not. Are you kidding me?" "Your face is really red. What were you thinking about just now?" Jack purposely asked her. "I was thinking of how spicy that hot pot we just had was." "Why is your face red?" Jack was unwilling to let go. "Because it was too spicy, okay?" Chloe was looking for any excuse. Jack wanted to laugh. This was his first time teasing this girl like that. She's so cute. Jack originally wanted to seize the opportunity and eat her up, but he felt that the timing wasn't right. He was no longer in a hurry, because he now knew that Chloe cared about him. He was going to wait until the time was right and create the most romantic scene for them to consummate their relationship for the first time in 7 years. He was going to make it a night Chloe would never forget. So as for what happened just now, he really was just teasing Chloe. It was his revenge for her continued rejection. Upon seeing Chloe's shy expression and awkward response, he felt exhilarated. After Chloe readjusted her clothes, she sat back onto the couch and turned on the TV to watch Bonnie Bears. She was pretending as nothing happened. "Were you expecting something just now?" "No." "But you look disappointed. Were your urges not satisfied?" "Jack, U.S. face, do you not want to sleep on my bed tonight?" "Honey, I apologize. Should we continue with what we were doing just now?" Jack held out his hand to hug Chloe's shoulders, but she immediately avoided him. "Hey, honey, don't be angry. I was joking around." "Jack, can you be even more of a villain? Aren't you afraid That you won't have any friends left? Chloe never thought that one day Jack would be teasing her. She really did think that something would happen just now. However, not only did nothing happen, he saw right through her and made fun of her. Where was Justice? While Chloe and Jack were having fun in their luxurious condo, our young Master Cooper was drinking alone at a nightclub. Hey, why has young Master Cooper been unhappy ever since he was discharged? One rich boy asked another quietly. You noticed it too? Yeah, dude, it's so obvious. In the past, we always had so much fun drinking together, but recently it seems like he always has something on his mind. Yeah, we noticed too, but no one has the guts to ask why. Yeah, we shouldn't sacrifice ourselves. He's not in a good mood, so we should all be careful. The rich boys discussed amongst themselves. Justin was wearing white casual wear that was extra eye-catching inside the nightclub. With a glass of red wine in his hand, he sat in the middle of the couch and leaned his head back onto the headrest. He looked at the ceiling, but no one knew what he was thinking about. The socialites and models were afraid to get too close. They all noticed that he was in a bad mood, so they know it was best not to piss him off. Brenny was coincidentally there too, but she and Justin weren't from the same circle. The only reason she could get in was that she made a heavy investment. She bought one of the female models inside his circle a limited edition Hermes bag. Only then did the model agree to bring her along. Sheila, young Master Cooper, doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Brenny quietly asked the model who brought her in. Yeah, everyone's been saying that young Master Cooper is a little out of it recently, and no one has the guts to flirt with him. I heard that even Zoe stopped looking for him. Oh, really? I see. Naturally, Brenny knew about Justin's relationship with Zoe, but she didn't care. Why? Don't tell me that you're trying to get into Justin's bed. I'd advise against it. Why? He's so successful and good-looking, so isn't it normal for me to like him? Brenny smiled. Sheila shook her head. Young Master Cooper has a bad temper. Women like us can't handle men like him. I suggest you find another target. Young Master Cruz isn't too bad. He's rich and is a really nice guy. You can give him a shot. Are you talking about Max Cruz? He's not my type. I can't stand guys who wear eyeliner and pretend to be a K-pop star. Brenny looked at a young man not far from them in disdain. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Good luck. Sheila wasn't actually close with Brenny, as they met each other through another friend. Brenny bought her a bag, so she decided to introduce her into Justin's circle. The truth was, Andrew and Justin were buddies, but there was no way Brenny was going to ask Andrew for help. The whole world knew about the Green family's civil war. As for Sheila, she was a woman in this circle, and knew too well how things went around here. It was just a circle based on exchanges. She already warned her. As for the rest, well, that was up to Brenny herself. Then, Sheila picked up her wine glass and went up to a rich heir to play dice with him. Brenny gritted her teeth and headed towards Justin with a wine glass in her hand. She especially wore a new arrival Gucci dress. It was navy blue with blue princess hems, with a blue and red silk ribbon at the collar. It was an elegant and beautiful dress, but definitely not Brenny's usual style. However, she heard from others that Justin was into fresh-looking girls recently, so she pretended that was her style. Who knows, maybe he would fall for her. Young Master Cooper, hi, my name is Brenny Green. Nice to meet you. Brenny had a sweet smile, her hair fell to her waist, and her body had great proportions. She thought that even if Justin didn't fall in love with her instantly, she would at least leave a good impression on him. After Justin heard what she said, he slowly opened his eyes and lazily glanced at the woman in front of him. Green? What? In his daze, he only heard her say, Green. He didn't actually care what her name was. The only thing that interested him was her last name. He seemed to be ultra-sensitive about this last name. Brenny thought that Justin had taken interest in her, and her face immediately lit up. Young Master Cooper, my name is Brenny Green. The Bray is the one composed of a woman and open. An open woman? Your name sure is slutty. After Justin said this, the people around them couldn't help but laugh. Brenny immediately felt awkward. "Young Master Cooper, I've heard so much about you. It's an honor to meet you today, and I'd like to raise a glass to you." Then Brenny tilted her glass and drank everything in it. She was bold and uninhibited. Too bad, Justin didn't buy it. He placed his wine glass on the coffee table, clearly with no intention of drinking the wine. Brenny's expression dimmed slightly. She was surprised that Justin was so disregarding of others. However, she bit her lips, in hopes that she could still make some sort of progress tonight. Therefore, she picked up Justin's glass and said, "I can see that you're not in a good mood today, so naturally, you wouldn't want to drink. My tolerance is pretty good. I can drink this for you." Then, Brenny picked up Justin's wine glass and drank every drop. Standing not far from her, Sheila's expression changed drastically. Brenny is seriously courting death. Justin was known for being a germaphobe, and everyone, including Brenny, knew that. However, she still chose to drink from his glass because she was hoping if she did the exact opposite of what everyone does, it might spark Justin's interest in her. Just like how Zoe stopped Justin's car in the middle of the night and almost died. After seeing that Brenny drank all his wine, Justin picked up the empty glass. He slowly stood up. Everyone watched as they held their breath. Brenny thought that Justin was finally going to say something to her. However, with a crash, the glass shattered on the ground, frightening everyone around them. "Young Master Cooper." Everyone stood up. Seriously, so dirty. Justin looked at the wine glass. Was he talking about the wine glass or Brenny? "Young Master Cooper, I'm sorry. I didn't know." Brenny pretended to be innocent. Before she could finish, Justin looked at her and said, "Out of everyone in the Green family, you managed to get the worst genes." Then, Justin turned on his heels and left. The rich heirs also stood up to leave. They left Brenny standing where she was, dumbfounded. After Justin left the nightclub, he immediately got into his black Sesto Elemento Lamborghini. Then, he drove away without looking back. As he traveled in the night, his mood became worse. Brenny was an idiot, but she could righteously live in the Green family. Chloe, on the other hand, was an outstanding woman, but she was not allowed to go back. Was that old man Green blind? At this thought, he became even more agitated, and the car came to a sudden stop under a tree by the side of the road. He whipped out his phone and made a phone call. "Starting tomorrow, we will no longer engage in any business partnerships with the Green Corporation." The next morning, Andrew received news that the Cooper family was going to withdraw their funds and never cooperate with them again. He immediately called Justin. "Young Master Cooper, did I do something wrong? Why are you ending our partnership?" Andrew asked with a smile. "I just don't like the Green family," Justin answered domineeringly. Andrew sighed. "Okay, once you like us again, remember to continue our partnership, haha." Justin hung up on Andrew without replying. Because his name was Justin Cooper, he didn't have to be nice or polite to anyone in this city. That was how capricious he was. After Andrew put down his phone, he immediately investigated into possible incidents and discovered it was because that idiot Brenny went looking for Justin last night. Apparently, she made a fool out of herself too. After the executive meeting, Andrew saw Evelyn, a member of the board, in the hallway. "Tell your baby daughter to stay away from Justin." "Haha, do you have the right to interfere with this? My Brenny can date whoever she wants to." Evelyn laughed lightly. "If she wants to die young, then tell her to keep causing trouble. But don't take the company down with her, or else I'm going to make her pay." After saying this, Andrew adjusted his tie, turned around, and left. Evelyn's expression changed after hearing his outright threat. Was this a declaration of war? Ever since Chloe became a head nurse at Southside, she was busier than ever. Those in other departments often asked for her help as well. They heard that Chloe was incredibly skilled and diligent at her work, and, as a result, her personal time diminished, again and again. Jack protested a couple of times, but she coquettishly fought him off. Finally, it was the weekend. She took a day off in hopes that she could spend some time with Jack, but she realized that he was working overtime. When she was cleaning the apartment that morning, she saw on the news that today was the ribbon-cutting ceremony for GK's Western Warmth Hotel. Apparently, many planned on attending, and the hotel was like a movie star's press conference. Therefore, Chloe suddenly had an idea and decided to surprise Mr. Dawson. She took a black Nike sports outfit from her closet and put on a white baseball cap. She felt like a student again. She took out a white mask and then headed to the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Squeezed between the people, she wanted to take some photos of Jack, but realized how hard it was. There were so many people there, and a couple of girls even called Jack hubby right in front of her. It was just unbelievable. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Chloe saw Jack go into the hotel lobby, so she quietly followed him. When Jack, accompanied by his assistant, was heading toward the lounge, Chloe suddenly pushed aside the people in front of her and ran up to him. She grabbed Jack's hand and said, "President Dawson, can you take a photo with me?" Jack was surprised when he heard her voice. In his daze, 4 or 5 bodyguards in black came out of nowhere and immediately grabbed Chloe. Then, they began dragging her out in an attempt to throw her out the door. Her hands were tied and couldn't even take off her mask. She was going crazy when Jack, with perfect timing, yelled, "Let go of her!" "President Dawson, she might be a crazy fan. It's too dangerous," Assistant Mark reminded him. "Let her go. Tell her to come in." Then, Jack opened the door and went into the lounge. Chloe stood there, flabbergasted. Why would Jack do that all of a sudden? Did he recognize her? That was impossible. She was wearing so many clothes that she was practically Bonnie Bear. It didn't seem possible. "Let go of her. Hurry up. Didn't you hear him?" Assistant Mark said. The bodyguards let go of Chloe, who then walked towards Jack's lounge while everyone was staring at her. Each step was harder than the last. Afraid that someone would recognize her, she pulled down her cap and readjusted her mask. When she opened the door and went in, she didn't even get a chance to figure out what was happening before someone lifted her up by the waist. She immediately shrieked in fear. "Ah! Put me down! How should I punish you for your mischievousness?" Jack lowered his head and pulled off her mask. Behind the mask was Chloe's innocent and pretty face. The bodyguards became excited at the sound of someone screaming. Their expressions were rich. Mark was shocked as well. Did his boss have a fetish? Was he harassing a female fan in the lounge? Plus, he didn't even know her. She was wearing a mask. Now, isn't this a bit too stimulating? "Honey, can you put me down?" Chloe, face blushed, was embarrassed that he was still carrying her. "Did you know that the bodyguards almost threw you out just now?" "I did." "Then why would you do that?" He was speechless that she was still able to walk tall, even after doing something wrong. "I was just trying to surprise you. You think it was easy?" "Surprised? Not really, but you did scare me. Do you know how sad I'll be if something were to happen to you?" Jack felt somewhat bad. If he didn't recognize her voice immediately, his bodyguards really would have heartlessly tossed her out. If she was wounded because of that, then it would be like taking out a piece of his heart. Doesn't this woman know that? "Nothing will happen to me." Guilty, Chloe snuck a peek at Jack. The best solution in front of Chloe's irrationality was to forcefully kiss her. Jack threw her onto the sofa, and then he pressed onto her as he wildly kissed her. By the end, she had no more energy left, and he finally let her go. Just then, a knock came from outside. "Boss, there's a press release soon. Please control yourself." Control? Jack's face grew dark. Assistant Mark seemed to be begging for a beating recently. Jack angrily opened the door and looked at Assistant Mark. "Postpone it for an hour." "Boss, you say one more word, and I will have you pack your things and head home immediately." After he spoke, he then slammed the door with a bang. Assistant Mark felt incredibly wronged and forcefully held back on what he wanted to ask. "Mr. Dawson, aren't you a bit too arrogant?" Chloe asked as she dripped in sweat. "Now, is it your turn to kiss me?" Or should I continue kissing you? Chloe wondered why she felt like a lamb in a tiger's cave. How could a president of a multi-billion-dollar business empire be like this? Jack postponed business to mess around with a girl in the lounge. My gosh, how did a person like this manage to be ranked one of the top 10 most accomplished entrepreneurs? 40 minutes later, Chloe ran out of the room with a mask, and even though she walked very fast with her head down, she still received odd looks from the bodyguards and assistant Mark. They all thought that she was only a random female fan. A minute later, Jack walked out, and there were still hints of lip balm on his lips. Boss, here. Mark quickly passed Jack a tissue. Because of his mistake earlier, he tried to suck up to Jack. Jack took it with arrogance and gracefully wiped the corners of his mouth. The truth was, he didn't want to wipe away the prints of his wife, but there was no other way, because he had to attend a press conference soon. Chloe's sudden appearance did surprise him, and he really wanted to have her stay for dinner. However, it truly was inconvenient, because there were too many media outlets present at the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Chloe didn't want their relationship to become public yet, so he didn't want to force it upon her. At the headquarters of Imperial Star Entertainment, a mountainous pile of documents sat on the office table as Justin played around with the pen in his hand, having no intention of doing work. President Cooper, these are the trainees who signed with our company this year. Encounter in September will start shooting soon, and production wants you to pick one as the supporting female role. Justin's assistant was a 40-something-year-old woman who looked incredibly serious. She was widely known as a workaholic who conducted things in a fierce manner. She had obtained her PhD from a foreign university, and apparently, Justin used an incredible amount of money to headhunt her from a company in another city. Lori, I'll let you decide. President Cooper, September Encounters is the main idol drama that our company is promoting this year, and it has immense potential commercial profit. I think it's best for you to personally make the decision. If you don't want to look over the options one by one, I could send the documents to your email. That's not necessary. Just give me some recommendations, and I'll pick from them, Justin said, not paying much attention. Helpless, Lori had no choice but to open up the documents in her hands. Then, she started reading. I've closely looked through them. There are a total of 68 trainees, but only 3 exceptional ones. The first one sounds way too old-fashioned. The second has an innocent look and would be better suited to act in high school dramas, with the potential to become the new idol for younger male audiences. The third is very pretty and well-behaved, but she doesn't have many distinguishing features and looks like all the beautiful girls that are internet famous. I think that she might have gotten work done on her face. She even gave herself a stage name, called Cotton Candy. All her fans call her Chloe Chloe. Chloe Chloe? Justin finally grew interested. Yes, the name is a bit tacky. Who said that? I think this name is nice. Let's go with her. Justin immediately interrupted. President Cooper? Lori wanted to say something else, but she saw that Justin had once again lowered his head to play on his phone. This girl, Chloe Chloe, had now oddly received the blessing of good fortune. She might not have known this, but she wasn't picked because of her figures or looks, since Justin didn't even know what she looked like. It was only because she had a Chloe in her name, which enabled her to successfully stand out from the others. That night, at the party celebrating the start of filming of this new drama, a sweet-looking girl walked over. Hi, President Cooper. I'm Chloe Chloe. Thanks for giving me this precious opportunity. I'll put in my full effort and won't let you down. Justin immediately turned around when he heard Chloe Chloe. Justin's eyes filled with disappointment when he saw the woman's face. It was undeniable that this was a young, beautiful, and outstanding face, but it wasn't a face that pulled his heartstrings. The girl might have gotten a bit too much plastic surgery. Her smile was a little stiff, and it affected how she looked up close. President Cooper, I would like to toast this glass of wine to you. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. However, Justin replied coldly, That's not necessary." Then, he turned around and no longer spoke with that girl named Chloe. For the whole night, he never said another word to her. Chloe was sad, so when she went to the bathroom, she secretly asked Lori, "Sister Lori, didn't President Cooper specifically name me to be the supporting actress? Why doesn't he seem to like me?" Chloe thought that Justin picked her for her looks and wanted to take her back home tonight. She wouldn't mind if he wanted her to sleep with him. She knew that if she slept with Justin, then her whole life would be set. Each and every woman Justin slept with in the past had all ended up with bright futures. I don't know either. Lori also didn't know why Justin picked Chloe. She thought that President Cooper would pick the young and cheerful girl who at least had a completely natural look. However, who knew that President Cooper's taste would be so vulgar? She would have never imagined that this girl would luck out, only because she had a Chloe word in her name. As people began to leave that night, Chloe refused to give up, so she came up to Justin. "President Cooper, let me help you up." Her voice sounded all soft and fluffy. "Go away. Don't touch me." He forcefully waved his arm, nearly causing Chloe to fall onto the ground. Justin's bad temper was well known amongst the others. He had never treated women nicely, and were often harsh with them. Of course, he never brutally beat any of them, but he did treat women with a rough attitude. However, there was only one exception. "Seems like President Cooper doesn't plan on sleeping with you. You are overthinking, go home, and work hard to do well on the show," Lori reminded Chloe after she realized what was going on. "Yes, Sister Lori." Chloe walked away in her off-shoulder cocktail dress, with tears in her eyes. Justin got into his black Lamborghini with a cold expression on his face. "President Cooper, should I get a driver to take you home?" Lori asked with concern. "No." After he spoke, he stepped on the gas pedal and sped off. Inside his private mansion. He still didn't feel like sleeping yet, so he took a Lafite from the shelves and drank it alone. His phone was placed on the coffee table, and, with just one look at the screen, one could see a beautiful girl in a white nurse uniform and black-rimmed glasses, with an adorable and innocent look on her face. After a glass of wine, Justin grew even more depressed. He reached out his finger to gently touch the photo on his phone, and mockingly said to himself, "What's with me? Why do I want to see you so bad?" He didn't have Chloe's snap, but he did have her phone number. However, he didn't want to call her because he knew that Chloe had a boyfriend. If he called this late, then it might start a fight between the couple. Even though Justin wanted to compete with her boyfriend, he also wanted to win her fair and square, so he didn't want to use such a despicable method to ruin things with her. He grew more and more perplexed, so he called his good friend, Brenton. Brenton was already half asleep, so when he received the call, he looked at the time and cursed. "Piece of shit, Cooper. Do you know what time it is? Why the fuck aren't you sleeping?" "I can't sleep." "Then find a girl to sleep with," Brenton said nonchalantly. "Sleep your ass. I'll give you 10 minutes to get to my place." "I'm not interested in men." Brenton laughed. "Don't worry. I don't like pansy little boys like you." Brenton hung up and immediately drove to Justin's mansion, arriving in no later than 8 minutes. Of course, all Justin wanted was to drink with him. "You don't seem to be in a good mood," Brenton laughed teasingly with one hand in his pocket. "Yeah. You've been like this recently. Who is this girl that managed to get you to fall for her? I really want to meet her now." Brenton predicted Justin's current situation. Justin had never been short with money, and Brenton hadn't heard of anything bad that happened to his family recently. The only reason he might be troubled would be that he met a girl that he couldn't get. Justin had mentioned this in their group chat once. At this, Justin sighed and became more depressed, and he chugged another glass of wine. Brenton laughed and walked over. He held up Justin's empty glass and looked at it. "Justin, this isn't your style." "What's my style?" Justin raised his head. "You're determined and always get what you want. I've known you for more than 20 years, and you've never chased after a girl for any more than an hour, because none of them can contain themselves in front of you. Brenton was right. Once, one of the female celebrities wanted to play hard to get, so when Justin laid his eyes on her, she kindly rejected him. As a result, Justin slept with a younger trainee in that celebrity's company that night. On the second day, that girl became the lead actress on a major film, subsequently becoming a big star. Once the little celebrity began to regret things, she came looking for Justin, but Justin had already forgotten who she was. Later, everyone in the circle found out that Justin didn't like to be rejected. If he took an interest in you, then you'd better hurry over to him and start taking off your clothes. The truth was, if you played hard to get, then you'll lose that opportunity, and perhaps never get to see Justin ever again. She's different from the others, Justin said in all seriousness. Different how? Women are the same, just throw money at them. If it were really that easy, then what do I need you for? Justin was pissed. Right, with your intelligence, you could get a girl in a matter of seconds. But if someone like you failed, it could only mean 3 things. Brenton analyzed. Justin froze. What 3 things? Brenton raised his index finger. First, she doesn't love you. She's probably into someone else, so she doesn't care about you. Yes. Justin nodded and admitted that. Brenton continued and raises his middle finger. Second, it proves that she's not into the money, because if she dated you, she would have all the money in the world, but she didn't, which proves that she's not interested in your status and power. That's absolutely right. Justin gave Brenton a thumbs up. His analysis was absolutely correct. Third, it proves that she's got quite an attitude, or we could say that she's pretty bold. There's that saying on the internet, you might think you're a big shot, but I don't. I think the girl you like is probably one of those rare badasses. Justin got up in a swoosh and patted Brenton's shoulder. I think you're pretty badass, too. Holy crap, you are smarter than before. So it seems like I'm right. Brenton smiled confidently. You are exactly right. That's what it is. So, what do you think I should do to get her? Urpee her. Get lost. Justin lost his patience when he saw how off the grid Brenton was. What are you? Some crazy lunatic with all your bullshit? Justin's face completely darkened. Originally, he called him over to help him come up with ideas, but what sort of idea is that? It was absolutely insane. On the other side, after the press release ended, Jack immediately rushed home. After dinner, both he and Chloe were bored. Chloe suggested that they see a movie. She said that there was a new Hollywood movie called Fantastical Forest, which claimed to have great 3D scenes. Jack was a wife spoiler, so he naturally went along with whatever she said. Finally, the two drove to the nearby Wanda Square. It was the weekend, so there were a lot of people. Jack went to get the tickets, along with popcorn and cola, which made Chloe very happy. She never thought that Jack would be this considerate. Little did she know that Jack knew how to get the tickets, because he went with assistant Mark and his wife last time. However, Chloe was shocked when he handed her the bucket of tickets. You bought all the seats in the auditorium? Yes, it'll be like a VIP room, with just the 2 of us. Jack nodded. Wouldn't that be scary? Chloe was scared of watching movies with hardly anyone around, as she would feel a bit insecure. It'll be fine. I'll be there. But that's exactly why I'm scared. What if you use the opportunity to do things to me? Chloe spoke in all seriousness. Jack? Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Did you really believe what I said? Chloe laughed very hard when she saw how confused Jack was. Just as the two laughed and chatted with each other, a familiar voice suddenly shouted, Sis? Chloe turned around, and her expression changed dramatically. Chloe and Jack never imagined that they would see Thomas here. Thomas came with a female classmate who seemed a bit shy. She was wearing glasses and wasn't very pretty. Thomas, why are you here? Asked Chloe. I came to watch a movie with my classmate. We got it through Groupon. Oh. Chloe felt a bit awkward. Sis, this is my classmate Bella. Thomas introduced. Then he said, "This is my older sister, Chloe." Then Thomas looked at Jack and said, "This is my sister's boyfriend." "Hello, sister," and brother-in-law, Bella greeted them shyly. Jack nodded slightly in response. Chloe felt very uncomfortable. If she knew that they would be found out, and then she would have confessed to Thomas earlier. "Oh, hi. Sis, what are you guys watching?" Thomas didn't seem to mind seeing his sister and Jack together. "Fantastical Forest." "We're watching that too. Why don't we go together?" Thomas was excited. "Let's not. You guys can go first." Chloe refused politely. To her surprise, Jack said, "Then let's go together. There are lots of empty seats in the VIP room anyways." "Really? That's great. We really hit the jackpot with you guys on the VIP," smiled Thomas. In the end, the four of them walked into the movie theater together. They each sat on the plush sofas. The girl was very conservative. She would occasionally pull on Thomas's sleeve and whisper into his ear. Jack, on the other hand, reached to wrap his hand around Chloe's waist. Even though he wanted to be more intimate with her, it was inconvenient for him to do so with this little brother-in-law around. The four watched the movie awkwardly and then finally walked out together. "Sis, are you hungry? Why don't we get something to eat?" "No, it's fine," Chloe immediately refused. Legit, this could not get more awkward. She didn't tell Thomas that she was with Jack, and Thomas didn't tell her that he was dating. What a scene. "It's late. We should go now. Maybe some other time." Jack was quite polite. "Okay, big brother Jack. Then we'll head back now. You guys should drive safely." Thomas happily said goodbye to Jack and Chloe, but before he left, he didn't forget to tell his sister, "Be good to big brother Jack. Don't be too mean." "Mind your own business, you little brat." Chloe's knocked on Thomas's head. The truth was, Thomas didn't say this for no reason. When Chloe was dating Jack, she was only 17, and Thomas was only 12. But that didn't stop him from witnessing how his sister brutally treated this future brother-in-law of his. On the way back, Chloe seemed somewhat distracted. "What's up? Are you scared that Thomas will tell your mom?" Jack drove with one hand, while his other hand tightly held onto Chloe's hand. Chloe shook her head. "No, I'm worried about Thomas." "You're worried that the girl only approached him because I gave him that sports car?" Jack's words clearly spoke of Chloe's mind. Chloe immediately nodded. "Don't worry. He's old enough to deal with things his own way. Thomas is too innocent. I'm only worried that he'll get hurt. You can't take care of him forever. He'll have to grow up himself eventually." Chloe nodded, and then she laid her tired head on Jack's leg. "I won't be able to control myself if you do that." "What are you thinking? Drive your car." Chloe sneakily pinched Jack's leg in fury. "Didn't Thomas just tell you to be nicer to me? Then, do you want to marry Thomas instead?" Chloe rolled her eyes. Jack twisted his mouth into a smile and couldn't help but laugh. He no longer dared to piss off his lady. She felt so relaxed on Jack's leg that she fell asleep. When Chloe woke up, she noticed that they were still inside the car, and an hour had already passed. "Are you crazy? Why didn't you wake me up?" Chloe got up immediately. "You were sleeping so soundly. You still can't just let me sleep on your leg like that." Chloe didn't know how to respond. Jack was spoiling her rotten. The two sat inside the Maybach for an hour, and the Wanda Square was no more than 10 minutes away from the Imperial Park. Chloe laid asleep on Jack's leg for an entire hour. Plus, during that hour, Jack sat there so quietly, like a handsome gentleman. So what? As long as you got a nice nap. "Honey, I'll become spoiled if you're this nice to me." "You're allowed to be spoiled." "Let's head upstairs." Chloe sighed as she opened the car door, but just as she was about to get off, she noticed that her legs were numb. It might be because her pose was so twisted when she fell asleep that her legs lost all feeling. She couldn't get up at all. What's wrong?" "My legs are numb." "Don't move. Let me carry you." Jack walked over and reached out his hands to lift her up. Chloe suddenly said, "Honey, give me a piggyback upstairs." Jack froze slightly and then said, "Okay." Chloe suddenly wanted Jack to give her a piggyback because it was romantic. With Jack's figure and strength, it was a super easy task. However, she thought that they were going to take the elevator, but why did he seem to go the other way? Whoa! The elevator's over there! Chloe pointed in the other direction. I know. Then why are you heading in the opposite direction? I want to take the stairs. Dude, we live on the 16th floor. I know. If you know, then why are you still taking the stairs? It's only the 16th floor, so what? I want time to move slower so we could enjoy this moment. One day, when I'm old, I won't be able to give you a piggyback anymore. So, let me do so a few more times while I'm still young. And we'll have some beautiful memories to think back on in the future. After he spoke, before Chloe could respond, Jack arrived at the first set of stairs. Chloe's eyes felt a bit warm. She thought that Jack was stupid for going up the stairs with elevators around. Plus, it was the 16th floor. Wouldn't he be exhausted? On the 8th floor, Jack's steps slowed down. Honey, I can walk now. No. Just like that, Jack was covered in sweat when he and Chloe arrived at the door to their home. His black shirt was drenched in sweat. Along this way, Chloe felt his adoration, something that only belonged to her, as she leaned on Jack's back. She believed that no one else in this world would treat her as well as Jack did. No one would love and adore her like Jack does. Plus, she would never willingly let another man give her a piggyback. They were a unique presence in each other's lives, and no one could replace one or the other. When she dated Simon, she always felt like things have passed, and her heart was as calm as a dead sea. She thought her life would be filled with mundane things. However, to her surprise, Jack came back. Her heart was again filled with adolescent love. They spent each passing day together, and no matter how irrational she was and what she did wrong, Jack never raised his voice in front of her. To have a husband like this was everything she could ever ask for. Chloe thought that she was lucky to have met Jack, and she regretted nothing in this life. The moment she got off from Jack's back, Chloe held his face in her hands and lightly kissed the tip of his nose. She said, Honey, right now, you're the most handsome man in the whole world. Jack's eyes suddenly filled with endless gentleness. Chloe's words filled him with happiness the entire night. That was the magic of love. Jack hadn't even taken the time to shower as he pressed Chloe onto the soft rug and pressed his lips against hers. His right hand swam up and down her body in impatient movements. Chloe closed both her eyes, and her heart filled with nervousness and happiness. She wanted to give herself to Jack at an appropriate moment. She didn't want them to plan things intentionally, and wanted to go with the flow. His hand swam inside the collars of her shirt and immediately snapped open her bra. Only Lord knew how long Jack had waited for this moment. At this crucial moment, Chloe's phone rang. What a bad time. Jack's movements stopped. I got a call, said Chloe, a bit awkwardly. Jack lightly sighed, stood up, and passed the phone that was resting on the coffee table to Chloe. It was from Thomas. Thomas. Sis, did you get home yet? I did. What's up? Nothing. I just wanted to tell you to not worry. I won't tell Mom. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have guessed. After you broke up with Simon, he called me twice. I had a feeling that it was because of Jack, and I became even more sure about it when his company gave me a car last time. Sorry, Thomas. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I know, sis. It's okay. I'm not blaming you. I just don't want you to be emotionally burdened. I'm different from Mom in that I support you in your pursuit of happiness. As your brother, I'll always unconditionally support your decisions as long as you are happy. Thank you, Thomas. Don't say thanks to me. If anything, you are the one I should be thanking. Thank you for taking caring of this home and caring for me and Mom for all these years. Thomas, about your female classmate. She's not my girlfriend, sis. She does feel that way towards me, but I don't like her. because she only started approaching me after I got the sports car. I know what she wants. It's good that you are still rational. Also, you're still young. Relationships aren't stable at your age, and you have to face employment issues later on. Things are not so simple. I know, sis. That's good. You should go to sleep. Thank Brother Jack for me. The car is really awesome. After speaking, Thomas hung up the phone. Chloe held the phone and looked at Jack in embarrassment. Thomas told me to thank you for the car. And this is how he pays me back, calling you at a critical time like this. He must have too much time on his hands. Jack really wanted to ask Thomas to drive the car back. That ungrateful little ruining Jack's critical business. Ahem, Chloe dry coughed. Although the time was ripe, Thomas messed everything up. Jack went upstairs to shower, and he got a call from his father after he got out, talking about a new project for the company. Chloe waited for a long time but fell asleep before he returned. The next day, she was called to the conference room for a meeting right as she got to the hospital. She originally thought that it was a normal employee meeting, but she later discovered that there was an abnormal number of people present. They were all hospital executives, and the person sitting in the middle of the room was actually Director Richard. Chloe, here, sit, Director Richard greeted Chloe. That made the head nurses from other departments envious and jealous. How has work been lately? Great, thank you for asking. Lisa is recovering really well. I'd like to thank you again on behalf of my entire family. You don't have to, Director Richard. I would have done it for anyone. Director Richard thanked her in front of all those people, making Chloe very uncomfortable since she was never a show-off. Everyone, don't be shy. The main goal of this meeting is to talk about improvements. If you have any ideas, feel free to make suggestions. We promote innovation because if we can't keep up with the steps of time, we'll be out of the game sooner or later. That's all. Let's begin now. Everyone, feel free to speak. Director Richard's assistant spoke into the mic and announced the official beginning of the meeting. Director Richard, I would like to make a suggestion. All right, go ahead. Director Richard was pleased with Chloe's initiation. Can the medical staff get new uniforms? The dresses are a bit too short. After Chloe spoke, everybody shot her strange looks. Even Director Richard was stunned momentarily. Chloe's suggestion isn't bad. This style of work clothing is almost outdated, so becoming tired of the aesthetics is inevitable. That's a good idea. On the side, a department chief flattered and fawned. The truth was, most people at Southside were well informed, and there was no such thing as secrets. Everyone knew how much Director Richard valued Chloe, and the fact that Chloe operated all night and saved the life of Director Richard's niece. So, Chloe's first suggestion was immediately backed up by one of the chiefs. Ember also nodded her head. Director Richard, Chloe is right. We're a hospital after all, and our work outfits are better off being more formal. Record this. We'll rectify it immediately after this, Director Richard told his assistant. The male assistant immediately wrote it down on his notebook. Anyone else? Director Richard looked around. In fact, meetings on this topic were conducted every season, so people were all used to it, and nobody wanted to voice their opinions. If their suggestions were good, they would get the titles, like as Kisser or Try Hard. And if they were bad, the director would say that their ideas were unrealistic. There was a minute of silence. Chloe looked left and right. She felt like nobody wanted to talk, so she raised her hand again. Chloe, go on, Director Richard called her name. Director Richard, I believe that we need to correct the environment of Southside. The atmosphere here is near toxic. I don't know if you've heard rumors about Southside, but most of them are hard to bear. To be frank, Southside should aim to become the best rehabilitation center and put the recovery of patients first, instead of other irrelevant matters. The skills of our medical staff also need improvement. We can't live with ourselves if our patients suddenly fall into unstable conditions, and we miss the best window of opportunity to save them. So, Director, I hope you can increase the number of skilled medical professionals situated at our hospital. Furthermore, the nurses need to improve upon their professional standards. I suggest implementing regular training, assessments, and a reward and punishment system to muster up everyone's enthusiasm and sense of responsibility. Finally, Director, I hope that you can wipe out the toxic environment at Southside once and for all and return a healthy medical facility to the citizens. That's all. Thank you for listening. Everyone was dumbfounded after Chloe's speech. At last, it was Director Richard who led a thunderous round of applause. He shot her a look of approval. Chloe was a good seed. He wasn't wrong about her. What Chloe said was very good. Everybody, don't be afraid to speak your mind. Director, I heard that head nurse Green graduated from a local third-rate university, and she didn't even major in health science. She's still young, and some of her ideas may only work on paper. Reorganization doesn't happen overnight. Please reconsider this before you put her plans into action. Of course, there would be a voice of disapproval. The man who spoke was one of the deputy directors of Southside. He practiced medicine for 20 years before being promoted to deputy. It was a known fact that he had a horrible reputation and often enforced unspoken rules on pretty nurses in the hospital. However, nobody dared to cross him. He had never crossed paths with Chloe, since she wasn't a beauty who enticed him. However, Chloe's co-worker Ella was one of his bedmates. So, he remembered who Chloe was after Ella complained about her several times. Seeing Chloe shine today made him feel like she was stealing his spotlight, and this greatly displeased him. After hearing what he said, Chloe smiled. Deputy Director, your words err. One's education does not determine one's capability. You can't refute my suggestion due to my education. That is unfair. Fairness? Is listening to a nurse with zero experience blabber nonsense fair? How dare you talk about reorganization? But aren't we here today to freely suggest opinions of our own? Chloe argued back. Making a suggestion means to logically treat a problem, not delusionally break traditions. It was clear that the deputy director did not want to reorganize Southside. Deputy Director, I've always been logical, and my analysis is unbiased. Southside really does need to raise its professional, civility, and medical standards. This way, we'll be better set for the long run, Chloe calmly replied. So, what qualifications do you have to lecture experienced doctors, like us, who have been practicing medicine for years? The deputy director's face became cloudy. Ember couldn't watch it anymore, so she rose up and said, Deputy Director, I am the one who recommended Chloe's promotion, and I favor and understand her. She saved a pregnant woman's life at the first hospital and performed an emergency C-section. A few days ago, she also saved Director Richard's niece, Dr. Lisa. Isn't she qualified enough? It's an idiotic display of individualism. While she attempted at showing off, she almost dragged our hospital's century-old reputation down with her. Chloe elegantly smiled, rose up, and politely nodded to the doctors and executives seated around her before asking, Deputy Director, I've heard that you used to specialize in neurology. Is that correct? Yes. What about it? The deputy director replied to Chloe with an arrogant attitude. Good. Then, Deputy Director, as an expert in neurology, you obviously know the rules surrounding the aftercare of neurologically ill patients? Do you have to ask such a simple question? Southside's database shows that, although we receive huge amounts of patients with neurological illnesses every year, there are very few who actually recovered. Why is that? It's widely known that it is difficult to cure patients suffering from neurological disorders. Even hospitals cannot cure them. How could we, as a recuperation center? Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. I am being very serious. It's true that it is difficult to cure neurologically ill patients, but clinical experiments conducted in the United States showed that if their aftercare was proper, the burden on them would be mitigated. It could be said that the aftercare is even more important than the pre-surgical treatment. However, as a medical expert, you do not value this fact. This leads to the outflow of many neurological patients each and every year. I'm no expert in this field, and I have no professional qualifications, but I've read books and observed the conditions of the patients at medical school and the first hospital, so I have done quite a bit of research. Deputy Director, would you like to hear me out. Sure, I'd like to see how you, an ignorant nurse, analyze the neurology division. In the deputy director's viewpoint, Chloe's behavior was laughable and self-incriminating, since doctors without specialization would for sure have a hard time answering knowledge-based questions in this field. Chloe held up her cup and drank some water before glancing at those around her. What I am about to say only represents what I think. If I make a mistake, please excuse me. Director Richard shot her an encouraging look and nodded to give her permission. She nodded back and began speaking. The central nervous system consists of the brain and spinal cord, and there is also the peripheral nervous system that includes our motor and sensory neurons throughout our entire body. Some symptoms surrounding neurological disorders are speech, movement, and cognitive impairments, sensory and consciousness disturbances, fits of syncope, seizure, amnesia, and cerebral palsy. Regarding the aftercare of such patients, their care must reach the following standards. 1. Maintain the cleanliness, tidiness, and airflow of the room. More severe patients must have the number of times they can be visited limited. Second is their rest and sleeping position. For chronic patients, they must be encouraged to exercise, but we must not tire them out. Patients with cognitive impairment and respiratory secretion must rest in a semi-supine or lateral position. Third, regarding nutrition and diet, patients must consume more fresh fruits and vegetables to prevent constipation. Patients with complicated dysphagia should carefully follow a semi-fluid diet, administered at a slow pace to prevent choking and suffocation. As for patients with severe dysphagia, they should be fed through a nasal tube and kept at a semi-upright position for up to an hour after feeding. In addition to the above, the recuperation process also involves the care of skin, airways, lifestyle, excrement, medication, as well as observation of the illness. Particular patients may also need post-cerebrovascular surgery aftercare. Outpatients must be instructed booked for regular appointments and be given precautions. Patients with increasing intracranial blood pressure must be forbidden from having sex and receive lumbar punctures periodically to prevent cerebral palsy. In consideration of time, I won't go through the above one by one, because I believe you all understand what I mean. Overall, I believe that as a recuperation center, we have a great deal of responsibility and obligation towards the late-stage recovery of patients, and I hope that you all take this into serious consideration. Thank you. Chloe did not stumble or repeat a single word. Her speed wasn't fast, and her voice was clear. After speaking those words, the older specialized doctors were all dumbfounded. Deputy Director's facial expression changed again and again. Chloe's speech seemed to have come from somebody with a PhD in neurology, not just a regular head nurse. Deputy Director, what do you think about what Chloe said? Director Wu asked in a meaningful tone. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.